The master of metaphysics, having failed to transcend, unexpectedly finds himself inhabiting the body of Jiang Yunxi, the true daughter of the Jiang family. During her childhood, Jiang Yunxi was maliciously swapped by a nanny and cast away to grow up in the countryside. After being brought back for a year, she remains oblivious to the schemes of the false daughter and her fiancé and has been reduced to a mere sycophant. The master of metaphysics, Jiang Yunxi, declares, "The time for sycophancy is past. I shall train the dogs instead." The false daughter, Jiang Miaoyer, suggests, "Sister, it would be better for everyone if you take the initiative to dissolve your engagement with brother Xiaoling." Xiaoling retorts, "I would rather marry a dog than you." Jiang Yunxi asserts, "Dissolve the engagement? Not a chance. Xiao Yinsheng is mine, in life and in death." Xiaoling queries, "Xiaoyin, my second uncle? What then becomes of our betrothal?" Jiang Yunxi replies, "Consider yourself unfortunate. Xiaoling, kneel and address your second aunt." Chapter 1. This individual has always repaid her grievances on the spot. Such a grievous car accident, and yet she did not perish. This wretched creature possesses an unyielding fate. What shall we do next? Jiang Yunxi awakens to the clamor around her, struggling to open her eyes, greeted only by blinding white light and the acrid scent of disinfectant, cold and unfamiliar. Where am I? There is no such place in the Tianyuan continent. Instead of the excruciating agony of being consumed by heavenly tribulation, she feels a sharp pain, as if her bones have been broken. Something is amiss. She has ascended, so why does she still experience such a rudimentary sensation of pain? Jiang Yunxi focuses her mind to inspect her body, only to discover that her ascension has failed, and she has inexplicably traversed to another world, becoming a pitiable little girl. The original host was merely 20, her physique lamentably weak. She is the true daughter of the Jiang family, yet was intentionally swapped by the nanny and endured a harsh existence in the countryside for over a decade. Upon being returned to the Jiang family, she believed she had finally found family and desperately sought to please everyone. Until she was schemed against by her fiancé Xiaoling and the false daughter Jiang Miaoyer, leading to her confinement in a psychiatric hospital. Torture and humiliation, day after day. They wished for her demise. Were it not for the tenacity of the elder Xiaoling, who insisted she fulfill the marriage alliance between the Jiang and Xia families, she would have perished long ago in that institution. The Jiang family had no recourse but to send Jiang Miaoyer and Xiaoling to retrieve her. However, en route, they orchestrated a car accident that resulted in the original host's death, granting her the opportunity to seize this body. Since fate has not allowed her soul to disperse, she must assist the original host in teaching a lesson to these ungrateful family members. She is nothing but a calamity, haunting us endlessly, disrupting the peace of both families. Were it not for grandfather's protection, I would have disposed of her long ago. Jiang Yunxi turns to the two still hurling insults beside her, Xiaoling and Jiang Miaoyer. Her gaze settles on Xiaoling's face, where darkness looms over his fate, his life force diminished, the air around him thick with an ominous energy. Though he seems to possess deep-rooted fortune, it has been drained by indulgence, leaving him a hollow shell, a harbinger of a short life. Xiaoling, upon seeing her awake, wears a look of disgust. Awake? If so, get up quickly. Jiang Yunxi remains silent, merely observing him. Her gaze no longer reflects the timidity and pleading of the past, but rather a frigid scrutiny as if regarding a lifeless object. Under this piercing stare, Xiaoling experiences an inexplicable pang of anxiety, quickly transforming into righteous indignation. What are you staring at? Have you not had enough of the asylum? Jiang Yunxi finally moves her cracked lips, her voice hoarse, yet distinctly articulate. Xiaoling, you shall encounter calamity today. They believe she is unaware of their vile deeds and dare to feign innocence. It is utterly revolting. Jiang Yunxi casts a nonchalant glance at them before averting her gaze. Xiaoling pauses briefly, then erupts into derisive laughter. Jiang Yunxi, are you attempting to play tricks again? He steps forward, towering over her bedridden form. Put away your rustic theatrics. Let me make it clear that no matter your schemes, the one I cherish shall always be Miaoyer. Take a moment to reflect on your own worth. Do you really think you are deserving of my affections? Such delusions. Xiaoling pulls Jiang Miaoyer into his embrace. I warn you, should you dare to bully Miaoyer again, I will ensure your suffering is insurmountable. Jiang Miaoyer nestles against Xiaoling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her eyes are red-rimmed, filled with grievance. Sister, you cannot take your anger out on Aling. Such curses are unkind. Sister, please grant us this. We are truly in love. Would you kindly approach Grandfather Xia to dissolve the engagement? Let's not trouble everyone any further. A fine display of concern for others. Jiang Yunxi observes the performance of this duplicitous couple, her expression betraying not a hint of emotion. She even allows a faint, chilling smile to tug at her lips. It is they who plotted against the original host, seizing everything that belonged to her, yet now they assume the guise of victims, demanding the original host's acquiescence. How delightful. She has always been one to repay enmities in kind. Since she has claimed this body, she shall retrieve each debt, with interest. Jiang Yunxi, her expression impassive, removes the needle from the back of her hand, crimson droplets of blood springing forth. Unperturbed, she throws off the covers and plants her bare feet on the icy floor. The hospital gown hung loosely upon her frame, accentuating her already delicate figure, while her gaze remained as frigid as tempered ice. Both Xiaoling and Jiang Mir were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yunxi, what do you intend to do? Jiang Yunxi advanced towards them. The madness and ferocity emanating from her very core set alarm bells ringing in Xiaoling's mind. In the next moment, Jiang Yunxi shoved aside Jiang Mir, seizing Xiaoling by the collar. Xiaoling was utterly unprepared for her actions. This woman, who had always seemed as insignificant as dust in his eyes, landed a solid punch squarely on his face. I warned you, you are destined for calamity. Do you believe me? She struck with a ruthless precision, targeting the most sensitive areas. Xiaoling, disoriented by her ferocity, found it hard to comprehend the reckless fighting style of this madwoman, having been accustomed to a life of privilege. Jiang Yunxi, you dare to. Jiang Yunxi delivered a kick to the back of his knee. Xiaoling winced in pain and instinctively recoiled. His body lost its balance, and he toppled backward with a heavy thud. His forehead collided violently with the sharp corner of the nightstand, and warm liquid began to trickle down his brow. He raised a hand to touch it, only to find it stained crimson. Had she truly foreseen his misfortune? No, that was impossible. How could a mere village girl possess such esoteric knowledge? Jiang Mir scrambled over, hastily supporting Xiaoling. Aling. You are bleeding. Aling. Jiang Yunxi, you lunatic. How could you reduce him to this state? Xiaoling finally regained his senses. The sharp pain in his forehead and the blood flowing down fueled his fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yunxi, his voice trembling with rage. Jiang Yunxi, I will ensure you pay dearly for this. I will annul this engagement. Xiaoling, would rather marry a dog than a madwoman like you. Jiang Yunxi let out a low, mocking laugh, rich with derision. Go on. With that, she turned and walked away. Both Xiaoling and Jiang Mir stood in stunned silence. She simply walked away? Did she not fear retribution? Did she not care about the engagement? Chapter 2. Annulling the engagement? Unthinkable. Jiang Yunxi exited the hospital and hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the Jiang residence. The cab came to a halt before the opulent Jiang villa. Jiang Yunxi pushed open the door and strode inside. Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei were seated on the sofa, and upon hearing her footsteps, both looked up in unison. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi enter clad in a hospital gown, Jiang Boyu's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Now that you're back, behave yourself, he commanded, his voice resonating with the authority and impatience of a patriarch. Do not create further disturbances and bring disgrace upon the family. Zhao Mei chimed in, your father is right. Hurry and change your clothes. How could you return in such a state, unafraid of becoming a laughingstock? How absurd. This was the biological parents of the original host. Rather than expressing concern for their daughter's well-being, they chose to berate her for her attire. Before Jiang Yunxi could respond, Xiaoling and Jiang Miao arrived home as well. Xiaoling, bandaged on the forehead and pale as a ghost, was supported by the tearful Jiang Miao as they burst in. Father, mother, we went to the hospital to bring our sister home, but she insisted on causing a scene on the way, accusing us of harming her and trying to take the wheel. We merely had an accident. Jiang Miao, upon seeing Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei, began to weep even harder. Xiaoling, shaking off Jiang Miao's hand, pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yunxi, angrily declaring to Jiang Boyu, Uncle, this lunatic nearly killed me. Our Xiao family will not tolerate a woman like her. You must take her to our home tomorrow and explain to Grandpa, demanding the annulment of the engagement. Xiaoling, am destined for greatness. I shall never marry her. This harbinger of misfortune must not be allowed to curse our family. Zhao Mei, hearing the engagement was in jeopardy, immediately became agitated. She hurried to Jiang Yunxi, lowering her voice and adopting a condescending tone. Yunxi, you heard him. Xiaoling does not desire you. Why must you force it? Miao and he are in love. You should go to the Xiao family and tell your grandpa that you willingly relinquish the engagement to Miaoer so they can hasten their betrothal. Jiang Boyu, maintaining a stern countenance, added in a tone of false impartiality, Yunxi, if this continues, it will reflect poorly on everyone. You have acted wrongly. Be sensible and follow your mother's advice. Their collusion was a masterclass in shamelessness and bias. The Jiang family had only managed to ascend to the ranks of the four great families through the alliance with the Xiao family, enjoying all its benefits. Yet now they scorned the original host, viewing her as a mere pawn, and demanded she relinquish her only form of protection to a counterfeit. Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Jiang Yunxi gazed upon the odious visages before her and suddenly smiled. Annulling the engagement? Unthinkable. Even in death, I remain Xiao Ling's fiancé. If you truly cannot abide me, then perhaps you should contrive another plan to eliminate me. Her eyes swept over the guilty expressions of Xiao Ling and Jiang Miaoer, reminiscent of the recent car accident. One car, 3 individuals, and only she bore the brunt of the injuries while they emerged unscathed. As her words hung in the air, the faces of Xiao Ling and Jiang Miaoer turned ashen. Zhao Mei, noticing their sudden pallor, felt a surge of anxiety. Realizing they had likely participated in something nefarious that Jiang Yunxi nearly unearthed, she quickly stepped forward to shield them, determined to prevent the situation from escalating further. Lest Miaoer's engagement with the Xiao family truly unravel. Do not speak nonsense. Miaoer and Ailing were merely fortunate. The throbbing wound on Xiao Ling's forehead pulsed in tandem with his indignation as he retorted, exactly. It was just an accident. Do you intend to blame us? Jiang Yunxi regarded the 3 conspirators, her eyes brimming with scorn. Engaging in their games posed no detriment. Lowering her eyelids to conceal the cold glint within, she lifted her gaze once more, her expression a mask of indifference. What shall we do now? Zhao Mei, the first to regain her composure, mistakenly believed her authority had quelled Jiang Yunxi's rebellious spirit. Sighing with relief, she thought that as long as Jiang Yunxi complied, matters would proceed smoothly. Look at you. Just out of the hospital and still weak. Ailing is injured as well. Both of you need to rest properly. How about this? You recuperate at home for a few days, and when you feel better, we will discuss the annulment with the Xiao family. It is best for everyone involved. You understand the stature of the Xiao family. Having grown up in the countryside, you lack the etiquette required. And going there would only lead to your disadvantage. However, Miaoer is different. She possesses all the skills and is the little princess of the Jiang family. She will handle everything adeptly. Her words, while ostensibly comforting Jiang Yunxi, were laced with contempt, insinuating that she was nothing more than a rustic. Jiang Yunxi nearly laughed but restrained herself for the sake of what was to follow. Yet, upon hearing that they would need to wait 2 more days, Jiang Miaoer's displeasure was palpable. She grasped Zhao Mei's arm and shook it in discontent. Mother! Zhao Mei, swiftly patting her hand, whispered soothingly in her ear, silly child. Why the urgency? Healing will not take long. The patriarch of the Xiao family was not an easy man to deal with. He had always held a keen interest in Jiang Yunxi's fate, insisting she be involved in the union, and no amount of persuasion would sway him. The only pathway forward lay in Jiang Yunxi voluntarily annulling the engagement. Only then would there be hope. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Zhao Mei's eyes. Reluctantly, Jiang Miaoer fell silent, her expression a mix of reluctance and feigned understanding as she forced a pained yet magnanimous smile towards Jiang Yunxi. Sister, please rest well and do not be upset. Otherwise, mother and father will worry. Feigning ignorance to Jiang Miaoer's derision, Jiang Yunxi merely echoed Zhao Mei's earlier sentiments, raising the most fundamental of inquiries. Then, in consideration of my parents, I shall refrain from anger. However, where shall I reside? This question rendered the atmosphere in the living room awkwardly tense.
Zhao Mei's gaze flickered momentarily.
You may stay in the guest room for now. Miaoer's room has sprung a leak, and she has moved into your former room. With your sudden return, your belongings are disorganized, and it is inconvenient to tidy up immediately. Before she could finish, Jiang Miaoer's face shifted again, revealing a mix of guilt and self-reproach. Oh, dear. Mother, I forgot to mention that my pet does not like its new cage, so I had to let it stay in the guest room. The guest room is now messy and may not be suitable for sister, but there are no other vacant rooms in the house. However, there is a tool room upstairs. I recall it being quite spacious. If the servants tidy it up, sister could move in there. Chapter 3. How wonderful it is to be home. I am content to sleep on the sofa. Jiang Miaoer looked at Jiang Yunxi, her tone excessively soothing. Sister, you won't mind, will you? Rest assured, it is only temporary. Once my room is renovated, you can move back. Her heart swelled with pride. Once she had siphoned away the good fortune, the Jiang family would surely fall into misfortune, and returning the room to this rustic would be of no consequence. Jiang Boyu frowned, remaining silent, while Zhao Mei seemed to acquiesce. Look at how considerate Miaoer is being towards you. Why not thank her? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Yunxi's lips. To bring their daughter back from a mental institution, only to deny her a guest room and shove her into a storage space, was tantamount to declaring that she was worth less than a mere dog in this household. Her gaze swept across every inch of the villa, scrutinizing the flow of fortune within. The ethereal energy, invisible to the naked eye, was as clear to her as the lines on her palm. The entire Jiang villa's fortune resembled a vast net, with all strands ultimately converging in one location, the former host's room on the second floor. The original host's fate was, in fact, the most auspicious. Born on a Yang year, in a Yang month, on a Yang day, her destiny was exceedingly rare among girls. The rooms she once inhabited gradually transformed due to the shift in fortune, becoming infused with vibrant Yang energy and abundant spiritual power, subtly manifesting as a treasure trove. The most auspicious location within the entire villa. Since moving in, Jiang Mirror's life had been remarkably smooth, allowing her to emerge unscathed even from the malicious design of a car accident. It seemed her fortune had been borrowed from the original owner. The chill in Jiang Yunxi's eyes deepened. The original owner's luck had not been naturally appropriated. Rather, it was the result of a deliberately constructed, insidiously malevolent borrowing formation. This arrangement forcibly severed the fortune of the entire Jiang family, continuously channeling it to the individual at its core. Now, Jiang Mirror's fortune had reached an overwhelming intensity, on the verge of overflowing. What rises to extremes must inevitably decline. The formation was nearing its limit, and soon, the Jiang family, stripped of their fortune, would begin to encounter misfortune, each more severe than the last. Thus, Jiang Mia sought to bring her back, intending to pin the blame on her. Once the Jiang family began to suffer, it would be only natural for everyone to blame her. Such a beautifully crafted scheme. Since there was no place for me to stay, I shall sleep on the sofa, Jiang Yunxi remarked nonchalantly. This response left everyone momentarily speechless. They had anticipated Jiang Yunxi would erupt in anger, throw a tantrum, or even clash violently with Jiang Mir, yet they never envisioned she would so readily acquiesce. The astonishment in Xiao Ling's eyes swiftly morphed into disdain, revealing her as a short-sighted fool. They had thought her return from the mental institution had rendered her wiser. Instead, she remained that same simpleton, content with sleeping on a sofa for a trifling advantage. A flicker of triumph crossed Jiang Mirror's gaze as she linked her arm with Xiao Ling's, feigning generosity as she spoke softly, "Sister, do rest well. Ailing and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." With that, the two turned away and strode towards the door. Jiang Boya let out a cold snort and ascended the stairs alongside Zhao Mei. The living room fell into a sudden silence. Jiang Yunxi approached the sofa and indeed lay down. She retrieved the original owner's phone, her fingers somewhat clumsily navigating the screen. After all, it was an artifact from another world, and operating it was still somewhat unwieldy. Adjusting the angle to capture her disheveled appearance sprawled on the sofa, she took a photograph. Then, she opened WeChat Moments, Weibo, and every social platform she could find. Edit, send. In the photo, a frail girl curled up in a corner of the immense sofa, starkly contrasting with the opulent backdrop of the villa. It feels wonderful to be home. Although my sister has taken my room and the guest room is reserved for the dog, I am quite content to sleep on the sofa. Within moments of sending the message, the internet exploded.
Wow.
Is this the true daughter of the Jiang family who is just found? How did she end up in such dire straits? I've always known the wealthy are deep waters, but I never imagined it could be this dirty. A biological daughter sleeping on the sofa? Is that humane? Isn't Jiang Mirror the so-called top socialite? Turns out she's just an imposter. And her heart is so wicked. Did Jiang Boyu and his wife get kicked in the head by a donkey, ignoring their own daughter to dote on a fake? The public outcry surged like a torrent. The entire elite circle was abuzz with the news, turning the incident into a grand spectacle of ridicule. They mocked Jiang Boyu, claiming he had toiled for half a lifetime only to lose track of his own family affairs, allowing his biological daughter to fall to the point of sleeping in the living room. This was no longer mere favoritism, it was sheer foolishness. In the master bedroom upstairs, Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei, having seen the news, were infuriated. "What are you still standing there for? Go down and make her delete everything. He bellowed, his face darkened. The reputation of the Jiang family cannot be tarnished by her. Zhao Mei, forcing herself to stand, quickly descended the stairs. In the living room, Jiang Yunxi lounged on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through her phone. Upon hearing footsteps, she didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, seemingly unconcerned by the impending storm. This audacious demeanor ignited Zhao Mei's fury. Jiang Yunxi, delete everything you just posted immediately. Jiang Yunxi finally deigned to lift her gaze from her phone. Glancing at Zhao Mei and then back at the screen, her expression innocent. Why should I delete it? Everything I said was the truth. Am I not sleeping on the sofa right now? Zhao Mei was momentarily at a loss for words, stifled by her retort. Yes, it was a fact. But was it something to be proclaimed in public? Jiang Yunxi observed Zhao Mei trembling with rage, a wider smile forming on her lips. Mom, don't just be angry. The comments from netizens are quite amusing. Look at this one. Saying you must have had your head kicked by a donkey for neglecting your biological daughter in favor of an imposter. It must be due to a lack of virtue in your past life. She continued, and this one is even more delightful. Clearing her throat, Jiang Yunxi recited in a melodious tone, I believe the real issue lies with this mother. Could it be that Jiang Mirror is her illegitimate daughter? Which is why she is so keen on belittling Jiang Yunxi. TSK, how imaginative today's netizens are. This statement pierced Zhao Mei's heart like a dagger. Her blood seemed to freeze in her veins, only to surge back into her brain the next moment, igniting her reason. Shut your mouth.
Zhao Mei shrieked uncontrollably,
Her voice rising in pitch. Jiang Yunxi immediately raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Mom, why are you scolding me? I'm not the one saying it. It's them. Chapter 4. My mother won't let me speak about family matters. Her expression was innocent and bewildered, as if she genuinely could not comprehend why Zhao Mei was so enraged. To Zhao Mei, this demeanor was the most malicious provocation. You will immediately resolve this matter for me. Otherwise, get out of the Jiang family right now. She pointed at Jiang Yunxi, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. The bewilderment on Jiang Yunxi's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an obedient demeanor. She nodded earnestly, her attitude exceedingly cooperative. All right, Mom, don't be angry. I'll post a clarification right away to ensure this is resolved. Seeing her compliance, Zhao Mei's fury finally subsided somewhat. In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Yunxi looked up and flashed Zhao Mei a sweet smile. Mom, I've taken care of it. Zhao Mei immediately turned to check. However, upon seeing the content, her expression became increasingly vibrant. My mother won't let me disclose family matters. She says it will bring shame to the Jiang family. I'll delete my previous post right now, or else I'll be kicked out of the Jiang family. This post went viral within seconds. Oh my gosh. Is she being threatened? Her own mother won't let her speak the truth. What kind of mother is this? Threatening her own daughter like that? After finally finding her biological daughter, how can she treat her so poorly? Why not let her fend for herself outside? Is it not for the sake of appearances? Zhao Mei watched the escalating condemnation, feeling darkness cloud her vision. Her body swaying as if she might collapse. Jiang Yunxi, do you want to drive me to my grave? Jiang Yunxi blinked, her sweet face radiating pure innocence. She even leaned slightly forward, her tone laced with just the right amount of concern.
Mom, what do you mean by that?
How could I ever wish to upset my own mother? Of course, she did want to, though not to kill her, but to toy with her. Watching these individuals descend into despair and regret was truly entertaining. Jiang Yunxi gazed at Zhao Mei's pale countenance, feigning a sigh of difficulty. However, you are indeed correct. If this matter remains unresolved, it will undoubtedly cast a shadow over the Jiang family. She paused, seemingly deep in thought, before her eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. What if I move into the school dormitory? This way, I won't be an eyesore to you, and it will serve as a satisfactory explanation for those online. Indicating that the Jiang family respects my choice and allows me to experience communal living. 2 birds with 1 stone. What do you think, Mom? By allowing her to reside elsewhere, the Jiang family could instantly regain a semblance of tranquility. Moreover, this narrative would effectively silence the online critics. Just as Zhao Mei was about to acquiesce, a frail yet anxious voice echoed from the doorway. Mom, no. Jiang Mirror returned, throwing herself beside Zhao Mei and grasping her arm tightly. We absolutely cannot let Jiang Yunxi live at school. She and Ailing attend the same university. If that wretched girl moves in, she'll have endless opportunities to entangle him. Sister, I know you're upset, and it's all my fault. If you truly desire a room, I can relinquish mine to you. Please, I beg you. Don't create more trouble for our family, all right? Her words were artfully crafted, portraying herself as magnanimous and considerate while shifting all blame onto Jiang Yunxi, subtly insinuating that she was being unreasonable and immature. Zhao Mei's heart ached upon hearing this. She quickly embraced Jiang Mia and turned to reprimand Jiang Yunxi. Look at Mia. She is so understanding and considerate of you. And what about you? What do you do besides stir up trouble? Don't you simply covet Mia's room? She's willing to give it to you. The implication was that Jiang Yunxi was the one lacking in propriety, as if she were seizing a room that was not rightfully hers, forgetting that the room had originally belonged to Jiang Yunxi. In fact, it was Jiang Mia who had usurped the opulent life that Jiang Yunxi had enjoyed for over 20 years. Nevertheless, Jiang Yunxi remained unfazed. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, bright as the sunlight streaming through the window. She turned to the housekeeper standing nearby and commanded, "Uncle Zhang, did you hear that? Immediately find someone to remove everything in the room that does not belong to me. I have a compulsion for cleanliness and cannot abide the presence of others' refuse in my space." As she spoke, she cheerfully ascended the stairs, utterly disregarding the grim expressions on Zhao Mei and Jiang Mia's faces. The housekeeper cast a troubled glance at Zhao Mei, who, though seething with anger, reluctantly waved him off to proceed with the task. After all, who knew what further chaos Zhao Mei might conjure if her wishes were not complied with? The housekeeper promptly turned to arrange the matter. Tears streamed down Jiang Mia's face as she leaned against Zhao Mei, feeling wronged. Mom Zhao Mei gently patted her back, saying, "Mia, don't cry. Once your engagement with Xiao Ling is secured and you become the future matriarch of the Xiao family, everything will improve." Jiang Mia buried her face in Zhao Mei's embrace, her voice thick with emotion. "Mom, you are the only one who truly cares for me in this family." Zhao Mei sighed, her tone softening considerably. "Silly child, I raised you myself. Who else would I cherish? Rest assured, with your mother around, no one will dare to bully you." From a perspective hidden from Zhao Mei, a smug smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Mia's lips. She was well aware of Zhao Mei's affection for her. Soon, this affection would transform into the sharpest of daggers in her hands. When the benefits of the luck-absorbing formation were fully unleashed and the Jiang family began to face one calamity after another, she would merely need to guide the narrative, making everyone believe that all misfortune stemmed from Jiang Yunxi, the harbinger of disaster. By then, without needing to lift a finger, the Jiang family would eagerly cast Jiang Yunxi aside like refuse. Jiang Mia's room was located at the far end of the corridor, the finest in the entire villa. Its lighting, ventilation, and view were unparalleled. As Jiang Yunxi pushed open the door, an overwhelming sea of pink nearly spilled forth, with lace and dolls cluttering every corner. The air was thick with an overly sweet perfume, suffocating in its intensity. Indeed, Jiang Mia's taste was utterly pedestrian. She casually shut the door. The servants had already complied with her orders, clearing out all of Jiang Mia's belongings, leaving the spacious room feeling rather vacant. Standing in the center, she closed her eyes. Upon entering this room, she immediately sensed an inescapable stagnation. It was anger. It was feng shui. The entire Jiang family's fortune had been artificially distorted and concentrated within these walls, benefiting Jiang Mia. This villa, originally designed with an excellent layout, was a rare place for accumulating wealth and fortune. Those residing here, if not immensely wealthy, would certainly lead a life of ease and abundance. Yet now, the very blessings meant to nourish the family had been maliciously extracted by a vile formation, funneled entirely into this room, to Jiang Mia's advantage. Soon, the Jiang family would face bankruptcy and ruin. It was merely a matter of time. Chapter 5. The formation's eye is broken. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yunxi's lips. She could save the Jiang family if she wished, but these people were blind and heartless, failing to regard her worth. Why should she extend her warmth to those who turned their backs on her? They were blinded by Jiang Mia, and without experiencing the fall from grace, they would never learn what it means to show reverence or regret. Jiang Yunxi surveyed the remaining furniture in the now cleared room. On the vanity, a delicate pink crystal music box remained, and beside the bed, a row of valuable limited edition dolls sat in a display. These items, seemingly ordinary trinkets for a young girl, were, in Jiang Yunxi's eyes, the crucial components of the luck-absorbing formation. The precise placement of each object had been meticulously calculated, angled to perfectly channel the fortune accumulated by the Jiang family into this room, subsequently transferring it to Jiang Mia through these focal points. Jiang Yunxi approached the vanity, seized the crystal music box, and smashed it onto the floor. She then moved to the bed and knocked the entire line of dolls to the ground, stepping on them one by one. The formation's eye was shattered. The forceful fortune that had invaded this room immediately lost its constraints, surging forth like a flood, turning back upon itself in wild retaliation. No sooner had the formation been breached than Jiang Yunxi encountered her misfortune. She had intended to ascend the stairs to retrieve something, but as she climbed, something seemed to trip her, causing her body to lose balance and tumble uncontrollably down the staircase. Her face struck against a nearby wrought iron flower stand, leaving a gruesome gash, blood splattering across her features. Jiang Yunxi screamed in terror. My face! Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei, hearing the commotion, rushed from the study. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi lying in a pool of blood, their faces turned ashen. Zhao Mei scrambled forward, her voice trembling.
Quick!
Call for an ambulance. No. We'll drive her to the hospital ourselves. Jiang Boyu maintained a semblance of calm as he scooped up the bloody Jiang Yunxi and dashed outside. Zhao Mei cried out, following closely behind as they hurriedly transported her to the hospital. Jiang Yunxi stood by the window on the second floor, quietly observing their departure. Was this too much for them to bear? This was merely the beginning. The fortune they had stolen would eventually have to be repaid. She turned back into the room. With the luck-absorbing formation dismantled, the cloying and oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. The energy of the entire space became clear and refreshing. Jiang Yunxi sat cross-legged on the floor in the center of the room, closing her eyes. She was determined to reform the arrangement. As her fingertips traced intricate gestures, the residual spiritual energy lingering in the room, as well as that which flowed back from the various corners of the Jiang family, began to swirl gently around her, forming an imperceptible vortex. Delicate tendrils of spiritual essence infiltrated her limbs and bones, mending the frail body that had long been neglected. The stagnant, murky energy within her was gradually expelled, and a hint of color returned to her pallid complexion. She felt a considerable relief in her body. Even the sharp pain from her broken bones had lessened significantly. At that moment, a slender wisp of black energy, seizing the chaos of the returning spiritual energy, stealthily emerged from the cotton stuffing of a doll. It darted swiftly along the ground, slipping out of the room in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Yunxi abruptly opened her eyes, her brows furrowing tightly. That was not the residual malice of a formation. The aura was sinister and malevolent, imbued with a faint consciousness. Someone had cast a spell outside of the operational formation. The ability to alter the Jiang family's fortune and to lay such a nefarious trap suggested that there was indeed someone behind Jiang Yunxi who possessed a profound understanding of metaphysics. That individual was undoubtedly formidable. A glint of cold, fierce battle intent flickered in Jiang Yunxi's eyes. Sooner or later, she would unearth this hidden rat lurking in the shadows. It was not until late at night that Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei brought Jiang Yunxi back from the hospital. A large bandage covered half of Miaoer's face, exposing only her swollen, red eyes, making her appear quite pitiful. Miaoer, does it still hurt? Zhao Mei supported her, her voice laced with uncontainable concern. Jiang Boyu followed closely, his expression grim, brows tightly knitted. The doctor said, as long as your wound is properly treated, it won't leave a scar, so there's no need to worry too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yunxi descended leisurely from the staircase. Upon seeing her, Jiang Miaoer flinched like a startled rabbit, instinctively retreating behind Zhao Mei. With a terrified gaze fixed on Jiang Yunxi, her voice trembled. Mom. It seemed like someone pushed me when I was going upstairs, which is how I fell. Her words pointedly implied that it was Jiang Yunxi's doing. Zhao Mei's heart tightened instantly as she whirled around, her sharp gaze piercing Jiang Yunxi. There were no outsiders in the house. Not even the servants who had been with them for 7 or 8 years. They would never harm Miaoer. The only one left was Jiang Yunxi, who had just returned home. Jiang Boyu's countenance darkened immediately, his voice raised in accusation. Are you jealous of Miaoer? Is that why you pushed her down the stairs? You need to apologize to her right now. Jiang Yunxi scoffed softly. Dad, are you alright? If you want to find out who pushed Jiang Miaoer, check the surveillance footage. Why are you asking me? At that time, I was busy tidying up in my room. How could I possibly have the chance to push her? What's the point of wrongfully accusing someone here? If framing someone worked, I could just claim Jiang Miaoer is a murderer. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Jiang Miaoer with an expression that was both mocking and inquisitive. Miaoer felt a pang of guilt under her scrutiny, her body stiffening as her complexion turned ashen. Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei were also taken aback, nearly forgetting that there were cameras installed throughout the house. Jiang Yunxi's confidence suggested that this incident was likely not of her doing. Yet even so, they could not bring themselves to lower their heads.
Xiao Mei,
Insisting on preserving her dignity, continued to chastise Jiang Yunxi. Even if it wasn't you, what kind of attitude is this? Miaoer is your sister. She has suffered such severe injuries. Don't you have a word of concern? Jiang Yunxi's expression grew even more innocent. She tilted her head, seemingly pondering the question earnestly. A foster daughter can be considered my sister? Why is it that when my biological daughter was on the brink of death in the hospital, no one cared? Yet you expect me to show concern for an outsider? These two sentences struck Jiang Boyu and Xiao Mei like slaps across the face. Their expressions shifted from green to pale, and they found themselves utterly speechless. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Jiang Miaoer quickly regained her composure. Pulling the hands of Xiao Mei and Jiang Boyu, tears streaming down her face. Dad, Mom, please don't blame my sister. Perhaps I was just frightened when I fell, which made me think someone pushed me. She sobbed, adopting the guise of someone wronged, yet still striving to consider others. But it's just a bit strange that ever since my sister returned, I've started to have bad luck. Could it be that my sister's fate clashes with our family's? Chapter 6, The Destined One. Jiang Miaoer's pointed accusation towards Jiang Yunxi's fate was more venomous than any slanderous scheme. Such matters were enigmatic and utterly irrefutable. Should any misfortune befall the Jiang family again, Jiang Yunxi would undoubtedly bear the blame. Xiao Mei and Jiang Boyu exchanged glances, their hearts sinking.
indeed.
How could it be such a coincidence? Ever since Jiang Yunxi returned, chaos had ensued in the household. First, there was Xiao Ling's beating, and now Miaoer's injury. Everything seemed too coincidental. Jiang Boyu furrowed his brows tightly, his expression dark enough to wring water from it. He had always been superstitious. And hearing Jiang Miaoer's words caused discomfort to wash over him. In that case, I will find a master to come and take a look tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei nodded in agreement. Yes, it is indeed time to consult a master. Yunxi, please don't blame your parents for being overly cautious, primarily since your return. The household has been anything but peaceful. Inviting a master is also to dispel the bad luck for you, which is good for everyone. Though she professed concern for Jiang Yunxi, her tone was condescending, treating her like an ominous harbinger. Jiang Yunxi nearly laughed aloud. Inviting a master to dispel her bad luck? No one in this world had that privilege. Though her ascension had failed and her spiritual power was almost depleted, her spirit and knowledge remained intact. As long as she could find the destined one in this world, whose spiritual essence was most abundant, and unite with him, she could absorb the energy, reshape her celestial bones, and once again strive for ascension. At that moment, she would be able to entirely extricate herself from these foolish mortals and return to her rightful realm. Entangling with these individuals was merely a means to collect debts on behalf of the original host, a pastime of sorts. Jiang Yunxi's expression remained unchanged as she obediently nodded. Very well. Please do summon him as swiftly as possible. As she spoke, she turned and walked directly toward the door. Xiao Mei called out to her. Stop. Where are you going at this late hour? Jiang Yunxi paused, turning back. You should take care of your precious daughter. There's no need to worry about me. After all, I am not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. I am not so fragile. At this age, must I still be coddled like an infant? Her pointed gaze at Jiang Miaoer was laced with derision. Miaoer's complexion shifted. Jiang Boyu and Xiao Mei were also visibly displeased. Just as the three were about to admonish Jiang Yunxi, she had already turned with grace and exited the house. Stepping out of the Jiang family's gates, the night breeze was cool, ruffling Jiang Yunxi's thin attire. She stood under the lamplight, raising her hand, her fingertips tracing an incantation in the air. Heavenly Eye, open. The surrounding world transformed in her perception. Countless invisible currents swirled above the city, gray, pale gold, and chaotically intertwined. Yet, in one direction, there emanated a faint yet exceedingly pure purple aura. The aura of emperors. That was it. A smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Yunxi's lips as she followed the direction of the purple aura, walking at a leisurely pace. Ultimately, the purple aura led her to the entrance of a heavily guarded manor.
It was the Xiao family.
She stood outside the tall courtyard walls, closing her eyes as her consciousness spread like rippling water. That purple aura resided within, though inherently robust and possessing an aura reminiscent of a monarch. It felt as though he were ensnared within an invisible cage, teetering on the brink of instability, continuously drained by an unseen force. It was yet another fortuitous array, and far more insidious than that of the Jiang family. Were it not for the extraordinary depth of his fortune, he would have long been depleted of his luck, rendered a mere husk. Jiang Yunxi calculated with a flick of her fingers. This individual was her destined counterpart. As long as she remained by his side, she could absorb the dissipating spiritual energy, rejuvenate her celestial bones, and once more strive towards the path of ascension. However, she was not the only one coveting his fortune. She had to locate him swiftly, dismantle the array surrounding him, and stabilize his luck. Otherwise, this coveted prize would be devoured by other entities. Upon discovering that he resided within the Xiao family, Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of calm wash over her. She turned and vanished into the night. The following morning, as Jiang Yunxi descended the stairs, she found Jiang Boyu, Zhao Mei, and the bandaged Jiang Miaojiao seated at the dining table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jiang Yunxi pulled out a chair and sat down, leisurely taking a bite of toast. "I am going to the Xiao family today," she declared, her voice successfully halting the movements of the other three. Zhao Mei furrowed her brow. "What mischief are you planning this time?" Jiang Yunxi swallowed her food and lifted her gaze, coolly announcing, "To annul the engagement." The mere utterance of those words sent Jiang Mei's heart racing. If she declared the annulment before the Xiao family, Miao Jiao and Xiao Ling's engagement would be half undone. She immediately stood up, excitement radiating from her. "Very well. If you have come to this conclusion, we shall accompany you. Miao Jiao, you should come along as well." Jiang Miaojiao suppressed her inner elation, feigning concern as she looked towards Jiang Yunxi. "Sister, have you truly thought this through? Do not make a decision in haste that you might regret later." Jiang Yunxi regarded her pretentious demeanor with indifference. Jiang Boyer also regained his composure. He set down his chopsticks and rose to his feet. "Since you've made your decision, let us depart." The family set off in a grand procession towards the Xiao residence. In the Xiao family's living room, old Master Xiao sat in the main seat, his expression dark and foreboding. Xiao Ling's parents were seated beside him, their expressions equally grim. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi, Xiao mother's pent-up fury erupted. "Jiang Yunxi, is this a visit to apologize for how you've beaten my son?" she barked. "Let me tell you, our Xiao family has no room for a coarse and uncouth country bumpkin like you." Xiao mother's words left Jiang Boyer and Zhao Mei visibly uncomfortable. Zhao Mei quickly stepped forward, a forced smile on her face. "Please do not be angry. Yunxi did not mean it. I have come today to annul the engagement," Jiang Yunxi interjected, her cold gaze sweeping over everyone present. The living room fell into an immediate silence. Jiang Yunxi was here to annul the engagement? How could this be? She had previously been so eager to marry Xiao Ling, refusing to back down. What had changed today? Had she lost her mind? Xiao father exchanged a glance with Xiao mother, their eyes betraying an uncontainable delight. This country bumpkin at last showed a glimmer of self-awareness, coming forward to annul the engagement. Xiao father snorted disdainfully. "It's for the best. Our Xiao family cannot afford such a high-maintenance Buddha." Jiang Boyu sighed, his tone apologetic. "Indeed, our Yunxi may not fully understand, but we can only support her decision." However, he was about to suggest that the engagement be transferred to Jiang Miaojiao when he was abruptly cut off by old Master Zhao's furious interjection.
"No.
A master has foretold that Jiang Yunxi, born in a yang year, month, and hour, possesses a fate that benefits our Xiao family immensely. Her marriage to Xiao Ling will merge their fortunes, propelling the Xiao family to unprecedented heights. Thus, this engagement must not be annulled." Jiang Yunxi, however, merely smiled. Her expression was sweet and innocent, as she replied, "Grandfather Xiao, please do not misunderstand. I simply do not wish to marry Xiao Ling." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the smug faces of Jiang Miaojiao and Xiao Ling. "After all, Mr. Xiao and my sister are truly in love. I cannot bear to be the villain who disrupts their union. I am merely facilitating their happiness." This declaration was delivered with such grace and consideration, as though she were the one wronged, selflessly thinking of others. Xiao Ling immediately straightened, eager to affirm, "Indeed, my heart belongs to Miaojiao." Jiang Miaojiao shyly lowered her head, twisting her fingers, her voice barely above a whisper. "Grandfather, please bless my union with Ailing. I shall marry no one but him." With such a display of heartfelt devotion, old Master Xiao's expression darkened considerably. The master he had hired at great expense had stressed that only the union of Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Ling could elevate the Xiao family's fortunes. Now, his most cherished grandson was openly cavorting with an impostor, treating a solemn engagement as a jest. This was unacceptable. Old Master Zhao's gaze turned steely as he glared at Xiaoling, his tone resolute. Your wife can only be Jiang Yunxi. There was no room for negotiation. Xiaoling, undeterred, knelt before old Master Xiao, dragging Jiang Miaojiao down with him. Grandfather, it matters not if you disagree. Miaojiao is already carrying my child, and we must marry. Jiang Miaojiao dutifully placed a hand on her stomach, feigning a blissful yet bashful demeanor. Old Master Xiao's fury was palpable, his grip on his cane tightening as he struck the ground several times. Grandfather, please support us. You wouldn't want your first great-grandchild to be born out of wedlock. Xiao Ling continued to plead. Upon hearing this, even old Master Xiao, despite his reluctance, could not dismiss the gravity of the situation. With a life at stake, how could they not marry? It was a pity for Jiang Yunxi, whose auspicious fate would be squandered. Old Master Xiao's gaze bore down on Jiang Yunxi, his voice heavy with gravity. What did you mean when you said you simply do not wish to marry Xiaoling? Jiang Yunxi had awaited this moment. Observing the varied expressions around her, the curve of her lips widened. What I mean is, I do not wish to marry Xiaoling. But I can still become part of the Xiao family. The person I wish to marry resides in the small courtyard to the southwest of the Xiao residence. As her words hung in the air, the living room descended into a profound silence. Expressions of terror and disbelief painted the faces of all present, as if they had heard the most fantastical of tales. The occupant of that courtyard was none other than Xiao Yin. He was the most ruthless and taciturn enigma of the Xiao family, the true power behind the clan. Xiao Ling and Xiao Yin were born on the same day. Although one was an uncle and the other a nephew, Xiao Ling was heralded as the child of fortune at birth, while Xiao Yin was the very embodiment of misfortune. From the moment he was born, he had caused his mother's demise, and thereafter, old Master Xiao had abandoned him. Growing up in a separate courtyard, Xiao Yin faced cruelty from caretakers, enduring mockery and disdain. Yet, this very individual had, through sheer will, stealthily returned to the Xiao family, seizing control of the entire Xiao corporation. His methods were ruthless, decisive, and merciless. None within the Xiao family dared to defy him. Now, Jiang Yunxi, this madwoman, claimed she wished to marry him. Xiao Ling was the first to react, scoffing with derision. Jiang Yunxi, you have truly lost your mind, thinking you can marry Xiao Yin. I doubt you'll live to enjoy such a union. He assumed that Jiang Yunxi was merely seeking to ingratiate herself with her uncle after realizing she could not marry him. Little did she know, Xiao Yin was a living harbinger of death, and she would find herself in peril. Jiang Yunxi did not spare him even a glance. Suddenly, she turned her head, casting her gaze towards the intricately carved wooden door, and broke into a smile. That smile was both radiant and enigmatic. Whether to marry or not was not for him to decide. It depended on the individual's own will, which was of no concern to him. As her words lingered in the air, a chilling aura, stark and foreboding, seeped in from the entrance, enveloping the entire living room in an instant. In the next moment, a tall and imposing figure entered, leaning on a jet-black cane. The man was clad in a well-tailored black suit, his visage as striking as a deity. Yet his demeanor was as frigid as eternal ice. He merely stood there, and the innate sense of oppression emanating from him compelled everyone present to instinctively hold their breath. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Yin. Jiang Yunxi's gaze fell squarely upon him. Under the celestial eye, the fortunes invisible to mere mortals were vividly clear to her. This man's fate was one of regal splendor, akin to a dragon coiling in purple mist, a countenance of imperial majesty that she had seldom encountered in her lifetime. Yet, this ethereal aura, which should have soared, was ensnared by countless strands of ominous energy, suppressing it completely. Moreover, she perceived the remnants of multiple assassination attempts upon him, times when he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for his extraordinarily formidable fate, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Thus, it became evident that he was indeed the true harbinger of fortune for the Xiao family, and also her destined one. Uncle, this madwoman claims she wants to marry you. What do you think of that? Xiao Ling pointed at Jiang Yunxi, mocking as he reported to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin's inscrutable eyes fell upon Jiang Yunxi. According to rumors, the daughter reclaimed by the Jiang family was meek, timid, and unworthy of the spotlight. Yet the woman before him stood tall and straight, her eyes bright, devoid of any trace of the whispers that surrounded her. Was the rumor erroneous, or did she harbor ulterior motives? Jiang Yunxi met his gaze, and suddenly smiled. She strode towards Xiao Yin, halting just a step away from him, and, In a tone only the two could hear, asserted, "If you agree to marry me, I can help you rid yourself of the ill-fated reputation." Xiao Yin's eyes darkened in an instant. Over the years, countless charlatans had paraded under the guise of altering his destiny. There were no fewer than 80. Without exception, they had all been frauds. This woman was merely one among them, albeit with clumsier methods. Just as he was about to refuse, his wrist was unexpectedly grasped by a soft, small hand. The hand was diminutive, even somewhat cool, yet at the moment it clasped his wrist, an unprecedented warmth surged through him, flowing into his limbs like a steady stream. He had always suffered from a chilling numbness in his right wrist since childhood, particularly on overcast days, when the pain was excruciating. At this moment, the bones in his wrist ached faintly, and he was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat. Yet, as she held him, the long-standing, piercing chill astonishingly dissipated. In its place blossomed an unparalleled warmth and comfort. Xiao Yin was momentarily stunned. He lowered his gaze, staring at the hand resting on his wrist. Disbelief etched in his eyes. How could this be? He had scoured the world for renowned physicians, all of whom had been powerless against his condition. How is it possible for this woman to— Chapter 8. The Man Stolen Away. Jiang Yunxi observed his astonishment, her smile enchanting as she released his hand. "So, what do you say? Shall we wed? I truly can change your world." Xiao Yin fell silent. For the first time in over 20 years, he experienced the sensation of being free from torment. Even if it was merely for a fleeting moment, it was enough to cause him to waver. Marrying her entailed no loss on his part. Even if she failed to heal his hand, he could divorce her at any time. Yet what if? Just what if she truly could heal him? He was willing to take the gamble. Slowly, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping past Jiang Yunxi to the array of varied expressions among the gathered guests. His lips parted slightly, his voice cold yet resolute. "I will marry her." At his declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. Xiao Yin's parents were the first to leap up, their faces a canvas of disapproval. "No, Yin. What nonsense are you talking? She was originally Xiaoling's fiancé. How can she marry you? This disrupts the family hierarchy, and what will people think of the Xiao family?" Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei were equally agitated. "Indeed, Mr. Xiao, this is against the rules. Yunxi is naive. You cannot indulge in her folly." Xiaoyin cast a frigid glance at them. His gaze was like ice tempered over millennia, imbued with an overwhelming pressure. "Do I need your approval to marry whomever I choose?" Instantly, the living room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless, intimidated by the powerful aura he exuded. The only person present who could speak freely in front of Xiao Yin was the elder Xiao. All eyes turned to him, hoping he would intervene. Jiang Yunxi also looked over, her demeanor poised yet assertive. "Grandpa Xiao, marrying Xiao Yin now is the most suitable resolution. Xiao Ling and Zhang Miaoyuan are in love. I will support them. Furthermore, my marriage to Xiao Yin will fulfill the engagement between the Jiang and Xiao families. In this manner, everyone saves face. And it benefits both the Jiang and Xiao families." Elder Zhao's expression darkened considerably. The path he had meticulously paved for Xiao Ling had been disrupted by this young girl. Yet her arguments were sound. Compared to the prospect of tearing both families apart and becoming a laughingstock, this was indeed the best resolution. He had spent his entire life safeguarding the Xiao family's reputation. He could not allow it to be tarnished in his twilight years. With a heavy thud, Elder Xiao struck his cane against the floor, producing a dull sound. "Then it is settled." Once the elder had made his decree, the others naturally dared not voice any dissent. Zhao Mei's frown instantly lifted, replaced by a warm smile as she approached Zhao's mother, affectionately taking her hand. "In-laws, look. The children's affairs are now settled. When will our Miaoyuan and Xiaoling's wedding take place? After all, they can wait, but the child in Miaoyuan's belly cannot." Zhao's mother, initially stern, softened her demeanor upon hearing the mention of a child. This child would be the Xiao family's first great-grandson. "I will find someone to select an auspicious date and expedite their wedding preparations." Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei were immediately elated. Although Zhao's parents still felt some dissatisfaction, the prospect of welcoming a grandchild eased their expressions considerably. The atmosphere in the living room grew lively, as if everyone had gotten their wish fulfilled, resulting in universal joy. Only Jiang Yunxi subtly curled her lips, a touch of derision flickering in her eyes. Jiang Miaoyuan was not pregnant at all. Where could the child be? The notion of pregnancy was merely a ruse concocted by her and Xiao Ling to coerce the situation. A brisk, fragrant chill suddenly approached from behind. Xiao Yin had somehow moved to her rear, his deep voice brushing against her ear.
What are you laughing at?
Jiang Yunxi turned to meet his unfathomable gaze. She rose on her toes, leaning closer to his ear as if sharing a momentous secret. I am laughing because Zhang Yaoyuan is not pregnant at all. Once their wedding is confirmed, find an opportune moment to expose this. It will benefit you. Xiao Yin's body stiffened for a brief instant. The entire Xiao family was well aware that he and Xiao Ling's parents had never seen eye to eye. Yet this woman, having just entered into an engagement with him, was already eager to offer him strategies, presenting him with a knife. Her familiarity was rather excessive. Did she genuinely wish to assist him, or did she have ulterior motives? Seeing him merely in a daze, unresponsive, Jiang Yunxi felt a stirring in her heart. She subtly inched closer to Xiao Yin, her nose almost brushing against his neck, greedily yearning to absorb the authentic imperial aura that emanated from him. However, just as she took a small breath, a wave of murky, sinister energy infiltrated her lungs, causing her throat to itch painfully, prompting a sudden fit of coughs. Xiao Yin snapped back to reality, casting his gaze upon her flushed face as she coughed, his brows knitting slightly in concern. Caught a cold? Jiang Yunxi seized the opportunity, allowing her body to slump, leaning entirely into Xiao Yin's embrace. She lifted her pale, delicate face, her misty eyes brimming with grievance. It seems I am a bit unwell. May I rest in your courtyard? Will you take me back, please? Xiao Yin's countenance darkened considerably. The woman's act was far too obvious. Despite her feigned faintness, the brightness in her eyes betrayed her true condition. He saw through her little ploy, but chose not to expose it. All right, he acquiesced. The two exchanged brief farewells with others before making their way out of the living room. Zhang Miaoer watched their departing figures, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Though Xiao Yin currently held the reins of the Xiao family, he was merely a child of misfortune. No matter how formidable he was, he could not alter his destiny of harming kin and friends. Jiang Yunxi marrying him was akin to seeking her own demise. Only A Ling was the fated child of fortune, the true heir capable of sustaining the Xiao family's glory for a century to come. She was soon to wed Xiao Ling, destined to be the future matriarch of the Xiao family, basking in a lifetime of opulence. And what could this foolish Jiang Yunxi possibly compare herself to? Xiao Yin's residence lay in the most secluded southwest corner of the Xiao estate, exuding an ancient charm and serene elegance. As they entered, an assistant clad in a black suit immediately approached, bowing respectfully.
Sir.
Xiao Yin responded with a faint acknowledgement and proceeded toward the main house. However, Jiang Yunxi halted her steps. She surveyed the courtyard, taking in every ornament, from the stone lions at the entrance to the artificial hills and flowing water within, and the antique vases under the corridor, seemingly elegant, yet each exuded an ominous aura. These items were all tools of a formation, a far more sinister and ruthless array than that of the Jiang family. This formation not only incessantly siphoned away Xiao Yin's fortune but also infused his body with malevolent energy, accumulating over time to potentially claim his life. It was no wonder that his imperial aura was so heavily suppressed. Jiang Yunxi's expression darkened gradually. This was her destined man, her sole hope for reconstructing her celestial bones. To think someone dared to meddle with him was tantamount to courting death. Jiang Yunxi turned to the assistant beside her and commanded, "Go. Smash the stone lion at the entrance as well as the artificial hill, that antique vase, and the painting hanging on the wall. Destroy them all." The assistant was taken aback, believing he had misheard.
What did you say?
These are all antiques that the sir paid a hefty sum to acquire from around the world. Each piece is worth a fortune. Did this woman truly expect him to demolish them? Had she lost her mind? These items are harmful to your sir. If they are not destroyed, his health will soon deteriorate, Jiang Yunxi insisted vehemently. The assistant's lips twitched, seeking help from Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin paused, turning back, his deep-set gaze landing on Jiang Yunxi. He recalled many instances. Ever since these antiques were brought to the courtyard, his health had worsened, and inexplicable mishaps plagued his business. He had consulted countless masters, all claiming that his fate was cursed and irredeemable. Could it truly be connected to these items? He discreetly glanced at the assistant. The assistant understood the unspoken cue. Despite his reluctance and confusion, he quickly summoned several bodyguards, who took hammers and began to smash the items with great force. As the antiques shattered into pieces, the malevolent energy that had lingered in the courtyard crumbled away. In an instant, Xiao Yin felt a profound lightness, as if an invisible mountain that had pressed down on him for years had been abruptly lifted, leaving him remarkably at ease. His heart surged with tumultuous waves as he gazed at Jiang Yunxi, his perception of her transforming entirely. This woman was not merely performing tricks, she possessed genuine ability. Suppressing his astonishment, he maintained a calm facade and inquired coolly, "Will my fortune return after these are destroyed?" Jiang Yunxi shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Of course not. This merely clears away the debris surrounding you. To reclaim the stolen fortune, we must set up a formation and perform a ritual. However, the arrangement requires some special materials." Xiao Yin's dark eyes were unfathomable as he parted his lips. "What do you need?" Jiang Yunxi handed a list to the assistant. Upon glancing at it, the assistant's pupils dilated in shock. 100-year peachwood heart, top-grade vermilion, pure gold thread, along with several peculiar herbs he had never even heard of. "Besides these, your blood is also required." The assistant's face paled once more. More items and blood? This sounded like a scam from those charlatans. He was about to voice a warning when Xiao Yin's gaze silenced him. Xiao Yin merely cast a fleeting glance and instructed the assistant, "Acquiesce to her demands, and procure everything as swiftly as possible." "Yes." The assistant promptly turned and set off to gather the materials. Within half an hour, all the items were delivered to the courtyard. Jiang Yunxi nodded in satisfaction, stepping to the center of the courtyard to commence her drawing on the ground. Her fingers were slender, movements fluid as golden powder fell from her fingertips, etching intricate and esoteric totems onto the bluestone slabs. As the final stroke of the formation was completed, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted dramatically. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, with sand and stones swirling as if heralding the apocalypse. She let a drop of Xiao Yin's blood fall into the formation's focal point, her hands swiftly forming seals as she chanted incantations. "Gather." The strange phenomenon dissipated, and Xiao Yin's body jolted violently. The cold energy within him vanished, leaving him feeling unprecedentedly invigorated. Even the leg that had been nearly devoid of sensation now pulsed with a tingling warmth. The chronic affliction that had baffled the world's most esteemed doctors had genuinely responded? Could it be that everything she claimed was indeed true? Was there truly metaphysics in this world, genuine fortune, and powers beyond his comprehension? Jiang Yunxi brushed off the dust from her hands and approached him. "How do you feel?" Xiao Yin regained his senses. He remained silent for a long while before responding hoarsely, "Very comfortable." Jiang Yunxi's smile blossomed even brighter. "Of course. I invested considerable effort to restore your fortune." Xiao Yin's gaze flickered slightly. Although he was uncertain of her methods, the extraordinary phenomena he had just witnessed were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. To summon such forces would surely entail a staggering price. "What do you desire?" he asked, his tone earnest. He was prepared to meet any of her requests, no matter how outrageous, whether it be wealth or power. He would comply with her wishes. Jiang Yunxi suddenly rose onto her toes, leaning closer to him, the distance between them vanishing in an instant. The faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her subtly invaded his senses. Xiao Yin's body instinctively tensed. "I don't want money or anything else. I only wish for a kiss from you." Xiao Yin had yet to comprehend the implications of her actions when Jiang Yunxi could no longer contain herself. Drawing near to Xiao Yin to absorb his fortune was not an unthinkable endeavor. However, such an approach would undoubtedly be sluggish. Having expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy to set up the formation earlier, she was in dire need of replenishment. Thus, a more direct method seemed far more expedient. Jiang Yunxi rose on her toes, seized Xiao Yin's tie, and drew him closer, her icy lips pressing against his. She pried open his lips, her tongue delving in without hesitation, unabashedly siphoning the pure essence of the purple qi. The intense imperial aura surged forth, flooding her parched meridians, igniting the spiritual energy within her. The assistant, standing nearby, was rendered nearly speechless. Miss Jiang had audaciously kissed the sir? Was she courting death? The women who had previously exerted every effort to approach the sir had all been cast aside like refuse. Before the assistant could fully process this shocking turn of events, Jiang Yunxi had released him, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. She had taken her fill, even extending her tongue to lazily lick the corner of her mouth.
Delightful.
The assistant was left in a state of bewilderment. What manner of devilish proclamation was this? The lips of Mr. Xiao were delectable? Nonetheless, "I have matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave and return another day." As she spoke, she waved goodbye to Xiao Yin and turned to exit, leaving no trace of nostalgia behind. In his 20-plus years of life, this was the first time Xiao Yin had been treated in such a manner. a suspicious blush creeping up his neck. He licked his lips, his voice dropping to a more somber tone. Investigate Jiang Yunxi's background. At once, sir. The assistant hastened to comply. Chapter 10. You are not pregnant. Jiang Yunxi returned to the Jiang residence in high spirits, locked the door behind her, and began to meditate. The purple qi she had drawn from Xiao Yin surged through her body, cleansing every meridian within. The stagnant, murky energy that had accumulated within her for years was gradually expelled. A layer of viscous, black impurities seeped from her skin, emanating a foul odor. As the impurities were released, her bones and muscles began to be reshaped. Strengthening her physique, she was undergoing a rebirth. After a considerable time, a faint golden light flickered around her. Jiang Yunxi abruptly opened her eyes. She gazed down at her body, satisfaction washing over her as she noted the absence of her previous frailty and sickness, replaced by a newfound sense of vitality. This body, at long last, was not as feeble as before. With some spiritual herbs for nourishment, she could embark on more rigorous cultivation. Rising, Jiang Yunxi prepared to head downstairs for some water. Upon reaching the corridor, she heard a series of suggestive and hurried sounds emanating from the neighboring guest room. It was Zhang Miaoyue and Xiaoling. How shameless were these two, engaging in such sordid activities in broad daylight. It was utterly disgraceful, tainting her ears. A flicker of disgust flashed in Jiang Yunxi's eyes. She approached the window and noticed a small wild cat lazily basking in the sun atop the wall. With a subtle movement of her fingers, an invisible force whisked the little creature up. The wild cat, caught unawares, was uncontrollably drawn through the window into Zhang Miaoyue's room, landing squarely on the bed that was rocking with fervor. Ah! Jiang Miaoyue's scream nearly shattered the ceiling. Immediately following was Xiaoling's terrified roar. What on earth? The sudden shock caused Xiaoling to tremble violently, and he succumbed on the spot. The cat, startled into a frenzy, unleashed its sharp claws, leaving several crimson marks on the two of them. Jiang Miaoyue and Xiaoling were left in a state of utter chaos as the room descended into pandemonium. Jiang Yunxi could not help but lean against the doorframe, bursting into laughter. The two within heard her. Jiang Yunxi. Xiaoling hastily donned his pants, furiously flinging the door open. Are you doing this on purpose? Spying on us? Jiang Miaoyue, wrapped in her quilt, poked her head out, her face a mask of shame and anger. Sister, how can you behave in such a manner? Utterly disgraceful. Jiang Yunxi lazily lifted her eyelids, casting a scornful glance at the pair. With your flat-chested figure, what is there to admire? As for him, a spineless shrimp, why would I bother looking? Her words struck like a resounding slap, harshly landing on Xiaoling and Jiang Miaoyue's faces. They had never encountered such humiliation, their bodies trembling with rage, their faces shifting from pale to flushed, resembling an artist's palette. Enraged and devoid of reason, Xiaoling stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Jiang Yunxi's nose in warning. I warn you, if you dare provoke me again, I will not hold back. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, unafraid, and approached him. Oh, how do you intend to be unyielding? As she inquired, she advanced leisurely. With each step, an invisible pressure descended upon Xiaoling, akin to a mountain looming over him. His once defiant mouth was silenced by an unseen grip, rendering him utterly speechless. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Yunxi approached, his breath becoming labored. This sensation was entirely foreign to him. Even when his grandfather was enraged, it had never been this terrifying. It was a shudder that resonated from the depths of his soul, compelling him to submit. How could Jiang Yunxi possess such an aura? Was she not merely a rustic bumpkin returned from the countryside? Seeing him petrified like a quail, unable to move, Jiang Yunxi let out a cold snort. She reached out, lightly tapping Xiaoling's rigid cheek with her fingertip, her gesture dripping with mockery and disdain. The next time you see me, call me Aunt. Do not be so disrespectful.
Aunt.
The words squeezed through Xiaoling's clenched teeth, laden with humiliation and resentment. Jiang Miaoyue stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, tugging at Xiaoling's arm with all her might. Ailing, have you lost your mind? She has not even married into the Xiao family yet. Why are you listening to her? Xiaoling was at a loss for words. The terror of being choked, where even breathing felt like an extravagant luxury, was something Jiang Miaoyue could never comprehend. All he desired now was for this madwoman to distance herself from him. You should say less. Xiaoling scowled, lowering his voice to reprimand. Jiang Miaoyue was taken aback by his outburst. How could Ailing scold her for this wretched girl? She begrudgingly complained. She is merely taking advantage of her connections. She has not even entered the gates of the Xiao family yet, and she is already acting so domineering. What will happen in the future? Jiang Yunxi found amusement in Jiang Miaoyue's words. Do you dare challenge your aunt with whatever is in your belly? She took a slow step closer to Jiang Miaoyue. If I were to reveal to the elders of the Xiao family that you are not truly pregnant, do you think you could still enter the Xiao family gates? Jiang Miaoyue's face drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. Instinctively, she recoiled behind Xiao Ling, her body trembling uncontrollably. How could she know?
Impossible.
The matter of her pregnancy was her only bargaining chip to marry into the Xiao family. If exposed, she would be utterly doomed. What do you mean? Jiang Yunxi's lips curled into a cruel smile as she enunciated each word. You are not carrying a child at all. Since you lack the ability to coerce the emperor to command the lords, do not linger here making a fuss. Otherwise, I shall ensure you understand what it means to have your dream shattered. You speak nonsense. I am pregnant. Jiang Miaoyue cried out defiantly, attempting to mask her inner turmoil with the volume of her voice. Yet Jiang Yunxi merely smiled faintly. That smile, in Jiang Miaoyue's eyes, appeared more terrifying than that of a demon. You had your period just yesterday. How could you have become pregnant today? This statement struck Jiang Miaoyue like a bolt from the blue, leaving her disoriented. How could she possibly know such details? How can you possibly know such things? Jiang Miaoyue's voice quivered, her gaze towards Jiang Yunxi, filled with terror. I have my ways of divination. Jiang Yunxi let out a soft laugh. Yet her enchanting eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. From now on, behave yourselves and refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, I shall not show you mercy. With that, she dismissed the pair of wretched souls with a mere glance, turning away as she descended the stairs with an air of unhurried grace. It was only after Jiang Yunxi's silhouette vanished completely at the stairway's edge that the terrifying aura pressing down on Xiao Ling abruptly dissipated. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed backward, saved only by Jiang Miaoyue's timely support. Cold sweat had already soaked through his back. The sensation he had just experienced was akin to an invisible hand gripping his heart with an iron fist, rendering him incapable of even contemplating resistance. That was no ordinary human force. Chapter 11. Seeking Reckoning with Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Miaoyue, equally shaken, steadied the trembling Xiao Ling, her voice quivering with concern. Ailing.
What has happened to you?
There's something sinister about her. Xiao Ling's voice quaked, his complexion drained of color. Jiang Miaoyue stiffened at the mention of sinister. The very word sent shivers down her spine. Ever since that fateful car accident, Jiang Yunxi had transformed into someone unrecognizable, merciless, erratic, and privy to their deepest secrets. Could it be that the accident had truly remade Jiang Yunxi? Once this thought emerged, it could not be suppressed. The more she pondered, the more her heart raced with dread. She forced herself to regain composure, supporting Xiao Ling to stand upright. Ailing, it's getting late. You should head home. I have some matters to attend to. Still engulfed in profound fear, Xiao Ling merely nodded vacantly. Jiang Miaoyue hastily changed her clothes, grabbed her car keys, and left. She had to uncover the truth of what had transpired with Jiang Yunxi. Driving swiftly, Jiang Miaoyue made her way to the outskirts of the city, heading towards the renowned Chongqing Temple atop Xiangshan. The temple was not particularly bustling, even a tad desolate, yet within the upper echelons of the city. It was known to all. This was due to its master, Sun Wei, a truly formidable individual. Jiang Miaoyue navigated through the front hall with familiarity, heading directly to a tranquil meditation room in the back courtyard. She flung the door open.
Dad.
Inside the meditation room, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe sat cross-legged on a cushion. Upon hearing her voice, he slowly opened his eyes. It was none other than Sun Wei, the master of Chongqing Temple. Upon seeing Jiang Miaoyue, a tender smile graced his features, though it appeared particularly frail. His complexion was an unusual ashen hue, and a sheen of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. A pang of concern gripped Jiang Miaoyue as she hurried over. Dad, what's wrong? You look unwell. Sun Wei waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, yet his voice bore a weakness that belied his words. It's nothing, merely that the formation was disrupted, causing a backlash. A few days of recuperation will suffice. He had suffered from the backlash of the formation, leaving him unwell. He had intended to visit the Jiang family for some time, but had been unable to do so until now. Sun Wei scrutinized his daughter's panicked expression. You rushed here in such haste. Has something happened? Has the Jiang family recently acquired new acquaintances? Jiang Miaoyue nodded vigorously, tears welling in her eyes as fear permeated her voice.
Dad.
Jiang Yunxi has returned. She recounted every detail of the events following Jiang Yunxi's return from the hospital, including how she had struck Xiaoling, forced him to leave her room, and effortlessly secured her engagement with Xiao Yin. By the end of her recounting, her voice trembled with anxiety. She even knew I wasn't pregnant. Dad, the talisman you gave me ensures that wherever I go for a checkup, the result will indicate pregnancy, doesn't it? Yet she merely glanced at me and deduced everything. She even mentioned that I had my period yesterday. Sun Wei's countenance darkened instantly. So that is the case. No wonder the formation was suddenly broken. The principal has returned. Observing his daughter's growing dread as he remained silent, Zhang Miaoyuer clutched his sleeve tightly. Dad, how could Jiang Yunxi become so powerful? Is she possessed by a spirit? A simple village girl, toyed with at their whim. How could she possibly wield such prowess? Sun Wei pondered for a moment before shaking his head.
Impossible.
To break my formation and see through my talisman is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Even if a master from another sect were to come, they could not accomplish it so effortlessly. There must be more to this. However, regardless of Jiang Yunxi's origins, since she dared to bully his daughter, he could not remain idle. A glint of malice flashed in Sun Wei's eyes. He lifted Zhang Miaoyuer, wiping her tears away. Do not fear, I am here. He instructed her to call her mother and explain that the family was experiencing unrest and requested him to visit for an inspection of the feng shui to dispel any ill fortune.
All right.
Jiang Miaoyuer promptly took out her phone and dialed Zhao Mei. Miaoyuer, didn't you say you were going out to clear your mind? What's wrong, Mom? Jiang Miaoyuer immediately adopted a pitiful tone. I'm really unsettled, so I came to the Chongqing Temple to pay my respects. I told Master Sun Wei about the recent events in our family, and he said we have attracted something unclean, which is why misfortune keeps befalling us. He offered to personally come to our home and perform a ritual to drive away the malevolent entities. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mei instantly believed her. Very well. Hurry and bring Master Sun back. Her voice was tinged with urgency. I'll have your father cancel all his afternoon meetings and wait at home for the master. After hanging up, Zhang Miaoyuer finally exhaled in relief.
Dad, everything is arranged.
Sun Wei nodded, rising from the cushion. Rest assured, you are the sole heiress of the Jiang family. No one can take that from you. With that, he turned and led Zhang Miaoyuer down the mountain, heading straight for the Jiang residence. Exiting the Jiang family gate, Jiang Yunxi intended to peruse the nearby antique market. Not only did she require spiritual herbs for her cultivation, but Xiao Yin's ailing body also demanded ample resources for recovery. The antique market bustled with voices, a chaotic blend of humanity. Not long after entering, Jiang Yunxi heard a commotion. Following the sound, she saw several brutish men mercilessly beating a frail youth. Initially, Jiang Yunxi had no intention of intervening. However, one man's arrogant taunts compelled her to halt. You dare oppose us from the Chongqing Temple? You must be tired of living.
What is the Tian Shan sect to you?
It has long fallen into obscurity.
How dare you flaunt yourselves? Tian Shan sect.
Jiang Yunxi's brow arched slightly. This world indeed had a Tian Shan sect, identical to the one from her past life's cultivation path. As the men escalated their brutality, the young Taoist crumpled to the ground, on the verge of losing consciousness. Jiang Yunxi stepped forward.
Stop.
The group of men paused, turning to see a delicate young girl, their faces instantly contorting into sinister grins. Little sister, saving the damsel in distress isn't done this way. This is a matter between our Chongqing Temple and the Tian Shan sect. If you're wise, you'll scram before you find yourself in trouble. Feigning ignorance to their threats, Jiang Yunxi smiled. And what if I insist on intervening? The leading man's expression darkened, and he spat venomously. Then don't blame us for being uncivil. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged towards Jiang Yunxi. Chapter 12. The fall of one's own sect to the point of being bullied. Jiang Yunxi remained rooted in place, unflinching. Just as the man's fist was about to graze her nose, she leisurely raised her hand. With a crisp crack, his wrist was deftly broken by Jiang Yunxi. The man clutched his arm, wailing in agony, while the remaining few stood dumbfounded. Before they could comprehend the situation, Jiang Yunxi had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, weaving through them. In the blink of an eye, several burly men lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their arms and legs, rolling in pain. Jiang Yunxi dusted off non-existent dirt from her hands and looked down upon them with an air of superiority. Now, do I possess the ability to meddle in this affair? The men, too frightened to utter a word, scrambled to their feet, assisting one another in their hasty retreat. Only then did Jiang Yunxi turn her attention to the half-conscious little Taoist on the ground. "Can you still stand?" The little Taoist struggled several times before managing to rise. His face was bruised, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, rendering him quite pitiable. "Thank you, brave heroine, for saving my life." Jiang Yunxi gazed at his miserable appearance, feeling a mix of emotions. What kind of sect is the Tian Shan sect? How did it fall to such a dire state? Upon hearing the name Tian Shan sect, the little Taoist seemed to be revitalized, straightening his back with an expression of pride that starkly contrasted with his battered visage. The Tian Shan sect was once the foremost sect of immortal cultivation in ancient times. Our ancestors had several who successfully ascended. The most renowned among them is the ancestor Yunxi. At the mention of this name, Jiang Yunxi's smile faltered slightly. Ancestor Yunxi. It was indeed her. It seemed that this Tian Shan sect was the very same she once belonged to, albeit millions of years hence. She sighed inwardly, pondering how her sect had fallen to such a lowly state that even a disciple could be bullied on the streets. Jiang Yunxi scrutinized the battered, yet defiant little Taoist, her tone laced with disdain. "Which generation of disciples are you?" "I am the 991st disciple of the Tian Shan sect, Lu Xian," the little Taoist replied earnestly, a hint of pride still lingering on his face. This display was almost comically foolish. Jiang Yunxi inquired further, "If you are from an immortal cultivation sect, why do you not cultivate diligently, allowing yourself to be beaten into such a state?" At this, Lu Xian's pride instantly crumbled, replaced by dejection. "Our sect now consists only of my master and me. My master is both deaf and blind and cannot teach me any skills. I can only gather herbs daily, bringing them down the mountain to sell and sustain us both." Jiang Yunxi felt a throbbing in her temples. The Tian Shan sect she had founded once flourished, with thousands of disciples, each a capable individual. How had it devolved to just this one incapable wretch? It infuriated her. Nonetheless, she could not simply disregard her own descendants. Impatiently, Jiang Yunxi removed a jade bracelet, entirely emerald in hue, from her wrist and pressed it into Lu Xian's hands. "This is for you. Consider it a magical artifact that will nourish your body." She then retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper from her pocket and casually handed it over. "This is a protection talisman. Should you encounter someone you cannot defeat, simply affix it to their forehead." Lu Xian, taken aback by the unexpected gifts, was rendered speechless with excitement. He could feel the pure and powerful energy emanating from both the jade bracelet and the talisman. These are undoubtedly top-tier treasures. He suddenly knelt, preparing to bow his head in gratitude. "Great heroine, your boundless kindness." Jiang Yunxi took a step back, evading his overzealous gesture. "Enough of this. Return now. I will visit your sect another day." With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Lu Xian, elated, scrambled to his feet, carefully tucking the jade bracelet and talisman into his clothing before limping back to the mountain temple. Upon entering, his master immediately inquired, "What do you have on you?" Lu Xian approached and thrust the jade pendant and protection talisman into his master's hands. Xuanqing became visibly excited. "This is a protection talisman lost to our sect for over 500 years. How did you acquire it?" Lu Xian was taken aback. Scratching his head, "A kind-hearted person gave it to me." Xuanqing trembled with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "We must find this person. They are undoubtedly the hope for our sect's future." Jiang Yunxi wandered through the antique market several times, finally acquiring some reasonably well-preserved low-level spiritual herbs. While these items were but a drop in the bucket for her own cultivation, they would suffice for Xiao Yin's physical conditioning. However, purchasing these items nearly depleted her finances. Carrying a collection of medicinal materials, Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but reflect on her current plight. Once a grand ancestor of the Xianmen, she now found herself in a position of financial worry. It seemed essential to devise a means of earning money quickly. Otherwise, her future days might see her deprived of food. Shaking her head, she made her way back to the Jiang family home. However, as soon as she stepped through the door, a handful of sticky, black rice, soaked in dog's blood, was flung toward her face. The filthy substance adhered to her clothing, inexplicably igniting and releasing noxious black smoke. Immediately following, an old Taoist clad in a gray robe, wielding a peachwood sword, charged at her with righteous fury. "Bold demon! How dare you wreak havoc in broad daylight? Watch as I subdue you today." Jiang Yunxi observed his comically frantic antics. nearly bursting into laughter. Who was this charlatan, daring to display his skills before her? She could hardly be bothered to dodge. Just as the peachwood sword was about to jab her nose, she unceremoniously lifted her foot and kicked the Taoist squarely in the abdomen. Sun Wei felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him flying uncontrollably into the living room's incense table. The table shattered upon impact, scattering offerings and incense burners across the floor in disarray. Clutching his stomach, he emitted a piercing scream of agony.
Xiao Mei rushed over, exclaiming, Yunxi.
Have you lost your mind? Master Sun is here to exorcise the evil from our home. How can you lay hands on him? Jiang Yunxi shot her a cold glance, brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes, and calmly retorted, he just pointed at my nose, claiming that your own daughter is a demon, and you remain unmoved? Xiao Mei's expression instantly stiffened. Chapter 13. Who summoned this fraud? Jiang Yunxi observed her discomfort with a smirk. If you cannot protect your daughter, must I not ensure my own safety? As she spoke, she approached the incense table with a frigid demeanor, seizing a handful of scattered sticky rice and throwing it at the still groaning Sun Wei. The rice ignited upon contact with his robe, erupting into flames.
Xiao Mei gasped,
covering her mouth in shock, while Jiang Boya's expression darkened considerably. Sun Wei quickly flailed to extinguish the flames, but his countenance was now as dark as a stormy sky. This woman was indeed sinister, devising such methods to counter him. She was no simple adversary. Jiang Yunxi regarded him with a leisurely demeanor, her voice dripping with mockery. If I am a demon, then what of this deceitful old Taoist? The rice ignites on contact with anyone. Why am I the sole target of such accusations? Jiang Boyu cleared his throat. This may merely be a coincidence. Xiao Mei chimed in. Indeed, Master S spells are beyond our comprehension as mere mortals. Yunxi, cease this nonsense and apologize to the master once. Jiang Yunxi gazed at their unrepentant demeanor, her eyes glimmering with an intensified chill. Who summoned the charlatan? Xiao Mei's gaze instinctively drifted towards Jiang Miaoer. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Jiang Miaoer, prompting her to step forward with a perfectly crafted expression of concern. Sister, please do not blame Mother. It was I who invited Master Sun here. Our household has been quite unsettled lately, and I feared we had attracted some malevolent entity. Which is why I sought the Master's guidance. Master Sun Wei was renowned within the community, his esteemed reputation ensuring that he would never unjustly accuse her sister. Her words were delivered with heartfelt sincerity, leaving no room for suspicion. She adeptly absolved herself while redirecting all blame onto Jiang Yunxi. Realization dawned upon Jiang Yunxi. Understanding the farce that was unfolding today, it was none other than Jiang Miaoer, this wretched little creature whose insatiable malice sought to ensnare her once more. A cold smirk escaped her lips as she turned her face away, her piercing gaze sweeping over the three present. You claim that the household is troubled. I contend that the true source of unrest is her. What other reason would she have to summon a fraud? Jiang Yunxi pointed directly at Jiang Miaoer. Miaoer's body trembled violently, tears welling in her eyes as she indignantly retreated behind Xiao Mei. Sister, I only wish the best for our family. With calamities occurring one after another, I was merely frightened and wanted to consult the master. My intentions were pure. Xiao Mei immediately enveloped her in protective embrace, patting her back with maternal tenderness, then turned to Jiang Yunxi with a stern expression. Yunxi, cease your nonsense. Miaoer acted out of goodwill. How can you speak of her so harshly? Jiang Boyu furrowed his brow in agreement, his tone laced with displeasure. Indeed, Yunxi, let this matter rest. Do not escalate it further. The evidence lay bare before them, yet these two remained obstinately biased in favor of Jiang Miaoer. They were truly blind and impervious to reason. Jiang Yunxi, weary of their self-righteousness, felt no inclination to engage in futile discourse. It was sheer folly to argue with the foolish. Suddenly, a mischievous smile graced her lips as she revealed a talisman of truth. With swift precision, she bent down and forcefully affixed the talisman to Sun Wei's forehead. Sun Wei, caught unawares, found himself seized by Jiang Yunxi, hoisted effortlessly from the ground. She thrust the towering figure of Sun Wei before Jiang Boyu and Xiao Mei. Confess. What is the true nature of today's events? Sun Wei's body stiffened, his gaze becoming hollow as if his very soul had been extracted. His mouth moved involuntarily, recounting every detail in a monotone voice. It was Jiang Miaoer who instructed me to feign an exorcism, to substantiate the claim that Miss Jiang Yunxi is a malevolent being. Ideally to expel her from the Jiang family. The black dog blood glutinous rice was also a ruse. I infused it with white phosphorus, which ignites at a low temperature, causing it to self-ignite upon contact with anyone, and it is in no way related to Miss Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei stood in shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief as they turned to the now cowering Jiang Miaoer. Sun Wei was a fraud, and he had been summoned by Miaoer to orchestrate Jiang Yunxi's downfall? How could this be? The Miaoer they had cherished and nurtured was so kind and understanding. How could she commit such a vile act? Jiang Miaoer's face turned ashen as the truth unraveled. As Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei's expressions shifted from shock to scrutiny, she steeled herself, rolling her eyes back as her body slumped towards the ground. Miaoer. Zhao Mei, preoccupied with her daughter's apparent distress, rushed forward, cradling the unconscious Jiang Miaoer in her arms, her cries echoing in despair. What are you still doing? Hurry! Take Miaoer to the hospital. Jiang Boyu, shaken from his stupor, wasted no time, scooping up Jiang Miaoer and hastily exiting. As their figures vanished through the door, Jiang Yunxi approached Sun Wei, delicately peeling the talisman from his forehead. The moment the talisman was removed, the vacant expression in Sun Wei's eyes regained its former clarity. What had he just divulged? How had he revealed the plan? His face flushed with indignation. You wicked enchantress! He bellowed, leaping to strike at Jiang Yunxi with all his might, determined to end the woman who had ruined his scheme. Jiang Yunxi did not flinch, standing resolutely as the hand imbued with murderous intent loomed larger before her. Just as Sun Wei's palm was about to make contact, she slowly lifted her gaze. What a sight it was! Her eyes, tranquil yet harboring the power to annihilate, were icy and indifferent, exuding an aura of dominion over all. Sun Wei's heart skipped a beat, an unanticipated terror gripping him from the depths of his being. A lifetime of spiritual cultivation had honed his instincts, and in that moment, every cell in his body screamed for him to flee. Before him stood not merely a teenage girl, but a terrifying entity that emerged from the primordial chaos. One he was unworthy to behold. Engaging her was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a futile venture leading to certain demise. Sun Wei abruptly halted his attack, his body trembling violently from the exertion. Chapter 14. Some things are best left for the night. He staggered back, his complexion pale, eyes wide with fear as he regarded Jiang Yunxi. Do not revel too much in your triumph. The matters of the Jiang family are far more complex than you presume. He mustered the last remnants of his dignity, forcing out a hollow warning before he bolted towards the exit, not daring to linger a moment longer. As he fled, Jiang Yunxi's lips curled into a wicked smile. How amusing it was! In her moment of leisure, she had glimpsed Sun Wei's fate, revealing an unbreakable bloodline connection to Jiang Miaoer. He was indeed her biological father. The revelation that Jiang Miaoer had colluded with her own father against her was startling. And what of Zhao Mei? Was she aware that the daughter she had cherished for over a decade was a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing? Jiang Yunxi narrowed her eyes, contemplating before dismissing the thought. Engaging with these foolish mortals was a distraction from her greater purpose. Her immediate priority was to restore Xiao Yin's health, ensuring he could continuously provide her with fortune, thus enabling her cultivation and ascension. She ascended the stairs, donning a fitted athletic outfit, and grasped the large bundle of medicinal herbs she had recently procured before stepping out, heading towards the Xiao residence. During her last visit, Xiao Yin had instructed her to enter through the estate's side gate on her next arrival. Upon reaching the side entrance, she announced her presence by uttering Xiao Yin's name. The guards at the entrance did not obstruct her. Instead, they respectfully opened the door, ushering her into Xiao Yin's courtyard. Once the chaotic formation in the courtyard was disrupted, the entire atmosphere transformed into one of clarity and ease. As Jiang Yunxi stepped inside, she spotted Xiao Yin sitting alone at the long table, dining. The night was slightly cool, illuminated by bright lights, and the grand table was laden with exquisite dishes. Yet he dined in solitude, casting a shadow of loneliness. Jiang Yunxi approached him naturally, taking a seat across from him, then casually inclined her head towards the assistant beside her, commanding, "Bring me a pair of chopsticks as well." The assistant hesitated, instinctively glancing at his employer. Xiao Yin lifted his gaze, his profound eyes resting upon her, revealing no discernible emotion. This woman truly did not regard herself as an outsider. He nodded slightly, and the assistant promptly understood, turning to fetch the utensils. Setting his chopsticks down, Xiao Yin discreetly scrutinized her, his voice cold as he inquired, "What brings you here so late?" Jiang Yunxi's gaze lingered on the delectable dishes before her, and she replied nonchalantly, Some matters are best attended to at night. Xiao Yin's motion to lift his cup abruptly halted. An uncontrollable image flashed through his mind, her on tiptoes, forcefully kissing him, in the living room. Did this woman truly comprehend the meaning of restraint? The thought made his ears flush slightly. He cleared his throat to mask his unease.
Exercise, a bit of self-control.
What nonsense was this man spouting? Was she not merely there to share a meal and assist him with his health? What need was there for restraint? Regardless. Considering the sumptuous spread before her, she chose not to dwell on his remark, nodding perfunctorily in acknowledgement. Soon, the assistant returned with the chopsticks. Jiang Yunxi wasted no time, eagerly digging into the meal. In the stifling atmosphere of the Jiang family, she found it difficult to enjoy her food. Yet, sitting with Xiao Yin, enveloped by his authentic aura, she felt entirely at ease, her appetite considerably improved. This food is truly delightful. How I wish I could stay here with you forever. The words slipped from her lips before she fully realized it. The air instantly thickened with tension. The assistant looked over in surprise. And even Xiao Yin paused in his actions. Jiang Yunxi, belatedly aware of her slip, nearly choked on her food. Quickly lifting her gaze, she forced an innocent smile, attempting to salvage the situation. Your chef's dishes are simply too delicious. I just want to eat them every day. The assistant chuckled softly, but quickly stifled his laughter. Casting a cautious glance at his employer, Xiao Yin appeared momentarily frozen. Miss Jiang's words were rather audacious. It was undeniably evident that Miss Jiang held a fondness for their master. The atmosphere had grown exceedingly awkward, prompting the assistant to clear his throat. Jiang Yunxi, emboldened by his remark, nodded with conviction. Of course. He is my chosen fiancé. How could I not like him? Xiao Yin's hand, holding the chopsticks, halted once more. He raised his eyes, his penetrating gaze landing on her face, which bore a look of unfeigned innocence. This woman had only encountered him a handful of times. Yet she so casually spoke of affection. Such a sentiment felt almost too simplistic. Yet, paradoxically, her gaze was clear and sincere, every casual gesture radiating an undeniable intimacy. As if she were destined to be by his side. Was it possible that true love at first sight existed in this world? After the meal, the servants swiftly cleared the table. Xiao Yin leaned back in his chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the surface, his cold gaze fixed on her.
Speak.
What is it that you need? Jiang Yunxi suddenly recalled her purpose, lifting a large bag of medicinal herbs from beside her feet and handing it to the assistant. Take these, divide them into 3 portions, and boil them in the largest pot. The assistant received the bag, casting a puzzled look at Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin merely offered a faint glance, granting tacit approval. The concoction was soon prepared, a rich herbal aroma permeating the courtyard. Following Jiang Yunxi's instructions, the assistant brought the steaming medicinal liquid into the main house's bathroom and poured it into the bathtub. Jiang Yunxi followed, checking the water temperature, nodding in satisfaction before turning to Xiao Yin at the door, gesturing with her chin. Undress. Xiao Yin stood still, expressionless, watching her with an inscrutable demeanor. What was this woman's scheming now? First, a forceful kiss, and now she demanded he undress. Her audacity seemed to grow by the moment. Chapter 15. Just give me a kiss. Seeing him unmoving, Jiang Yunxi grew anxious. She hurried over, grasping his hand and pulling him toward the bathroom. I spent all my savings on these herbs. You need to soak in them for your health. Just a few times and your hand will no longer be cold, and you won't feel pain on rainy days. Xiao Yin's body stiffened abruptly. He looked down at her small hand holding his, and then at the large vat of dark herbal liquid in the tub. So she had come here in the middle of the night not for any other reason but to heal him. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him. This woman acted unorthodoxly, defying convention. Yet, each of her actions seemed imbued with sincerity. Like now, she had spent all her money solely to procure medicine for him.
All right.
Xiao Yin nodded, beginning to unbutton his shirt. 1 button, 2 buttons. As he removed his suit jacket, leaving only a thin shirt, his movements faltered. He lifted his gaze, his cold stare landing on Jiang Yunxi. You go outside. Jiang Yunxi immediately shook her head, rejecting the notion without a moment's hesitation. No, when soaking in the herbal bath. My massage treatment is essential for optimal results. Xiao Yin's brow furrowed ever so slightly, noticing his silence and the resistance etched across his handsome face. Jiang Yunxi poked his back with her finger. Hurry up. My family has a curfew. I must return before 10 o'clock, or my parents will scold me. Xiao Yin's movements paused momentarily. He was well aware of how Jiang Boye and Zhao Mei treated her. This couple was biased to the core, cherishing a counterfeit while being excessively critical of their own biological daughter, who had been cast aside. A wave of inexplicable softness surged within him. Fine. He would trust her one more time. In front of Jiang Yunxi, Xiao Yin began to remove his garments, piece by piece. His physique was exceptional, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with muscular contours that exuded strength, devoid of any excess flesh. Years of seclusion had rendered his skin a pale, almost sickly white. Jiang Yunxi's gaze roamed unabashedly over him. Truly impressive. This physique was well suited to his regal demeanor. Xiao Yin stepped into the bathtub, the scalding herbal liquid enveloping his body instantly, warmth seeping into his pores. Jiang Yunxi approached, extending her delicate hand, resting it directly on Xiao Yin's broad shoulder. His body tensed immediately, muscles rigid as stone. An unfamiliar warmth surged from his lower abdomen, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Yet, contrary to his expectations, nothing chaotic ensued. Jiang Yunxi's fingers began to knead his shoulder, her strength heavy and forceful, entirely unbecoming of a girl. The heavy force, accompanied by the medicinal bath, relentlessly pried apart the years of accumulated coldness and malevolent energy within him, layer by layer. The excruciating pain surged, intensifying several-fold in an instant. It felt as though countless sharp blades were furiously scraping through his meridians, intent on torturing him to death. A fine sheen of cold sweat erupted on Xiao Yin's forehead, and he clenched his teeth tightly, his jawline taut like stone. Jiang Yunxi observed his stoic demeanor and applied even greater pressure with her hands. It was acceptable to cry out in pain. There was no shame in it. Xiao Yin's complexion had turned as pale as paper, devoid of any trace of color on his lips. Nonetheless, he merely shook his head, resolutely silent. This man truly possessed remarkable endurance. While Jiang Yunxi continued her work, her words flowed unceasingly. Your body has been tampered with, and the sinister energy has invaded for far too long, nearly eroding your bones to nothingness. If left untreated, within 3 years, you will be bedridden, forever unable to stand. After an extensive massage, Xiao Yin felt as though he had died and returned. Yet, as the agonizing pain began to recede, a warm current started to flow through his limbs, imparting a sense of lightness as if the shackles that had burdened him for years had been utterly shattered. The hand, long accustomed to icy torment, miraculously began to warm, and the pain that had lingered for years diminished significantly. Even his legs began to radiate warmth. Finally, Jiang Yunxi released her grip, content as she patted his solid shoulder. All right, you may rise. Xiao Yin stood from the bathtub, water cascading down his well-defined muscles, exuding a wild yet austere beauty. Before he could fully appreciate the transformation within his body, he witnessed Jiang Yunxi sway suddenly, her figure toppling towards the ground. In a split second, his pupils constricted. Without a moment's thought, he extended his long arm, catching her effortlessly in his embrace. Warm and delicate, she felt as though she might shatter at any moment, resting against him like a fragile porcelain doll. Jiang Yunxi, struggling to steady her dizzying head, felt a twinge of helplessness. This body was simply too frail. Merely expending a modicum of spiritual energy had rendered her so weakened. I apologize, I may have exerted too much force. My body feels a bit frail, she explained softly. Xiao Yin's heart tightened inexplicably. The person in his arms exuded faint breaths, her complexion as pale as a translucent sheet of paper. A strange emotion quietly stirred within him. Worry. He found himself concerned for this woman he had only recently met. How can I restore your health? Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze, her misty eyes fixated intently on his thin lips. Suddenly she smiled. A kiss from you would suffice. Xiao Yin initially thought she was feigning weakness to take advantage of him. Yet, her earnestness in seeking healing was unmistakable. The long-forgotten warmth in her body could not deceive him. Lowering his eyes to her pale face, he gradually leaned down, his lips gently brushing against hers. This was the moment Jiang Yunxi had been waiting for. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Yin's shoulders, greedily inhaling several mouthfuls of pure purple energy. Only when she felt her once dry meridians replenished did she release a contented sigh. If only I could kiss you every day. Xiao Yin felt somewhat helpless at her insatiable demeanor. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never encountered a woman so unpredictably unconventional. Yet, he felt no revulsion whatsoever. He suddenly asked, Jiang Yunxi, why do you enjoy kissing me so much? Jiang Yunxi, lost in the euphoria of her restored spiritual energy, mumbled in response. Almost as if in a dream, only by your side can I recover my spiritual energy and cultivate for ascension. She spoke so softly that Xiao Yin thought he had misheard. Cultivate for ascension? What sane person would utter such words? Chapter 16. This chicken soup is poisonous. She must be utterly fatigued and speaking nonsense. He adjusted her position and summoned a servant to take her to a guest room for rest. Upon hearing she could remain, Jiang Yunxi's eyes lit up. She cheerfully waved at Xiao Yin and obediently followed the servant to the guest room. Once inside, she immediately locked the door, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to meditate, guiding the recently absorbed purple energy through her body. It wasn't until the following morning that Jiang Yunxi slowly opened her eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, she felt significantly lighter. The spiritual energy within her had become much more abundant. With a mere thought, she attempted to channel her energy and discovered she could manipulate objects beyond 200 meters. A satisfied smile crept onto her lips. If she continued nurturing her body, she would soon reach the initial realm of cultivation, the enlightenment stage, and could embark on her path of cultivation once more. In high spirits, Jiang Yunxi exited the room. As she descended the stairs, the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air. Xiao Yin sat at the dining table, his assistant standing nearby, while a woman in a maid's uniform carefully placed a bowl of soup beside him. Jiang Yunxi approached and naturally sat down beside him. Just as Xiao Yin was about to lift his spoon to sip the soup, she suddenly spoke up, pressing his hand down. Don't drink that. The chicken soup is poisonous. Xiao Yin halted mid-motion, his gaze shifting to her. The maid serving the soup turned slightly pale before quickly adopting a respectful smile. Sir, you have been drinking this chicken soup for years without issue. How could it possibly be poisonous? Moreover, it was specifically instructed by the old master to be prepared for you daily. As she spoke, the maid cast a pointed look at Jiang Yunxi, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Miss Jiang, are you still pining for young Master Shaoling? Is that why you are dissatisfied with the marriage and attempting to stir up trouble at home? After all, who doesn't know that you were once unwilling to break off the engagement for him? Her words painted Jiang Yunxi as the unreasonable troublemaker. Jiang Yunxi found herself both amused and infuriated by the maid's remarks. With a languid lift of her eyelids, she regarded the presumptuous servant. Just a maid, who gave you the audacity to speak so freely about your masters. The maid's expression paled, yet she maintained a facade of loyalty. I have served the sir for many years, and all my actions have been for his benefit. If my words have caused Miss Jiang discomfort, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Jiang Yunxi let out a cold laugh. I do not forgive. She lifted the bowl of chicken soup and presented it directly to the maid, her gaze icy. You claimed there was nothing wrong with the soup, so go ahead and drink it. The maid's complexion turned ashen, her body instinctively retreating a step, fear evident in her eyes. No, I cannot. When instructed to deliver the soup, she had been repeatedly cautioned that no one but the sir could touch it. If she drank it, she would certainly perish. Jiang Yunxi advanced, cornering her further. Her gaze grew increasingly piercing. Terrified by the imposing aura emanating from her, the maid's legs gave way, and she fell to her knees, her voice trembling with a hint of sobbing. Miss Jiang, I beg you to spare me. Jiang Yunxi looked down from her elevated position, her voice devoid of warmth. Why are you afraid to drink? This belongs to the master. How could I, a mere servant, dare to touch it? Xiao Yin, observing silently, felt a tumult of emotions swirling within his inscrutable gaze. He had indeed consumed this soup for many years. It was only after that moment that his health began to deteriorate. Could it truly be related to that bowl of soup? He parted his thin lips, his voice chillingly composed. I permit you to drink it. The servant trembled violently in fear, shaking her head like a rattle. She still dared not partake. At this point, no further words were necessary. The answer was abundantly clear. Xiao Yin's expression darkened significantly. He summoned his assistant. Take this bowl of soup for examination, and escort her away. We need to ascertain precisely whose pawn she is. The assistant immediately nodded. Understood. Two bodyguards stepped forward, one on each side, supporting the limp servant. Please spare me, sir. Please. The servant pleaded pitifully, yet her entreaties fell on deaf ears. Xiao Yin turned to face Jiang Yunxi. He anticipated seeing a smug expression on her face. To his surprise, she had long abandoned the bowl of chicken soup, nonchalantly seated at the dining table, indulging in her meal as if no one were present. Her dining posture was exceedingly elegant, each movement exuding an innate nobility, with every courtesy perfectly executed. This demeanor was a stark contrast to the rustic girl rumored to have returned from the countryside. Just how many facets did this woman possess? She could instantly discern the soup was tainted and had saved his life. Xiao Yin suppressed the tumult within and approached her, sitting down across from her with an inscrutable demeanor. How did you detect the issue with the soup? Jiang Yunxi, biting into a delicate pastry, replied dismissively. That servant had shifty eyes and a dark aura. It was apparent she was no good. So I merely sniffed the soup and found 2 medicinal ingredients that were incompatible. Long-term consumption would be akin to ingesting poison. Xiao Yin paused momentarily, his hand holding the cup faltering. She had merely glanced and sniffed, yet identified the crux of the matter? Then how can the poison be countered? Jiang Yunxi looked at him as if he were a fool. The herbal bath I administered yesterday has already mitigated it. This minor chronic poison is inconsequential to me. She set down her chopsticks, her tone tinged with a casual arrogance. As long as you haven't been stabbed to death, I can ensure your survival. Her tone was maddeningly presumptuous. Yet, inexplicably, Xiao Yin found himself believing her. This woman seemingly possessed such capabilities. Soon after, the assistant hurriedly re-entered, his face grave. Sir, the soup has been analyzed. The toxins indeed align with Miss Zhang's assessment. Prolonged consumption would lead to chronic organ failure, ultimately resulting in death. As he spoke, he regarded Jiang Yunxi with profound admiration. Miss Zhang is truly remarkable. Xiao Yin's expression darkened further. What about the servant? The assistant promptly bowed and replied, the servant's background is impeccably clean, without any issues. She must have been bribed after entering the Xiao household. Rest assured, I will unearth the mastermind behind this. Xiao Yin nodded, just as he was about to speak. Jiang Yunxi interjected. Her voice was languid, laced with sarcasm. You should directly investigate Xiao Ling's mother, who has a perpetually harsh expression. Chapter 17. Who is attempting to harm Xiao Yin. The assistant was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin's mother, is that not your sister-in-law? If this were to be investigated, it would undoubtedly unveil familial disgrace. Jiang Yunxi, seemingly perceiving his concerns, popped another piece of pastry into her mouth and added indistinctly. I noticed the earrings that servant wore. They are items beyond her means. You could follow this lead to investigate thoroughly. She elegantly dabbed her mouth. The assistant's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately turned and strode out with purpose. In less than 10 minutes, he returned, his expression even graver than before. Now regarding Jiang Yunxi, with a newfound reverence. Sir, we have clarified the matter. The earrings are of a high-end brand, indeed beyond what a servant could afford. We traced the purchase records, and the buyer is none other than young Master Xiao Ling's mother. He respectfully handed over the findings, his voice simmering with suppressed fury. Moreover, the servant's bank account receives a monthly transfer from a company under the Madam's name. It is evident that a master bestowing such valuable gifts upon a servant and providing monthly payments has undoubtedly instructed her to undertake something nefarious. Xiao Yin's countenance darkened instantaneously, the atmosphere around him becoming ominously oppressive. So it was. All these years, he had believed his misfortunes stemmed from his own fate, causing his health to decline. Little did he know that his own sister-in-law had been secretly poisoning him for years. How delightful. The assistant, observing his grim visage, cautiously inquired, What shall we do, sir? Yet Xiao Yin remained silent. He waited until Jiang Yunxi had satisfactorily set down her utensils before instructing his assistant beside him, arrange for a vehicle to escort her home.
Yes.
Jiang Yunxi wiped her mouth, stood up, and prepared to follow the assistant out. Just as she took a few steps, Xiao Yin's cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. Wait. He produced a black card, extending it toward her. Take this. You may spend it freely. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback. Why are you giving me money? I merely came to share a meal. Yet you're offering me funds? Observing her bewildered expression, Xiao Yin's lips curled subtly. You are my fiancé. It is only right that I provide for you. His words were assertive, leaving no room for dissent. Jiang Yunxi blinked, but did not refuse. She was indeed in dire need of funds, whether for her own cultivation or for this man's health restoration. Substantial finances were required. With someone willingly playing the benefactor, it would be illogical to decline. Thank you, boss. Jiang Yunxi cheerfully accepted the card, waved at Xiao Yin, and turned to follow the assistant. Only after her figure had completely vanished at the gate did the fleeting softness on Xiao Yin's face dissipate, replaced by a chilling coldness. He picked up his phone and personally called Jiang Boyo. The call connected swiftly, Jiang Boyo's voice laced with a hint of sycophantic flattery. Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you? It's nothing serious. Xiao Yin's tone was devoid of emotion, yet carried an underlying pressure. I wanted to inform you that I sought Yunxi as assistance yesterday and, as a result, she stayed overnight at the Xiao residence. I have already arranged for her return. I hope Mr. Jiang will not hold this against her. Jiang Boyu dared not utter a word of reproach, breaking into a cold sweat.
No blam, no blam.
It is Yunxi's fortune to be of assistance to you, he hastily assured, hanging up the phone only to realize his palms were clammy. In the Jiang family's living room, Xiao Mei immediately leaned in, anxious.
Whose call was that?
Jiang Boyo wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression somewhat complicated. It was Xiao Yin. He mentioned that Yunxi did not return last night. She stayed at the Xiao house.
Xiao Mei was momentarily stunned.
Jiang Boyo lifted his teacup, blowing away the foam atop. It seems Xiao Yin is genuinely interested in Yunxi. Now that Miao Er is set to marry Xiao Ling, and Yunxi is to wed Xiao Yin, the two most outstanding individuals from the Xiao family will become sons-in-law of the Jiang family. Our days ahead will surely improve. Yet a glimmer of disdain flickered in Xiao Mei's eyes. Xiao Ling is the true hope of the Xiao family, the destined child of fortune. As for Xiao Yin, he is merely a harbinger of misfortune, regardless of his current power. What can he truly do for the Jiang family? Xiao Ling is the unequivocal heir of the Xiao family, the one whom Yunxi has married. Can anyone compare? Jiang Boyu shook his head and set down his teacup. What do you understand? He remarked. The Jiang family is currently vying for the development project in the southern part of the city, a matter that Xiao Yin is personally overseeing, highlighting its significance. Xiao Mei's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. That southern project is a veritable treasure. If we can secure it, the Jiang family status will ascend a new echelon. Since Xiao Yin has taken a liking to Jiang Yunxi, we might as well utilize her to whisper sweet nothings in his ear. Should we then encourage Yunxi to approach Xiao Yin and suggest that this project be granted to our Jiang family? Jiang Boyu pondered for a moment before nodding. Let us discuss it further upon her return. Xiao Mei quickly agreed, her demeanor transforming into one of gentle grace. Considering the time, they should be arriving shortly. Outside the villa, the assistant drove Jiang Yunxi to her doorstep. Once the car was parked, he promptly exited and opened the door for her. Miss Jiang, please take care. Observing his considerate demeanor, Jiang Yunxi's spirits lifted considerably. She retrieved a folded yellow talisman from her pocket and placed it in the assistant's hand. Is your brother traveling abroad today? The assistant was momentarily taken aback before his eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? Ignoring his astonishment, Jiang Yunxi continued. Tell him to cancel today's flight and book a different one. The assistant's heart raced. Having witnessed Jiang Yunxi's capabilities firsthand, he trusted her implicitly. He nodded vigorously, clutching the talisman as if it were a priceless treasure. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I will inform my brother at once. Jiang Yunxi waved her hand dismissively, turning to enter the villa. The assistant wasted no time and immediately called his brother to relay the message. Though his brother found it absurd, he reluctantly complied with the insistence. Upon entering the house, Jiang Yunxi found Jiang Boyo and Xiao Mei seated on the living room sofa. She chose to ignore them, intent on heading straight upstairs. Stop. Jiang Boyo's stern voice halted her. You are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Do you not know to greet your elders? He declared. I will hire an etiquette teacher for you tomorrow to instill some manners. Chapter 18. Shouldn't you reflect on yourselves? Jiang Yunxi, exasperated, paused and turned to face him. What do you wish to convey? Speak quickly so I may return to my affairs. Jiang Boyo's frustration at her demeanor rendered his face ashen, words caught in his throat. Xiao Mei, sensing the tension, interjected softly, Yunxi, how can you address your father in such a manner? After spending so many years in the countryside, have you learned this lack of decorum? Her words masqueraded as a plea for reconciliation, yet each syllable struck at Jiang Yunxi's vulnerabilities, chastising her upbringing. Suddenly, Jiang Yunxi smiled. She took a couple of steps forward, her gaze sweeping over the two of them. Am I not in front of my own parents? Thus, I have been molded into this character. Shouldn't the two of you earnestly reflect on yourselves? Jiang Boyo and Xiao Mei were left speechless, akin to ducks caught by the throat, unable to utter a single word. They had never anticipated being silenced by a daughter who had returned from the countryside. With a mocking glance, Jiang Yunxi added, If there's nothing else, I shall be going upstairs. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs to her room. Meanwhile, At the Xiao family estate, the old master and Zhao's father and mother were discussing Xiao Ling's marriage. The union between a Ling and Miao heir must be executed splendidly, especially since she carries our Xiao family's first grandson. The old master beamed with anticipation. Let us proceed as you suggest. Just then, a cool figure leaned on a cane and sauntered in through the courtyard entrance. The moment he arrived, the previously lively atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. What brings Xiao Yin here? Both Xiao's father and mother froze, their smiles faltering. Xiao Yin approached them, nodding slightly. Father. The old master, as if just noticing Xiao Yin, let his smile fade, his voice heavy with inquiry. What is your purpose for coming here? I intend to hold my wedding alongside Xiao Ling's, Xiao Yin announced calmly. Zhao's father and mother were taken aback. That is out of the question. A Ling is the rightful heir of the Xiao family, destined for greatness. His wedding must be unique. What is Xiao Yin, to even be compared? How dare he overshadow a Ling? Zhao's mother interjected, displeased. Xiao Yin merely cast her a glance, devoid of emotion yet piercingly sharp. Given my poor health, if anything were to happen, I fear I may not live to see a Ling's wedding. A tremor coursed through Zhao's mother. For reasons unknown, under his gaze, she felt as though her innermost thoughts were laid bare. Did he discover her treachery?
Impossible.
She had been so discreet, there was no evidence to implicate her. Yet a deep-seated dread constricted her chest. Enough! The old master slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming with authority. You are currently at the helm of the entire Xiao group. Every word and action reflects upon our family's honor. How could you utter such disheartening words? Xiao Yin is the backbone of the Xiao family. Should he falter, the family would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Until Xiao Ling fully matures, Xiao Yin must not face any adversity. Xiao Yin nodded, as if casually suggesting, in that case, let us adhere to propriety. As Xiao Ling's uncle, it is customary that a younger generation does not overshadow their elders in marriage. Either I marry first, followed by Xiao Ling, or I assist him in tying the knot simultaneously. After all, Zhang Miao heir's pregnancy cannot wait. He had effectively boxed them into a corner, leaving them with two options: either breach the rules and become the subject of ridicule in high society, or accept his proposition. Zhao's father and mother trembled with rage, their faces pale, yet they could not muster a rebuttal. This Xiao Yin was insufferably arrogant, disregarding them entirely. Yet, each of his statements was undeniably valid, leaving them with no room for refusal. The old master wore a grim expression, silent. He understood that Xiao Yin was staging a coup. However, his words held a kernel of truth. Jiang Miao heir's premarital pregnancy, if revealed, would tarnish the entire Xiao family's reputation. The wedding must be expedited. Allowing Xiao Yin to wed first would mean Xiao Ling's nuptials could be indefinitely postponed. After much contemplation, holding a joint wedding appeared to be the most prudent solution. Zhao's father and mother looked toward the old master, hoping he would advocate for Xiao Ling. The old master furrowed his brow, deliberating for what felt like an eternity, before finally gesturing with a pained expression. Proceed according to Xiao Yin's wishes. Thank you, father. Xiao Yin received the answer he sought, his face remaining impassive, merely nodding slightly before turning to leave with his cane. As he departed, the stifling tension in the courtyard finally began to dissipate. Zhao's father sighed heavily, watching his retreating figure. Father, Xiao Yin's temperament is becoming increasingly rash. If this continues, the Xiao family will truly become his fiefdom. The old master's gaze darkened, his expression grim. Madame Xiao began to voice her complaints. Father, Xiao Yin's temperament has deteriorated considerably. He even harbors disdain for the servants in the courtyard. I have heard that he has imprisoned the maid who attends to him. Rascal. Mr. Xiao slammed the table with force, his chest heaving with fury. However, he did not indicate how he intended to deal with Xiao Yin. Very well, you all may leave. As for the wedding, let it proceed according to his wishes. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao exchanged glances. Though reluctant, they could only nod in agreement and rise to depart together. Upon returning to their courtyard, Xiao Ling rushed forward, urgency etched on his handsome face. Father, mother, what was discussed regarding the wedding? Mrs. Xiao looked at her son with a heart full of concern, grasping his hand, her face a portrait of suppressed rage. Ailing, Xiao Yin insists on co-hosting the wedding with you.
What?
Xiao Ling's expression changed instantaneously, and without a moment's thought, he vehemently refused. Absolutely not. The sight of that morose face at my wedding would be intolerable. What if it frightens Miao's unborn child? Mr. Xiao's countenance soured further at the thought of being associated with Xiao Yin, the harbinger of misfortune. Xiao Yin is indeed insufferable. Being the child of ill fate, will he not bring calamity upon you as well? Chapter 19. Provide her with some cash for a token gesture. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling's resolve solidified further. He shook his head defiantly. I refuse. I will not share my wedding with Xiao Yin. He clung to his parents' arms, resorting to playful whining. Father, mother, you must devise a solution to this predicament. Mrs. Xiao could not bear to see her son suffer even the slightest grievance, and promptly acquiesced. All right, Ailing, do not fret. Mother will certainly resolve this matter. With his mother's promise, Xiao Ling felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. A triumphant smile returned to his face as he hummed a little tune and exited to find Jiang Miaoer. As Xiao Ling entered the Jiang residence, he found Jiang Boya and Zhao Mei seated on the sofa in the living room, their expressions increasingly grim. Look at her attitude. She is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Zhao Mei scolded, her words laden with implication. Jiang Boya let out a heavy sigh, sipping his tea, his brow furrowed in distress. Xiao Ling approached with a concerned expression. Uncle, aunt, what troubles you? Who has provoked your ire? Zhao Mei, seizing upon him like a lifeline, urged him to sit beside her. Ailing, you arrived just in time. It is that wretched girl Yunxi. Her behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous. For every word we speak to her, she has 10 retorts waiting. She lacks manners and decorum. Xiao Ling gently patted Zhao Mei's hand, soothing her with kind words. Aunt, do not let her vex you. It is not worth it to be angered by someone of her ilk. Miaoer grew up before your eyes, well-versed and accomplished in every regard. You have grown accustomed to Miaoer's excellence, so naturally, you find her wanting in comparison. Though his words were framed as consolation, each sentence elevated Jiang Miaoer while disparaging Jiang Yunxi. As expected, the countenance of Jiang Boyo and Zhao Mei brightened considerably. Indeed, our Miaoer is so well-mannered and understanding. She is renowned as a paragon of grace in high society. How could a country bumpkin like Jiang Yunxi ever compare? It is a stark contrast.
Xiao Mei shied.
Her expression clouded once more. That may be true, but she is soon to marry into the Xiao family. If she continues in this manner, will she not bring shame upon our Jiang family when wed to Xiao Yin? Jiang Boya's brow furrowed in agreement, clearly sharing her concerns. Xiao Ling, however, dismissed their worries with a smile. Uncle, aunt, fret not. You are well aware of my uncle's disposition. Due to his physical disability, he seldom appears in public. Jiang Yunxi will likely lead a secluded life once married. Even if she wished to disgrace the Jiang family, she would find no opportunity. Jiang Boyer and Zhao Mei exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of Xiao Ling's reasoning. The heavy burden in their hearts finally began to lift. Upon reflection, Jiang Yunxi marrying Xiao Yin might even be a blessing, sparing them from her frequent public appearances that might invite trouble. Jiang Boyer's expression softened, and he turned to Xiao Ling, inquiring about the purpose of his visit. What brings you here today? Mentioning the matter caused a glimmer of joy to dance upon Xiao Ling's features. My grandfather has given the go-ahead. Preparations for my marriage to Miaoer may commence. I have come to inform you both to begin making arrangements. That is splendid news, exclaimed Zhao Mei, her excitement evident as she grasped Xiao Ling's hand, her smile radiant. Rest assured, we have long prepared Miaoer's dowry. We shall ensure she lacks for nothing. At that moment, Jiang Miaoer descended the stairs, clad in a white dress. Upon hearing the mention of dowry, her eyes sparkled with delight. Mother, what have you prepared for me? Zhao Mei, gazing at her cherished daughter, beamed with pride. I have arranged for you a luxurious flat in the city center, 2 of the latest sports cars, 5 million in cash, and a set of exquisite jade jewelry. You shall enter the Xiao family in grandeur. Jiang Miaoer's heart soared, though she feigned modesty. As expected of my mother, your generosity knows no bounds. The total value of these gifts easily surpassed 100 million. She reveled in her triumph, yet pretended to concern herself with another. But what of my sister? What dowry have you prepared for her? The atmosphere in the living room froze instantaneously. Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei's smiles faltered, caught off guard. In their eagerness to prepare for Miaoer, they had completely overlooked Jiang Yunxi. Observing their reaction, Jiang Miaoer's heart gleamed with joy, even as she maintained a facade of understanding. Father, mother, how could you neglect to prepare a dowry for my sister? If word gets out, people will accuse you of favoritism. Jiang Boyo's expression darkened, impatience flickering in his eyes. She hastily decided to marry Xiao Yin. We were unprepared. How could we have arranged anything in advance? When she marries, we shall simply provide her with some cash. The conversation from the living room echoed clearly in Jiang Yunxi's ears. Having absorbed the essence of 2 instances of spiritual energy, her senses were far more acute than the average person. Upon hearing that Jiang Boyo and Zhao Mei did not intend to prepare a dowry for her, Jiang Yunxi remained unfazed. The trinkets offered by those 2 fools were beneath her. After all, Xiao Yin had already provided her with a black card, allowing her the freedom to spend as she pleased. She was hardly in need of money. What mattered most was procuring useful spiritual herbs to restore her body, enabling her to engage in more rigorous training. She had no desire to relive the experience of having her spiritual energy depleted, collapsing into another embrace. With this resolution, Jiang Yunxi wasted no time. She swiftly pushed open the window and leaped out. Her body traced a delicate arc through the air, landing soundlessly upon the garden lawn. In a few quick strides, she traversed the garden and slipped through the side gate of the villa, completely unnoticed by the 4 schemers in the living room. Jiang Yunxi returned to the antique market. However, as she reached the entrance, she was intercepted by 2 individuals, the same little Taoist priest, Lu Xian, whom she had nearly bested in their last encounter, and an elder Taoist with an ethereal demeanor yet a furrowed brow.
Master.
It is she. Lu Xian felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Jiang Yunxi, seizing the arm of the old Taoist beside him and pointing at her, exclaiming loudly. The old Taoist hurriedly advanced to Jiang Yunxi, trembling with fervor as he grasped her hand. Young friend, may I inquire where you procured that protective talisman? Chapter 20. The Hope for the Revival of Tian Shan Sect. The technique for this talisman has been lost to Tian Shan Sect for over 500 years. Even my master, who devoted his entire life to the pursuit, could not restore it. This is the very hope for the revival of Tian Shan Sect. If we can recover the lost art of talisman crafting, Tian Shan Sect shall undoubtedly reclaim its former glory. Jiang Yunxi observed his near-fainting state with indifference as she withdrew her hand. I created that protective talisman myself. Is it not natural for me to be able to draw it? The younger generation truly lacked ambition. How could a mere introductory talisman be lost for 5 centuries? It was utterly shameful for her, the founder of the sect. Xianqing paused momentarily, then shook his head with a wry smile. Young friend, please do not jest. How could someone as young as you possibly create a protective talisman? This craft must surely stem from a prestigious lineage. I beg of you, grant me your master's contact information. I wish to visit him personally and implore him to impart the method of crafting this protective talisman to me, to bring glory to Tian Shan Sect. Should I learn this art, the entire Tian Shan Sect would be willing to serve your master, without hesitation. Jiang Yunxi regarded his tearful visage with amusement. You possess no trace of spiritual energy. You are an ordinary person. How could you possibly learn? This statement fell upon Xianqing like a bucket of cold water, instantly draining the excitement and hope from his face. He appeared aged by a decade, his spirits seemingly evaporated. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his weary eyes. Indeed, I am not cut out for cultivation, but now Tian Shan Sect consists only of myself and Lu Xian. If I do not find a solution, the lineage of Tian Shan Sect will truly end with me. After my death, how could I face the ancestors of Tian Shan Sect? Jiang Yunxi observed his pitiful weeping with a throbbing temple. Though he was somewhat foolish, his sincerity was commendable. After all, it was a sect she had founded with her own hands. She could not merely watch it decline. What a bother. With an impatient sigh, she declared, Enough with the wailing. I shall teach you. Xuanqing's cries ceased abruptly. He looked up suddenly, his tear-streaked face filled with disbelief. What did you say? I said, I shall teach you. The lethargy that had previously enveloped Xianqing vanished in an instant. He scrambled to his feet, standing tall and straight, ready to bow deeply before Jiang Yunxi. As long as you are willing to teach me, from this day forth, you shall be my master. Jiang Yunxi stepped back in disdain, evading his intended reverence. A knowing smile graced her lips. I am not your master. I am your ancestor. Xianqing stood frozen, confusion filling his murky eyes. Ancestor? Had he grown too old, his hearing failing him? Surely this young friend was jesting. His flushed face quickly turned a deep shade of crimson, and he cautiously repeated, Young friend, what did you just say? Jiang Yunxi, however, was disinclined to repeat herself and waved her hand dismissively. Xianqing, sensing her reluctance to elaborate, dared not press further, choosing instead to focus solely on the matter of learning talismans. Rubbing his hands together, his face was a canvas of eager anticipation. Then, when can we begin learning to draw talismans? Not now, Jiang Yunxi replied flatly. I must go to the market to procure some medicinal herbs for my cultivation. Her current physical form was still too weak. She needed to find some spiritual herbs to restore her strength. Upon hearing the word cultivation, Xuanqing's eyes instantly brightened. He pounded his chest, volunteering. What herbs do you need? We have vast fields of medicinal plants behind Tian Shan sect. Whatever you require, we can gather it for you. Lu Xian nodded vigorously alongside him, his face beaming with pride. Yes, yes. We have many spiritual herbs in the back mountains. My master says some are treasures not available for purchase outside. Jiang Yunxi paused momentarily, recalling that when she founded Tian Shan sect, she had specifically cultivated an entire mountain of medicinal fields in the back. The spiritual plants within were all collected from ancient secret realms. At that time, her cultivation was so profound that she had regarded these low-tier spiritual herbs with disdain, using them merely as snacks for her underperforming disciples. Little did she expect that now, she would rely on these once despised items to embark on her cultivation journey anew. Fate truly played its tricks. Jiang Yunxi chuckled self-deprecatingly in her heart and nodded. Very well. Let us return to your sect now. Absolutely. Lu Xian responded joyfully, immediately leading the way. The trio soon returned to Tian Shan sect. Upon gazing at the dilapidated entrance, almost on the verge of collapse, Jiang Yunxi's expression darkened instantly. The inscription bearing the name Tian Shan sect had long been eroded by wind and rain, while the vermilion pillars of the gate were peeling and mottled. An aura of poverty and decay permeated the surroundings. How could the once magnificent sect she had founded, which had attracted countless aspiring disciples, be reduced to such a wretched state? A surge of indignation ignited within her. She was determined to revive Tian Shan sect, restoring it to its former glory, nay, to achieve an even greater splendor. Seeing her stand at the gate with a solemn expression and silence, Lu Xian assumed she was discontented with its shabby condition. He scratched his head awkwardly. Do not be misled by the current state of our sect. This was personally overseen by our founding ancestor, Yunxi. In its prime, it was the most magnificent structure in this area, a true landmark. Jiang Yunxi cast him a cool glance. I am aware. Every brick and tile of this gate was designed by my own hand. With that, she stepped forward, heading directly toward the back mountain, her gait exuding familiarity as if she had lived here for decades. Lu Xian paused, momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly followed after her.
Hey.
Where are you going in the back mountain? None of your concern, Jiang Yunxi replied without looking back. I'll be back shortly. Lu Xian could only return to the main hall of the sect with Xianqing. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi, guided by her memory, made her way deep into the back mountain until she discovered a secluded cave. The entrance was concealed by dense vines, and a barrier had been set up outside. This was the place where she had once secluded herself for cultivation. To her surprise, after all these years, the barrier still remained intact. A wisp of feeble spiritual energy coiled around her fingertips as she gently pressed it against the barrier. The seemingly indestructible barrier transformed into golden particles, dissipating instantly. Chapter 21. Discovery of Treasures. She stepped inside. Everything within the cave remained just as it had been when she left. A stone bed, a stone table, and nothing else. Approaching the stone bed, she rummaged for a moment and retrieved a few items from a hidden compartment beneath the bed. A small palm-sized divination tube, made of glazed glass. This was a glazed divination tube, capable of discerning the secrets of the heavens, predicting auspicious and inauspicious outcomes, and even probing into the destinies of others. Should one cultivate it to a profound level, they could even manipulate and obscure heavenly secrets within a limited range. Additionally, there was an ancient copper mirror, the causal spirit mirror, capable of illuminating the threads of causality that weave through all things. Allows one to retrace the past and even catch glimpses of fragments from previous lives. In addition to these two treasures, there were several small porcelain vials made of white jade, concocted by her during her idle days for amusement. To her former self, these items held no value. Yet for the present-day Xianqing and Lu Xian, they were transformative treasures. Not only could they purify and strengthen the body, but they could also remedy Xianqing's fading eyesight and hearing issues, laying a solid foundation for their future cultivation. Jiang Yunxi meticulously gathered these items and turned to exit the cave. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Xianqing and Lu Xian sat upright, resembling two students eagerly awaiting their teacher's exam papers, their eyes fixed on the entrance. The moment they spotted Jiang Yunxi, both rose to their feet. Jiang Yunxi casually tossed the two white jade vials their way, one for Xianqing and the other for Lu Xian.
Consume them.
Xianqing fumbled to catch the vial, uncorking it to be greeted by a refreshing scent of medicine. Merely inhaling its aroma made him feel invigorated, clearing some of the haze from his vision. This was undoubtedly a miraculous elixir. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured a pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Seeing his master partake, Lu Xian followed suit, mimicking him. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a gentle warmth that flowed down his throat into his belly. However, in the next moment, that warmth morphed into a searing magma, violently crashing through their limbs and bones.
Ah!
Both emitted a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground as their bodies convulsed violently. Layers of black impurities seeped from their pores, quickly forming a thick puddle beneath them. Jiang Yunxi observed their writhing forms with an impassive expression, her gaze devoid of any disturbance. Their bodies had long been corroded by the filth of the mundane world. Without potent medicine, it was impossible to cleanse and rejuvenate them. This fleeting pain was trivial compared to the suffering they would endure in their future cultivation. The pain surged swiftly and receded just as quickly. In the span of a mere quarter hour, the excruciating torment gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented lightness and ease. Xianqing shakily rose to his feet. Gazing down at his hands, once frail and marked by age spots, they now appeared smooth, fair, and filled with vitality. Outside, the rustling of leaves in the wind resonated clearly in his ears. To his astonishment, he could hear again. Xianqing abruptly lifted his head, staring at Jiang Yunxi, who stood not far away. The girl's features were so vivid they seemed to be right before him. Even her long, curled eyelashes were distinctly visible. His vision was no longer blurred. This was truly a miracle. Xianqing stood frozen, joy surging within his once clouded eyes. The ailments that had plagued him for decades were effortlessly cured by a single pill. He suddenly recalled Jiang Yunxi's earlier words, "I am your ancestor." It dawned on him that she was not jesting. The ability to produce lost talismans from 500 years ago and to conjure such miraculous elixirs, it could only belong to the legendary ancestor of the Tian Shan sect, who had ascended to immortality. A tremor coursed through his heart as he scrutinized Jiang Yunxi's appearance more closely. It struck him that she bore an uncanny resemblance to the portrait of the revered ancestor that once adorned the main hall of the Tian Shan sect. Yunxi ancestor, Jiang Yunxi? This girl was their sect's founder? Understanding this revelation sent waves of excitement coursing through Xianqing's body. He could no longer pay heed to the filth beneath him, his knees buckled, and he knelt before Jiang Yunxi, performing an elaborate prostration. Disgraced disciple Xianqing pays respects to the ancestor. Each word dripped with utmost reverence and awe. Nearby, Lu Xian too rose from the ground, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, as if he could fell a bull with a single punch. He was still marveling at his transformation when he witnessed his master kneeling before Jiang Yunxi, addressing her as ancestor. Lu Xian's mind momentarily went blank. Ancestor? This girl, who appears younger than me, is our Tian Shan sect's founder. Though he found it absurd, the reactions of his master were undeniable, and he could not dismiss the changes in his own body. Following suit, Lu Xian knelt, imitating his master's posture, and respectfully bowed his head. Disciple Lu Xian pays respects to the ancestor. Jiang Yunxi regarded the two kneeling before her with a satisfied nod. At least they possess some sense, not completely foolish. Rise. She spoke with a calm demeanor. You two, hurry and clean yourselves up, and also tidy this hall. Look at the state you've left it in. It's utterly disgraceful. Yes, ancestor. Xianqing and Lu Xian, as if invigorated, sprang to their feet and hurried out. Before long, they returned in fresh, clean robes. Revitalized after their transformation, Xianqing was no longer the frail old man but stood sprightly, exuding an ethereal aura. Lu Xian had shed his previous frailty, now embodying a tall and imposing figure, radiating vigor. Armed with brooms and cloths, the duo meticulously cleaned every corner of the grand hall until it sparkled, devoid of any dust. Jiang Yunxi surveyed the rejuvenated hall with satisfaction before taking a seat. Go fetch paper and cinnabar. Xianqing promptly presented the prepared items on the table before her with great respect. Observe closely. I will demonstrate only once. Jiang Yunxi picked up the brush, dipping it into the cinnabar. With a graceful flick of her wrist, The brush danced across the yellow talisman paper, skillfully forming intricate symbols in a single fluid motion. As the final stroke was completed, a faint golden glow emanated from the seemingly ordinary symbol paper, releasing a pure and powerful spiritual energy. Xianqing and Lu Xian stood in awe. Was this the true art of talisman crafting? It was nothing short of miraculous. Xianqing, who had devoted his life to studying talismans, could only produce empty shells, while their ancestor could effortlessly draw upon the energies of heaven and earth. The disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. Jiang Yunxi casually tossed the completed protective talisman onto the table. Did you comprehend that? Xianqing, filled with excitement, nodded fervently, though a hint of shame crossed his features as he shook his head. He had seen it, but he had not fully grasped it. Jiang Yunxi had anticipated this outcome. Patiently, she demonstrated once more, this time at a slower pace. The essence of drawing talismans lies in channeling energy into the symbols. Your bodies have just begun to cultivate spiritual energy, and it remains feeble, making control challenging. Thus, your task now is to practice ingraining each stroke of the symbols into your very bones until you can execute them seamlessly. She extended the brush towards Xianqing. Now you give it a try. Xianqing inhaled deeply, grasping the brush and attempting to replicate Jiang Yunxi's movements on the talisman paper. Yet, what he produced was crooked and unrecognizable, akin to a child's doodle, utterly incapable of channeling spiritual energy. His face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yunxi did not express disdain. Rather, she pointed out several errors in his strokes. Here, the transition is too abrupt. The spiritual energy will falter here. And here, your brushwork is too weak to harness the energy. She not only imparted self-defense talismans to the two individuals, but also took the opportunity to draw spirit gathering and peace talismans. Xianqing and Lu Xuan regarded these gifts as treasures, nodding repeatedly in appreciation. Jiang Yunxi rose from her seat, casting a sweeping glance around the desolate and dilapidated grand hall, her brow furrowing once more. With only the two of you guarding such a vast mountain gate, what will happen if trouble comes knocking again? She pointed her finger like a sword, using it as a brush to draw runes in the air. A colossal Taiji Bagua diagram gradually manifested on the ground before the mountain gate. Both Xianqing and Lu Xuan were left awestruck. This is a formation. It is a protective grand formation said to be arranged only by ancient mighty beings. Jiang Yunxi clapped her hands and turned to the dazed Lu Xuan. I have bestowed control of this Taiji Bagua formation to you. Should any foolish entity dare to wreak havoc at the Tian Shan gate in the future, you need only to channel your spiritual energy to activate the formation, and they shall meet their demise on the spot. Lu Xuan felt a surge of excitement, his face flushing with enthusiasm. He nodded vigorously, standing tall with resolve. Rest assured, ancestor, I shall protect the mountain gate with my life. Jiang Yunxi finally nodded in satisfaction. Very well, it is getting late. I must return now. You two should collect some precious herbs from the back mountain for me. I shall take them with me the next time I come. As for you, if there are other matters, seek me out at the Jiang family.
With that,
Jiang Yunxi turned and strode toward the exit. Xianqing and Lu Xuan respectfully escorted her to the mountain gate, only turning back to the grand hall once her figure had completely vanished from sight. As soon as she departed, Lu Xuan could hardly contain himself. He gazed at the empty ground and cautiously summoned the faint spiritual energy within him, tentatively reaching out to touch the formation. In the next moment, the heavens and earth shifted. A torrent of majestic spiritual energy surged skyward, transforming into a visible golden beam of light, piercing through the clouds. The entire Tian Shan gate trembled in response. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the city, at the Chongqing temple, Sun Wei, who was meditating in a quiet room, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He stared incredulously towards the direction of the Tian Shan gate, his expression one of disbelief. Such formidable spiritual energy. This power is pure and overwhelming, far beyond the capabilities of a mere amateur like myself. Could it be that a hidden expert has emerged? Just then, a young acolyte rushed in, stumbling over himself. Master, it's bad. Something has occurred at the Tian Shan gate. Suddenly, spiritual energy is soaring into the sky. Sun Wei's expression darkened instantly. The Tian Shan gate?
Impossible.
The Tian Shan gate has long fallen into disrepair, with only an old blind man and a useless fool remaining inside. How could such astonishing spiritual energy erupt from there? He immediately stood up, issuing a stern command. Go investigate this at once. Ensure you get to the bottom of what has transpired. The acolyte acknowledged the order and hurriedly rushed out. Alone in the quiet room, Sun Wei furrowed his brow tightly. For reasons unknown, he sensed that something was amiss. Ever since Jiang Yunxi returned to the Jiang family, everything has started to slip from his grasp. First, the Jiang family's luck-enhancing formation was destroyed, and now the Tian Shan gate has undergone a transformation. Who exactly is this woman? No, I cannot wait any longer. The Jiang family's fortune can no longer be relied upon. I must swiftly find a more powerful source of luck for Miao Yao. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Sun Wei's eyes. That child of destiny, Xiao Ling, is the perfect target. With this thought, Sun Wei hesitated no longer. He returned to his desk, unfurling a piece of talisman paper. Biting his fingertip to draw a more sinister and peculiar rune with his own blood, he would immediately send this to Miss Miao Yao, instructing her to find a way to keep this talisman close to Xiao Ling. Once successful, Xiao Ling's immense fortune would flow abundantly for her use. The trusted aide received the talisman paper, nodding gravely before swiftly departing. Soon, the Xiao group began to experience a cascade of misfortunes. First, an employee, unable to bear the pressure, leapt from a height, followed by an inexplicable surge of snakes, insects, rodents, and ants in the newly completed headquarters building, rendering all attempts at extermination futile. The most bizarre incident involved Xiao Ling himself. Just days ago, after finishing work, he was struck on the head by a flower pot that fell from the sky, leaving him injured and currently hospitalized. Originally, Xiao Ling was the destined child of fortune, sailing smoothly through life, with even the projects he oversaw within the group progressing exceptionally well. He had never known the taste of misfortune. However, ever since that flower pot incident, it seemed as if all his good luck had been shattered. While recuperating in the hospital, he was bitten by a stray dog that appeared from nowhere. Even a trip to the restroom resulted in him being trapped by a malfunctioning toilet, requiring several attendants to rescue him. It was said that the incident caused quite a stir in the hospital, leaving him the subject of ridicule among many. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Mei immediately took Jiang Miao Yao by the hand, urging her to rush to the hospital to keep him company. A Ling needs your care more than ever. You must be there for him, for this is a perfect opportunity to nurture your relationship. Jiang Miao Yao obediently nodded, preparing to head out. Meanwhile, sitting not far away, Jiang Yunxi wore a faint, enigmatic smile. The Xiao group's downfall was clearly the result of a trap laid by someone. And the reason Xiao Ling found himself beset by misfortune was also due to that very snare. Zhao Mei turned around and caught sight of the smile on her face, her anger flaring up instantly. She strode over to Jiang Yunxi, towering over her as she demanded, "How can you still smile at a time like this? A Ling is suffering, and if Miao Yao marries into the family, she too will face hardship. Can't you bear to see your sister happy?" Chapter 23. Visiting my fiancé. Jiang Yunxi's smile deepened, and she raised her gaze, feigning innocence. "All I care about is whether Xiao Yin is well. After all, I am to marry Xiao Yin, not Xiao Ling. Why should I concern myself with so much?" Zhao Mei was infuriated by her nonchalant attitude, trembling with rage. Do you have no sense of family loyalty?" Jiang Yunxi's smile suddenly turned cold. She stood up, locking eyes with Zhao Mei, and retorted slowly, "And what about you? Have you ever shown me even a modicum of familial affection? Have you forgotten that I am your biological daughter?" Zhao Mei's expression froze in shock. She stood there, rooted in place, her face paling slightly. How dare this girl speak to her in such a manner? This wild child returning from the countryside has become increasingly undisciplined. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Zhao Mei put on a gentle facade. "Miao Yao has grown up by my side since childhood. My feelings for her are naturally deeper, and that is indisputable. As an elder sister, how can you begrudge your younger sibling?" Jiang Yunxi was amused by her words. She took a step forward, closing the distance to Zhao Mei. "I believe it is you who should rectify the habit of being so petty. Perhaps this flaw is simply a hereditary trait inherited from you." With that, she no longer wished to waste another word on Zhao Mei. Turning on her heel to walk towards the door, Zhao Mei, unnerved by her icy gaze, regained her composure only to realize that her back was drenched in cold sweat. Watching Jiang Yunxi's retreating figure, she instinctively called out, "Where are you going?" Jiang Yunxi did not pause her steps, only coldly tossing back a reply. "To see my fiancé." Exiting the Jiang family, Jiang Yunxi hailed a taxi to the Xiao family's ancestral home. She was now a frequent visitor. Upon seeing her, the guard at the entrance opened the side gate respectfully without a word, leading her towards Xiao Yin's courtyard. Xiao Yin was being assisted by his assistant, preparing to leave. Jiang Yunxi quickly approached him. Xiao Yin, where are you going? What brings you here? Xiao Yin's gaze fell upon her, and a flicker of surprise danced across his cool, elegant features. I must visit the Xiao Corporation. There has been a crisis, and I need to assess the situation. Jiang Yunxi scrutinized him with a furrowed brow. I've heard about the troubles at Xiao Corporation. Those issues are man-made. Your presence will not resolve anything. The weight of his eyes deepened. The string of incidents plaguing the company indeed reeked of the uncanny. Yet, as the steward of the Xiao family, he could not afford to remain idle merely because the circumstances were daunting. Even if I cannot resolve them, I must go. There are so many employees at Xiao Corporation. I cannot allow them to live in fear. This man was surprisingly concerned for the welfare of his employees. He did not appear as indifferent as he seemed. Jiang Yunxi sighed. Very well, seeing your resolute demeanor, I shall accompany you. I will assist you. After all, he was handsome and also her cultivation partner. Xiao Yin cast her a fleeting glance, refraining from refusal, and slightly nodded in tacit agreement. The assistant promptly opened the car door, and once both had settled in, he started the vehicle, steering towards the Xiao Corporation. As the car began to move, Jiang Yunxi reached out and boldly placed her hand on Xiao Yin's thigh. Not only did she touch it, but she also squeezed with some force. Xiao Yin's body froze instantly. A strange current surged from where her fingers made contact, coursing throughout his entire being. This woman, did she have any notion of propriety? Xiao Yin's expression darkened as he grasped her wayward hand. Jiang Yunxi, what are you doing? Jiang Yunxi was taken aback by his reaction. Wasn't she merely checking his leg? Was the reaction truly necessary? I was just inspecting how well your leg is recovering. Have you been soaking in the medicinal baths on schedule? Xiao Yin's grip on her wrist faltered. It turned out she was treating herself once again. Damn it. He had misjudged her intentions. A wave of unexplainable heat crept up his neck, rendering his face slightly flushed. He cleared his throat and released her hand. I have. Jiang Yunxi paid no heed to the change in his expression, her focus entirely on his leg. Do you have any sensation in your leg? Xiao Yin nodded. His voice tinged with discomfort. There is a slight feeling, but it is not very pronounced. Indeed, the progress was too slow. Jiang Yunxi retrieved a white jade porcelain bottle from her pocket, dispensed 2 pills, and directly offered them to his lips. Open your mouth. Xiao Yin hesitated at the sight of the pills resting on her delicate fingers, but ultimately complied and swallowed them. The pills dissolved instantly, releasing a wave of warmth 100-fold more potent than the medicinal baths, surging through his limbs and finally rushing toward his insensate leg. The sensation was overwhelmingly pleasant, and Xiao Yin leaned back in his seat, nearly unable to suppress a groan. Within a few minutes, Jiang Yunxi lifted his leg and placed it on her knee. Now, try to move it. The assistant, witnessing this scene through the rear-view mirror, nearly lost his grip on the steering wheel in shock. Miss Zhang's audacity was truly remarkable. The master despised anyone touching his leg, yet she dared to take such liberties. The assistant braced himself for the impending wrath of his employer. To his surprise, Xiao Yin not only refrained from anger, but genuinely followed her instructions. He lowered his gaze to his long dormant leg, inhaled deeply, and summoned all his strength in an attempt to command it. The leg felt as heavy as lead. He exerted every ounce of effort, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead. Just as he was about to give up, he felt the faintest twitch in his toes. Although it was barely perceptible, it was indeed movement. Xiao Yin's pupils dilated in astonishment. He abruptly lifted his head, his depths reflecting turbulent waves of emotion. For years, he had sought the world's finest physicians, all of whom had been rendered powerless by his condition. Everyone had declared that he would spend his life relying on a cane. Yet, Jiang Yunxi had truly awakened feeling in his leg. With a tremor in his voice, Xiao Yin gazed at Jiang Yunxi. My leg. It really moved. However, Jiang Yunxi's brow furrowed deeply, her expression devoid of joy, replaced instead with gravity. No, this situation seems rather unusual. Xiao Yin's excitement swiftly cooled, and he regained his usual stoic demeanor, though his eyes, fixed intently on her, betrayed his anxiety. What do you mean? Chapter 24. Your leg has been cursed. Jiang Yunxi's gaze fell upon his leg, her tone laced with inquiry. The 2 pills I gave you are elixirs for cleansing the marrow and revitalizing the spirit. Logically, after taking them, the meridians in your leg should have been fully unblocked, allowing you to stand and walk. However, your condition has only slightly improved. Full movement has yet to be restored. Jiang Yunxi summoned her spiritual energy to probe the meridians and bones of his leg. Your leg has indeed been cursed. Xiao Yin was left stunned. A curse? So it was not a matter of being untreatable, but rather, from the very beginning, someone had wished for his ailment to persist. A self-deprecating smile touched his lips. It mattered not that he could not move, he had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Yunxi observed his despondent demeanor and found it rather distressing. With a scoff, she spoke with an innate arrogance. It's merely a trifling curse. Why let it frighten you? To me, this is hardly even an appetizer. She could easily dispel it, but it would require some auxiliary tools. Xiao Yin's eyes suddenly ignited with fervor as he grasped Jiang Yunxi's hand. If you can heal my leg, I will grant you whatever you desire. Jiang Yunxi, sensing the fervor and madness in his gaze, reciprocated the grip. She smiled, her eyes sparkling like a cat that had gotten into the cream. Very well. You have my word. Moments later, the car came to a halt in front of the headquarters of the Xiao Corporation. The assistant's voice came from the front seats. Sir,
We've arrived.
Xiao Yin and Jiang Yunxi exited the vehicle together. However, as Jiang Yunxi stood firmly, her steps faltered. She looked up at the towering, magnificent structure before her. The entire building was shrouded in an invisible black aura, eerily familiar and reminiscent of the dark energy surrounding Jiang Miaor. Noticing her solemn expression, Xiao Yin halted. What is it? Have you discerned something? He now placed immense trust in Jiang Yunxi's words. Jiang Yunxi withdrew her gaze, her demeanor stern. The multitude of issues plaguing the Xiao Corporation stems from Xiaoling. He has fallen into a trap. If we allow this to continue, the Xiao Corporation will soon face utter ruin. Can it be resolved? Xiao Yin inquired gravely. Jiang Yunxi nodded affirmatively. Yes, but I will require compensation. Xiao Yin met her bright eyes. What do you wish for? Jiang Yunxi's gaze drifted once more to his slender lips. A kiss will suffice. Xiao Yin suppressed a cough, uncomfortably averting his gaze. Very well, he acquiesced. Jiang Yunxi beamed with satisfaction, brimming with enthusiasm. Let us get to work. She confidently strode towards the building without even asking for directions, heading straight to a particular destination. Ultimately, she halted at the door of Xiaoling's office. As she reached for the door handle, a figure suddenly blocked her path. It was Xiaoling's secretary. Isn't this Miss Jiang? What brings you here? Are you attempting yet again to get close to our young master Xiao? I advise you to abandon your futile infatuation. Xiao always favors young ladies of refined elegance like Miss Miaoer, not a wild girl who has returned from the countryside like you. Jiang Yunxi couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids, her voice as frigid as ice. I am here to resolve the issues plaguing the Xiao Corporation. Step aside. The secretary scoffed derisively. Resolve issues? With you? Have you lost your mind? What can you possibly do for the Xiao family? If you don't bring shame upon them, that's a blessing enough. Jiang Yunxi's brows slightly furrowed, about to take action to silence the audacious secretary when a cold, commanding voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Let her in. Xiao Yin approached, leaning on his cane, moving leisurely. His gaze swept disdainfully over the flabbergasted secretary. The surrounding employees, who had been spectating, fell into a hushed silence at the sight of Xiao Yin, hastily lowering their heads. Why was the CEO here, and why was he speaking up for Jiang Yunxi? Everyone knew this woman harbored feelings for the young CEO. Now she was by the elder CEO's side, and he was defending her. Curiosity piqued, they watched intently. Xiao Yin halted behind Jiang Yunxi, extending his hand to naturally wrap around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Jiang Yunxi is already my fiancé. From now on, you shall respect her as you do me. At this proclamation, the entire floor fell into a stunned silence. Everyone gaped in disbelief at the two in an embrace. Miss Jiang had become the CEO's fiancé? Was this some sort of fantasy novel? The secretary's face drained of color, turning pale as she trembled, her teeth chattering, nearly losing her balance. She had just humiliated the future wife of the CEO in front of him. She was finished. Xiao Yin, holding Jiang Yunxi close, directed a piercing gaze at the secretary. Do I have permission to enter my nephew's office? The secretary, trembling, nodded repeatedly, stuttering. Of course, you may. Please, Mr. Xiao. She scurried to the office door, fumbling as she swiped her card, personally pushing open the grand entrance. Please, come in. Jiang Yunxi did not spare her a glance and walked straight in. She surveyed the room, ultimately fixing her gaze on an antique shelf in the corner. She approached it directly, retrieving an inconspicuous object wrapped in red cloth from a drawer, which contained a talisman folded from yellow paper. Upon unwrapping it, she discovered another talisman meant for good fortune. What was wrong with the people in this world? Why did they always resort to seeking luck and fortune instead of striving for self-improvement and honing other skills? It was utterly tiresome. Jiang Yunxi casually pinched the talisman, which suddenly ignited into green smoke, turning to ash in an instant. At the moment the talisman was incinerated, the lights in the office flickered violently. A chilling, dark energy surged from the pile of ashes, swiftly engulfing the entire office. The room was plunged into darkness, rendering visibility non-existent, accompanied by what seemed to be frantic, unidentifiable screams.
It was terrifying.
The assistant and Xiao Yin had never witnessed such a scene. Their faces paled instantly. The dark energy spiraled through the air before coalescing into a grotesque, ghostly hand that lunged toward Xiao Yin and the assistant's hearts. Xiao Yin felt an icy chill wash over him, rendering him immobile. As the ghostly hand approached, Jiang Yunxi suddenly sprang into action. Chapter 25. You are the one who is unwell. She swiftly positioned herself in front of Xiao Yin, seizing the dark energy and violently flinging it several times in the air. The dark mass emitted a piercing wail before dissipating into nothingness. The lights in the office flickered back to life. The assistant, thoroughly shaken, was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a remnant of dark energy darted into his body. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. What happened to him? Xiao Yin's brows knitted tightly. Jiang Yunxi cast a casual glance, her tone nonchalant. It's nothing, just a bit of unclean energy. I'll purify him shortly.
And he will be fine.
Her demeanor was so composed, as though she were discussing a trivial matter. Yet moments ago, she had bravely shielded him, clearly afraid that the dark energy might touch him. Perhaps she cared for him too deeply, worried he might suffer even the slightest harm, which explained her urgency. Thus, the weight of Jiang Yunxi in his eyes differed significantly from that of the assistant. This preferential treatment was something he had never experienced before. Yet Jiang Yunxi had bestowed it upon him. Xiao Yin's heart quivered uncontrollably, and his gaze toward Jiang Yunxi softened gradually. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi had resumed her pacing around the office, her fingertips tracing invisible golden symbols in the air, which infused every corner of the room. With her movements, the oppressive, chilling atmosphere that had lingered in the office dissipated at a visible rate. Just then, the office door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Xiao Ling, his head wrapped in bandages, stormed in with a pale face, followed closely by the concerned Jiang Miaoer. Jiang Yunxi. He pointed an accusing finger at her, trembling with rage. Are you out of your mind? Even if you have feelings for me, you shouldn't come to my office to steal things while being engaged to my uncle. Had it not been for the secretary's warning about Jiang Yunxi causing trouble, he would have remained oblivious. This woman was utterly deranged, resorting to any means necessary to gain his affection. First, she clung to him relentlessly, and now she was entangled with his uncle just to get closer to him. It was revolting. Jiang Yunxi halted her actions, regarding him as if he were a fool. You are the one who is unwell. Get out of my sight, and don't delay my work. I still expect to receive my payment after I'm done. This fool's narcissism was nothing short of a terminal illness. Did he think everyone in the world revolved around him? Xiao Ling's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. He bellowed at the security guard by the door. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and throw this crazy woman out. Just as the bodyguard was about to step forward, Xiao Yin, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. Xiao Ling, leave at once. Otherwise, prepare to be expelled from the Xiao Corporation. Xiao Ling's arrogant demeanor instantly deflated. His uncle never joked around. If he didn't leave now, he might really be ousted from a company. He dared not defy him, begrudgingly acquiescing. Yes, uncle. With that, he grasped Jiang Miaoer's hand and hurriedly exited the office without a backward glance. Once he was gone, Jiang Yunxi resumed her prior actions. As the last symbol was inscribed, the air in the entire building transformed, becoming fresh and invigorating. All employees felt the heavy pressure lift, their spirits inexplicably brightening. Outside the office, Xiao Ling paced restlessly, when suddenly he felt an inexplicable lightness throughout his body. For days, his mind had been shrouded in a dense fog, but now it felt as though it had been abruptly cleared, leaving him remarkably lucid. Even the inexplicable aches and pains that had plagued him vanished. He stretched his limbs, a look of surprise crossing his face. Miaoer, I feel so much better. The pain is gone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Miaoer felt a jolt of alarm. How could this be? Panic surged within her, yet she forced a gentle smile on her face. How splendid it is, Ah Ling. I always believed that fortune favors the kind-hearted. Surely, you shall emerge unscathed. Once you have regained your health, we can begin preparations for our wedding, she remarked casually, as if inadvertently bringing up the topic. By the way, what of the talisman I gave you? Are you still wearing it? Xiao Ling smacked his forehead, a look of chagrin crossing his face. Oh, dear, I completely forgot. I took it off while showering a few days ago and carelessly placed it in my office drawer. Jiang Miao's expression shifted dramatically. She grasped Xiao Ling's arm, her voice tinged with a sharp edge. Did I not tell you? That talisman must be worn close to the body. I sought it out for a long time, and the Taoist priest personally blessed it. Seeing her anxious demeanor stirred a pang of guilt within Xiao Ling, and he was about to offer an apology when the office door swung open, revealing Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin, who had overheard the exchange. A sardonic smile curled Jiang Yunxi's lips. Is it a protective talisman or a death sentence? One cannot be sure. At her words, both Xiao Ling and Jiang Miao paled. Miao's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. She looked at Jiang Yunxi with a sense of grievance, her voice laced with helplessness. Sister, why would you say such things about me? Are you implying that everything that has transpired with the Xiao group is my doing? That Xiao Ling's injury is also my fault? Her woeful visage would draw sympathy from anyone who laid eyes upon her. Xiao Ling's heart ached painfully. Yet, Jiang Yunxi remained unperturbed, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, it is you. Miao's sobs intensified, her body swaying as if she might faint at any moment. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Ling shielded Miao behind him and shouted at Jiang Yunxi. Silence. Miao is kind-hearted. How could she possibly wish me harm? You venomous woman. You cannot bear to see us happy. He refused to believe Jiang Yunxi's malicious words. Miao was the one who loved him most dearly, while Jiang Yunxi, in her madness, sought to tarnish Miao's name out of jealousy. Jiang Yunxi raised her hands in a gesture of resignation, a hint of pity in her expression. No good deed can save a soul intent on self-destruction, Xiao Ling. You are destined to be led astray by her. Miao, feeling the weight of Jiang Yunxi's piercing gaze, was consumed by dread, a chill spreading from her core. She could no longer feign vulnerability and clutched Xiao Ling's arm tightly. Ah Ling, let us leave. Xiao Ling shot Jiang Yunxi a furious glare before hastily guiding Miao away, not daring to look back. Jiang Yunxi observed their retreating figures with a resigned shake of her head. Chapter 26. Was it deliberate? Xiao Yin had remained silent, observing the faint glimmer of regret on Jiang Yunxi's face, before finally breaking the silence. Was it intentional? Jiang Yunxi turned her head to meet his profound gaze and nodded with a calm demeanor. Of course. I must ensure that Xiao Ling understands that the precious gem he cherishes has been scheming against him all along. When he finally realizes the truth, he shall be consumed by rage. The thought of such a scene brought her immense satisfaction. Xiao Yin's eyes flickered slightly. Her obsession with Xiao Ling's affairs seemed particularly intense. Even if it were for revenge, her fervor appeared rather unusual. Was it possible she could not let go of her feelings for him? What of her sentiments towards himself? Were they genuine affection or merely a transactional alliance? If it were merely an alliance, she would have no need to seek his closeness so persistently. As Xiao Yin pondered this, he was suddenly pulled closer by Jiang Yunxi, who pressed him against the corridor wall. She tilted her head slightly, urgency in her eyes. I overexerted myself while dispelling the malevolent energy earlier. I need a kiss. Before he could respond, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against his. A few passing employees witnessed the spectacle, their eyes widening in shock as they froze in place. Jiang Yunxi, however, remained blissfully unaware, lost in the moment. Streams of ethereal energy flowed from their joined lips into her being, rapidly replenishing her previously drained vitality. Xiao Yin, initially rigid, gradually relaxed, allowing her to indulge like a butterfly sipping nectar from flowers. When they parted, his typically pallid complexion bore a faint blush, rendering him far healthier than before. Jiang Yunxi, mistaking his dazed expression for discomfort, asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell? Should I refrain from kissing you next time?" Xiao Yin, feeling increasingly awkward from her unabashed remarks, grasped her hand and pulled her away, his voice tinged with a subtle embarrassment. Such matters should not be so freely spoken of. Jiang Yunxi pouted in displeasure. Understood. It was evident he still preferred to maintain distance. She had thought that after so many encounters, he would have grown accustomed to her advances. Next time, she would refrain from being so overt. Though drawing near to absorb the energy would be significantly slower, it was preferable to inciting his disdain. Disheartened, Jiang Yunxi turned her attention to the assistant still sprawled on the floor. With a flick of her fingers, she retrieved a pre-drawn talisman from her pocket, which ignited spontaneously. She sprinkled the ashes into a cup of water on the nearby table and administered the talisman-infused liquid to the assistant. Once she had completed this task, she clapped her hands. In a moment, the assistant groggily awoke, rubbing the sore spot on his head. "Sir, what has happened to me?" Jiang Yunxi glanced at him, her tone indifferent. "You were afflicted by an unclean entity. Avoid traveling alone at night for the next few days, especially after midnight. Do not venture outside at all." The assistant's face drained of color as he recalled the eerie events in the office, shivering in fright, and nodded vigorously. Yes, I will remember. Thank you, Miss Jiang." Satisfied, Jiang Yunxi nodded. "The matter is resolved. Let us return." With that, she strode towards the exit, with Xiao Yin and the assistant trailing behind as they descended the stairs together. The atmosphere in the car on their return journey was rather somber. Jiang Yunxi leaned against the window, gazing out at the rapidly retreating scenery, remaining silent. Xiao Yin's gaze fell upon her, observing her sullen demeanor. It was evident she was upset, and he surmised it was due to his earlier comment. He had not intended it that way. He simply felt a bit awkward in front of so many people. Moreover, it was inappropriate for a young lady to speak so openly about such matters, as it could tarnish her reputation. He opened his mouth, wishing to explain, but faltered, unsure where to begin. Such words of comfort were foreign to him.
As he hesitated,
the car came to a gradual halt in front of the Jiang family villa. The assistant promptly exited to open the door for Jiang Yunxi. She stepped out in silence, preparing to head home.
"Wait."
Xiao Yin's cool voice suddenly rang out from within the car. Jiang Yunxi paused, turning her head. Xiao Yin regarded her, his lips barely moving. "Would you like me to stay for dinner?" Instantly, Jiang Yunxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Her gloomy expression vanished, and she hurried back to the car, seizing Xiao Yin's hand as she eagerly urged him to step down.
"Come on.
I'll have the kitchen prepare a feast for you." How splendid! As long as he remains in the Jiang family, she will have ample opportunities to approach him and absorb his aura. Observing her instant transformation into a beaming visage, Xiao Yin felt an inexplicable lift in his spirits. He followed her lead and exited the car, allowing her to guide him into the villa. In the Jiang family's living room, Jiang Boya and Zhao Mei were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. The moment Jiang Yunxi stepped through the door, Jiang Boya's expression darkened immediately. "Where have you been running around again? You hardly ever stay at home. What kind of behavior is this? With all this time, why don't you quickly learn some manners? You are about to marry into the Xiao family. If you continue in this manner, won't you bring shame upon the Jiang family?" Zhao Mei chimed in. "Indeed, you should learn from your sister. She has been proficient in various etiquettes since childhood. Teaching you would be no trouble at all." Jiang Yunxi let out a scoff. Just as she was about to retort, a cool figure emerged from behind her. It was Xiao Yin. The anger on Jiang Boya and Zhao Mei's faces froze in place as they stared at Xiao Yin in shock, unable to utter a single word. How could Xiao Yin be here? His gaze, icy and penetrating, swept over the two of them before finally settling on Jiang Yunxi. "Gentlemen, I believe Yunxi is perfectly fine as she is. I do not wish for her to learn any etiquette, and I hope you will cease to pressure her." Jiang Boya and Zhao Mei were nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily rising from the sofa. Their expressions morphed from shock to rigid, eager obsequiousness. "Mr. Xiao, what brings you here?" Zhao Mei quickly approached, guiding Xiao Yin to sit beside her on the sofa. She plastered on a forced smile while shooting a reproachful glance at Jiang Yunxi. "Yunxi, really? Bringing you home without giving us a heads up? We could have prepared." Jiang Yunxi blinked innocently. "Oh, were you preparing to sing my praises before Mr. Xiao?" Chapter 27. This wretched girl, does she intend to ruin the Jiang family? Truly, it seems unnecessary. I have grown accustomed to your disparagement. Whether you scold or belittle me, I will not mind. This wretched girl, does she intend to ruin the Jiang family? To say such things in front of Xiao Yin is to blatantly reveal their usual mistreatment of her. Zhao Mei and Jiang Boya's faces darkened, their expressions shadowed by anger. Zhao Mei hastily grabbed Jiang Yunxi's arm, her eyes warning her to be silent. She then forced a strange smile toward Xiao Yin. "Mr. Xiao, please do not mind Yunxi. She grew up in the countryside and lacks the tact in her speech. Please do not take her words to heart." Xiao Yin's gaze sharpened as it landed on Zhao Mei's face, a hint of coldness in his tone. "Are you implying that you are ashamed of Yunxi's rural upbringing?" Zhao Mei's smile froze, unable to comprehend how a simple pleasantry could provoke Xiao Yin's displeasure. Yet, Xiao Yin did not grant her the opportunity to speak further. He continued, unhurriedly, "You brought her into this world, yet failed to care for her, allowing a nanny to secretly swap her identity, subjecting her to years of hardship in the countryside. Logically, it is you who owe her. You should do everything possible to make amends. But why does it seem to me that rather than showing any remorse, you only find fault with her?" Xiao Yin's eyes grew sharper, as if he could see through to their very souls. Did she choose to be swapped by the nanny? Did she wish to endure years of life in the countryside? She was meant to grow up in luxury, as the daughter of the Jiang family, deserving of respect, and certainly not to be scorned by her own parents. The living room fell into an oppressive silence. Jiang Boyo and Zhao Mei were rendered speechless, their faces pale as paper. Never had they imagined they would be so mercilessly reprimanded by Xiao Yin in front of others. Each word fell upon them like a stinging slap, igniting a fiery pain. They had always deemed Jiang Yunxi's rural upbringing as a source of shame for the Jiang family, viewing her as unworthy of any standing. Yet they had never considered that they were the architects of her current plight. Xiao Yin spoke the truth. They had wronged her. Jiang Boyo coughed heavily, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. "Yunxi, it is my fault. I did not consider your feelings. Rest assured. I will treat you and Mia as equals from now on, never favoring one over the other." Jiang Yunxi regarded his hypocritical facade with amusement. Truly, it is easy to change a landscape, but difficult to alter one's nature. Had it not been for Xiao Yin's presence today, he likely would not have uttered a single word to her. His current words were merely for show. She dismissed Jiang Boyo's remarks with indifference, nodding absently. "When will we have dinner?" "Mr. Xiao will be dining here." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mei sprang from the sofa. "I will go ensure the kitchen prepares a most sumptuous dinner to properly host Mr. Xiao." With that, she dashed into the kitchen. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the living room. Jiang Boyo hurriedly poured more tea for Xiao Yin, plastering a warm smile on his face as he sought to initiate conversation. "Mr. Xiao, may I inquire your thoughts on the development project in the Southern New District?" He had been closely monitoring this project, seeing it as a lucrative opportunity that could elevate the Jiang family's status. Xiao Yin took a sip of tea, immediately discerning Jiang Boyo's intentions. The project was nearly under the control of the Xiao Group, with only the contract remaining to be signed. In truth, providing a share of the benefits to the Jiang family was merely a matter of his word. For Jiang Yunxi's sake, granting him this opportunity would be acceptable. It might ease her circumstances within the Jiang family. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yunxi interjected suddenly. "That project should not be touched. Engaging with it will surely lead to misfortune." Jiang Boyo's smile froze instantly. He whirled around, glaring at Jiang Yunxi, lowering his voice to reprimand her. "What nonsense are you spouting? We are discussing serious matters. You, a mere girl, do not understand and should refrain from interjecting. Go back to your room." Jiang Yunxi regarded his furious countenance with a cold smile. "I am trying to save you. If you dare to pursue the Southern New District Development Project, prepare for your downfall." Jiang Boyo's face turned a deep shade of anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. "You, what absurdity are you uttering?" He was so enraged, he nearly choked. Yet, Jiang Yunxi did not spare him another glance, turning to ascend the staircase, completely unfazed by his threatening demeanor.
"Foolish man.
"I have done my utmost. Whether you heed my warning is your own affair. After all, I have been more than charitable." Jiang Boyo watched her retreating figure vanish around the corner, his chest heaving with fury. He quickly returned his gaze, forcing a conciliatory smile as he turned to Xiao Yin. "Mr. Xiao, please do not take her words to heart. She simply does not know better." However, Xiao Yin merely fixed him with a penetrating gaze before placing his teacup back onto the table. Jiang Yunxi not only possesses the ability to read fortunes and treat ailments, but she can also guide others to avoid calamity. Jiang Boyo's smile froze, disbelief washing over him as he stood rooted to the spot, unable to comprehend that the remarkable individual Xiao Yin referred to as none other than Jiang Yunxi. "When I initially brought that girl back from the countryside, she was utterly inept, her academic performance dismal and hardly bearable to witness. How could she possibly transform into an entirely different person in such a short span of time?" Jiang Boyo chuckled awkwardly, tentatively inquiring, "Mr. Xiao, could it be that you are mistaken?" Xiao Yin lifted his gaze, his expression icy. "Do you truly believe that I could be mistaken?" Jiang Boyo was instantly silenced, unable to utter a single word. He could not fathom that Xiao Yin would err. This man, who wielded authority over the Xiao Corporation with ruthless efficiency, how could he possibly make a misjudgment in such matters? Could it be that Yunxi genuinely possessed such talents? Xiao Yin had already risen to his feet, disregarding the frozen Jiang Boyo as he ascended the stairs, heading directly towards Jiang Yunxi's room. The door was ajar, slightly ajar. With a gentle push, it swung open. Jiang Yunxi's room was simply adorned, yet impeccably tidy, exuding a sense of comfort. He took a seat beside Jiang Yunxi, pondering briefly before deciding to speak. Once Jiang Boyer and Zhao Mei discerned Jiang Miaojin's true colors, they would undoubtedly reconsider their stance. Chapter 28. The Emperor's aura can evade the scheming. He had assumed that her melancholy stemmed from her parents' favoritism. After all, anyone subjected to such treatment by their own flesh and blood would naturally feel disheartened. Jiang Yunxi turned her head in surprise at his words. What is Jiang Miaojin's true nature? This person must have known Jiang Miaojin's character all along, hadn't they? Could it be that the Emperor's aura could indeed evade the scheming? Xiao Yin snorted derisively. Two-faced, vain and materialistic, reeking of green tea. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi let out a soft laugh, her eyes curving like a cat that had just stolen a fish. How did you see through her? Xiao Yin's gaze lingered on her smiling eyes, his expression softening slightly. By simply observing, I can instinctively sense discomfort even before such a person approaches me. Thus, I harbor a strong aversion. The amusement in Jiang Yunxi's eyes deepened. You are the first to perceive her true self. How impressive. As Xiao Yin regarded her radiant smile, the corners of his lips involuntarily lifted. Are you still angry? Jiang Yunxi shook her head, her smile dimming slightly. I have never harbored resentment towards the Jiang family. Fate may be unjust, but I shall strive for what I desire. If my family is unkind, I will relinquish them. As long as I am content, the opinions of others matter not to me. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated hearing such liberated and resolute words from a girl in her 20s. He had assumed she would be sorrowful, aggrieved, in need of consolation. Yet she required none. She possessed her own world, her own principles, formidable enough to require no one's sympathy. But what of herself? What was her attitude towards her own being? If one day he were to become that undesirable person, would she also unhesitatingly forsake him? This thought inexplicably tightened his chest. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately swallowed the question. The two lingered in the room for a while longer until Zhao Mei personally ascended the stairs, her face adorned with a warm smile, beckoning them to come down for dinner. The dining table indeed boasted a lavish spread. Jiang Boyo enthusiastically raised his wine glass, eager to toast with Xiao Yin. Mr. Xiao, it's rare for you to visit our home. Allow me to propose a toast. However, Xiao Yin merely cast a detached glance, his tone distant. I've been experiencing gastrointestinal issues lately. I shall refrain from alcohol. Jiang Boyo's hand, holding the wine glass, froze awkwardly in midair, ultimately leading him to sheepishly lower it. The atmosphere at the dining table momentarily grew tense. Yet in the next moment, Xiao Yin nonchalantly served Jiang Yunxi a piece of rib. Do try this. With that cool and ascetic demeanor, he engaged in these exceedingly tender and considerate actions, his voice laced with a hint of indulgence. He then leisurely peeled a shrimp, placing the succulent meat into Jiang Yunxi's bowl. Eat slowly. Jiang Yunxi was delighted to be catered to, relishing his attentions without reservation. She even began to push her luck, pointing at another dish on the table. I want that one too. And that one. Xiao Yin dutifully complied with her requests, serving each dish she pointed out with meticulous care. Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei were utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly the reputedly unapproachable and cold-hearted ruler of the Xiao family? Why was he so exceptionally kind to Jiang Yunxi? Did he genuinely harbor feelings for her? This notion ignited a fervent excitement within Jiang Boyu. The long-sought-after development project in the Southern District seemed to glimmer with hope. If he could align himself with the Xiao Corporation, the future of the Jiang family would be boundless. Once the meal concluded, Xiao Yin stood to take his leave. Jiang Yunxi accompanied him to the door, watching as the vehicle disappeared into the distance before turning to ascend the stairs. Yunxi, wait a moment. Jiang Boyu called out to her. Jiang Yunxi halted, glancing back at him with a neutral expression. Is there something you need? Jiang Boyu rubbed his hands together, a faint warmth gracing his features as he spoke. You see, Mr. Xiao treats you so well. Could you perhaps say a few good words for your father in front of him? If the Jiang family could also participate in the Southern District project. Jiang Yunxi abruptly interrupted his words, her demeanor frosty. That's impossible. The Xiao Corporation will not undertake the Southern District project. And I advise you not to entertain any ulterior motives. Jiang Boya's smile abruptly froze. He had not anticipated that his polite proposal would be met with such a decisive refusal. Anger flared within him. What is this attitude? You haven't even married into the Xiao family yet, and you already disregard your identity as a Jiang. What harm would it do for you to say a few words? It's merely a trivial task for you. Jiang Yunxi looked at his entitled expression, finding it amusingly infuriating. The curve of her lips suddenly turned cold. I shall reiterate. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding that project. Otherwise, the entire Jiang family will be doomed because of you. Jiang Boyu, however, remained unconvinced. What nonsense are you spouting? That project is highly regarded by everyone in the industry. It's a surefire investment. How has it become something that could lead to disaster in your words? You simply do not wish to assist the Jiang family, and thus you say such things. Jiang Yunxi sighed in exasperation at his obstinacy. Because beneath that project lies a cluster of ancient tombs. Should construction commence, disturbing the peace below, all those involved in the project will suffer dire consequences. Catastrophe and ruin would be mild outcomes. Jiang Boyu was momentarily shaken by her words. Although he was skeptical of such supernatural claims, Jiang Yunxi's unwavering gaze instilled an inexplicable sense of unease within him. She did not appear to be speaking whimsically. Observing his silence, Jiang Yunxi initially thought he had finally grasped her point. She tired of further discourse and turned to ascend the stairs. Once back in her room, a sense of restlessness lingered within her. She was not vexed by Jiang Boyu's foolishness, but rather concerned that this matter could implicate Xiao Yin. After all, the Xiao Corporation was the leading party in the Southern District project. Should Xiao Yin disregard her advice and proceed, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon him. She had finally found such an exceptional ally, she could not allow it to unravel so easily. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, prompting her to take out her phone and send Xiao Yin a message. Immediately withdraw from the Southern District project. Do not become involved. Not long after the message was sent, Xiao Yin received it. He had just returned to the old residence of the Xiao family, preparing to attend to some documents. Upon seeing the imperative message on his phone screen, he not only felt no anger, but the corners of his lips curled into a slight smile. He had witnessed Jiang Yunxi's prowess firsthand. When she stated that something should not be touched, there was undoubtedly a compelling reason behind it. Chapter 29. Have you lost your mind? No matter how substantial the interests of the Xiao Corporation, they paled in comparison to the latent risks involved. Moreover, he trusted her. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yin dialed his assistant's number. We shall abandon the project in the Southern New District. Announce it immediately and allow other companies to commence competition. This news detonated like a bomb within the Xiao Corporation and throughout the entire business realm. The first to be caught in the ensuing chaos was the patriarch of the Xiao family. At the moment he received the news, he was sipping tea. The purple clay teapot in his hand shattered upon impact with the ground, splintering into several pieces. What did you say? He has abandoned the project. The butler stood trembling beside him, scarcely daring to breathe. The elder Xiao trembled with rage, storming toward Xiao Yin's courtyard. He kicked the door open and, upon seeing Xiao Yin seated on the sofa perusing documents, he could contain his fury no longer. Xiao Yin, have you lost your mind? Such a lucrative project in the Southern New District, one that guarantees profit, and you simply cast it aside? Do you harbor some grievance against the corporation to make such a foolish decision? Xiao Yin slowly lifted his head, his cold gaze meeting the elder's furious eyes, his expression betraying not a hint of turmoil. I consulted a feng shui master. He advised that this project is ill-fated and should not be undertaken. The elder was momentarily taken aback, scarcely believing his ears. Such an absurd rationale emanating from the lips of his typically rational and composed son was unfathomable. He had expected Xiao Yin to provide a strategic business rationale. Yet what he received was this nonsensical utterance. It was utterly ludicrous. The elder Xiao, enraged, let out a laugh, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Are you out of your mind? You actually believe such drivel? You would forfeit hundreds of billions in profit on the word of a charlatan. Have you gone mad? Xiao Yin's expression suddenly turned icy. He regarded his morally duplicitous father, his tone laced with a subtle sarcasm. Are you not a firm believer in such metaphysical matters? I am merely following your example. This remark struck the elder like a stinging slap across the face. He recalled how he had once heedlessly believed in a master's words, deeming Xiao Yin to be a harbinger of misfortune, responsible for his mother's demise, and had callously cast him away to a side courtyard, neglecting him for over a decade. Now, Xiao Yin returned this humiliation in kind, employing the same reasoning. The elder was left speechless, his face flushing a deep purple. However, he quickly regained his composure, suppressing his wrath.
Fine.
Since you place such faith in this so-called master, let us wager. You must take full responsibility for this matter. If, within 1 month, the Southern New District project proceeds without incident, you must resign from your position as president of the Xiao Corporation and hand the reins over to Xiaoling. He had finally revealed his ultimate objective. This son was far too capable, entirely beyond his control, and he felt threatened. Only his favored Xiaoling could be deemed the most suitable heir for the Xiao family's future. Xiao Yin observed his father's eager countenance, feeling an icy detachment within. His father's intentions were transparent. From the very beginning, he aimed to unseat him from this position and pave the way for Xiaoling. Very well. Xiao Yin readily acquiesced, his visage betraying no hesitation. He looked at the elder, enunciating each word with clarity. 1 month. If the project encounters any issues, I will relinquish the presidency to Xiaoling. The elder had not anticipated such an agreeable response, a glimmer of jubilation flashing in his eyes. In his estimation, Xiao Yin was destined to lose. How could a project possibly go awry? Agreed, the elder declared, satisfaction radiating from him as he departed. Xiao Yin lowered his gaze, returning to his documents. His assistant, standing behind him, wore a countenance of indignation. Mr. Xiao, the elder's intentions are crystal clear. He aims to elevate Xiaoling. This is profoundly unfair. You took over the Xiao Corporation when it was beleaguered, riddled with deficits and troubles. Now that you have resolved all issues, why should Xiaoling benefit without effort? Such fortuitousness is unfathomable. Xiao Yin replied coolly, not lifting his head. Even if I were to resign from the presidency now, the senior executives of the company would not heed Xiaoling's commands. He lacks the capability. The assistant paused, suddenly enlightened. Mr. Xiao had already laid the groundwork. Harboring no fear of Xiaoling's encroachment, the seasoned executives within the company were astute. They followed only those who exhibited true ability and could lead them to profit. Xiaoling, a mere lightweight, could not command their respect. Ultimately, even if he ascended to the presidential seat, he would merely be a puppet devoid of substance. At that moment, the assistant's expression shifted to one of profound admiration. Just as he was about to voice his praise, his phone rang. It was his brother calling. On the other end, his brother's voice brimmed with relief and trepidation. Brother, my previous flight encountered an incident. The passenger who occupied my original seat has unfortunately passed away. The assistant's mind went blank, a chill coursing through him from his toes to the crown of his head, leaving him with goosebumps. Had it not been for Miss Zhang's timely warning and the protective talisman she had given him, his brother, he could not bear to contemplate further. His brother's voice continued, filled with gratitude. When I return, you must introduce me to that extraordinary individual. I must thank her in person. She is my savior. The assistant's hand trembled as he clutched the phone, responding with a few hasty words before hanging up. Sir, my brother. He approached Xiao Yin and recounted the entire ordeal in detail. Xiao Yin listened in silence, his profound gaze revealing no emotion. Jiang Yunxi's words had once again proven prophetic. Meanwhile, the Xiao Corporation had begun to undergo transformations. Since her visit to the company, those troublesome issues had miraculously resolved overnight. Previously obstinate partners, reluctant to sign contracts, had approached willingly, not only eager to collaborate but offering even more favorable terms than before. Even the family of the employee who had tragically jumped had inexplicably softened, agreeing to a settlement and retracting their lawsuit. Everything had begun to flow smoothly since her arrival. He had always been a man of data and facts, yet now, these astonishing phenomena unfolded before his very eyes. He could not help but believe. Jiang Yunxi truly possessed extraordinary abilities.
Now,
he awaited the unfolding of events surrounding the Southern New District project. Chapter 30. The project encountered issues. Before long, the news of the Xiao Corporation's abandonment of the Southern New District project sent ripples throughout the business community. It was a coveted prize, and countless companies scrambled to seize the opportunity, vying fiercely for a piece of the lucrative pie. After a week of intense competition, the Lan Corporation emerged victorious, successfully securing the project. Upon learning of this development, Zhao Mei immediately concocted a scheme. Having some connections with the wife of the Lan family, she quickly prepared lavish gifts and paid a visit, skillfully establishing a rapport. Ultimately, the Jiang family also managed to secure a small portion of the project. Jiang Boya's face beamed with joy, as if he could already envision the Jiang family's ascendance to greater heights. Having just concluded a contract with the lawn group, an unforeseen calamity struck on his way home. A runaway truck collided head-on with him, resulting in a severe concussion that rendered him unconscious, and he was promptly transported to the hospital. The following morning, misfortune also befell the construction site of his project. The newly appointed site supervisor, having indulged in excessive drinking the night prior, inexplicably drove to the undeveloped lot in the dead of night. There, he dug a large pit and lay in it, burying himself. Had it not been for an elderly gentleman out for his morning exercise who happened to pass by and curiously investigated, he would have perished beneath the earth. When the supervisor was unearthed, he was covered in mud and delirious, and was rushed to the same hospital as Jiang Boyu. Upon awakening in his hospital room, he exhibited signs of mania, incessantly muttering about ghosts, particularly a female spectre clad in red, who purportedly serenaded him throughout the night. The consensus among those around him was that he had become entangled with malevolent entities. His family, in a state of desperation, summoned a reputed master known for his prowess in exorcism, hoping to dispel the evil spirit. However, upon entering the ward, the master turned pale with terror and fled, refusing payment and declining the assignment. Consequently, the rumors of hauntings at the project site spread like wildfire. Lying in his hospital bed, Jiang Boya overheard a nurse discussing the matter during her rounds and was left dumbstruck. How could this project be so cursed? Just after signing the contract, he had suffered a calamity, and now even the site supervisor had gone mad. This was eerily reminiscent of what Jiang Yunxi had warned him. A chill coursed through him, igniting a sense of dread. Could it be that her words bore truth? Was this project truly a harbinger of death? As his anxiety escalated, he could no longer remain recumbent. Grabbing his phone, he called Xiao Mei urgently. Bring Jiang Yunxi to the hospital at once. Xiao Mei, startled by Jiang Boya's ghostly tone, cautiously inquired, "Why do you need Yunxi here?" His voice trembled with urgency. "No more questions. Just bring her here, quickly." Though perplexed, Xiao Mei dared not question further, and set off to find Jiang Yunxi. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi was meditating in her room. Upon hearing the knock, she slowly opened her eyes and answered the door. Xiao Mei stood at the threshold, relaying Jiang Boya's frantic request. Jiang Yunxi had anticipated such a day. "I won't go," she replied icily. "I have already warned him. If he insists on courting death, what can I do?" Without waiting for Xiao Mei to respond, she closed the door decisively. Foolish individuals are never deserving of sympathy. He chose this perilous path. He must bear the consequences. Xiao Mei, incensed, descended the stairs and called Jiang Boyu back. "Your precious daughter claims she has no concern for your fate. She refuses to come." Enraged, Jiang Boyu smashed his phone. How could he have fathered such a wretched child? Knowing he was in distress, she couldn't even be bothered to pay him a visit. Truly a bane. Just then Jiang Mir, arm in arm with Xiao Ling and carrying a basket of fruit, entered with a worried expression. "Father, are you alright? As soon as we heard you were in trouble, we rushed over." Upon seeing Jiang Mir, Jiang Boya's fury abated somewhat, replaced by a look of satisfaction. Mir is considerate, unlike that country bumpkin who returned from the countryside, devoid of familial affection. He motioned for them to sit. Xiaoling placed the fruit basket on the bedside table and spoke up, "Uncle, how are you feeling? The project in Chengnan has indeed been rather eerie. A childhood friend of mine who is involved fell down the stairs from his second-floor home for no apparent reason and is currently hospitalized." At this revelation, Jiang Boyu's heart sank. Another incident? The coincidences were becoming too uncanny. Could it be that Jiang Yunxi's ominous predictions were accurate? Was this project truly cursed? The more he contemplated, the more uneasy he felt. He needed to consult a genuine master for clarity. Turning to Jiang Mir, he spoke with urgency. "Mir, please help your father find a reputable feng shui master to ascertain whether this project indeed harbors issues." Without hesitation, Jiang Mir nodded and promptly dialed Sun Wei, succinctly explaining the situation regarding the Chengnan project. On the other end, Sun Wei's voice exuded confidence. "Rest assured, I have calculated that this project embodies the potential for a dragon rising from the waters. It is destined for greatness. The Jiang family is fortunate to partake in this endeavor, which poses no threat. Rather, you should increase your investment, as it will undoubtedly yield bountiful returns." After hearing Sun Wei's reassurances, Jiang Mir conveyed his words verbatim to Jiang Boyu. Instantly, the tension in Jiang Boya's demeanor relaxed. He exhaled deeply, his prior unease dissipating. "See? A true master says there's no issue. That girl is merely spouting nonsense, trying to instill fear. I refuse to believe that a country girl could possess wisdom surpassing that of the esteemed Mia has consulted. Resolute in his newfound tranquility, Jiang Boyu smiled once more. He gestured to Xiao Ling and Jiang Mia. All is well now. You both should return home to rest. Once they departed, he reclined comfortably, ready for a restorative slumber. Just as he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, a woman clad in a vivid red wedding gown stood with her back to him, hauntingly singing an unfamiliar tune. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, yet it clawed at his heart with unease. Jiang Boyu attempted to flee, but his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. The woman in the red dress slowly turned to face him, her features a gruesome blur of flesh and blood.
Ah!
A ghost. There's a ghost. Jiang Boyu screamed in terror, bolting upright in bed. He was drenched in cold sweat, his face as pale as a sheet, and his pupils dilated in sheer horror. The attending doctor and nurses rushed in. Sir, what's wrong? Jiang Boyu seemed oblivious to their presence, trembling as he pointed to an empty corner of the room.
Ghost.
A ghost. A woman in red. She wants to kill me. She wants to kill me. Chapter 31. Why does my face hurt so much? The doctor and nurses exerted tremendous effort to administer a sedative, calming Jiang Boyu down. Upon receiving news of the incident, Xiao Mei hurried to the hospital. Standing at the ward's entrance, she listened to the doctor describe Jiang Boyu's frenzied state, her brows furrowing deeply. The doctor adjusted his glasses, speaking with professionalism. Based on the patient's reactions, it is highly likely that the car accident has caused acute stress disorder, leading to hallucinations. I recommend a comprehensive psychological evaluation for the patient. Listening to the doctor's scientific explanation, Xiao Mei's earlier panic regarding the haunting rumors began to dissipate. It was undoubtedly the accident that had frightened him into delirium. This useless man, at his age, should possess greater psychological resilience. His wild outbursts in the hospital were an utter embarrassment to the Jiang family. Suppressing her irritation, Xiao Mei nodded at the doctor. Very well, please arrange for the necessary evaluations. She finished speaking and pushed the door open, stepping into the hospital room. Jiang Boyu lay on the bed, likely under the influence of a sedative. His breathing had steadied, yet his brow remained tightly furrowed, indicating a restless slumber. Xiao Mei settled into the chair beside the bed, patiently awaiting his awakening. Before long, Jiang Boyu's eyelids fluttered, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Within those bloodshot orbs lingered a residual terror that had yet to dissipate. Upon turning his head, he spotted Xiao Mei seated nearby.
Quick.
Go fetch Jiang Yunxi. He grasped Xiao Mei's wrist tightly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Startled by his distress, Xiao Mei instinctively inquired, "What's wrong with you? Why do you need her?" However, Jiang Boyu seemed oblivious to her question, his terrified gaze fixated on her as he repeated fervently, "Bring her here. I must see her." Though Xiao Mei thought to herself that the wretched creature would relish his demise and would never come to his rescue, she dared not utter anything that might provoke him further. Reluctantly, she nodded. "All right, I'll go get her right away. Please try to stay calm." Without delay, Xiao Mei turned and made her way toward the door. To her astonishment, Jiang Boyu, who moments ago had been in a state of agitation, suddenly transformed, his expression darkening. His eyes reddened, and he abruptly seized Xiao Mei's hand. "What are you doing holding on to me?" she exclaimed, turning to face him, only to be met with his pale, ashen visage. Terrified, she screamed, "Old Jiang." She attempted to call for a doctor, but Jiang Boyu's grip was unyielding. Yet, he managed to grin maliciously. "Mind your own business, or you'll be the next one hospitalized.
Get out."
His voice, hoarse and unsettling, resonated oddly, as if something lodged within his throat. Xiao Mei trembled with fear, retreating while crying out, "Help! Help! This place is haunted." She fled the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Jiang Boyu cast a dark gaze towards the door, then stiffly returned to the bed. Through the glass window of the door, Xiao Mei witnessed the scene unfold, her heart racing. This could not continue. It was utterly intolerable. She swiftly turned, intent on finding Jiang Yunxi. After all, it was her name that Jiang Boyu had called out. Perhaps her presence would make a difference. Yunxi? As she pivoted, she encountered Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin. With no time to ponder their arrival, she rushed forward and grasped Jiang Yunxi's hand. "Yunxi, hurry and check on Dad. He has been possessed by a ghost and just tried to take my life. You have no idea how terrifying he is." His eyes were red, Jiang Yunxi frowned, observing the residual resentment emanating from Zhao Mei, who appeared quite fierce. Such an aura was typically not characteristic of ordinary vengeful spirits. It suggested a malevolent entity.
Yet,
it was exceedingly rare for a spirit to reach such a state, as the prerequisites were numerous. Even the vengeful spirits she had previously known were few in number. In this realm, where spiritual energy was scarce and cultivators were nearly extinct, how could a malevolent spirit exist? Yunxi, please say something. Zhao Mei's hands trembled, her lips devoid of color, looking dreadfully pale. Your father is still trapped. The malevolent spirit remains. Jiang Yunxi's expression darkened as she proceeded towards the hospital room, with Xiao Yin and Zhao Mei closely following. Inside the room lay chaos. A thick, nearly palpable aura of resentment surged forth, chilling to the bone. Jiang Boyo lay on the hospital bed, eyes tightly shut. His complexion had morphed into an eerie shade of purple, on the verge of death. Jiang Yunxi waved her hand, and a beam of golden light instantly entered Jiang Boyo's brow. Abruptly, Jiang Boyo, who had appeared lifeless, snapped his eyes open. Yet, within those eyes resided no trace of humanity, only malice and hatred. He lunged toward Zhao Mei, who, in sheer terror, screamed and stumbled back, collapsing to the floor. In that critical moment, Jiang Yunxi sprang into action. With a swift stride forward, she delivered a sharp slap across Jiang Boyo's face, causing his head to jerk sideways. The malevolence and resentment in his expression vanished, replaced by bewilderment. From his very being, a spectral figure clad in a crimson bridal gown was forcibly expelled. The ghostly woman hovered in midair, her form mangled and bloody, her vengeful eyes fixed on Jiang Yunxi. How dare you meddle? She shrieked, morphing into a streak of red light that lunged for Jiang Yunxi's heart. Without so much as a glance, Jiang Yunxi raised her foot and kicked the apparition away. The red-clad ghost was sent crashing against the wall, her ethereal form dimming. Before she could regain her composure, a talisman inscribed with golden runes soared toward her. The talisman, bursting with golden light, transformed into a prison that encapsulated the ghostly figure. The spirit thrashed violently within the confines of the talisman, emitting anguished cries. Yet she could not escape. With a casual gesture, Jiang Yunxi summoned the talisman back to her hand, nonchalantly stowing it away in her pocket. The frigid, chilling aura that had permeated the room dissipated entirely. The flickering light stabilized, and tranquility returned, as if the harrowing scene had merely been an illusion. Jiang Boyo held his stinging face, gazing around in confusion. What had transpired? Hadn't he been sleeping? Why did his face ache so? As he surveyed the disarray of the room, his gaze eventually settled on Jiang Yunxi, his voice laced with bewilderment. What on earth happened? Chapter 32. You were possessed by a ghost. Zhao Mei scrambled to her feet, panic-stricken as she rushed to Jiang Boyo's bedside, grasping his hand tightly. You were just possessed by a ghost. It was Yunxi who came and saved you. Her heart raced. The earlier scene had terrified her more than any horror film she had ever seen. Indeed, there were ghosts in this world, and Jiang Yunxi possessed extraordinary abilities. Jiang Boyo stood frozen, disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Jiang Yunxi, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. He had assumed that his daughter wished for his demise and would never care for his fate. Yet, to his astonishment, it was she who had ultimately saved his life. An indescribable surge of gratitude and guilt washed over him. Jiang Boyo gazed at her, his eyes moistening as he trembled, reaching out to grasp Jiang Yunxi. Good daughter, however. Jiang Yunxi took a step back, evading his touch. She tucked away the talisman, her expression cool and detached. My services are not inexpensive. This exorcism costs 800,000. Jiang Boyo's outstretched hand froze midair. The warmth of gratitude that had graced his features abruptly solidified at the corners of his mouth. He had anticipated a plea for familial affection, yet her opening statement was a demand for payment. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he found it entirely reasonable. In comparison to his life, what was 800,000? Had it not been for her, he would likely have been a lifeless corpse by now. Jiang Boyo nodded vigorously, eagerly turning to Zhao Mei. Transfer it. Immediately. Pay Yunxi. Zhao Mei promptly picked up her phone and transferred the 800,000 to Jiang Yunxi. The crisp notification sound chimed, signaling the successful transaction. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the lengthy string of zeros, her lips involuntarily curling upwards, the icy demeanor that had kept others at bay instantaneously thawing, her eyes crescenting with joy. Xiao Yin stood not far away, taking in the entire scene. Indeed, The Southern City project had encountered trouble, and it unfolded more swiftly and sinisterly than he had anticipated. His wager with the old man seemed to have favored him. This outcome had been within his expectations. Yet, upon witnessing the radiant smile that Jiang Yunxi displayed due to that sum of money, even her frosty gaze softened, revealing a faint smile at the corners of her mouth. That very night, Jiang Boyo hastily completed his discharge procedures, unable to linger in the hospital for even a moment, and returned home directly. Upon entering the house, he nervously inquired of Jiang Yunxi, "Are we truly withdrawing from the Southern New District project?" Jiang Yunxi cast him a cold glance, her expression indifferent. "If you wish to avoid disaster, withdraw immediately." Startled by her words, Jiang Boyo shivered, abandoning any hesitation, and promptly took out his phone, trembling as he called to rectify the situation. After incurring a substantial penalty fee, the Jiang family finally extricated themselves entirely from that perilous project. Meanwhile, the Southern New District project faced a cascade of calamities, with various ominous rumors swirling about. Under the pressure of public opinion, the project had no choice but to be temporarily shelved. At the Xiao family's ancestral home, the old patriarch quickly received the news. He had never imagined that the project would indeed encounter such misfortune. The feng shui master that Xiao Yin had consulted was remarkably perceptive, immediately discerning the project's flaws. This could not stand. He had to ascertain the identity of such a capable individual. A person of genuine skill must be harnessed for the Xiao family's advantage. Paving the way for Xiao Ling, he promptly summoned his subordinates. Investigate whom Xiao Yin has been associating with lately, particularly those with eccentric tendencies. Spare no one. As soon as the subordinate departed, Xiao Ling entered with a beaming countenance. "Grandfather, I have set the date for my wedding with Miaoer. It will be next month." The old patriarch's somber expression lightened somewhat upon seeing his most cherished grandson. Nodding, he allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face. "Very well. I shall ensure that you have the most splendid wedding. You must also prepare diligently and work earnestly. Soon, you will become the president of the Xiao Group. Do not falter at this crucial juncture." Xiao Ling expressed a hint of astonishment. "How could uncle willingly relinquish his position to me?" Xiao Yin is hardly a naive fool to so easily concede the presidency. The old patriarch snorted, a determined look crossing his features. "Whether he wishes to or not, he must comply. We made a wager. If the Southern New District project does not encounter any issues within a month, he shall step down as president and allow you to take his place." "But grandfather, the Southern New District project has already encountered problems," Xiao Ling responded, his tone darkening. "Uncle Jiang is now bedridden in the hospital due to his involvement in that project. Not only him. Several other business owners connected to this venture have also faced inexplicable accidents. Some have broken limbs while others have fallen ill. The rumors are rampant, claiming that this project is cursed and has been temporarily shelved." With a commanding wave of his hand, the old patriarch regained his authoritative demeanor. "What is there to fear? These are merely trifling troubles. The project will soon resume. I have already sent for Master Sunwei from Chongqing Temple. No matter how formidable the challenges of the Southern project may be, once Master Sunwei intervenes, they will surely be resolved." Upon hearing Sunwei's name, Xiao Ling's worries dissipated, replaced with renewed confidence. Xiao Yin's unorthodox master cannot possibly compare to Master Sunwei. This time, Xiao Yin is bound to lose. "You truly have a way, grandfather." With Master Sunwei present, this matter is assured. Before long, the old patriarch personally led a group to meet the beleaguered General Manager Lan, who was overwhelmed due to the project's halt. "General Manager Lan, I have a distinguished individual to recommend, guaranteed to resolve the troubles of the Southern New District." Upon hearing this, Manager Lan's eyes immediately lit up. "Who is this esteemed individual?" "Master Sunwei from Chongqing Temple." The moment Lan heard this, the frown on his face vanished, replaced by a look of excitement. "Master Sunwei? I have heard of him. He is a true master. If we could invite him out of retirement, that would be marvelous." Without hesitation, he agreed. That very evening, a grand procession made its way to the now-stalled project site. The old patriarch accompanied them, eager to uncover the secrets of this land. Clad in a Taoist robe and holding a compass, Sunwei ambled leisurely across the project site, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. He intermittently glanced at the sky and then at the compass, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. After some time, he finally halted before a mound of earth. Beneath this land lies an ancient burial ground. Upon uttering these words, Manager Lan's face turned as pale as a sheet. "An ancient grave?" For those of us in business, such matters are most taboo. No wonder the project has faced successive disasters. It turns out we have disturbed ancestral graves, disrupting the peace of the underworld. This project may be doomed. Master, is this not inauspicious? Manager Lan's voice trembled slightly. Perhaps we should abandon this project? We cannot contend with the heavens. He reasoned that it would be better to cut their losses now rather than end up with irreparable financial ruin. However, Sun Wei shook his head, a profound smile gracing his features. You are mistaken, General Manager. It is precisely because of this ancient grave that this location is a rare feng shui treasure. He pointed to the ground beneath them, his tone resolute. The misfortunes of the previous workers were merely due to a lack of proper rituals before commencing work, disturbing the spirits below and inciting their wrath. If we conduct a proper ceremony to appease them and harmonize the energy of this land with the project, prosperity and fortune will surely follow. Realization dawned. The project itself was not flawed. It was their approach that was amiss. Manager Lan exchanged glances with the old patriarch. This Master Sun Wei was indeed a remarkable figure. We beseech you, Master, to perform the ceremony at once. If it ensures the smooth progress of the project, cost is of no concern. With a nod of satisfaction, Sun Wei slowly retrieved the necessary items from his bag for the ritual. Manager Lan and the old patriarch, along with others, retreated to a distance of 100 meters, brimming with anticipation. Sun Wei, assisted by several disciples, swiftly arranged the altar for the ceremony. With everything in place, the ritual commenced. Holding a peachwood sword, Sun Wei's demeanor turned solemn as he recited incantations, the sword weaving intricate patterns in the air. Yet, barely had he completed the first incantation, when an ominous wind suddenly swept through the area. The force of the wind was so great that it obscured vision, sending dust and debris swirling, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Even the moon above seemed to vanish behind a thick veil of dark clouds. A biting chill emanated from the depths of the earth, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. Sun Wei's confidence wavered as he furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. The malevolence here was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he chanted faster, wielding the peachwood sword with fervor in an attempt to suppress the malevolent energy. However, the sinister wind only intensified, and the sword in his hand unexpectedly ignited with an eerie flame. Then, with a crack, it split in two, and Sun Wei was struck down violently. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body flying backwards and crashing heavily onto the ground, rendering him unconscious on the spot. The two disciples stood frozen in shock for a long moment before they finally reacted. They scrambled over to surround Sun Wei. Master, what happened to you? One of the disciples, trembling, reached out to check for Sun Wei's breath. However, before his fingers could make contact, he was startled into a scream by Sun Wei's ghastly face. Sun Wei's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion had turned an eerie shade of bluish-purple, and his lips were dark, presenting a truly horrifying sight. Master. Old Master Zhao's expression turned darker than the bottom of a pot. How could this be possible? Wasn't Sun Wei a man of great wisdom? How could he have been struck down to the point of vomiting blood and losing consciousness after just one encounter? What are you still standing there for? Hurry and take a look. Old Master Xiao suppressed his rising fear and barked at the bodyguards beside him. He himself took a step forward, eager to investigate. However, they had barely taken a couple of steps when that strange, malevolent wind began to swirl once more. The wind was even more ferocious than before, forming an invisible wall that blocked their path, rendering them unable to move an inch. The wind carried with it a mournful wailing, as if countless wronged souls were lamenting, sending chills down their spines. Old Master, we can't get through. One bodyguard shouted against the wind with great difficulty. Old Master Xiao, undeterred, summoned all his strength and attempted to charge forward. But the wind seemed to have a will of its own, surging towards him with a vengeance. He lost his balance and was blown back several steps. Had it not been for the timely support of the bodyguard behind him, he would have likely fallen flat on the ground. Old Master Zhao's face turned a deep shade of purple out of shock and anger. General Lan, witnessing this bizarre scene, could no longer hold his composure. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "No. I quit. I'm withdrawing from this project. I will compensate for any breach of contract. I will never return to this place." With that, his legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, babbling incoherently. Is there any master who can save me? If anyone can get me out of here, Lan will serve them faithfully for the rest of my life. Old Master Xiao too felt that the situation was exceedingly strange, and he wished to leave as well. This cursed place made him feel as if his very life essence was being drained away. Yet, that malevolent wind had them firmly ensnared, preventing any escape. General Lan thought he was about to perish here. At that critical moment, a cool and ethereal figure appeared as if descending from the heavens, suddenly manifesting before everyone. Jiang Yunxi paid no heed to the malevolent wind and charged right in. With one hand each, she effortlessly lifted General Lan and Old Master Xiao, who were kneeling on the ground, and tossed them to a safe distance of 100 meters away. The malevolent wind seemed incensed, letting out a shrill cry as it morphed into countless ghastly faces, lunging violently at the three of them. The wind was infused with the souls of the wronged, their wails piercing enough to shatter eardrums. Neither General Lan nor Old Master Xiao had ever witnessed such a spectacle. They were both ashen-faced, paralyzed with fear on the ground. Jiang Yunxi, however, maintained an impassive expression, standing calmly in front of them. With a flick of her hand, several talismans glowing with golden light soared into the air. These talismans exploded in midair, transforming into a golden net of light that enveloped the oncoming vengeful spirits. The air was filled with anguished cries as the vengeful ghosts were scorched by the golden light, vanishing into thin air like wisps of smoke. The chilling, malevolent wind ceased, and the dark clouds above dispersed, restoring everything to normal. After a long while, General Lan finally emerged from his state of extreme terror. He surveyed the chaotic altar and the bodyguards who had fainted, then looked towards Jiang Yunxi, who stood there as if unbothered by the turmoil. Suddenly, he understood everything. He crawled over to Jiang Yunxi, his face a mix of gratitude and reverence. "Master, you are indeed a savior. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you." He felt an overwhelming urge to bow before her. The previously grandiose Master Sun Wei, who had carried himself with such arrogance, had been struck down to the point of vomiting blood and losing consciousness after a single encounter. It was clear he was merely a facade. This young girl before him, despite her tender age, possessed such extraordinary abilities. She was the true master. General Lan regarded her cautiously and tentatively inquired, "May I ask which Taoist temple you trained in? I shall surely visit to offer my respects and contribute to the incense funds." He needed to build a good relationship with this capable individual, for she had the power to save lives. Jiang Yunxi cast him a sidelong glance, her demeanor cool and indifferent. "A temple? I have no time for such things." General Lan was momentarily taken aback by her nonchalant attitude, but dared not show any displeasure. Instead, he smiled even more obsequiously. Yes, master, you are indeed busy. I was being presumptuous." Meanwhile, Old Master Xiao had finally regained his composure from the overwhelming shock and fear. He scrutinized Jiang Yunxi, his gaze filled with scrutiny. He could not reconcile the wild girl recently recognized by the Xiao family with the master who had effortlessly exorcised countless spirits. Chapter 34. I will never return to this place. But the evidence lay before him. Undeniable. The scene that had left Master Sun Wei powerless, she had resolved with ease. Who exactly was this Jiang Yunxi? Old Master Xiao approached her and asked solemnly, "Where did you learn such skills to exorcise demons and banish spirits?" Jiang Yunxi turned her head to meet his probing gaze, a subtle smile curving her lips. "Self-taught. Merely a rural path." Old Master Xiao was momentarily rendered speechless by her response.
Self-taught?
A rural path? This was utterly absurd. Master Sun Wei had faltered here, reduced to a state of unconsciousness. Yet this 20-something girl dared to claim she was self-taught? Her abilities were sharp, decisive, and formidable, far beyond what any rural path could produce. Suddenly, Old Master Xiao recalled something Xiaoying had once said. Could it be that the Master Xiaoying referred to as Jiang Yunxi? As this realization washed over him, a wave of regret surged within Old Master Xiao. Why hadn't he insisted that Xiaoling marry Jiang Yunxi? Had Jiang Yunxi wed Xiaoling, her extraordinary talents would have become Xiaoling's greatest asset. Xiaoling could have firmly established his position as the president of the Xiao Corporation. Yet now, that monumental advantage had inexplicably fallen into the hands of the rebellious Xiaoying. The mere thought of it darkened Old Master Xiao's expression to an alarming degree. Meanwhile, General Lan was still primarily concerned about the land. He leaned closer, his face almost pleading. "Master, can the ominous signs in this place still be resolved? If it can be resolved, this project can continue, and I can recover my losses. If not, I can only accept my fate and flee." Jiang Yunxi responded with an affirmative hum. "It can be resolved. General Lan's eyes brightened instantly, his hands rubbing together in excitement. Then how much would it cost for you to perform the rituals? Jiang Yunxi extended a single finger. 800,000. She paused and added, however, I can only come to perform the rituals a month from now. Upon hearing this, General Lan was thrilled. As long as the problem could be resolved, he would wait. Even for 2 months. But old Master Xiao's expression changed dramatically. A month? Wasn't he that the deadline for his bet with Xiaoying? This woman had conspired with Xiaoying. She was deliberately delaying in order to wait for Xiaoying to win the bet before she would agree to resolve the troubles here. Old Master Xiao felt an uncontrollable fury rising within him. Are you siding with Xiaoying? Jiang Yunxi met his gaze with calm composure, nodding gracefully. Indeed. I am Xiao Yin's fiancé. If I do not assist him, shall I lend my aid to Xiaoling? That short-lived wretch, oblivious to his impending demise, continues to foolishly covet what belongs to Xiao Yin. Such reckless folly. How dare this woman display such audacity before me? She even dares to curse my most cherished grandson. Old Master Xiao felt a surge of anger that clouded his vision, his body trembling violently as he pointed a shaking finger at her. You. He could not catch his breath, and in an instant, he toppled backward, losing consciousness on the spot. The surrounding bodyguards were struck dumb with fear, none daring to approach. Jiang Yunxi's tone was icy. What are you standing there for? Quickly take him back to the Xiao family estate. If he passes away due to your delay, the responsibility lies with you. The bodyguards, startled by her words, felt a chill run down their spines. This was a burden they could not bear. In a frenzy, several of them rushed forward, awkwardly lifting old Master Xiao and scurrying toward the parking area. Jiang Yunxi followed at a leisurely pace. Seeing the last hope slipping away, President Lan hurried after her, grasping her arm urgently. Esteemed one, please wait. His face was a picture of desperation, his demeanor exceedingly humble. I implore you, grant me your contact information. I shall halt this project immediately. I can seal it all. I await your assistance for a month. When the time comes, I beseech you to intervene and resolve this matter. Jiang Yunxi cast a cool glance at him. There is no reason to refuse money that comes knocking at one's door. She took the phone President Lan offered and entered her number. President Lan gazed at the digits on the screen as if cradling a priceless treasure. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face radiating gratitude for his narrow escape. Wonderful. Now I can finally return and get a good night's sleep. My daughter is waiting for me at home to soothe her to sleep. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi paused, her gaze settling coolly upon President Lan's face. He felt a chill run down his spine, his smile freezing in place. Had he inadvertently spoken amiss? Jiang Yunxi spoke with calm assurance. You possess a shallow progenitor palace, destined for but one son, and he shall be born a year hence. Is your current daughter adopted? If so, I advise you to part with her swiftly. Otherwise, you will jeopardize your biological son's fortune. President Lan was left utterly stunned. He opened his mouth, struggling to regain his voice. Esteemed one, have you made an error? My daughter is my biological child. Jiang Yunxi merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," her expression devoid of excess emotion. Then go and conduct a paternity test. With that, she refused to cast another glance at President Lan and turned to follow the bodyguards carrying old Master Xiao. I wish to accompany you to the Xiao residence. Take me along. The bodyguards froze, exchanging glances. They had come solely to protect the old master and dared not bring outsiders back to the family estate. Yet this woman was anything but ordinary. They had just witnessed her extraordinary abilities. Should she take offense, a mere flick of her finger could spell their doom. Reluctantly, they acquiesced, one bodyguard tremblingly opening the car door and respectfully inviting her inside. The vehicle sped away, leaving everyone to forget about Sun Wei, whose 2 disciples were now trembling in fear. Master, what do we do now? What else can we do? Call a car. We must return Master to the temple. The 2 scrambled to carry the unconscious Sun Wei away, not daring to linger in that dreadful place for another moment. Jiang Yunxi and her companions soon returned to the Xiao family, who, upon learning of old Master Zhao's fainting, mobilized to summon a doctor. The entire Xiao estate was ablaze with lights and chaos. Jiang Yunxi quietly turned and made her way toward Xiao Yin's courtyard. When she entered, Xiao Yin was seated in a study, attending to paperwork. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, surprised to see Jiang Yunxi. What could bring her here at such an hour? Chapter 35. This woman has grown increasingly bold. Xiao Yin set down the documents and rose. What has happened? Jiang Yunxi shook her head, walking straight to him, her demeanor cheerful. I am here to assist you. Without hesitation, she settled onto the sofa beside him, intentionally inching closer until she was nearly pressed against him. Then, she closed her eyes, leaning toward him, inhaling deeply. She resembled a cat that had stolen a fish. Her expression one of rapture. Xiao Yin stiffened. He gazed at her face, mere inches away, her gentle fragrance enveloping him, causing his heart to skip a beat. This woman. Was she aware of her actions? His gaze softened involuntarily, warmth creeping into his previously cool tone. She was not here to lend aid. She merely sought an excuse to draw near to him. In the future, she need only come directly without pretense. Jiang Yunxi opened her eyes, surprised by his expression, but thought little of it. She had expended considerable spiritual energy today and urgently needed to replenish it. Once she had absorbed enough of the ethereal energy, she sat up straight, ready to discuss serious matters. You placed a bet with old Master Xiao, did you not? Xiao Yin's eyes flickered slightly. This matter was known only to him and the old master, with only his assistant privy to the details. She had managed to divine even this. He nodded, conceding her point. Jiang Yunxi's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Originally, you were fated to lose this wager. However, now you are certain to win. Xiao Yin's brows furrowed, curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Jiang Yunxi reclined leisurely on the sofa, explaining at a measured pace. When I saw you this afternoon, I discerned from your features that you were facing an impending calamity. Thus, I calculated a divination for you. The augury revealed that you had wagered with old Master Xiao over the project in the southern city, which harbors ominous signs. I had intended to come sooner to address it, but the day's events were too numerous. While meditating tonight, I sensed that the southern land was in turmoil, its malevolent aura rising to the heavens. I surmised that someone was performing a ritual there, inadvertently provoking forces best left undisturbed. So, I went directly to intervene. She recounted the thrilling confrontation with a nonchalant air, as if it were a casual stroll. Xiao Yin's gaze sharpened. She had ventured alone to resolve the issues surrounding the Southern City project? Had she not claimed that it was perilous? He turned to her, studying Jiang Yunxi intently, only to find her still leaning against him, her adorable nose twitching, stirring an inexplicable softness within his heart. Jiang Yunxi, thank you. For the first time in many years. His heart felt tender. This gratitude was sincere, and as if moved by some unseen force, he reached out and drew her into his embrace. Jiang Yunxi, preoccupied with her own needs, scarcely registered his words as she found herself enveloped by the rich purple energy. How delightful! How intoxicating! This was a veritable feast laid before her. She promptly closed her eyes, unceremoniously burying her face in his neck, inhaling deeply. Her eager and blissful demeanor resembled a famished cat that had finally discovered the most delectable fish. Xiao Yin quickly realized something was amiss with her. The person in his embrace not only showed no signs of shyness, but instead clung to him more tightly, her rapid breaths cascading against his neck. Imbued with an unusual yearning, he abruptly pushed her away, his brow furrowed in discontent. Exercise some restraint. Jiang Yunxi, caught up in her fervor, was taken aback by the sudden push, her eyes reflecting a hint of irritation at the interruption. Xiao Yin, when are we going to hold the wedding? She asked candidly. Her tone as straightforward as if she were inquiring about the weather. After the wedding, I can rightfully share a bed with you. The mere thought of lying beside the formidable figure exuding an aura of purple energy, engaging in uninterrupted cultivation 24 hours a day, sent her blood racing with excitement. The speed of her cultivation would surely be unprecedented. Just the thought of it thrilled her. Xiao Yin was utterly stunned. He pressed his forehead, feeling a warmth rise in his ears. Did this woman truly comprehend the words she was uttering? Sharing a bed? Her audacity in voicing such a notion so unabashedly was astonishing. After nearly 30 years of life, he had never encountered a woman as bold as her. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the peculiar sensations stirring within him and regarded her with earnest gravity. Such words may be uttered in my presence, but before others. You must refrain from such blatant expressions. It would tarnish your reputation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi let out a laugh, her eyes crinkling with mirth. Reputation? With Jiang Mia and Xiao Ling's machinations, what reputation do I have left? Her tone was nonchalant, devoid of any concern. The flicker of helplessness in Xiao Yin's eyes was swiftly replaced by a chill. Her indifference to reputation signified her open-mindedness and unencumbered spirit. But he could not afford such carelessness. She was his fiancé, the future matriarch of the Xiao family. He would not permit anyone to besmirch her name in any manner. Quietly, Xiao Yin averted his gaze, his voice returning to its customary coldness. It's getting late. You should rest. Jiang Yunxi refrained from further conversation. Having expended considerable spiritual energy that day and needing to meditate to assimilate the influx of purple energy, she nodded and followed the servant to the guest room. Once she departed, Xiao Yin summoned his assistant. Address the slander against Yunxi perpetrated by Jiang Mia and Xiao Ling. The assistant promptly nodded. Rest assured. I will ensure that their schemes are exposed by tomorrow morning. Satisfied, Xiao Yin nodded again and inquired, Any news from my sister-in-law? The assistant's expression grew more serious. Since we contained that servant last time, the madam has been making subtle moves. However, nothing has come to light yet. I suspect she aims to orchestrate something grand during your wedding with Miss Jiang. Xiao Yin scoffed coldly. That woman has never possessed patience. She is unlikely to wait until the wedding day. She will strike beforehand. Keep a close watch. Do not allow her the opportunity to create chaos. The assistant respectfully acknowledged and exited. Xiao Yin slowly rose, his gaze landing on the cane beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he returned the cane to its place. Since Jiang Yunxi had provided him with the elixir, he had diligently adhered to his medication regimen. He lifted his leg and tentatively took a step forward. A long-lost sensation of strength surged through his leg. He steadied himself and took a second and third step. Though still somewhat challenging, he was now able to walk unaided. He hoped to fully heal his leg before the wedding, allowing him to grant Jiang Yunxi a splendid ceremony. Yet the lingering curse remained a peril. Moreover, the death of his mother haunted him. He had been covertly investigating the truth behind her demise during childbirth. Recently, his assistant had uncovered some leads, and once he identified the perpetrator, he would exact his vengeance without mercy. Xiao Yin returned to his room, his expression darkened. Chapter 36. Are you considering remarrying Jiang Yunxi? In the courtyard of the old Master Xiao, doctors and servants rushed in and out, the atmosphere laden with tension. It was only at the break of dawn that the old master finally emerged from danger. Xiao Ling stood by the bedside, and upon witnessing the old man's eyelids flutter, he immediately leaned down and grasped his hand. Grandfather, how are you feeling? What exactly happened? The old master Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze scanning the room before he feebly waved his hand. Everyone leave. Xiao Ling was permitted to stay, though the others were surprised. They dared not defy his command and quietly exited, closing the door behind them. Within the room, only the grandfather and grandson remained. Xiao Ling gazed at him with concern and inquired again, Grandfather, what is wrong? The old Master Xiao, however, evaded the question, his piercing gaze fixed on his grandson as he spoke in a hoarse yet serious tone. What is the situation with that Jiang Yunxi? Xiao Ling was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the first thing his grandfather would inquire about upon awakening would be that country girl. He paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Grandfather, why the sudden interest in her? She is merely a rustic girl brought back from the countryside, small-minded, short-sighted, and particularly materialistic and vain. She spends all her time bullying Mia, who in the Jiang family does not know she cannot compare to Mia, even in the slightest. The old Master Zhao's eyes narrowed dangerously. His grandson was truly blinded by ignorance, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. She is not as simple as you think. She possesses the ability to ward off evil spirits. The mockery on Xiao Ling's face instantly froze. He suddenly recalled Jiang Yunxi's first words to him after waking from that accident. She had warned him of impending bloodshed. Although she had been the one to inflict the beating, it had undeniably resulted in blood, a terrifyingly accurate prediction. Now, even his grandfather had witnessed her mystical abilities firsthand. Could it be that the woman was not merely spouting nonsense? The old Master Xiao observed the shifting expressions on his grandson's face and seized his wrist with surprising force. Xiao Ling, you must seriously consider whether you wish to re-engage with Jiang Yunxi. If we can bind this formidable weapon to your side, then no matter how capable Xiao Yin may be, he will never escape your grasp. At that point, the entire Xiao Corporation will be yours. A look of revulsion crossed Xiao Ling's face.
Impossible.
Marry that woman? That would be more unbearable than death. The mere thought of her coarse and venomous demeanor made him feel nauseated. I feel sick just seeing her. How could I spend a lifetime with her? I would never consider such a woman. The old Master Xiao regarded his grandson's obstinate expression, the last flicker of hope extinguished. This boy was truly foolish beyond measure. Disregarding such a powerful ally, he chose instead to pursue the worthless Jiang Miao. The old master Xiao fell silent for a long while before finally sighing wearily. You may leave.
Then, please rest well, grandfather.
I will return to see you shortly, Xiaoling said as he exited the old master's room. Upon stepping out, he overheard two servants whispering in the corridor around the corner. Have you heard? Young Master Yin had a woman stay overnight in his courtyard last night. Is that true? Young Master Yin is known to eschew female company. Absolutely. She is a young girl. Xiaoling's steps abruptly halted. A woman? In Xiao Yin's courtyard? The first thought that crossed his mind was Jiang Yunxi. This woman was indeed tenacious. She appeared at Xiao Yin's residence every few days. Was she not trying to glean information about him? And the usually aloof Xiao Yin had actually permitted a woman to stay overnight. This was exceedingly unusual. What were they plotting? The mere thought of being entangled with Jiang Yunxi filled Xiaoling with a visceral sense of disgust. He sneered inwardly and strode towards Xiao Yin's courtyard. He was eager to discern what tricks this woman was up to. As he approached the courtyard entrance, he peered through the ajar door and beheld the scene within the living room. Jiang Yunxi appeared as if she had just awakened, leisurely descending the staircase. Clad in simple loungewear, her hair cascaded carelessly around her, and her demeanor was languid. She made her way directly to the sofa, settling beside Xiaoling. Then, seemingly oblivious, she subtly inched closer to him, the space between them shrinking to an almost intimate proximity, their postures betraying a closeness that was almost inappropriate. The mockery in Xiaoling's eyes deepened instantly. This woman was indeed being deliberate. First, she had spurned him, and now she was flirting with Xiaoling, clearly intending to play a game of feigned disinterest to capture his attention. It was a ridiculous and pitiable tactic. Did she truly believe that this would win him back? Xiaoling adjusted his collar, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped inside. Uncle, your relationship with Yunxi is quite commendable, he remarked, laced with sarcasm. Jiang Yunxi couldn't even muster the energy to lift her eyelids, content to lean against Xiaoling without uttering a word to him. However, Xiaoling slowly raised his head, coolly inquiring, "How is the old man?" Xiaoling feigned a heavy sigh, his expression turning somber. Grandfather's condition is dire. He nearly didn't survive last night. As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at Xiaoling, his tone dripping with a touch of mockery. As a son, don't you intend to go see him? Xiaoling cast a nonchalant glance in his direction, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. If I were to go, I fear it would only trouble the old man further. Just as Xiaoling was about to question what trouble he could possibly cause, he heard Xiaoling continue, unhurriedly. Xiaoling, your eagerness for me to visit, does it stem from a desire not to see the old man awaken? Xiaoling's expression froze in that instant. It dawned on him. Xiaoling was known as a harbinger of misfortune, a bane to parents and kin alike. This was common knowledge in their social circle. Given the old man's frail state, should Xiaoling truly visit, he might inadvertently bring about the old man's demise. That would indeed spell trouble. He hadn't yet secured the Xiao group, and without his grandfather's backing, what could he possibly use to contend with Xiaoling? A chilling sensation surged from Xiaoling's feet. He forced a smile, hastily waving his hand. Uncle, you're jesting. Of course, I wish for grandfather to be well. You are quite thoughtful. Xiaoling appeared oblivious to his discomfort, merely nodding lightly. Then what brings you here today? Xiaoling's gaze flickered. He had come to ascertain whether Jiang Yunxi was deliberately causing trouble, and witnessing Xiao Ying's protectiveness only heightened his agitation. Oh, I merely wish to inform you, uncle, that my mother has consulted a fortune-teller and selected an auspicious date for the wedding, on the first day of next month. You can prepare accordingly, and we can hold the ceremony together. Chapter 37. Your mother must be intentionally attempting to bring about his demise. Just as Xiaoling was about to nod, a derisive laugh interrupted him. It was Jiang Yunxi. The first day of next month? That date clashes with your uncle's zodiac. If he dares to marry on that day, it is highly likely that calamity will ensue. Her mirth transformed into a chilling glare directed at Xiaoling. Is your mother deliberately trying to harm him? The smugness on Xiaoling's face instantly faltered. How dare this woman malign his mother in his presence? His mother was the gentlest and kindest soul in the world. How could she possibly wish harm upon his uncle? She was merely envious of Miaoer, envious of the affection his mother bestowed upon her, and was thus attempting to sow discord. Xiaoling's face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi, cease your baseless accusations. My mother has always treated my uncle well. Do not attempt to incite discord with your ulterior motives. Jiang Yunxi's laughter grew more jubilant. Your mother has harmed Xiaoying for so many years, and you still dare to claim she treats him well? Do you think there is no one around Xiaoying? Her eyes were icy and piercing, as if she could see right through him. Rest assured, as long as she dares to act, I will ensure she pays the price she deserves. Xiaoling felt a shiver run down his spine as her gaze bore into him. It was as if she knew everything, as if all his secrets were laid bare before her. A wave of cold swept over him. He fought to suppress his rising panic, his voice trembling with forced bravado. Why, you madwoman? If you dare to speak such nonsense again, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, he could no longer bear to remain, hastily turning to flee. Jiang Yunxi watched his retreating figure, a disdainful curl of her lips. Truly useless. She turned to Xiaoying, grasping his hand with earnest resolve. Rest assured, with me here, no one will harm you. Xiaoying's heart stirred suddenly. Her hand was warm, radiating a continuous flow of warmth. Throughout his life, he had endured countless curses and insults, accustomed to the cold aloofness and indifference of others. This was the first time someone stood so resolutely before him, promising to protect him. The sensation was unfamiliar, yet not unwelcome. The heart that had long been encased in ice seemed to crack open, allowing a ray of sunlight to seep through. He gazed at her. The frigid demeanor that had kept others at bay softened slightly, revealing a faint smile.
All right.
At that moment, his assistant walked in from outside, respectfully bowing. Sir, Miss Jiang, breakfast is ready. Xiaoying led Jiang Yunxi toward the dining room, where a plethora of breakfast delicacies awaited them. Jiang Yunxi wasted no time, sitting down to eat with cheeks stuffed, resembling a little hamster. Xiaoying observed her quietly. After a lengthy gaze, he too began to eat, but set down his utensils after just a few bites. Jiang Yunxi, while shoving a soup dumpling into her mouth, looked at him with a mouthful of food. Haven't you been able to eat well these past few days? And your sleep hasn't been restful either? Xiaoying paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. You noticed? Jiang Yunxi nodded after finishing her last spoonful of porridge. It's the effect of the elixir conflicting with the curse on you. The two forces are repelling each other within your body, which is why you can't eat or sleep well. She had sensed the tumultuous energy within him for days. The clash of these two powers was an immense burden on his body. Xiaoying remained silent for a moment before slowly asking, Can it be resolved? Jiang Yunxi wiped her mouth, her expression resolute. Of course. I came today to help you lift the curse. Once it is lifted, you will be able to walk like a normal person. Xiaoying's grip on his chopsticks tightened suddenly. The heart that had been dulled by reality began to pulse vigorously at her understated promise. Is there anything I need to prepare? He recalled that Jiang Yunxi had mentioned needing certain items previously. However, she merely waved her hand dismissively. You needn't prepare anything. Just eat well and conserve your strength. It might be a bit uncomfortable later. Xiaoying was unafraid of pain. Compared to the humiliation and resentment he had endured over the years, physical suffering was insignificant. He picked up his chopsticks once more and ate a couple more bites. After they finished their meal, Jiang Yunxi took out her phone and dialed Xianqing. Go to the back mountain and retrieve 2 medicinal herbs, then deliver them to the side gate of the Xiao residence. Xianqing immediately responded with utmost respect. He dared not delay for a moment. After hanging up, he promptly took Lu Xian to the back mountain to gather herbs and deliver them to the Xiao family. Before long, the assistant led Xianqing and Lu Xuan into the courtyard. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi, both men's expressions shifted to one of utmost reverence. The herbs have been brought, they announced. Jiang Yunxi accepted the herbs and instructed the assistant, You shall stand guard at the entrance. No one is permitted to enter. She then turned her gaze towards Xianqing and Lu Xuan. You two will act as my protectors. The trio nodded solemnly and promptly complied. The assistant stationed himself at the courtyard entrance, his demeanor vigilant, while Xianqing and Lu Xuan took positions on either side of the room, their expressions grave. Jiang Yunxi urged Xiaoying to settle onto the sofa. She cradled the 2 herbs in her palm, channeling her spiritual energy to pulverize them before evenly applying the mixture to Xiao Yin's legs. Having completed this, she bit into her fingertip, allowing droplets of crimson blood to flow forth. She then placed her finger upon Xiao Yin's legs, letting her blood drip onto the herbs. The moment the blood met the herbs, a searing agony surged through Xiao Yin's legs. He stifled a groan as beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, his body trembling violently from the excruciating pain, nearly propelling him off the sofa. Jiang Yunxi firmly grasped his shoulder to prevent his struggle, her voice cold yet resolute. Do not move. Xiao Yin's countenance turned pale from the torment. Gritting his teeth, he fought against the overwhelming pain that threatened to consume him, managing a slight nod. Seeing him steady, Jiang Yunxi hesitated no longer. She swiftly formed hand seals, reciting an arcane incantation that resonated throughout the room. As she uttered the final syllable, her eyes snapped open, and she commanded with fierce intensity, "Break." A blinding golden light erupted from her fingertips, instantly enveloping Xiao Yin's legs. In an instant, the entire room was bathed in resplendent golden radiance, and the curse that had lingered upon Xiao Yin for years dissipated entirely. As the golden light faded, Xiao Yin's taut body relaxed, and he fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 38. Lifting the cursed, Jiang Yunxi gazed at him and let out a deep sigh of relief. She instructed Luxuan, "Take him back to his room." Luxuan promptly acknowledged her and stepped forward to assist Xiao Yin. However, Jiang Yunxi suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Her body swayed, and she too collapsed. Upon losing consciousness, she began to dream. In her dream, she encountered a figure exuding an ethereal aura, a being of celestial grace. She strained to discern the person's face, but no matter how hard she tried, it remained elusive. It was only upon awakening that her eyes flew open to behold Xiao Yin's handsome visage mere inches away. He sat at her bedside, holding a warm towel, gently wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Seeing her awake, Xiao Yin set the towel aside. "Is there anywhere else you feel unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Jiang Yunxi instinctively shook her head, blurted out, "Rather than take me to the hospital, why not kiss me twice instead?" Xiao Yin's hand holding the towel froze in midair. Jiang Yunxi's pallid face bore no hint of color, appearing frail, as if a mere touch could shatter her. Yet her words were bold enough to astonish. In that moment, the heart that had been suspended in worry began to race uncontrollably. If a kiss could truly restore her vitality, he would not hesitate. Xiao Yin set the towel down, leaned closer, and truly kissed her. Jiang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. Her words had been uttered out of instinct, a desperate craving for the purple aura emanating from him due to her depleted spiritual energy. To her astonishment, he took her request seriously. A pure and potent purple energy surged from their lips, flowing into her being like a revitalizing tide. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunxi wrapped her arms around Xiao Yin's neck, deepening the kiss fervently. The spiritual energy she had expended to lift Xiao Yin's curse was rapidly replenished by the nourishing purple energy. Her body felt immensely comfortable, and a subtle warmth began to rise from her dantian. Jiang Yunxi's heart leapt with joy. This was a sign that she was on the verge of a breakthrough to the illumination realm. After nurturing her body for so long, she was finally poised to ascend. Abruptly, she pushed Xiao Yin away and sat cross-legged on the bed. "You must leave at once and guard outside. Do not allow anyone to enter my room." Xiao Yin stumbled back, momentarily dazed by the lingering effects of the kiss, only to be further bewildered by her sudden command. First, she had sought his kiss, and now she unceremoniously pushed him away. The woman's thoughts were as inscrutable as the clouds above. Yet, recognizing the seriousness in her expression, he refrained from questioning further, nodded and complied. He exited and closed the door behind him. "Sir?" The assistant approached him immediately upon his emergence. Xiao Yin instructed, "Keep watch over this courtyard. No one is to enter and disturb." The assistant promptly replied with utmost respect, "Understood." After all, few dared to intrude upon young Master Yin's courtyard. Guarding the entrance was a simple task. He descended the stairs and stationed himself at the courtyard's gate. However, just as he settled, two uninvited guests approached. Xiao Ling, accompanied by Jiang Miaoyu, made their way toward him. The assistant's brows furrowed ever so slightly as he stepped forward to intercept them. "Young Master Ling, Miss Jiang, young Master Xiao has specifically instructed that he is not to see anyone today." Upon seeing the assistant, Jiang Miaoyu instantly adopted a demure and gentle demeanor. Her voice soft as she spoke. "Good sir, I am here to bring my sister back." She feigned concern as she glanced toward the main house. "My sister, an unmarried young lady, is sleeping in my uncle's courtyard. If word gets out, it would tarnish her reputation." The assistant remained impassive, unyielding. "I am sorry, but without young Master Zhao's orders, no one may enter." A flicker of malice crossed Jiang Miaoyu's eyes, though her expression remained one of innocent distress. Assistant Song, "I truly do not wish to trouble you. My parents are very worried about my sister, and they specifically sent me to bring her home. Could you please relay this to my uncle? My sister has not returned home, and my parents are caught in the middle." She invoked her parents to soften her stance. The assistant was momentarily at a loss for words. He was merely an assistant and found it inappropriate to meddle in his employer's family affairs. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly nodded. Please wait a moment. I shall go inside to report. The assistant turned to enter, and the moment he left, Jiang Miaoyu could no longer contain herself. She grasped Xiao Ling's arm, her voice urgent and plaintive. Ling, we cannot simply wait. What if she is doing something scandalous inside? We must go in to ensure her safety. Relying on the assistant to convey their message was risky. If Xiao Yin refused them entry, her effort would be in vain. She intended to publicly drag Jiang Yunxi out of Xiao Yin's courtyard, solidifying her shameful reputation of being involved with a man before marriage. Xiao Ling feared Xiao Yin, yet he held disdain for Jiang Yunxi, the country bumpkin. The thought of that woman possibly exerting her utmost to seduce his uncle made him feel nauseous. Let us go. We are entering. Summoning his courage, Xiao Ling led Jiang Miaoyu toward the main house's door. The moment they stepped into the hall, their footsteps halted abruptly. Xiao Yin was descending the staircase from the second floor alongside the assistant. Clad in a dark, casual outfit, his expression was cold, and his fathomless gaze swept over them, exuding an unspoken pressure that rendered breathless. Xiao Ling's scalp prickled, instinctively retreating a step. You uncle, we are here to fetch Yunxi. Miao remarked that her uncle and aunt were deeply concerned about her, which is why they specifically sent us to check on her. He nervously swallowed, hastily offering an explanation. To disguise his own unease, he immediately redirected the criticism towards Jiang Yunxi. How could Jiang Yunxi be so thoughtless? She hadn't even married yet, and was staying overnight in her uncle's courtyard. Such a disgraceful display. Xiao Yin let out a cold scoff. You have been clandestinely involved with Jiang Miao and even have a child together. What audacity do you have to criticize Yunxi? The color drained from Xiao Ling's face in an instant. How could he have forgotten about this? His mouth opened, yet not a word of rebuttal escaped.
Jiang Miao's complexion also paled.
However, she quickly composed herself, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she softly defended her position. Uncle, you have misunderstood. Aling and I are genuinely in love, and thus we succumb to a moment of weakness, which can be deemed forgivable. But my sister is different. She has never even met you before the engagement, let alone developed any feelings. Her frequent comings and goings with you only serve to paint her as materialistic and vain. Chapter 39. Breaking through to the illumination realm. Our urgency in coming here is solely out of concern for my sister. The outside world is watching the Xiao family and my sister closely. If any unsavory rumors circulate, how will she face the future? Such a commendable facade of concern for her sister. Had I not already seen through her true nature, I might have been deceived by her performance. Xiao Yin's gaze grew increasingly frigid. My fiancé does not require your concern. Just mind your own affairs. Should you dare to scheme against her again, I will ensure you regret ever entering this world. His voice was devoid of emotion, carrying the oppressive weight of an impending storm. Jiang Miao felt a shiver run through her at his chilling stare, as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, she was unwilling to leave empty-handed. If she could not take Jiang Yunxi away today, her visit would be in vain. Summoning her courage, she spoke up. Uncle, our parents asked us to bring my sister back. Please hand her over to me. Xiao Yin's brow furrowed in irritation. His patience was waning, ready to erupt. However, a gentle sound of footsteps echoed from the top of the stairs. Jiang Yunxi descended leisurely from above. She was still clad in a loose nightgown, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her demeanor languid, akin to a cat just awakening from slumber. Though the nightgown was simple in style, it accentuated her fair, translucent skin, making her appear almost ethereal. She had successfully broken through to the illumination realm. Her aura was now markedly different, exuding an otherworldly grace. Xiao Ling and Jiang Miao were both momentarily stunned upon seeing her. Xiao Ling's gaze seemed fixated on Jiang Yunxi, an inexplicable feeling washing over him that she had become significantly more beautiful. Her features were still the same, yet something was undeniably different, captivating him to the point where he could not look away. Jiang Miao, keenly aware of Xiao Ling's gaze, followed his gaze and, upon seeing Jiang Yunxi, was instantly consumed by jealousy. How could that wretched girl become so stunning? And Aling, how dare he be entranced by her? Jiang Miao dug her nails into her palm. As Jiang Yunxi descended the staircase, she cast a casual glance at them. What brings you here? Jiang Miao stepped forward, attempting to grasp Jiang Yunxi's hand, only to be deftly evaded. Jiang Miao's hand froze, her face alternating between green and pale. Suppressing her fury, she threw a pitiful glance at Xiao Ling, her eyes welling with tears. Sister, Father just returned from a hospital and is very worried about you. He specifically sent Aling and me to bring you home. Jiang Yunxi scoffed derisively. Father can recuperate at home. He isn't in any real trouble. Don't treat a trifling matter as a grave issue. Her words shattered Jiang Miao's flimsy disguise. Sister, we truly are concerned for you. Please come back with us. Jiang Miao's tears cascaded down her cheeks, sobbing like a rain-soaked pear blossom, a sight of feigned misery. Xiao Ling immediately felt a pang of sympathy, instinctively stepping protectively in front of Jiang Miao. Glaring at Jiang Yunxi, how could he have thought that this woman appeared more attractive? She was still as cruel and malicious as ever, only seeking to bully the kind-hearted Miao. Jiang Yunxi, Miao came here with good intentions to bring you back, and you treat her with disdain. Are you even her sister? Apologize to Miao at once. Jiang Yunxi couldn't be bothered to even glance at him, dismissively waving her hand. Get lost. I have no desire to waste my time arguing with fools. Xiao Ling was utterly enraged by her contemptuous attitude. You're telling me to leave? Who do you think you are? I'm not going anywhere today. I want to see what you will do. Jiang Yunxi couldn't care less about his bluster, merely calling out indifferently, Lu Xian. As the words left her lips, a frail figure darted in from outside. Without a word, Lu Xian approached Xiao Ling and gestured politely. Young Masterling, please. Xiao Ling glared at this unknown interloper who dared to issue commands, his fury reaching a boiling point. Who do you think you are to order me around? He swung his fist, aiming directly for Lu Xian's face. Lu Xian's expression remained unfazed. During this time, not only had he been consuming the pills Jiang Yunxi provided, greatly enhancing his physical prowess, but he had also learned a considerable amount of talisman techniques from her. Dealing with a drunkard who had exhausted his vitality was child's play. He simply sidestepped, easily dodging Xiao Ling's punch. Following that, he retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper from his pocket and swiftly affixed it to Xiao Ling's forehead. Xiao Ling's body froze instantaneously, caught in the act of punching, completely immobilized. His eyes filled with terror and disbelief. What kind of sorcery is this? Why can't I move? Before he could comprehend, Lu Xian stepped forward and, as effortlessly as lifting a chick, hoisted him onto his shoulder, unceremoniously tossing him out. Jiang Miao watched this bizarre scene, her face turning ashen with fear. She scrambled after him, crying and trying to help the disoriented Xiao Ling. At last, the courtyard fell silent. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Yunxi's lips. She had successfully broken through to the illumination realm.
Now,
she was finally able to embark on the most fundamental of her cultivation practices. However, the spiritual energy in this world was exceedingly sparse. At this rate, it would take her several years to advance to the next realm. Unless... Jiang Yunxi thought, instinctively turning to look at Xiao Yin beside her. The purple aura surrounding him was her greatest advantage. As long as she remained close to him, her cultivation speed would surely accelerate dramatically. Xiao Yin was also observing her. Slowly speaking, are you not concerned that Zhang Boyu and Zhao Mei might be angered by your treatment of Jiang Miao? Jiang Yunxi shrugged nonchalantly. Why worry? After all, I will soon be marrying into the Xiao family, and at that point I will have no ties to the Jiang family. If they wish to be angry, let them. I will no longer belong to them. Xiao Yin regarded her resolute demeanor, and the frost in his gaze gradually melted away. Well, if they dare to voice their objections, I will assist you in addressing them.
Good.
With matters resolved, Jiang Yunxi's gaze fell upon Xiao Yin's leg. May I see you walk a few steps? Xiao Yin chuckled. Before Jiang Yunxi, he cast aside the cane that had accompanied him for many years and took his first steps forward. Though somewhat awkward, those few strides were steady and unhindered. Chapter 40. The matters of the Jiang family, I can resolve. This marked his inaugural attempt to walk so smoothly without external support. Over the years, he had endured countless mockeries and humiliations due to his leg, but from this day forth, no one would dare utter a word about it again. It was Jiang Yunxi who empowered him to stand tall and proud. Xiao Yin slowly circled the room before finally approaching Jiang Yunxi. He extended his arms and enveloped her in a heartfelt embrace, murmuring, Yunxi, thank you. His voice was laced with reverence and gratitude. Jiang Yunxi chuckled lightly, burying her face in the crook of Xiao Yin's neck, inhaling the pure essence of his aura. Just as they were sharing this intimate moment, Lu Xian returned from outside. Upon entering, he caught sight of their embrace, his face flushing crimson as he swiftly turned away. I didn't mean to intrude. Jiang Yunxi, slightly displeased, released Xiao Yin. She had finally found a precious opportunity, only to have it interrupted. Has he left? She inquired nonchalantly. Lu Xian, still turned away, responded respectfully. He has departed. But I overheard Jiang Miaoying mentioning that she intends to return home to report. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yunxi's face. Jiang Miaoying truly was relentless in her pursuits. If she wished to court disaster, then let her return and face the consequences. Having said that, she prepared to leave. Lu Xian and Xianqing immediately followed, eager to assist. Jiang Yunxi waved her hand dismissively. You both return to Tian Shan sect and focus on your cultivation. When I have time, I shall guide you. Exchange glances of understanding. Xianqing and Lu Xian dared not defy her and respectfully acquiesced, retreating first. Xiao Yin also wished to accompany Jiang Yunxi back, but she declined. You attend to your own affairs. The trivial matters of the Jiang family are within my capabilities. Remembering something, she added, by the way, keep the news of your ability to walk to yourself for now. Xiao Yin nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment. This card must be kept close to his chest for the most opportune moment. Satisfied that he understood, Jiang Yunxi turned and made her way outside. Yet, Xiao Yin remained concerned and beckoned his assistant. Drive Miss Jiang home. Yes, the assistant replied, and he drove Jiang Yunxi back to the Jiang residence. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat subdued. The assistant, glancing through the rearview mirror, hesitated before summoning the courage to speak. Miss Jiang, thank you for saving my brother. Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze, casting him a fleeting, indifferent glance. No need for gratitude. Just take good care of Xiao Yin. The assistant nodded repeatedly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Miss Jiang, after all these years by the master's side, this is the first time I've seen someone genuinely care for him. He has suffered greatly. The assistant's voice quivered, barely containing his indignation. Those from the Xiao family are all worthless. They only favor that good-for-nothing Xiao Ling, never treating the master as a human being. You may see him managing the Xiao Corporation, appearing to thrive, but little do you know how many await his downfall, eager to strip him of everything. The assistant's agitation grew, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. Jiang Yunxi's eyes flickered slightly. She had long perceived Xiao Yin's lack of familial connections and turbulent fate. Hearing the assistant's words, she realized his struggles were more profound than she had imagined. He was her conduit of pure energy. The more stable his situation, the more advantageous it would be for her cultivation. Her gaze deepened, and she spoke slowly. Rest assured, I shall be Xiao Yin's family from now on. No matter what happens, I will steadfastly stand behind him. The assistant felt a jolt of exhilaration at her words. How wonderful! If the master knew, he would surely be elated. As they spoke, the car came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the Jiang villa. Jiang Yunxi opened the door and stepped out. The assistant, watching her slender figure, still felt uneasy and leaned out to inquire worriedly, Miss Jiang. Do you really not need me to go in and greet Mr. Jiang? Jiang Yunxi waved her hand dismissively, not turning back. Do not concern yourself. I can manage. The assistant, observing her confident demeanor, nodded in compliance. This Miss Jiang was certainly not a pushover. Those from the Jiang family who sought to bully her would find it a formidable challenge. After taking a few steps, as if recalling something, she paused and turned back. By the way, do you have a surveillance footage from Xiao Yin's courtyard? The assistant blinked in surprise before promptly responding, yes. I will send it to you immediately. He quickly retrieved his phone and sent her the footage of Xiao Ling and Jiang Miaoying causing a ruckus in the courtyard that day. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the files received on her phone, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The assistant felt an inexplicable chill at the sight of her smile. It seemed that both Ling Xiao and Jiang Miss were in for a world of trouble. He dared not linger any longer, bidding farewell to Jiang Yunxi before speeding away. Jiang Yunxi tucked her phone away and made her way toward the villa's grand hall. Before she even crossed the threshold, she could hear Jiang Miaoying's pitiful cries emanating from within. Dad, Mom, I swear we want to bring my sister back with good intentions. But instead of appreciating it, she accused us of meddling. How could she, a girl, linger in Uncle's courtyard like that, shamelessly trying to seduce him? If this gets out, what will become of her reputation? I couldn't bear to watch, so I advised her, and she had Uncle throw us out. Zhao Mei, hearing her youngest daughter's pitiful sobs, felt a pang of sympathy and slammed her hand on the table in anger. Yunxi has truly gone too far. When she returns, I shall give her a piece of my mind. As her words faded, a cool voice drifted in from the doorway. Oh. And how do you intend to educate me? All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing Jiang Yunxi entering, leisurely taking a seat on the sofa. She crossed her legs and casually regarded the others. Jiang Boya's lips moved, yet he refrained from speaking. He remembered that Jiang Yunxi had saved his life. Had it not been for her, he would now be nothing but a corpse. Zhao Mei had no such reservations. Seeing Jiang Yunxi's nonchalant demeanor only fueled her ire. Look at what you have become. An unmarried girl, so easily staying overnight at a man's house. Do you have no shame? You are bringing disgrace upon our family. Chapter 41. Jiang Miaoying's self-exposure. Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze, casting a calm glance at Zhao Mei. Instead of wasting your breath on me, perhaps you should direct your attention to your precious daughter. After all, she has a child on the way. Why do you not reproach her for her shamelessness? It all boils down to your bias. You only care for Jiang Miaoying and disregard my presence. Jiang Miaoying stiffened, tears streaming more vigorously down her face. She hurled herself into Zhao Mei's embrace, trembling with indignation. Mom, I truly acted with good intentions for my sister. I never wanted to speak out, but she ridiculed me and all-ling about the child in front of Uncle. We were utterly humiliated. How could she treat us this way? Zhao Mei's heart shattered. Miaoying had never endured such humiliation in her life. With a scowl, she rose to her feet. Yunxi, you must apologize to Miao Jiao this instant.
Zhang Miaoyao, nestle in Zhao Mei's embrace.
Cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Yunxi from a hidden corner. What was Jiang Yunxi to challenge her? A mere tear or two from her would surely invoke her mother's support, while Jiang Yunxi had nothing to rely on. Observing the smug expression on Miao Jiao's face, Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but laugh. She retrieved her phone from her pocket and played a video sent by her assistant. The footage depicted Xiao Ling and Jiang Miaojia storming into Xiao Yin's courtyard with fierce intent. Every word uttered by Jiang Miaojia resonated through the room. Jiang Boya's expression darkened immediately. Miaojiao, when did I permit you to fetch Yunxi? The color drained from Jiang Miaojiao's face in an instant. She never anticipated that Jiang Yunxi could access the surveillance from Xiao Yin's residence. Wasn't it said that Xiao Yin despised anyone encroaching upon his privacy? How had Jiang Yunxi acquired such footage? Panic seized Jiang Miaojiao, her tears falling more profusely as she pitifully defended herself. Dad, I didn't mean to. I only thought of my sister's reputation, wanting to bring her back quickly. I was afraid she wouldn't listen, which is why I said those things. I meant well. Zhao Mei immediately tightened her embrace around Miao Jiao, turning to Jiang Yunxi with a cold tone. Did you hear that? Miao Jiao only has your best interests at heart. If you had any sense, you would return with them sooner, and Miao Jiao wouldn't have to endure such grievances for you. Jiang Yunxi was nearly driven to laughter by this blatant distortion of truth. The video evidence was before them, irrefutable, yet they continued to shield Jiang Miaojiao. This mother was truly biased to the extreme. Jiang Yunxi's eyes glimmered with a frosty light. Her fingers twitched slightly as a truth sticker adhered to Miao Jiao's back. Suddenly, Miao Jiao's cries ceased, her expression morphing into one of malevolence, her gaze filled with resentment. She violently pushed Zhao Mei away, pointing at Jiang Yunxi and shrieking in a sharp, venomous tone, I will destroy you. I will make everyone aware that you are a shameless wretch. How dare you come back and steal everything from me? The engagement with the Xiao family is mine. Xiaoling is mine. You, a country bumpkin, do not deserve any of this. At these words, the living room fell into a profound silence. Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei stared at her, disbelief etched across their faces. Was this truly their gentle, kind-hearted Miaojiao? Jiang Yunxi put away her phone, coldly regarding them. Do you now see her true colors? Jiang Boya's face turned ashen, speechless. However, Zhao Mei suddenly regained her composure. Her tone laced with displeasure. Miao Jiao is certainly not that kind of person. You must have cast some sort of spell on her to make her utter such venomous words. Jiang Yunxi, losing all patience with her obstinacy, decided that reason had failed, and it was time for a more forceful approach. Just as she contemplated administering a lesson to Jiang Miaojiao, a deep and urgent voice rang out from the doorway. Stop. Jiang Yunxi turned to follow the voice. A tall man stood at the entrance, clad in a well-tailored suit, his gold-rimmed glasses exuding an air of elitism and detachment. It was her elder brother, Jiang Sheng. He had been abroad for work for several months and had returned at this very moment. Quite the coincidence. A barely perceptible frown creased Jiang Yunxi's brow. Jiang Sheng was not one to be trifled with. Like the rest of the Jiang family, he had always cherished Jiang Miaojiao as his prized possession. While he barely acknowledged their biological sister, striding purposefully towards Jiang Miaojiao, he paid no heed to her strange expression and swiftly tore the truth sticker from her back. The instant the talisman was removed, Jiang Miaojiao snapped back to reality, fully aware of everything that had transpired and what she had just said, her face paling in terror. Why had she lost control and revealed her innermost thoughts? A flicker of sheer panic crossed Jiang Miaojiao's eyes as she threw herself into Jiang Sheng's arms, clinging to his waist and sobbing uncontrollably. Brother, you've finally returned. I was so scared. Sister, she must have used some sort of witchcraft. I couldn't control myself at all. She gasped for breath, trembling as if she had experienced a great shock. I know sister resents me for taking away Ailing. So she deliberately sought revenge. She employed such a dreadful tactic to force me to say those cruel words in front of Mom and Dad. They must have misunderstood me. What should I do? Jiang Sheng gazed down at his tearful sister, his heart aching profoundly. Miaojia had always been kind and considerate. How could she utter such malicious words? It had to be Jiang Yunxi's underhanded methods that led her to act so abnormally. Jiang Sheng raised his head, his eyes coldly fixed on Jiang Yunxi, his tone dripping with contempt. Jiang Yunxi apologized to Miaojia. Jiang Yunxi was amused by his brazen audacity. She lazily raised her eyelids to glance at him. Are you out of your mind? Why should I apologize to her? Jiang Sheng's countenance darkened immediately. Jiang Yunxi had the audacity to insult him. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner throughout his life. He must be mad to have held any expectation for this country girl who had just returned, thinking she would improve under Miaojiao and their mother's guidance. As it turned out, she was nothing but an ungrateful, uncouth individual, incapable of change. It seems you have yet to grasp your own station. Jiang Sheng looked down at Jiang Yunxi, his voice laced with the arrogance of one in a position of authority. Even if you are a biological child of the Jiang family, so what? Chapter 42, Mr. Lan's Visit. Miaojiao is also a daughter of this family, my sister. In this household, no one shall bully her. If I ever learn that you mistreat Miaojiao again, I will make you acquainted with the Jiang family's discipline. With that, he turned away, gently comforting Jiang Miaojiao. All right, Miaojiao, stop crying. With your brother here, no one can hurt you. I'll take you back to your room to rest. He embraced Jiang Miaojiao and ascended the stairs, oblivious to anyone else. Jiang Yunxi watched coldly.
Fine.
The two imbeciles in this house remain unhealed, and now a more foolish one has returned. It's truly a long road ahead, since Jiang Miaojiao's true nature could not be exposed for the time being. There was little purpose in her remaining here. Jiang Yunxi stood up, preparing to return to her room for cultivation. Just as she turned, however, Zhao Mei called out to her. Stop right there. I do not wish to witness such injustice against Miaojiao again. If anyone dares to mistreat their sisters in the future, I will expel them from the Jiang family. You should take heed. Jiang Yunxi did not halt her steps, merely casting a casual glance at her and curling her lips into a barely perceptible smirk. You should remember those words as well. With that, she ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Look at her attitude. Zhao Mei trembled with fury, her anger bubbling over as she turned to Jiang Boyo to vent. She is nothing but a burden. A child who didn't grow up by our side is inherently inconsiderate, not a patch on our Miaojiao. Jiang Boyo regarded Zhao Mei with a deep stare before speaking slowly. Have you forgotten who pulled me back from the brink of death? The project leader from the southern district still lies in the ICU, unconscious.
Zhao Mei's complaints abruptly ceased.
Jiang Yunxi returned to her room and immediately locked the door behind her. She retrieved a pill from her possession, tossed it into her mouth, and sat cross-legged on her bed, swiftly entering a meditative state. All around her, silence enveloped. However, scarcely had she settled into her focus when a knock reverberated upon her door. Irritated, she approached and opened it to reveal Jiang Sheng standing outside. Leaning against the doorframe, she regarded him with an impassive expression.
What is it?
Jiang Sheng had just come from Jiang Mirror's room, where he had listened to her tearful accusations for quite some time. With embellishments, Jiang Yunxi's image in his mind had transformed into that of a cunning, malicious, and envious country girl. Disappointment filled him towards her. This household must not descend into chaos due to Jiang Yunxi's presence. As the eldest son of the Jiang family, he felt responsible for ensuring she recognized her place and learned to abide by the rules. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he spoke in an admonishing tone. Jiang Yunxi, I advise you to refrain from further mistakes. Do not presume that being the biological daughter of the Jiang family grants you the liberty to act as you please. I will not allow you to bully me or... Suddenly, Jiang Yunxi laughed. She appraised Jiang Sheng from head to toe, her gaze akin to that of one observing a buffoon. I suggest you manage your temper, otherwise it may adversely affect your internal organs. Be wary of developing cancer at a young age. Jiang Sheng's countenance darkened immediately, his expression akin to that of a pot's bottom. She had the audacity to curse him with cancer. He must have been insane to attempt reasoning with her and trying to correct her behavior. Jiang Yunxi, you had better speak to me properly. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Jiang Yunxi sighed lazily, her expression shifting to one of sudden realization. You are right. I have indeed erred. She paused, her tone laced with nonchalant mockery. I should not have expected any redemption from your family. I will certainly refrain from meddling in your affairs henceforth. With that, she forcefully slammed the door in Jiang Sheng's face. He barely avoided being struck by the door, standing frozen for several seconds before snapping back to reality. It was the first time in his life he had been so resolutely rejected. Jiang Yunxi was utterly beyond redemption. Fuming, Jiang Sheng's face turned ashen, his chest heaving with rage. He had thought that, being her elder brother, he could educate her and help her shed her rural bad habits.
Now,
it seemed he had been naive. A stubborn person could never be molded. If she chose to wallow in decadence, then so be it. From now on, he would no longer concern himself with her fate. With a cold expression, he turned and returned to his own room. The following morning, Jiang Sheng went to the company. The events of the previous night had left him seething, robbing him of a good night's sleep. As he settled at his desk, his assistant knocked and entered. Mr. Jiang, the company has arranged for a health check for senior management. Your appointment is at 10 o'clock this morning. Understood. Jiang Sheng had little desire to attend, but the health check was a yearly company tradition, and not participating would seem unusual. At precisely 10 o'clock, he made his way to the health center partnered with the company. After a series of examinations, it was already noon when he sat in the VIP lounge awaiting the final report. Shortly thereafter, a doctor in a white coat entered, holding a report, his expression grave. Mr. Jiang, your examination results are in. We have discovered a tumor on your liver. It is advisable to undergo a biopsy promptly to determine whether it is benign or malignant. Jiang Sheng stared blankly at the report in his hands. A tumor? How could this be? He underwent annual checkups and had always been in excellent health. How could a tumor suddenly appear? His gaze fixated on the glaring term on the report, his mind a blank. Be wary of developing cancer at a young age. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi's words from the previous day surged back into his consciousness. Had what she said come to fruition so swiftly? How could this be? Jiang Sheng's heart was a tumultuous mess. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi remained oblivious to all that transpired. She had now reached the stage of enlightenment and required more spiritual herbs and purple energy for her cultivation. She called Xianqing, instructing him to tally the herbs in the back mountain to see if any could be of use to her. Xianqing promptly set off, accompanied by Lu Xian, to inventory the herbs. After hanging up, Jiang Yunxi descended the stairs, intending to grab something to eat. Upon reaching the lower level, she noticed guests in the house. Jiang Boya and Zhao Mei were present, conversing with exaggerated politeness. To her surprise, the guest being entertained was none other than Mr. Lan of the Lan Group, one of those she had saved that night. Mr. Lan, upon spotting Jiang Yunxi, immediately rose from the sofa, his expression animated. Miss Jiang. Jiang Yunxi responded with a curt nod, not pausing in her stride as she headed toward the kitchen. Zhao Mei, noticing her apparent disregard, called out, Stop right there. Do you not see we have guests? Come over and greet them properly. Such rudeness is unacceptable. Jiang Yunxi halted, casting a fleeting glance at Mr. Lan. He is here seeking my assistance. Why should I extend him courtesy? You truly have no shame, Zhao Mei retorted, momentarily taken aback. Her expression hardened further. This insolent girl has grown increasingly audacious. Mr. Lan holds a prestigious position. How could he possibly seek the aid of a mere child? Are you still half asleep, spouting nonsense? She continued. Yet, the next moment, Mr. Lan quickly approached, positioning himself before Zhao Mei, wearing an almost obsequious smile. Madam Jiang, please do not misunderstand. I have indeed come today seeking Miss Jiang's assistance. He had painstakingly discovered that the person who saved him was the true daughter the Jiang family had been searching for. And he had come with sincere intentions, as his matter was exceedingly urgent. Zhao Mei's anger froze on her face. Jiang Boyu, however, seemed to realize something, his expression shifting dramatically. Is Mr. Lan here regarding the project in the Southern District? I am feeling a bit hungry and need to eat something before I can continue my conversation with Mr. Lan, Jiang Yunxi interjected, interrupting their thoughts with a wave of her hand. Jiang Boyu immediately reacted, instructing a nearby servant. What are you standing there for? Go prepare something for the young lady. Turning back to Jiang Yunxi, he spoke gently. Yunxi, please come and sit with Mr. Lan. Your meal will be ready shortly. The servant hurried to the kitchen. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunxi approached and seated herself on a single sofa. Mr. Lan quickly moved closer, speaking in a tone only audible to the two of them. His expression filled with excitement and reverence. Miss Jiang, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Upon returning, I immediately conducted a paternity test. It turns out my daughter is indeed not my biological child. Jiang Yunxi nodded calmly, showing no surprise at the revelation. Your wife has long betrayed you, keeping 3 or 4 male models outside. I advise you to make a decisive choice, for your true destiny is about to manifest. If you do not resolve these sordid matters promptly, your true match may very well overlook you. Mr. Lan had never anticipated that the woman who usually appeared gentle and considerate in his presence could engage in such indiscretions. A wave of humiliation washed over him, yet he quickly grasped the crux of her words. My true match is about to appear? Mr. Lan's demeanor grew solemn as he regarded Jiang Yunxi, nodding gravely. Miss Jiang, rest assured, once I return, I shall attend to it immediately. Jiang Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Lan, having received a positive affirmation, turned to depart. Yet, after taking a few steps, he abruptly turned back. From the inner pocket of his suit, he produced a black bank card, extending it towards Jiang Yunxi with both hands. Miss Jiang, this is but a token of my appreciation, a humble offering. I beseech you to accept it, as it serves as remuneration for your assistance. Jiang Yunxi calmly accepted the card. Observing her acceptance, Mr. Lan let out a heavy sigh of relief, the smile on his face becoming more genuine. As long as Miss Jiang was willing to accept his monetary gesture, it signified that he could seek her help in the future. This was, indeed, a monumental stroke of fortune for him. After all, finding a master more formidable than Sun Wei was no trivial task. Mr. Lan dared not impose further, bowing respectfully before he turned to leave. Zhang Boyer and Zhao Mei promptly followed, personally escorting him to the villa's entrance. Mr. Lan stood beside his car. Casting a glance at them, his expression filled with envy. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, you are truly fortunate. With a daughter as remarkable as Miss Jiang, you can look forward to a life of ease. Zhang Boy's smile was perfectly measured as he gently probed. What do you mean by that, Mr. Lan? Why this sudden high regard for my daughter? He feared that Mr. Lan might have grievances regarding his withdrawal from the development project in the South City district. Yet little did he know that Mr. Lan had come seeking Jiang Yunxi's assistance. Unaware of the circumstances, Mr. Lan recounted the events of that fateful night. You two may not be aware, but just a few nights ago, I was with old Master Xiao in the South City. We nearly lost our lives. Had it not been for Miss Jiang's timely arrival to our rescue, we would likely have already met our demise. Her mastery of the Tao is truly profound, surpassing even that of Master Sun Wei from the Chongqing Temple. He spoke with animated gestures, a genuine admiration etched upon his features. I am now eagerly awaiting Miss Jiang to resolve the project in the South City district. Once the matter is settled, we can commence work immediately. Zhang Boy's expression suddenly froze. Yunxi actually saved old Master Xiao and Mr. Lan? Why did she not mention it sooner? Such a significant favor, if handled adeptly, could yield enormous benefits for the Jiang family. Mr. Lan, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not detain you any longer. Farewell.
Mr. Lan,
Oblivious to Zhang Boy's unease, courteously took his leave and drove away. The gates slowly closed. Zhao Mei's gentle and virtuous demeanor vanished in an instant. Did Yunxi not claim that she could not involve herself in that project? Why is it now feasible to resolve it? She possesses such extraordinary capabilities, yet stands idly by as her family's project encounters difficulties, instead opting to assist an outsider. Does she still hold any loyalty to this family? Does she not desire for her family to prosper? How could she so blatantly lend a helping hand to others? Jiang Boyu remained silent, his countenance stern, the depths of his gaze obscured. He had initially believed that Jiang Yunxi merely possessed a superficial understanding of metaphysics. Little did he expect her abilities to be such that even Mr. Lan regarded her with utmost respect. The two returned to the hall. Jiang Yunxi was already seated at the dining table, calmly consuming her meal, her demeanor composed. This air of tranquility irked Zhao Mei. She strode over. I ask you, are you planning to resolve the South City District project for Mr. Lan? Why can't our Jiang family undertake this project? Have you accepted Mr. Lan's benefits? Deliberately turning your back on us? Jiang Yunxi leisurely swallowed her food before lifting her gaze to offer Xiao Mei a dispassionate glance, as if regarding a petulant stranger. If the Jiang family wishes to continue pursuing this project, they may do so. Should you encounter difficulties, I shall be there to collect the remains. Both Xiao Mei and Zhang Boyo were taken aback simultaneously. Xiao Mei had not anticipated such audacious words from her. This was not an explanation but an outright threat. This ungrateful child has truly gone too far. She inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing her ire, donning a serious expression. Yunxi, you must understand. You are still a member of the Jiang family. Even if you are about to marry into the Xiao family, you cannot sever ties with us. Only when the Jiang family prospers will we have a voice, allowing you to thrive in the Xiao family. Otherwise, they will look down upon you.
Xiao Mei's tone softened,
Laced with a persuasive undertone. Speak with Mr. Lan amicably. Once the issue is resolved, let the Jiang family rejoin the project. There is profit to be made for all. It will benefit you and our family, will it not? Jiang Yunxi set down her chopsticks, raised her head to scrutinize Xiao Mei's duplicitous face, and a mocking smile curled at her lips. You truly have no shame. Chapter 44. In this world, where could one find such a favorable arrangement? To seek to curry favor with Mr. Lan through me while expecting no sacrifices in return. Where in the world does such a deal exist? Mother, I believe you would excel as a screenwriter rather than as a housewife.
Jiang Yunxi lazily regarded Xiao Mei.
Xiao Mei was momentarily taken aback by her words, nearly choking in disbelief. Her well-maintained face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Zhang Boyu quickly stepped forward to support the swaying Xiao Mei, his brow furrowed with concern. Yunxi, refrain from speaking so harshly. What exactly is going on? He looked at Jiang Yunxi, his expression complex. Jiang Yunxi leaned back in her chair, her voice cool and detached as she explained, My ability to assist Mr. Lan with the project stems from his strong fate. This project does not conflict with him. However, you're different. Your fate is at odds with that piece of land, and no matter how you attempt to resolve it, you will not profit. Even if I intervene to rectify the feng shui issues, the outcome will remain unchanged. Thus, I advise you to abandon any hopes for that project. Jiang Yunxi spoke with unwavering certainty.
Xiao Mei was infuriated.
Her words, so grandiose, still refused to assist the Jiang family in making money. This child truly had a silver tongue. You should go upstairs and rest. Jiang Boyu interrupted, signaling for her to retreat.
Xiao Mei, reluctant,
could only glare fiercely at Jiang Yunxi before storming upstairs, her face dark with indignation. The living room fell silent. Jiang Boyu took a seat beside Jiang Yunxi, his expression laden with complexity as he regarded her. Is it true that you can discern all forms of feng shui? Jiang Yunxi nodded, her tone calm, yet imbued with absolute confidence. In this world, there should be no one more skilled than I in feng shui and fortune-telling. Jiang Boyu's heart raced, urgency creeping into his tone. The Jiang family has a new project in the West City, but there have been hauntings at the construction site, injuring several workers. Could you possibly assist in examining the situation? Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze to meet his, her refusal immediate and resolute. I am not so idle. I have many matters to attend to. She still needed to cultivate and seek more spiritual herbs. How could she spare time for such trivialities? Upon hearing her refusal, Jiang Boyu grew anxious. He blurted out, I will pay you. Name your price, as long as you can resolve it. Jiang Yunxi paused, her hand holding the teacup faltering slightly. She was in dire need of funds. Whether for purchasing medicinal materials or the jade stones required for formations, substantial financial resources were necessary. Since a willing patron had presented themselves, she saw no reason to decline. Very well, she finally relented. Jiang Boyu exhaled deeply, a hint of a smile finally gracing his face. After finishing their meal, he prepared to take Jiang Yunxi out. As they reached the entrance, Jiang Sheng returned from outside, accompanying Jiang Miaojiao. In her hands, she carried several luxurious shopping bags, her smile sweet to the point of being cloying. Upon spotting Jiang Yunxi, she deliberately waved the bags and spoke in a feigned coy tone. Sister, look, these are all gifts from Big Brother. He said they are wedding presents for me. As she spoke, she tilted her head innocently, blinking her large, innocent eyes at Jiang Yunxi. By the way, sister, did Big Brother prepare a gift for you? Jiang Yunxi couldn't be bothered to spare her a glance. She merely maintained a cold expression and replied curtly, no need. With that, she bypassed the two and headed straight for Jiang Boyer's car outside. Jiang Miaojiao's smile instantly froze. She hadn't expected Jiang Yunxi to show no reaction at all. It felt as though she had struck a punch into a pile of cotton. leaving her prepared words lodged in her throat. Unwilling to accept this, her eyes quickly reddened, and she pitifully clutched Jiang Boyer's arm. Dad, is sister angry with me? Did I say something wrong? Jiang Boyer was preoccupied with company projects and had no time to deal with their trivial matters. He waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. Your brother has just returned. You two should enjoy your time together. I have some matters to attend to with your sister. With that, he hurriedly followed Jiang Yunxi out. Jiang Sheng observed his father's rushed demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly. His father, usually composed, rarely displayed such impatience. Moreover, he was leaving with Jiang Yunxi, a girl he had never seemed to regard highly or been particularly close to. What on earth had transpired? Jiang Sheng patted Jiang Miaojiao's shoulder, offering gentle reassurance. Miaojiao, why don't you head back for now? I have a bit of an uneasy feeling. I'll go check things out. With that, he strode away, quickly following after them. The three of them got into the car and slowly departed the villa. Jiang Sheng, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at his father and Jiang Yunxi in the back through the rearview mirror, unable to restrain himself any longer. Dad, where are we headed? Jiang Boyu sighed, a trace of worry etching his features. We're going to check on the construction site in the west of the city. There has been some trouble there lately. It's been haunted. Jiang Sheng had heard about that project before his business trip. It was a key development for the company this year, and he had caught wind of the haunting rumors. They ought to seek out a reputable master to perform some rituals. Jiang Boyu, upon hearing this, glanced back at Jiang Yunxi, who was resting with her eyes closed. I'm having your sister perform the rites. Jiang Sheng turned sharply, incredulous as he looked at his father. He must have misheard.
Dad.
What does she understand about such things?
Don't be fooled by her.
Finally opening her eyes, Jiang Yunxi's cool gaze fell upon Jiang Sheng. Did you receive your medical report? Am I right? The anger on Jiang Sheng's face froze instantly. Jiang Yunxi had predicted his illness just yesterday, and today it had manifested. She indeed possessed some uncanny abilities. He wanted to say more, but the vehicle had already come to a halt. They had arrived at the construction site. Due to the haunting rumors, work had come to a standstill, leaving the expansive site eerily deserted, exuding an indescribable sense of desolation and strangeness. The site manager, donning a hard hat, had been waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Jiang Boyer's car, he hurried over. Breathless. Mr. Jiang, you've finally arrived. Jiang Boyer stepped out of the car and got straight to the point. Let us not waste time. Take us to the site of the incident. Of course, right this way. The manager, not daring to delay, led them deeper into the site. The further they walked, the colder the air became. Even under the bright daylight, an unsettling chill crept up their spines, as if something might leap out from the shadows at any moment. Chapter 45. Resolving the Grievous Soul. Suddenly, Jiang Yunxi halted in her tracks. She lifted her gaze toward the unfinished building before her, her eyes narrowing slightly. She could distinctly perceive a thick, inescapable black mist swirling above the structure, an overwhelming aura of resentment. This is the place. The manager pointed at the building, his voice trembling. The workers who previously had incidents all fell from this building. Jiang Yunxi cast a cool glance at him, her tone icy. People have died here. It was murder. The lingering souls have not found peace, which is why they continue to cause trouble. The manager's face paled at her words, and Jiang Boyu's heart sank in tandem. Is it possible to resolve this? Jiang Yunxi nodded.
It can be resolved.
Once the issue of the vengeful souls is addressed, this place will naturally find peace. Relieved, Jiang Boyu immediately sighed and transferred 800,000 to Jiang Yunxi without hesitation. Upon receiving the notification on her phone, a satisfied expression crossed her face. Call the police and have them come immediately. She instructed the nearby manager. After giving her orders, she advanced toward the building, carefully examining the scene. The haunting incidents at the construction site were already a sensitive topic. If anything else were to arise, how could the project continue?
Dad.
We can't call the police. Jiang Sheng attempted to intervene. If something really happens, shut up. Jiang Boyu snapped, cutting him off coldly. Just watch. Jiang Sheng had no choice but to silence himself, watching as Jiang Yunxi ventured further away. Big brother, go get a shovel. Dig here, 1 meter deep. Jiang Yunxi casually directed Jiang Sheng after merely surveying the area. Such labor is unfit for the young master. I'll do the digging. The manager interjected, a fawning smile on his face as he hurried to take Jiang Sheng's place. Jiang Yunxi merely shot him a cold glance. No, he will do it. The manager awkwardly glanced at Jiang Sheng, whose expression darkened instantly. However, Jiang Boyu nudged him. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Reluctantly, Jiang Sheng picked up the shovel and began to dig. Satisfied by his obedience, Jiang Yunxi nodded approvingly and turned to stroll through the site again. She paused occasionally, kicking aside stones and rearranging scattered rebar. Her movements appeared casual, even somewhat indifferent. Yet, as she moved, the oppressive chill that had enveloped the site began to dissipate unnoticed. The manager's anxiety grew as he observed the unfolding scene. Leaning closer to Jiang Sheng and Jiang Boyu, he lowered his voice. Mr. Jiang, I've already hired several masters, yet none have been able to resolve the haunting. If something were to happen to such a delicate girl, it would be a tremendous loss. I have faith in her, Jiang Boyu suddenly interjected. Both Jiang Sheng and the manager were taken aback. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi had located the source of the resentment. She pulled out several talisman papers from her pocket, swiftly forming hand seals and chanting obscure incantations. Break. As her words fell, the talisman in her hand transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly merging into the building before her. At that moment, the wail of police sirens approached, and a police car halted at the entrance of the construction site. Jiang Yunxi cast a brief glance at Jiang Sheng.
Hurry up and dig.
Reluctantly, Jiang Sheng bent his head to continue digging. Several police officers exited their vehicle, their expressions serious as they addressed the group. Who called the police? What exactly has happened? The person in charge's eyes flickered, and he immediately approached the police, his face laden with apologies. Officer, I sincerely apologize. There was a minor conflict among the workers at the construction site earlier, but it has been resolved now. I'm sorry for the trouble caused. The leading officer surveyed the scene, observing that all work had come to a halt. Where could there possibly be workers causing a disturbance? It was evident that these individuals were reporting false alarms. His expression darkened immediately. Our police resources are quite limited. If there is no legitimate issue, please refrain from making frivolous calls to the authorities. The person in charge forced an awkward smile, casting a glance at Jiang Yunxi, as though insinuating that she was the one responsible for the false report. Rest assured, we will take this as a lesson and will never repeat the mistake, he promptly assured, without a hint of defiance. The leading officer, visibly displeased, nodded curtly and prepared to turn away. Suddenly, Jiang Sheng let out a startled cry. The shovel in his hands fell from his grasp as he scrambled out of the pit he had been digging. The police, who were about to leave, halted in their tracks. Jiang Boyu hurried over, his voice low and serious. What happened? Jiang Sheng's face had drained of color, terror evident in his eyes as he pointed towards the pit.
There seems to be a corpse down there.
Instantly, the demeanor of all the officers shifted, and they hastened toward the pit's edge. Meanwhile, the person in charge's expression darkened ominously. Jiang Yunxi approached slowly, her voice calm as she explained. I called the police because there has been a death here. The officer who had previously hinted at Jiang Yunxi's false alarm suddenly flushed red with embarrassment, clearing his throat. His demeanor turned grave. Miss, please rest assured, we will investigate thoroughly and ensure justice for the deceased. If it weren't for her, they would have overlooked the body today. Jiang Yunxi cast a cool glance at the pale-faced person in charge. Make sure to investigate him well. He is connected to the deceased. The police officer's gaze turned steely as he regarded the person in charge. The individual reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, jumping up in alarm. Don't slander me. I have no connection to this woman at all. Stop framing innocent people. He attempted to mask his inner panic with his voice. Jiang Yunxi, however, did not even bother to lift her eyelids, merely stating in a matter-of-fact tone, the deceased was your girlfriend. She discovered your malpractice at the construction site and intended to report you, so you killed her and buried her here. The person in charge's pupils contracted sharply. There was no way anyone else could know about this. How did she find out? Fear washed over him, turning his face pale and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. A flicker of coldness passed through Jiang Yunxi's eyes. She grasped the person in charge's arm, and before he could react, she pushed him directly into the deep pit. Open your eyes wide and see the extent of the harm you have caused. The person in charge stumbled and fell into the pit. Trembling, he raised his head to look at the spot where Jiang Sheng had just unearthed the body. After a single glance, he was left utterly terrified. A decaying corpse was lunging toward him. Ah! The person in charge's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 46. What else could it be but a guilty conscience? The officers present exchanged glances, their perceptions of Jiang Yunxi shifting dramatically. The pit was empty, yet the person in charge had screamed and fainted. What else could this indicate but a guilty conscience? Furthermore, Jiang Yunxi had been aware of all the circumstances beforehand. Madam, please rest assured, we will take the individual back for a thorough investigation. Our team will soon arrive to secure the scene. Please ensure nothing is disturbed. All right. Jiang Yunxi replied coldly. Several officers stepped forward to drag the unconscious person in charge from the pit, promptly placing handcuffs on him. Due to his status as the group leader and his presence at the scene, Zhang Boya was also taken back to the police station for questioning. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Jiang Sheng, make sure to take your sister home safely. Jiang Sheng, jolted back to reality, nodded repeatedly. I understand, Dad. You can rest assured. The police car sped away, leaving only the two siblings at the construction site. Jiang Yunxi did not spare him a glance as she turned and walked ahead. After hesitating for quite some time, Jiang Sheng finally hurried after her. How did you know that man was connected to the corpse? His voice conveyed a hint of cautiousness he was unaware of. Everything that had transpired had completely overturned his understanding of the world over the past 20 years. It turned out that there were indeed things in this world that science could not explain, and his own sister was the one who could elucidate it all. Jiang Yunxi did not pause her steps, disregarding him entirely. Jiang Sheng felt awkward standing there alone, yet he refused to give up, pursuing her once more. Can you really tell fortunes? Finally, Jiang Yunxi halted. She turned her head, her cold gaze settling on him, before suddenly smiling. Did you see the transfer Dad just made to me? Jiang Sheng hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded.
I did.
The smile on Jiang Yunshi's face turned even colder. Then don't speak to me. Conversing with me comes at a cost. With that, she turned away, continuing forward without a backward glance. Jiang Sheng stood frozen in place. She was deliberately humiliating him for his previous arrogance and prejudice. Indeed, he had always viewed her as greedy and unworthy, thinking her too base to be taken seriously. But now he had witnessed her capabilities firsthand. The seemingly absurd metaphysical practices he had dismissed were far more adept at uncovering the truth than the science and logic he revered. He no longer had the right to question her. Jiang Sheng caught up to her, grasping her arm. I'm sorry, I was wrong. His voice was hoarse, tinged with regret. From now on, I will never doubt you again. Jiang Yunxi scoffed, pulling her arm away without a hint of gratitude. Jiang Mir, your beloved sister, is the one you should cherish. I am merely a country bumpkin, nothing more. You need not pretend to be a caring brother. I have no need for it. With that, she opened the car door, seated herself inside, leaned back against the rear seat, and closed her eyes to rest, no longer glancing at Jiang Sheng. A heaviness settled in Jiang Sheng's heart as he too entered the car, departing from the construction site. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Jiang Sheng gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins on his hands standing out. He stealthily glanced at Jiang Yunxi through the rear-view mirror. She reclined in her seat, eyes closed, her expression indifferent, as if everything that had transpired had no bearing on her. Yet he was in turmoil. Jiang Sheng's throat tightened, and he struggled to find the words to say. Should he apologize again? He had already done so, but she had refused to accept it. This was the first time he felt so powerless. Jiang Yunxi was completely indifferent to his inner turmoil. To her, this so-called brother was no different from the rest of the Jiang family. They were all a source of trouble. All she wanted was to return home quickly and solidify the breakthrough she had just achieved. As for what Jiang Sheng was thinking, she did not care in the slightest. The car sped along, swiftly returning to the Jiang family villa. Jiang Yunxi pushed the car door open, exiting without looking back as she entered the villa. Jiang Sheng gazed at her resolute figure, a wave of indescribable frustration and regret washing over him. He remained seated in the car for a long while, motionless. Early the next morning, Jiang Yunxi rose with the dawn. Having practiced diligently throughout the night, her stomach was empty, prompting her to descend from her room in search of nourishment in the kitchen. Inside, a middle-aged maid was bustling about her tasks. Upon noticing Jiang Yunxi's entrance, a professional smile graced her features. Miss, you've arisen, she remarked. Jiang Yunxi nodded slightly, inquiring, is there anything to eat? Just something simple will suffice. The maid hesitated, her expression wavering. Miss, breakfast isn't prepared yet. We must wait for Madam and Miss Miyuan to come down before we can serve. Jiang Yunxi frowned at this. There's no need for such formality. Just boil me some noodles, or I can prepare it myself. The maid's demeanor shifted dramatically. That simply will not do. If Madam and Miss Miyuan discover that I allowed you to eat something casually, I could be dismissed. Miss, do you hold a grudge against me, compelling me to endure this predicament? Jiang Yunxi's frown deepened as she scrutinized the maid. With prominent cheekbones and thin lips, She exuded a typical air of sharpness and malice, easily swayed by others and a potential tool for manipulation. Jiang Yunxi let out a cold laugh. Is this the doing of Jiang Miaoyuan? The maid's gaze faltered momentarily, but she quickly straightened her posture to retort, absolutely not.
Miss, how could you think that?
You cannot unjustly accuse her simply because of your feelings towards her. Nor can you malign me. Her voice escalated, as if she bore a tremendous grievance. Miss Miaoyuan has been nurtured by us since childhood. She is of noble birth, elegant and kind-hearted. How could she possibly engage in such unseemly conduct? The insinuation was unmistakable, subtly suggesting that Jiang Yunxi herself was of lesser standing. Feeling emboldened by her own rhetoric, the maid straightened her back, her tone shifting from one of grievance to admonition. Miss, you should learn from Miss Miaoyuan and refrain from bringing those lazy, undesirable habits from the countryside into our home. If this were to leak out, others might think poorly of the Jiang family's values, which would bring ruin upon us all. This lecture was audacious, coming from a mere servant. Jiang Yunxi's expression darkened instantly. She raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across the maid's face. The maid was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining her senses, she collapsed to the floor, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig.
Ah!
She struck me. Chapter 47. Madam, you must stand up for me. Her cries soon attracted the attention of those upstairs. Zhao Mei and Jiang Miaoyuan descended the staircase in quick succession. As soon as the maid spotted them, she crawled towards Zhao Mei, clutching her leg and starting to weep. Madam, you must intervene on my behalf. I merely advised Miss to wait for you and Miss Miaoyuan before having breakfast, and she struck me. I have served this family for over 10 years without ever facing such humiliation. If Miss truly finds me intolerable, I shall pack my things and leave today. Jiang Miaoyuan rushed forward, her face etched with concern as she helped the maid to her feet. Aunt Wang, please rise. What has happened? As she comforted her, a glint of cold amusement flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Jiang Yunxi. Miss, she wrongfully accuses me. Aunt Wang sobbed, I can hardly prove my innocence. Perhaps I should just leave, for I do not wish to cast doubt on Mrs. character. Her cries grew louder, quickly drawing the attention of the entire household. The other servants watched, whispering amongst themselves, though the eldest miss is our mistress, she shows little regard for the servants. Miss Miaoyuan is far more understanding. The eldest miss has clearly been spoiled by her upbringing in the countryside. Jiang Miaoyuan feigned sympathy, her expression dripping with false compassion as she addressed Aunt Wang. You have cared for me for over a decade. I know your character well, and you would never err. Turning to Jiang Yunxi, her face morphed into one of deep sorrow, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, appearing both wronged and helpless. Sister, I know you dislike me, but if there is something against me, direct it at me rather than taking it out on Aunt Wang. She is merely a servant. If she has erred, let me reprimand her. You must not resort to violence. What a picture of a virtuous lotus flower, shifting all blame onto Jiang Yunxi with a few well-placed words. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing. It seemed the lessons of the past had not sufficed. Jiang Miaoyuan was eager to stir trouble once more. Very well. She would indulge Jiang Miaoyuan in this little game. Is that so? Zhao Mei's face had darkened considerably, her expression fierce as she directed her gaze at Jiang Yunxi. The truth will reveal itself. Can't we check the surveillance footage? Surely there are cameras in the kitchen. Jiang Yunxi, unfazed, inquired nonchalantly. A flicker of triumph crossed Jiang Miaoyuan's eyes, yet her countenance remained increasingly aggrieved, tears flowing more freely. She stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Aunt Wang, gazing at Jiang Yunxi with feigned fragility. Sister, the kitchen surveillance has long been in disrepair, so how could we possibly see what transpired? As she spoke, she sighed dramatically, as if utterly disappointed with Jiang Yunxi. Do you not realize that knowing the cameras are broken is why you feel so emboldened to strike Aunt Wang? She has been a part of this household for years. What do you think the other servants will think? Who would dare to work here in the future? Sister, our family's reputation cannot be tarnished by your actions. Her words dripped with sincerity, leaving Jiang Yunxi feeling as though she was being nailed to a cross of shame for her supposed bullying and disgraceful conduct. Zhao Mei, already biased, was further enraged by Jiang Miaoyuan's eloquence. You will apologize to Aunt Wang immediately. Jiang Yunxi observed the theatrical performance unfolding before her, a smile breaking upon her lips, though it failed to reach her eyes, carrying an icy chill. Me, apologize to a servant? Such a principle has not existed throughout history. Her tone was dismissive yet held an undeniable firmness. Xiao Mei's fury ignited completely. This wretched girl has truly overstepped. With a swift motion, she raised her hand to strike Jiang Yunxi across the face, her palm slicing through the air with ferocity. Both Zhang Miaoyuan and Aunt Wang appeared to revel in the anticipated spectacle. However, the expected sharp crack did not resound. Instead, Jiang Yunxi casually lifted her hand,
effortlessly intercepting Xiao Mei's wrist.
Though her grip was not forceful, it resembled a vice, rendering Xiao Mei immobile. "Have you lost your senses?" Jiang Yunxi's voice was as frigid as ice, her disdain palpable. "You believe every word spoken by others without questioning why I struck her?"
Xiao Mei,
her vision blurring with rage, found herself unable to escape Jiang Yunxi's hold, resorting to feeble screams. "Do you dare to argue? Then explain why you struck her." Jiang Yunxi released her grip, shaking her hand dismissively. "Because she refused to let me eat." She stood there, not only denying me food but also accusing me of being lazy and a country bumpkin, unworthy of the Jiang family lineage. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang panicked, vehemently denying the accusation. "I never said such things. Madam, please believe me. I simply urged the eldest miss to wait for you and Miss Miaoyuan to have breakfast together. It was she who became impatient and struck me." Her tears flowed freely, painting her as a picture of misery. Xiao Mei, without a moment's hesitation, accepted her narrative, turning her ire back toward Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi, however, could scarcely be bothered to cast her a glance, merely calling out in a detached manner, "Steward." The steward promptly hurried over. "Miss, how may I assist you?" All eyes were fixated on Jiang Yunxi. Zhang Miaoyer and Aunt Wang assumed the surveillance system had malfunctioned, believing Jiang Yunxi could stir no tempest. Yet, her current demeanor exuded an unshakable certainty that inexplicably instilled a sense of unease in them. Jiang Yunxi simply instructed the steward, "Retrieve the kitchen surveillance footage. I wish to review everything that transpired just now." Hadn't it just been asserted that the surveillance was broken? Why did the young lady still request the steward to retrieve it? Everyone regarded Jiang Yunxi with astonishment, yet her expression remained unperturbed. Even if the surveillance was indeed damaged, what of it? If she desired it to function, it would. With a subtle flicker of her fingertips, an imperceptible surge of spiritual energy darted towards the surveillance system. Astonishingly, the previously inoperative device illuminated with a red light and began to function. The steward, glancing at Xiao Mei's countenance, cautiously interjected, "Miss, the kitchen surveillance is indeed broken and has yet to be repaired." Jiang Yunxi merely cast a faint glance at the steward. "I instructed you to go, so you shall go." "Understood, Mississippi." The steward felt a chill at her gaze, daring not to utter another word, and hurried off to retrieve the footage. Everyone believed Jiang Yunxi had lost her mind, eagerly anticipating her reprimand by the lady of the house. However, it was not long before the steward returned. Hastily clutching a tablet, his tone laced with incredulity. "Madam, miss, the surveillance has miraculously resumed functioning. As I arrived, I witnessed it operating normally, and I have extracted the footage from earlier."
"What?"
Jiang Miaoyer's face drained of color instantly, while Aunt Wang nearly fainted from shock. How could events have transpired this way? Was it haunted? Xiao Mei, skeptical, took the tablet and pressed play. The video clearly recorded Aunt Wang's acerbic countenance and her disparaging remarks. "Do not bring those lazy, bad habits from the countryside into our home. Others might think the Jiang family lacks decorum, which could ruin us all." Fury coursed through Xiao Mei, causing her to tremble. She hurled the tablet to the ground. "This is utterly outrageous. A servant dares to slander her master behind their back. How dare you malign the young lady in my presence?" Aunt Wang collapsed onto the floor, her face ashen. Xiao Mei's expression fluctuated between green and pale, overwhelmed by embarrassment and discomfort. She awkwardly turned to the composed Jiang Yunxi, opening her mouth but unable to utter a word. Jiang Yunxi, uninterested in her plight, merely turned and walked into the kitchen. "If no one will cook for me, I shall do it myself. After all, I am no precious young lady, merely a bumpkin from the countryside." Her words struck Xiao Mei's heart with precision, rendering her face a vivid tapestry of colors. Jiang Yunxi skillfully retrieved noodles and eggs from the refrigerator, igniting the stove. While waiting for the water to boil, she calmly snapped a photograph of the empty kitchen. Subsequently, she edited a post and shared it on her social media platforms. "In my own home, desiring breakfast. Yet I must endure a lecture from the aunt. It seems I am unworthy." Almost immediately, a deluge of comments and shares erupted beneath her post, stirring yet another uproar. Xiao Mei remained oblivious to the online commotion, consumed by her own loss of face and a smoldering anger, eager to resolve the situation. She pointed at the prostrate Aunt Wang, commanding the steward, "Throw her out. The Jiang family cannot afford such a burden." The steward promptly acknowledged her command and approached to drag Aunt Wang away. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yunxi subtly flicked her fingers. A golden light silently surged forth, seamlessly entering Aunt Wang's body. The steward, grasping Aunt Wang, was abruptly shaken off as she tumbled and crawled to Jiang Miaoyer's feet, clinging desperately to her leg. "Miss Miaoyer, you cannot abandon me. You instructed me to trouble the young lady. To speak so. You promised to back me up. Explain this to the madam. I do not wish to be cast out." Everyone was stunned. The servants who had just declared Jiang Miaoyer virtuous now stared at her in disbelief. Jiang Miaoyer's mind blinked instantaneously. Instinctively, she lifted her foot, intending to kick the deranged woman away. "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever instruct you to act thus? How dare you slander me?" Her tone was rife with warning. Yet Aunt Wang appeared oblivious, continuing her pleas for mercy. "Miss Miaoyer, I have evidence. You commanded me to do this." She abruptly scrambled to her feet, brandishing her phone, thrusting her chat history with Jiang Miaoyer into Xiao Mei's view. Xiao Mei glanced down. The screen revealed Jiang Miaoyer lamenting to Aunt Wang in a tone of utmost grievance about how Jiang Yunxi bullied her, rendering her unable to stay in the house. Aunt Wang fervently vowed to teach that country bumpkin a lesson on her behalf. At the chat's conclusion was a transfer of 50,000 yuan sent from Jiang Miaoyer to Aunt Wang. Xiao Mei's expression darkened to an ominous degree. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial. Jiang Miaoyer turned ice cold, her mind a blank slate. Gazing at Xiao Mei's ghastly countenance, tears streamed down her face more fervently. Trembling as she spoke, "Mother, I did not intend for this. I merely felt a bit disheartened and confided in Aunt Wang. I truly did not know she would take it upon herself to act in this manner." As she spoke, she abruptly turned towards Jiang Yunxi, preparing to kneel. "Sister, all of this is my fault. I wish to apologize on Aunt Wang's behalf. Please forgive her this once." Jiang Yunxi regarded her with an air of nonchalance, a cold smile gracing her lips, showing no inclination to intervene. She was curious to see what other theatrics this white lotus might conjure. Yet Xiao Mei, filled with maternal instinct, rushed forward without a second thought, clutching the wobbly Jiang Miaoyer. "What are you doing? You are with child. How can you kneel?" She held Jiang Miaoyer tightly, turning to glare at Jiang Yunxi. "Jiang Yunxi, look at what you've driven your sister to. She is pregnant, and you want her to kneel before you? How can your heart be so cruel?" Jiang Yunxi was nearly amused by this topsy-turvy narrative. So, in the end, it was her fault? Just as she prepared to speak, a cold and authoritative voice resonated from the entrance of the villa. "What has Yunxi done to warrant such accusations of cruelty?" Everyone in the living room froze, turning in unison towards the door. There stood Xiao Yin, leaning on a cane, making his way inside, followed by the weary Jiang Boyu. Jiang Miaoyer's sobs ceased abruptly as she instinctively shrank back into Xiao Mei's embrace, weeping even more pathetically. Xiao Mei's complexion paled, her gaze flickering, unable to meet Xiao Yin's piercing eyes. How had he come to be here? This was a predicament. He had always defended Jiang Yunxi, and today's events would likely unravel unfavorably. However, Jiang Yunxi's eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness as she stepped forward to approach Xiao Yin. As soon as he approached her, Xiao Yin extended his long arm and pulled her into his embrace. That broad and warm hold exuded a comforting strength. "Yunxi, there is no need for fear," he reassured, deliberately lowering his head to plant a kiss on Jiang Yunxi's forehead in front of everyone, his demeanor both cherished and gentle, as if treating a treasured gem. The Jiang family had only heard tales of Xiao Yin's ruthless methods. They had never witnessed such tenderness from him. It was evident that he loved the young lady deeply, to the very core. Xiao Yin lifted his gaze, his icy stare sweeping across everyone present before finally settling on Xiao Mei and Jiang Miaoyuan. "I shall see who is at fault today." Chapter 49. Who is at fault? Xiao Mei forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, awkwardly speaking up. "It's merely a trivial matter. No need to trouble Mr. Xiao. I will handle it." Observing her guilty expression, Xiao Yin let out a cold laugh. "Trivial? I see you intend to unjustly accuse Yunxi. Yunxi is now my fiancé. Although we have yet to register our marriage or hold a ceremony, she is the one I intend to spend my life with. Can she be bullied so easily?" Xiao Yin's words were unapologetically blunt. His frigid gaze slowly landed on Jiang Yaoyuan. Now, speak up. What exactly transpired? His posture indicated that he would not relent until he obtained a resolution. Zhao Mei was thoroughly panicked, casting a pleading glance towards Zhang Boyu, who had just returned from the police station. The person in charge of the construction site in the western part of the city had been formally detained, and the project had come to a complete standstill, leaving him with a mountain of mess to clean up. Exhausted, he returned home only to find Zhao Mei incapable of managing even this minor issue, creating such a spectacle that ignited his anger instantly. This family never afforded him a moment of peace. Zhao Mei could not even discipline her 2 children, leading to such an enormous embarrassment in front of Xiao Yin, which was a disgrace to the Jiang family. Jiang Boya's expression darkened immediately. What exactly happened? Stop stuttering. Zhao Mei trembled at his outburst, fearing further concealment, and recounted the events in a jumbled manner. Of course, she deliberately omitted the part where Aunt Wang accused Jiang Miaoyuan of being the mastermind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin was struck with incredulous laughter. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades directed at Zhao Mei. Do you truly believe I am blind and deaf? That I have seen nothing and heard nothing? Zhao Mei, terrified, shivered, her face paling as she waved her hands. No, that's not it, Mr. Xiao, you misunderstand. She dared not conceal anything further, immediately revealing the connection between Aunt Wang and Jiang Miaoyuan. Yet, she instinctively defended Jiang Miaoyuan. It must be that servant who, seeing Miaoyuan's kind-hearted nature since childhood, concocted this foolish scheme to sully her reputation. Our Miaoyuan would never do such a thing. Xiao Yin, witnessing her unwavering delusion, lost all patience. Engaging in reasoning with such a fool was a waste of time. Gradually, a cold smile curled on his lips, yet it did not reach his eyes, which were laden with frost. It appears you all remain unyielding, unwilling to afford Yunxi any justice. If that is the case, I shall take matters into my own hands. The atmosphere in the living room plummeted to a freezing point. Zhao Mei's complexion shifted dramatically, and just as she was about to speak, Xiao Yin's icy glare silenced her, swallowing all words. Xiao Song, he called out. No sooner had he spoken than his assistant, who had been following closely, stepped forward. Without uttering a word, he lifted Aunt Wang, who lay crumpled on the floor, with ease, his voice as cold as ice. Now, explain what transpired. Aunt Wang, already terrified by Xiao Yin's tyrannical aura, found herself gripped by the same fear from his equally formidable assistant. She dared not utter a single falsehood and began spilling the entirety of the matter like a torrential downpour. Miss Miaoyuan paid me to do this. She disdains the young lady and wants her to be unable to stay in the home, so she can remain the most favored daughter of the Jiang family. That 50,000 was her hush money. At this revelation, the room erupted in an uproar. Jiang Boya's face turned ashen, disappointment flooding his features as he cast a glacial glare at Jiang Miaoyuan, his eyes brimming with unprecedented coldness and fury. He had always believed Miaoyuan to be merely spoiled and a bit temperamental, yet he had never imagined her heart could be so malicious. Jiang Miaoyuan's mind went blank in an instant. She shook her head in denial, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls, her cries desperate and heart-wrenching. It wasn't me. She's lying. She's deliberately framing me. Dad, Mom, you have to believe me. I truly didn't do anything. Xiao Yin cast her a cold glance, interrupting her feigned sobs. Everyone knows what you are, no need for further theatrics. Jiang Miaoyuan's cries were abruptly silenced. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Jiang Boya hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Mr. Xiao, Miaoyuan is still young and ignorant. I will educate her properly. Moreover, she is engaged to Aling. We will soon be one family, and any negative news would tarnish both our families' reputations. Could you perhaps show mercy and let her off this time? Xiao Yin scoffed. Had I not come today, who among you would have spared Yunxi? Jiang Boya's smile froze on his face. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words, only able to close it awkwardly. Indeed, had Xiao Yin not arrived, it would have been Jiang Yunxi forced to apologize and cast out of the house today. In this family, no one would stand up for her. Xiao Yin turned his cold gaze back to Zhao Mei. Immediately remove her. I no longer wish to see her in the Jiang residence, causing Yunxi distress. Zhao Mei's face paled at his words, and without a second thought, she began to plead. Mr. Xiao, this is unacceptable. Miaoyuan is still with child. She cannot. That's settled. Jiang Boyu interjected forcefully, cutting off her words. He wearily rubbed his temples, his voice laden with an unyielding finality. There is a villa in the suburbs. Have the butler pack her things. Today she will move there. This family could no longer endure such chaos. Xiao Yin's wrath was something the Jiang family could not withstand. And Yunxi's abilities were exactly what he needed at this moment. Weighing both sides, sacrificing Miao Yuan was the best choice. Zhao Mei and Zhang Miao Yuan were left dumbfounded, unable to believe Zhang Boyu could treat Miao Yuan this way. Boyu. Butler. Without allowing Zhao Mei an opportunity to speak, Zhang Boyu called for the butler. Prepare Miss Miao Yuan's belongings and send her to the villa in the western suburbs immediately. After issuing his orders, he turned his back to the mother and daughter, instead offering a gentle smile to Xiao Yin and Jiang Yunxi. Mr. Xiao Yinsheng, let us go upstairs to discuss matters in the study. I have some important issues I wish to consult with you. Xiao Yin nodded, wrapping his arm around Jiang Yunxi, following Jiang Boyu upstairs as if the world around them did not exist.
Dad.
Jiang Miao Yuan cried out, unable to bear the sight of their departing figures, collapsing into a fit of tears. Chapter 50. Beware of disturbing the pregnancy. Zhao Mei, heartbroken, embraced her tightly, softly soothing her. Enough, Miao Yuan, do not cry. You are still with child, and must not become so agitated, lest you disturb your pregnancy. As Jiang Yunxi descended the stairs, she distinctly heard those words. Though her steps did not falter, a faint, mocking smile slowly curled at the corners of her lips. Disturb the pregnancy, you say? One can only wonder what expression Zhao Mei would wear upon discovering that Jiang Mia had no child within her womb. The trio swiftly made their way to the study, where Jiang Boyu graciously welcomed Xiao Yin inside. He personally poured tea for both of them before finally taking a seat on the sofa. The gravity of his demeanor was markedly heightened compared to his earlier countenance downstairs. The police had already ascertained the details surrounding the incident at the construction site in the western part of the city. The deceased was indeed the girlfriend of the site manager, and her family had been searching for her for quite some time, having filed numerous missing persons reports without any leads. Alas, he sighed and continued, the site manager was currently undergoing interrogation, and it was anticipated that the case would soon reach its conclusion. Jiang Boyu glanced at Jiang Yunxi and tentatively inquired, so, does this mean that the haunting at the construction site has been resolved? As long as a resolution could be found, he did not concern himself with the particulars. His primary focus was on when the project in the Western District could resume, in order to mitigate losses. Jiang Yunxi nodded, lifting her teacup to sip leisurely. Once the case is closed, I shall perform a ritual for her, helping her transition to the next life, and then all will be well. Jiang Boyu's brow immediately furrowed. We must wait for the case to conclude? How long must that take? Each day of halted work resulted in significant financial loss, and he could not afford such delays. With a hint of urgency, he implored, is it not possible to conduct the ritual now? If this case drags on, the repercussions for the project will be too severe. At his words, Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze to meet his, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. The manager has someone backing him, until the mastermind is identified. That vengeful spirit will not rest. Jiang Boyu's expression stiffened, a chill gripping his heart. There was someone else involved? This matter was evidently more complicated than he had anticipated. Should any significant figures be implicated, his project would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Who else could it be? Jiang Yunxi merely cast him a nonchalant glance, her tone laced with indifference. The police will uncover the truth. Just wait and see. Jiang Boyu yearned to inquire further, but recalling Jiang Yunxi's resolute nature, he swallowed his words. He had witnessed his daughter's capabilities firsthand. If she said to wait, then wait he must. Nevertheless, an unsettling anxiety gnawed at him, rendering him restless. In that moment, Xiao Yin, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, his voice deep and resonant. The Xiao family has already chosen an auspicious date for the wedding. General Jiang and Madame Jiang should begin preparations. He added, I will be coming over in a few days to formalize the engagement. Jiang Boyu was momentarily taken aback, before joy erupted in his eyes. This was truly a momentous piece of news. Wonderful. We shall be thoroughly prepared, and will not neglect Mr. Xiao in any way. Xiao Yin nodded with a hint of approval, then rose to take Jiang Yunxi's hand. Let us depart. Jiang Yunxi stood beside him, and together they walked toward the door. Jiang Boyu hurriedly followed, personally seeing them off. Just as they were about to exit the study, he seemingly recalled something and, almost impulsively, asked, what of Xiaoling? When will he come to formalize the engagement? After all, Mia was still carrying the Xiao family's lineage. This union was equally significant. Should both marriages be solidified, The Jiang family standing in Haicheng would be unparalleled. Xiao Yin halted, slowly turning around, a frost settling in his deep-set eyes. That matter concerns Xiaoling alone. I am not privy to the details. His tone was cold, devoid of emotion. Jiang Boyu's smile instantly froze. A wave of chill coursed through him. What a foolish question he had posed. Was he not aware of Xiao Yin's sentiments towards Jiang Mir and Xiaoling? He forced a sheepish smile, refraining from further inquiries, and could only watch as Xiao Yin led Jiang Yunxi away without a backward glance. Upon returning to Jiang Yunxi's room, she opened the door and drew Xiao Yin inside. Locking it behind them, Xiao Yin casually discarded the cumbersome cane, standing tall and straight, entirely shedding the appearance of someone in need of assistance. Jiang Yunxi approached him, leaning in closely, inhaling deeply twice. The rich and pure purple energy surged into her limbs, instantly uplifting her spirits, which had been dampened by the foolishness of the Jiang family. Xiao Yin observed her with a satisfied smile, his eyes narrowing as he reveled in her eagerness. Why did you not tell me you were being bullied? His deep voice carried a note of concern. Jiang Yunxi languidly took another breath before responding. I could have dealt with them, but due to certain matters, I cannot act directly. Although she had traversed into this body, Zhao Mei and Jiang Boyu remained her parents in this life. The hierarchical order of heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teachers was etched into the very essence of cultivators. She could disregard them, could ignore them, but she could not truly harm them, lest she become entangled in karmic retribution, which would hinder her future cultivation. In a sense, it was a concession to the original owner of this body. Xiao Yin was unfamiliar with the principles of heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teachers. Nor did he comprehend the cycles of karma. Yet he understood enough. She was not incapable, but rather bound by some unseen rule that prevented her from harming those two individuals. A surge of unnameable anger mingled with concern welled up within him. He could not bear to see her wronged, since she was constrained from taking action. He would step in. Xiao Yin retrieved his phone and promptly called his assistant. Make arrangements to publicly announce my engagement to Yunxi. The assistant on the other end of the line was taken aback for a moment, but quickly acquiesced. Yes, sir. In mere minutes. A message erupted across the elite circles and online platforms of Haicheng, creating a sensational stir. Xiao Group Fee, Mr. Xiao Yin and Miss Jiang Yunxi's engagement has been firmly established, awaiting the auspicious day.
Jiang Yunxi.
Just earlier, Jiang Yunxi had posted an update on Weibo, lamenting how even at home, she was being reprimanded by the servants for wanting a meal. Now, Xiao Yin had publicly declared their engagement. This was not merely an announcement. It was a powerful display of support for Jiang Yunxi. It proclaimed to all that she was his, and that no one should dare to mistreat her. Netizens erupted in fervor. Chapter 51. The Living King of Hell publicly displays affection. Holy cow! What kind of divine CEO protective of his wife's storyline is this? I am utterly obsessed. The Living King of Hell is publicly showing affection? He must truly love Jiang Yunxi. Otherwise, why would he so boldly stand up for her? Oh my, today is yet another day I weep for others' divine love. I am completely shipping this couple. The discussions online swirled like a tempest. Jiang Yunxi observed him hang up the phone, and then glanced down at her own device, swiping a few times, a faint smile blooming at the corners of her lips. That fleeting smile was quickly gone, yet she had caught it. The storm on the internet was even more intense than Xiao Yin had anticipated. Watching the frenzied comments flood in, a satisfied glimmer appeared in his eyes, and he smiled faintly. Jiang Yunxi, having absorbed the vibrant energy from him, finally asked contentedly, "What are you smiling about?" Xiao Yin put away his phone, his expression returning to its usual icy demeanor. "It is nothing. From this day forth, no one will dare to bully you again." Jiang Yunxi felt as though something had gently nudged her heart. She understood that Xiao Yin must have done something to speak with such certainty. The sensation of being unreservedly protected in such a manner was both novel and delightful. A warm current surged within her, softening her gaze toward him. "Thank you, Xiao Yin." Her voice, rarely imbued with a hint of sweetness, was soft and mellifluous, akin to a piece of melting honey. Xiao Yin's gaze momentarily faltered. This version of Jiang Yunxi evoked an irresistible desire to envelop her within his being, to cherish her fervently. He awkwardly diverted his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing. To mask his peculiar feelings, he cleared his throat, allowing his gaze to settle once more on her lips, his tone laced with a touch of affectionate entitlement. "Are we not to share a kiss today?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi was initially taken aback, but her surprise quickly transformed into a radiant smile.
Akish.
She rose on tiptoe, grasped his collar, yanked him down, and then, with fervor, pressed her lips against his. Meanwhile, in Jiang Miao's room, despair loomed like a storm cloud. The butler, accompanied by several servants, had gathered her belongings. Large suitcases were now stationed at the door. Jiang Miao clutched Zhao Mei's arm, weeping inconsolably. Mother, I never intended to compete with my sister. I simply cannot bear to be apart from you and father. I have grown up by your side. I truly cannot live without you. Her sobs were so intense that she struggled to catch her breath, her lovely face streaked with tears, presenting a pitiful sight. Zhao Mei's heart ached for her. Holding her tightly, her eyes reddening in sympathy. Mother understands, dear. You may consider this a temporary retreat, a means to clear your mind, all right? After all, you and Ling are to be wed soon. You will return home splendidly on that day. Zhao Mei spoke gently, softly patting her back. Miao had endured such injustice. Yet as her mother, Zhao Mei felt utterly helpless, forced to witness her daughter being cast out. All of this was instigated by Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Miao's sobs paused abruptly, a glimmer of determination flashing in her reddened eyes. She lifted her head, gazing at Zhao Mei with her swollen eyes, nodding in understanding. Mother, I comprehend. I shall not make things difficult for you. I will move there immediately. How could she be so considerate, so thoughtful? Zhao Mei's heart ached even more as she produced a black card and pressed it into Jiang Miao's hand. Take this. The password is your birthday. Once you arrive, purchase whatever you wish. Do not neglect yourself. Jiang Miao's tears flowed even more freely, yet she obediently replied, Thank you, mother. Surrounded by the servants, she departed the villa. Glancing back with each step, Zhao Mei inhaled deeply, turning to confront Zhang Boyu, to discern his thoughts on the matter. In the study, Zhang Boyu sat on the sofa, tiredly rubbing his brow. Zhao Mei burst in, striding directly toward him, her face betraying her suppressed fury. You truly are something. Why did you not speak up for Miao just now? You know very well that Aunt Wang is deliberately spreading rumors, that she is framing Miao. Jiang Boyu slowly raised his head, his typically gentle eyes now icy and filled with disappointment. He regarded Zhao Mei, his voice hoarse. Have you not yet grasped the current situation? Zhao Mei was momentarily taken aback by his question. Jiang Boyu smirked, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Regardless of our thoughts or the truth of the matter, as long as Xiao Yin wishes to support Yunxi, no one in this household can oppose her. Not even us. The color drained from Zhao Mei's face in an instant. She staggered back a step, feeling a chill envelop her. Jiang Boyu's mind was also a tumult of confusion. He could not fathom how things had devolved to this point. His own daughter, whom he had nurtured, was malicious and scheming, while the daughter he had underestimated had become the lifeline of the entire Jiang family. Jiang Boyu sighed deeply, gazing at Zhao Mei, his voice heavy with fatigue. Before Yunxi and Miao are married, you must manage everything at home to prevent incidents like today from occurring. Zhao Mei bit her lip fiercely, responding softly, I understand. Xiao Yin had made his sentiments abundantly clear today, nearly accusing her of being blind to the truth. Should she dare to cause trouble for Jiang Yunxi now, the entire Jiang family would likely suffer the consequences. Noticing that she had finally absorbed his words, Jiang Boyu's expression softened slightly. In a few days, Xiao Yin will come to propose. Prepare a suitable dowry for Yunxi. Zhao Mei abruptly lifted her head, astonishment filling her eyes. Was it not agreed to simply provide her with some cash? They had previously decided that only money would be given, while the heirlooms were to remain with Miao. Jiang Boyu chuckled softly, shaking his head. He had indeed thought that way, but circumstances had changed. This daughter's capabilities surpassed his expectations, and Xiao Yin's affection for her was astonishing. To settle for mere cash would not only insult Jiang Yunxi, but also disgrace Xiao Yin. Take the 2 sets of jewelry left by my mother and give them to Yunxi as her dowry. The items we prepared for Miao should also be repurposed for Yunxi. We can arrange something adequate for Miao later. Zhao Mei froze in place. Those 2 sets of jewelry were the family heirlooms of the Jiang family, worth a fortune. She herself was reluctant to wear them. Now, they were to be given entirely to Jiang Yunxi? Proceed as I advise. And as for the dowry we prepared for Miao, each piece was meticulously chosen.
No. Zhao Mei grasped Zhang Boyu's hand tightly.
The Xiao family will undoubtedly be entrusted to Xiao Ling in the future. If you give all of Miao's dowry to Yunxi now, it will be evident to the Xiao family, making it impossible for Miao to hold her head high in her new home. Boyu, you cannot be so foolish. Yet Jiang Boyu merely brushed aside her hand with indifference, his expression inscrutable. He turned his gaze toward the window, his voice tinged with an inexplicable sentiment. I have a premonition that the Xiao family will not smoothly transition into Xiao Ling's hands. He could not pinpoint the source of this feeling, yet it was overwhelmingly strong. Xiao Yin did not strike him as someone willing to be subservient or to create garments for others.
Zhao Mei was left speechless.
Jiang Boyu offered no further explanation, firmly instructing, proceed as I say. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Zhao Mei recognized that further argument would be futile. All right, I understand. As Jiang Miao arrived at the suburban villa, her phone began to ring. It was from a wealthy friend with whom she was particularly close. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Miao answered, her voice tinged with a hint of suppressed sobs. Hello, Lily. Her friend, however, remained oblivious to her distress, brimming with excitement and gossip.
Meow.
You must check Weibo. The Xiao group has made an announcement. Your rustic sister is marrying Xiao Yin. What did you say? Jiang Miao's voice shifted dramatically. You must see for yourself. The official account of the Xiao group posted it. It's currently trending #1. The entire world knows. Her friend continued to chatter excitedly. But Jiang Miao could no longer absorb a single word. She hung up, her fingers trembling as she opened Weibo. The top trending topic blazed in glaring red. Xiao Group officially announces engagement with Jiang Yunxi. She clicked in, finding the post from the Xiao Group's official account. The comments flooded in, and the numbers of shares and likes had reached a staggering figure. Millions were discussing, offering their blessings to Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin. My heavens! The living Yama himself has come forth to announce this. I am devouring this dog food. Oh my, what a divine romance. When my sister was bullied, my brother-in-law immediately came to her defense. It is simply too sweet. Jiang Yunxi is truly fortunate, with a fiancé like Xiao Yin who would dare to provoke her. Jiang Miaoyer gazed at those comments, her eyes turning red with jealousy. All this fervor, these blessings, this glorious attention should rightfully belong to her. Why has everything transformed into Jiang Yunxi's domain? It is all Jiang Yunxi's fault. She has stolen everything from me. Jiang Miaoyer's countenance twisted with jealousy and fury as she seized her phone and dialed Xiao Ling's number. As soon as the call connected, she burst into tears, sobbing in utmost grievance. Ailing, woo-woo-woo. Upon hearing her cries, Xiao Ling's heart ached, his voice instantly turning tense and irritable. Miaoyer, what happened? Who bullied you? It was Jiang Yunxi. She drove me out of the house. Jiang Miaoyer wept, casting all blame upon Jiang Yunxi. She now has my father and Xiao Yin backing her up. There is no place for me in our home anymore. Ailing, you are all I have left. Damn it! Xiao Ling exclaimed, his handsome face contorted with rage. How dare that wretched country bumpkin bully his Miaoyer? Who does she think she is? Stop crying. I'm coming over right now. I will make sure to see who dares to wrong you. Xiao Ling's heart ached for her. He wished he could fly to her side instantly. Hearing his words, Jiang Miaoyer's sobs only intensified. Amidst her tears, she dropped another bombshell. It's useless, Ailing. You don't understand. Just now, my uncle publicly announced their engagement online to defend my sister. Now, everyone knows that Jiang Yunxi is Xiao Yin's fiancé. And everyone is envious and blessing her. Meanwhile, I've been cast out, reduced to a laughingstock. Xiao Ling's expression darkened in an instant. Xiao Yin announced their engagement? That half-dead uncle of his had the audacity to be so ostentatious? However, whatever Xiao Yin could do, he could do better. He would show everyone that his woman, Xiao Ling, was the most fortunate of all. How dare he think himself worthy? Xiao Ling sneered, his tone laced with contempt. That dying wretch. What could he possibly offer your sister? He merely seeks to drag someone down with him before his demise. Miaoyer, do not worry. His voice softened immeasurably. If he is public, I will be public too. I will ensure that you suffer no indignity, and I will not allow that wretched Jiang Yunxi to trample over you. With that, he hung up the phone and composed a new post, sending it out without hesitation. Xiao Lingvi, my girl, soon, I shall give you the most magnificent wedding. However, upon releasing this post, what awaited him was not the blessings and admiration he had anticipated. The comments section bore an odd atmosphere. Pfft! What is this? As soon as the uncle announces, the nephew follows suit? Is he trying to imitate? This is hilarious. Seeing how popular President Xiao is, he wants to ride on the wave too? Such an unseemly display. One is from the official account of the Xiao Corporation, while the other is a personal post. Can they be compared? The difference is clear. Is this Xiao family prince lacking in intellect? He resembles a petulant child rebelling against his parents. Competing for attention with his own uncle, he truly has no shame. Various voices of skepticism flooded in. Xiao Ling stared at the comments, his face turning ashen. How did things devolve into this? At the Xiao family estate, Xiao mother sat in a wicker chair in the courtyard, her expression dark as she scrolled through her phone. The mocking comments about Xiao Ling stung her eyes. What do these people know? A horde of ignorant ants dare to pass judgment on her son. Once Ling takes full control of the Xiao Corporation, she would see who would dare to be so brazen online. Her Ling is the favored one, the hope of the Xiao family. Xiao father entered from outside and immediately noticed his wife's grim demeanor. He approached and gently patted her shoulder. Why get upset over irrelevant people? Xiao mother set her phone down, her chest heaving with indignation. They are mocking Ling calling him a mere imitation, saying he lacks sense. Those fools understand nothing. Chapter 53. That sickly Xiao Yin will not be arrogant for long. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xiao father's eyes, yet his tone remained steady. Let them speak. As long as Ling's engagement with the Jiang family is settled, the old man will naturally give in and allow him into the core of the corporation. Xiao father gazed into the distance, as if envisioning the future. That sickly Xiao Yin will not maintain his arrogance for long. He has occupied a position that does not belong to him for far too long. It is time to return everything to the first branch. This family ultimately belongs to their line. Hearing her husband's words, Xiao mother's expression softened slightly. She nodded, a sense of pride returning to her face. Of course. Our Ling is the destined child of the Xiao family. Only under his stewardship can the Xiao Corporation truly thrive. The old man may be aging, but he is not foolish. Her tone brimmed with pride for her son. However, as she uttered the phrase destined child, a fleeting shadow of uncertainty flashed to her eyes. There were matters her husband remained oblivious to. For Ling's future, she had done far more than he could imagine. Xiao father did not catch her momentary oddity. Assuming she was still upset over the online incident, he stood up, adjusting his collar. Since both sides have gone public, we in the Xiao family cannot be remiss in our propriety. I'll arrange for the betrothal gifts to be sent to the Jiang family in a few days. Xiao mother waved her hand nonchalantly. Just handle it as you see fit. Xiao father nodded and turned to leave the courtyard. Watching her husband's retreating figure, Xiao mother's anger gradually faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. She picked up her phone once more, locating an unregistered number, and sent a message. Xiao Yin is getting married. The reply came swiftly. I will descend in a few days to handle this matter. That evening, Xiao Yin visited the study of old Master Xiao. Clad in black loungewear, he appeared tall and imposing, his complexion still cool but devoid of any trace of illness. Old Master Xiao sat behind his desk, holding a document yet unable to read a single word. He had naturally seen the online uproar. His usually obedient grandson had committed such a foolish act, which irritated him. Moreover, Xiao Yin was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Upon seeing Xiao Yin enter, old Master Xiao's displeasure deepened. He set aside the document and spoke with an unfriendly tone. What do you want? Xiao Yin calmly seated himself in the chair opposite the desk. I am here to discuss the engagement with the Jiang family. Handle your own affairs. Old Master Xiao dismissed him, his tone full of indifference. He had no desire to involve himself in a matter he did not approve of, nor to spend a dime on this union. The resources of the Xiao family were reserved for Ling. Xiao Yin seemed oblivious to the implications of his words, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. He had anticipated this outcome. He did not come seeking approval today. He merely came to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. Years ago, when my elder brother wed, the betrothal gifts were meticulously prepared by you, father, garnering immense attention throughout Haicheng. Now that I am to marry, it is only fitting that you, too, prepare my betrothal gifts. This is a custom of the Xiao family, is it not? Old Master Xiao abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed upon him with palpable displeasure. Yet, Xiao Yin remained impassive, his eyes calm and deep as still waters, rendering any attempt at outburst futile. He was cornering him, using the family's reputation as leverage. The old man felt a surge of indignation rising in his chest, his complexion turning ashen. He had always prided himself on fairness and the importance of reputation. Should he openly favor the first branch in this matter? How could he maintain his standing as the family patriarch? Very well, I shall prepare it for you, he begrudgingly articulated through clenched teeth. Thank you, father, Xiao Yin nodded, his tone devoid of gratitude. The old man's ire intensified at his son's demeanor. I cannot bear this. Xiao Yin suddenly chuckled, a faint smile laced with a chilling mockery. Father, the project in the Southern New District has been suspended for over 20 days. He paused, fixing his gaze upon old Master Xiao, articulating each word with precision. As per our wager, have I not emerged victorious? The muscles in the old man's face twitched violently. His expression hardened, yet he could not deny the truth of Xiao Yin's claim. Indeed, you have won. Speak. What is it that you desire? Xiao Yin responded with remarkable composure. I seek all the inheritance under my mother's name. Old Master Xiao slammed his hand upon the table, disbelief etched across his face. What did you say? Xiao Yin's mother was his second wife. Though of humble origins, he had once cherished her, bestowing upon her numerous treasures of immeasurable worth, jewels, antiques, properties, countless possessions. After her passing, these items had remained sealed within the confines of the Xiao family treasury. For years, Xiao Yin had never mentioned claiming them, nearly allowing them to slip from his mind. Yet now, he audaciously brought it forth. Xiao Yin observed his father's furious countenance, his expression unyielding. I shall present all of these as my betrothal gifts to Jiang Yunxi. Old Master Zhao's gaze turned icy, barely concealing his rage. No wonder, when they had wagered. Xiao Yin had not sought any promises from him. He had been biding his time. The truth became clear. The project in the Western District was merely a ruse. His true objective from the outset had been the inheritance left by his mother. This son was alarmingly shrewd, each step calculated with precision. To find himself ensnared in his own son's meticulously laid trap was a humiliation that old Master Xiao had never before experienced. Have you been scheming all along? Xiao Yin met his gaze with an inscrutable expression, devoid of any tremor. Scheming? These possessions rightfully belong to me. I am merely reclaiming that which is inherently mine. Father, a wager is a wager. His voice remained calm and unwavering. You do not intend to renege, do you? Old Master Xiao felt a knot tighten in his chest at this statement, his eyes twitching in frustration. As the patriarch of the Xiao family, his word was his bond. Should word spread that he had lost a bet to his son and refused to honor it, where would his dignity lie? This ungrateful child had calculated his father's vanity and was now leveraging it against him. Shaking with anger, old Master Xiao found himself rendered speechless. Clenching his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulged as if he could crush the mahogany desk before him. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. Very well. Chapter 54. Claiming Mother's inheritance. Old Master Xiao squeezed out those words through gritted teeth. Butler, bring me the key to the safe. His face darkened as he called out. The butler promptly entered, presenting a set of antique brass keys with utmost respect. Old Master Xiao seized them, casting them before Xiao Yin without a glance. Xiao Yin slowly picked up the keys, the cold metallic surface sending a chill through his fingertips. He held the keys for several moments before turning to leave. Observing his son's gait, old Master Xiao suddenly furrowed his brow. Why did it seem to him that Xiao Yin's manner of walking was subtly different than before? His steps appeared steadier and more fluid. A wave of unease surged within old Master Xiao. Could it be that his legs? He immediately summoned the butler, his voice dripping with foreboding. Investigate what Xiao Yin has been doing during this time. Is there any indication he has secretly sought treatment for his legs? The butler, sensing the gravity of the situation, bowed his head and responded promptly, yes, sir. Soon, the butler returned to the study, standing respectfully before old Master Xiao, his voice low. Sir, the second young master has not sought any treatment for his legs during this period, aside from visiting the Jiang family and preparing for the wedding. Only then did old Master Zhao's suspicions begin to dissipate, and he wearily leaned back in his chair. Perhaps he had been too fatigued lately and had imagined things. Xiao Yin's leg had been injured for so many years, and renowned doctors both at home and abroad had declared it hopeless. How could he possibly be healed? It must have been his imagination. Old Master Xiao nodded, waving his hand dismissively. Understood. He paused, adding, increase the number of people monitoring his quarters. I do not wish for any further disturbances. Yes, sir, the butler replied quietly before leaving without a sound. Xiao Yin departed from the study, not returning to his quarters, but instead heading to open his mother's safe. The heavy door creaked open, revealing the treasures that had long been concealed. At the top lay a velvet box, housing a magnificent set of jewelry composed of diamonds and sapphires, still radiating an enchanting brilliance even in the dim light. This exquisite set was known as the Queen's Tears. Once belonging to a renowned foreign queen, its worth incalculable. Beneath it lay a thick stack of documents, several prime properties, shares in 2 promising public companies, substantial overseas funds, and a thin, slightly yellowed deed. This deed belonged to an old residence situated in the picturesque Jiangnan water town, the only possession that had belonged solely to his mother before she married into the Xiao family. Xiao Yin picked up the deed, running his fingers over it gently. He could almost envision his mother's emotion as she left behind that place, stepping into the gilded cage of the Xiao family. Yet, she had scarcely enjoyed a few years of comfort before losing her life unexpectedly because of him. Xiao Yin's expression darkened. He meticulously examined every document, every corner, hoping to uncover a clue that might shed light on the cause of his mother's death. He had never believed her demise was merely an accident. Yet, nothing revealed itself. With a slow exhale, he returned everything to its place and closed the safe, turning to leave. His assistant had been waiting outside, and Xiao Yin tossed the keys to him. Organize these items and combine them with the betrothal gifts prepared by the old man. We will send them to the Jiang family in a few days. Yes, sir, the assistant replied, bowing respectfully, watching as Xiao Yin's figure disappeared down the corridor, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. Xiao Yin returned to his room. After a shower, he changed into his nightclothes and lay down on the bed. Perhaps today had truly been exhausting, for he quickly closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Once again, he found himself dreaming. In his dreams, there existed a remarkably gentle woman who continuously called him darling, softly patting his shoulder to lull him to sleep. Her voice and embrace exuded an unparalleled sense of reassurance. It felt as though he had returned to his childhood, curled up in a warm and tender embrace. Relishing this warmth, he blissfully closed his eyes. The following morning, Xiao Yin awoke to a resplendent dawn. As he opened his eyes, he gazed hazily at the ceiling, the warmth of the dream lingering in his heart. Throughout his life, he had repeatedly encountered this dream, yet all too often, the warmth would be abruptly shattered. The gentle woman would suddenly collapse before him, drenched in blood, her beautiful eyes losing all their luster. After each nightmare, he would suffer excruciating headaches that would linger for days. However, this time was a rare instance devoid of bloodshed and despair. The entire dream was suffused with warmth and tranquility. Could it be that she was aware of his impending marriage, hence her uplifted spirit? The thought, once entertained, struck Xiao Yin as somewhat absurd. He shook his head helplessly. Yet a faint, unbidden smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He cast off the covers and made his way to the bathroom. Regardless of the circumstances, this was undoubtedly an auspicious sign. After showering, he descended the stairs, where his assistant awaited him at the foot of the staircase. Upon noticing his descent, the assistant promptly approached, his expression grave as he spoke in hushed tones. Sir, we have received word that the madam has contacted that individual. Xiao Yin's stride did not falter, his face betraying little emotion, though a deeper chill flickered in his eyes. She could no longer contain herself. For the sake of her precious son, she was willing to resort to anything. Keep a close watch, he commanded, a smirk of derision curling at his lips. This time, let her not stir trouble. If she so ardently wished for his demise, then he would oblige. He was keen to witness the expression on her face when she believed herself victorious, only to plummet from her lofty heights. This time, he would not grant her any chance of resurgence. The assistant felt a shiver run down his spine. Yes, sir. As Xiao Yin entered the dining room, an exquisite breakfast was artfully arranged upon the table. He casually seated himself at the head of the table, leisurely picking up his knife and fork. Has the betrothal gift been prepared on the elder side? He inquired. The assistant, standing respectfully beside him, replied, It has been prepared, sir. Although the elder's offering cannot be deemed top-tier, when combined with the inheritance left by your mother, this betrothal gift is sufficient to astound the entire city of Haicheng. Xiao Yin paused momentarily, his mind conjuring an image of Jiang Yunxi's eyes lighting up in delight upon seeing the lengthy list of gifts. As if she were a kitten who had just stolen a fish, filled with satisfaction and pride. A smile, tinged with fondness, involuntarily crept across his lips. Suddenly, he found himself lacking an appetite, setting down his utensils and wiping his mouth with a napkin. Prepare the car, gather the items, and let us proceed to the Jiang family for the betrothal. Yes, sir. The assistant promptly turned and hurriedly left to make arrangements. Xiao Yin's commands were absolute directives. Minutes later, a procession of black luxury cars lined up before the Xiao family estate, an impressive sight to behold. Well-trained bodyguards flanked either side, awaiting with utmost respect. Xiao Yin rose, adjusted his attire, and strode outside. Chapter 55. The Exorbitant Betrothal Gift. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Jiang family residence. The fleet of black cars parked in a straight line before the villa, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Jiang Boya and Zhao Mei had long awaited at the entrance, their faces adorned with eager smiles. Upon seeing Xiao Yin alight from the car, they immediately rushed forward. "Mr. Xiao, you have arrived." Xiao Yin merely nodded indifferently and walked straight inside. The group entered the living room together. Surveying the area, Xiao Yin did not spot the person he wished to see, causing his brow to furrow slightly. "Where is Yunxi?" Jiang Boyu quickly offered an explanation. "Yunxi is still asleep. I have already sent someone to call for her." Xiao Yin acknowledged with a non-committal and settled onto the sofa, his demeanor aloof. Zhao Mei and Jiang Boyu sat beside him, not daring to breathe too loudly. Why had he come today when it had been agreed to wait a few more days? Thankfully, they had prepared in advance, otherwise, neglecting this esteemed guest would have resulted in significant trouble. Before long, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Jiang Yunxi appeared, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, her hair casually tied up, and her eyes still heavy with sleep as she descended from the upper floor. Having practiced late into the night, she had only just entered a deep slumber when the maid had awakened her. Upon seeing her, the chill in Xiao Yin's gaze softened. He beckoned her over. Jiang Yunxi approached and naturally took a seat beside him. The assistant stepped forward, retrieving a gilded betrothal list from his briefcase. Clearing his throat, he began to read aloud. The betrothal gifts from the Xiao family, a full set of Queen's Tear sapphire and diamond necklace. As soon as he finished speaking, a bodyguard entered, holding an open velvet box, the dazzling brilliance nearly blinding. Zhao Mei's breath caught in her throat. A villa in the prime district of Haicheng. A luxury flat at the Imperial Scenic Gardens. A garden estate in the Jiangnan Water Town. 5% equity in the Xiao Group. Cash totaling 888 yuan. With each item read, a bodyguard entered, carrying a tray or documents. Jewelry, real estate, antiques, shares, cash in mere moments. The once spacious living room was filled to the brim with these invaluable betrothal gifts. Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei were utterly overwhelmed by this display. This is simply outrageous. Once the assistant concluded reading the list, Jiang Boyu snapped back to reality, his hands rubbing together in excitement. "Yunxi is truly fortunate, Mr. Xiao has sent such an extravagant betrothal gift, which will surely make all the socialites in Haicheng envious." Xiao Yin's generosity had undoubtedly granted the Jiang family immense honor. Zhao Mei nodded vigorously in agreement. "So much wealth surpasses the total assets of our entire Jiang family. All of this will eventually belong to her." Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she stood abruptly, eager to grasp the betrothal list from the assistant's hands. "Thank you, Assistant Song. Please hand over the list to me." The assistant slightly turned his body, deftly evading her outstretched hand. Then, with utmost respect, he bowed and presented the list to Jiang Yunxi with both hands. "Miss Jiang, the sir has instructed that these gifts are for you, and you are to review and keep them yourself." Jiang Yunxi, yawning lazily, accepted the list nonchalantly. She flipped through it briefly, nodded, and then tossed the list onto the coffee table, her demeanor suggesting she regarded it as little more than inconsequential scrap paper. Zhao Mei's hand froze midair, her smile instantly faltering. What did Xiao Yin mean by this? Was he deliberately trying to undermine her and Jiang Boyu as Jiang Yunxi's biological parents? How dare he publicly humiliate them? How could one endure such an affront? Zhao Mei strained to maintain her smile and spoke up. "Traditionally, the betrothal gifts are meant to be entrusted to the parents for safekeeping." Her tone was earnest, as though she genuinely cared for Jiang Yunxi's well-being. "Yunxi is still young and does not understand how to manage such things. It would be far more prudent for us to keep them. Otherwise, rumors may arise, and people might say the Jiang family lacks proper upbringing, which would also reflect poorly on you, Mr. Xiao." As she spoke, she again reached out, attempting to seize the list. This time, after remaining silent, Xiao Yin finally raised his gaze. He merely cast a fleeting glance at her, his gaze as frigid as ice. Zhao Mei's outstretched hand froze midair, unable to advance another inch. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Suddenly, Jiang Yunxi laughed, a light, mocking sound. "When it was time to nurture a daughter, you neglected her. When it was time to cherish her, you turned a blind eye. And now, you suddenly remember to safeguard your daughter's dowry? Are you plotting to seize her wealth? In this world, Where can one find such a fortunate circumstance? To covet her possessions? It is nothing short of a fool's dream. I would sooner donate the entirety of the dowry to charity than allow you to lay claim to a single cent. Zhao Mei's complexion turned an ashen hue in an instant. Rage, humiliation, and embarrassment intertwined, reddening her face to a hue reminiscent of liver. Yet she could not utter a word in rebuttal. She wished to say more, but was abruptly seized by Jiang Boyu, who yanked her back forcefully. Did this foolish woman intend to bring ruin upon the entire Jiang family? Was she blind to the terror in Xiao Yin's eyes? To dare provoke trouble now was tantamount to courting disaster. Behave yourself. Are you not yet embarrassed enough? Jiang Boyu hissed, casting her a warning glare.
Xiao Mei trembled,
Biting her lip in reluctant submission, and sank back into her seat. Jiang Boyu then managed to force a smile, directing his attention to Xiao Yin. Mr. Xiao, please do not take offense. Yunxi's mother means no harm. She is merely overly concerned for Yunxi. However, Xiao Yin did not engage with his words, instead coolly inquiring, Does Jiang Sir have any objections to my arrangements?
No.
Absolutely none. Jiang Boyu shook his head vigorously, hastily responding, What nonsense! He dared not harbor any objections. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when a commotion erupted at the entrance of the villa. The Jiang family as steward rushed in, his face alight with excitement. Sir, madam, the Xiao family has arrived. Everyone in the living room was taken aback. Wasn't Xiao Yin seated here personally overseeing the engagement? Who else could possibly come? In the next moment, a throng of people entered, led by the patriarch of the Xiao family, Elder Xiao. Behind him followed the equally grim-faced Xiao father and mother, along with the gloating Xiao Ling. Among them was a Taoist clad in a robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Leaning on his cane, Elder Xiao strode forward, his sharp eyes surveying the bountiful dowry before finally resting upon Xiao Yin. For such a significant occasion as an engagement, why was I not invited to join? Xiao Yin's brow furrowed, and Jiang Yunxi's expression instantly darkened. Trouble was brewing. Chapter 56. The Elder Suppresses Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin rose to his feet. Such trivial matters as an engagement need not trouble you, father. Elder Xiao snorted disdainfully. If I hadn't come, who knows how you would have sullied the Xiao family's reputation. He ignored the Jiang family entirely, proceeding to take a seat on the sofa beside the main chair. Xiao father and mother stood respectfully behind him, while Xiao Ling smugly followed suit, casting a provocative glance at Xiao Yin, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Xiao Yin sensed that something was amiss. He scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on the Taoist in the robe. This individual was Wu Wei, the senior disciple of Sun Wei from the Chongqing Temple. Although he was not the head of the temple, his profound capabilities made him a figure of considerable importance, even esteemed by the highest echelons of the country. His presence here was certainly not coincidental. At that moment, Wu Wei lifted his eyes, his gaze heavy as it locked onto Xiao Yin, penetrating and seemingly able to discern his very soul. Xiao Yin's eyes narrowed dangerously. Jiang Yunxi also directed her gaze toward him, immediately sensing something was off. The Taoist radiated an aura of a practitioner. Though faint, it was remarkably pure, rivaling her current cultivation level. He was, in fact, at the enlightenment stage. She had managed to break through to this level so swiftly due to the remnants of spiritual power left from her failed ascension. Yet, this mere mortal had cultivated to such a degree in a place devoid of spiritual energy over several decades. Quite impressive indeed. But what business did such a formidable individual have accompanying Elder Xiao? Jiang Yunxi maintained her composure, lowering her eyes as she swiftly calculated. This person was clearly here for Xiao Yin. Truly relentless. Narrowing her eyes dangerously, she languidly reclined on the sofa, retrieving her phone as if bored, while surreptitiously sending a message to Xianqing. Danger, come quickly to assist me. The oppressive atmosphere in the living room felt as though it could solidify. As the host, Jiang Boyu felt the prickling of anxiety at the back of his neck. He forced himself to stand and managed a stiff smile directed at Elder Xiao. Old master, what brings you here? It's merely an engagement. It's a matter for the younger generation. No need for such commotion. However, since everyone is here, why not stay for a meal together? He nudged Xiao Mei beside him. Xiao Mei, as though awakening from a dream, promptly stood, intending to instruct the kitchen to prepare lunch. No need, Elder Xiao interjected sternly, halting her. We are not here to dine, but to clarify a particular matter. He turned his gaze, sharp as a hawk, locking onto Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, did you deliberately engage to Yunxi, usurping Xiao Ling's fiancé? in order to seize the fortune that belongs to him? The room fell into stunned silence. Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei's faces turned blank. What was the old master talking about? Was it not Yunxi who had taken a liking to Xiao Yin and had proposed the engagement herself? Brother and sister-in-law have cared for you over the years. Why would you treat Xiao Ling this way? A displeased expression crossed Xiao father's face, while Xiao mother stepped forward, glaring at Xiao Yin with a cold demand. He is your own nephew. How could you stoop so low? Xiao Yin's brow finally knitted together. The annulment of the engagement was instigated by Xiao Ling himself after he had caused Jiang Yunxi's pregnancy, a scandal that had become widely known, and he had voluntarily relinquished his engagement to Jiang Yunxi.
Today,
they had the audacity to turn the tables and accuse him of stealing Xiao Ling's fiancé. The shamelessness of these people once again exceeded his understanding. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yunxi rose slowly to her feet. With a calm demeanor, she fixed her gaze steadily upon the clamorous Xiao mother, a clear smirk of derision gracing her lips. When you say Xiao Yin has treated him well, do you mean to say he poisoned his meals deliberately? Or perhaps hired a servant to monitor his every move 24 hours a day? Xiao mother's face paled instantly. She recoiled as if a cat had its tail stepped on, shrieking angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? These deeds were conducted with utmost secrecy. How could this country bumpkin know about them?" Jiang Yunxi smiled. "Whether it's nonsense or the truth, simply present the evidence." She turned to Xiao Yin. "Where is that servant? I have already detained the maid assigned to my courtyard. If we bring her here for confrontation, everything will become clear." Xiao Yin instructed his assistant behind him, "Go fetch her." The assistant promptly acknowledged and swiftly departed. In less than 10 minutes, a pallid, trembling middle-aged woman was brought in by 2 bodyguards, unceremoniously tossed onto the floor of the living room. Elder Xiao's expression darkened as he shot a withering glance at Xiao mother. He had been aware that Xiao Yin had apprehended the household staff. Initially thinking it a trivial matter, he never expected it to yield such a significant piece of evidence. This foolish woman had proven to be more of a hindrance than a help. Receiving her father-in-law's warning gaze, Xiao mother's expression shifted to one of panic. She stepped forward, casting a condescending gaze upon the servant below, her tone laden with admonition. "Fear not. Should you bear any grievances, feel free to voice them. The elder will advocate for you." If this servant were to assert that it was Xiao Yin who coerced her, then today, Xiao Yin would be irrevocably undone. The servant trembled, as if grasping at a lifeline, and immediately lifted her head, weeping profusely as she cried out, "Elder, you must stand up for me. The First Lady is innocent. It was the second young master who deliberately captured me, forcing me to implicate the First Lady. I have never committed those acts. It was all under the second young master's duress." Xiao Laozong slammed his hand on the armrest, his stern gaze piercing like a sword directed at Xiao Yin. Listen. To ensnare his own brother and sister-in-law, he resorts to such despicable tactics. Are you even human? Xiao Yin's expression remained unchanged. He calmly explained. It was the elder sister-in-law who bribed her, keeping watch over me in my courtyard with ulterior motives. I have surveillance footage, her own confessions, and the transaction records between them. However, Xiao Laozong paid him no heed, brusquely interrupting. Enough. I refuse to hear your excuses. He regarded Xiao Yin with palpable disdain, his icy demeanor radiating disappointment. You have utterly let me down. Such behavior renders you unfit to continue leading the Xiao family. Relinquish your position as president of the Xiao group immediately and return your mother's inheritance. You are in no way deserving of such possessions. Xiao Yin's countenance finally darkened. An ominous pressure enveloped him, with a tempest of emotions swirling in his eyes. The air in the parlor seemed to solidify at that moment. Chapter 57. Turning the tide for Xiao Yin. As the confrontation escalated, a delicate hand unexpectedly grasped Xiao Yin's. Jiang Yunxi stepped beside him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She tilted her head, regarding Xiao Laozong with a naive yet innocent gaze. I am rather curious. Why would you choose to believe the words of a servant over your own son? How deeply do you harbor resentment towards him? If your feelings are so intense, why did you bring him into this world? At her words, Xiao Laozong's expression shifted dramatically. How dare Jiang Yunxi speak to him in such a manner? He reprimanded her sharply. This is a family matter of the Xia clan. It has nothing to do with an outsider like you. Silence yourself. Yet, Jiang Yunxi appeared unmoved, nonchalantly shrugging her shoulders. I am betrothed to Xiao Yin. His matters are naturally my concern. Why should I remain silent? Her smile deepened, tinged with a hint of derision. Or perhaps you are merely embarrassed? Insufferable, Xiao Laozong exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and rising abruptly. A formidable presence, characteristic of a dominant figure, surged forth, overwhelming her. The others in the parlor, including Jiang Boyu and Zhao Mei, were rendered pale, too intimidated to breathe. Jiang Boyu hastily reached out to tug at Jiang Yunxi's sleeve, signaling her to cease her words. Yet, Jiang Yunxi stood her ground, unfazed. As the pressure felt no more significant than a gentle tickle to her. Elder, might you enlighten me as to why you harbor such disdain for Xiaoyin? You. Xiao Laozong clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Because his fate clashes with that of the Xia family. He not only brought about his mother's demise but nearly cost me my life as well. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a sage, I would have perished long ago. The moment those words fell, Xiaoyin's body went rigid. It was as though he had been frozen in place. His abyssal black eyes roiling with monstrous emotions, only to be swiftly subdued, leaving behind an icy void. He had heard such accusations since childhood, and had long since become desensitized. Yet, to have his own father express such loathing in front of so many outsiders struck his heart with the force of a vice, rendering him nearly breathless. Jiang Yunxi, however, maintained her calm demeanor. The elder's words were entirely within her expectations. A conflicting fate? How ludicrous and foolish a pretext. She addressed Xiaoyin directly, her voice resonating with clarity. Did you not hear? You are nothing but a harbinger of calamity. Not only did you cause your mother's death, but do you now wish to bring harm to your father as well? How can your heart be so malicious? Xiao Mu stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiaoyin, followed closely by Xiao Fu, who lamented with an appropriately pained expression. Second brother, how can you speak to father in such a manner? Hurry and apologize. Coughing violently, Xiao Laozong suddenly clutched his chest, his face flushed crimson, as if he might choke at any moment. Grandfather, Xiao Ling exclaimed, alarmed, as he rushed to pat his back, trying to ease his distress. Do not let this person upset you. It is not worth your ire. Despite the agonizing coughs, Xiao Laozong managed to grasp Xiao Ling's hand tightly, his voice hoarse as he murmured, My Linger is good. You are my obedient grandson. Jiang Yunxi observed the scene before her, the absurd spectacle of familial affection and filial piety nearly eliciting laughter from her. This family truly ought to take up acting. She approached Xiao Laozong, casually patting him on the back twice. A miraculous moment unfolded. His violent coughing ceased abruptly. He no longer gasped for air, his chest felt unburdened, and his entire demeanor transformed instantaneously. He lifted his head, astonished. Yet, Jiang Yunxi seemed oblivious to his incredulous gaze, speaking slowly. A conflicting fate can indeed lead to death. However, such conflict is continuous and ever-present, not sporadic as you experience it. She paused, locking her gaze onto Xiao Laozong, and with deliberate clarity, inquired, I ask you, since Xiaoyin returned to the Xia family, have you truly experienced any fatal misfortune? Xiao Laozong's breath hitched. Since Xiaoyin's return, although his health had been poor, no life-threatening incidents had occurred. His expression shifted, as if recalling something, and he produced a talisman wrapped in yellow cloth. It is because I possess a protective talisman bestowed by Master Wu. It shields me. Xiaoyin cannot bring harm to me. Xiaoyin regarded the object in his father's hand with cold detachment, disappointment flickering in the depths of his eyes. He had long known that his father neither believed in him nor loved him, viewing him merely as a tool to be exploited. Thus, there was little room for sorrow. Jiang Yunxi nodded, her expression one of realization, then turned to face Xiao Fu and Xiao Mu. If this talisman protects you, can it also shield elder brother and sister-in-law? Over the years, have they experienced any misfortune? Xiao Fu and Xiao Mu were momentarily taken aback. Their lives had been nothing but smooth sailing. Where was the evidence of any ill fate? Before they could respond, Jiang Yunxi's voice rang out once more. What of the Xia group? Since Xiaoyin took charge, what has transpired? The Xia group had flourished remarkably, expanding its territory by a full measure since Xiaoyin's stewardship. Xiao Laozong's expression darkened significantly. He finally grasped Jiang Yunxi's intentions. This young woman was employing facts to demonstrate that Xiaoyin's fate bore no ill will towards others. Seeing him fall silent, Jiang Yunxi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She slowly surveyed the assorted expressions of those present, then, with an emphatic tone, she declared, Ladies and gentlemen, I possess the ability to read fortunes. Xiao Yin's fate is one of auspiciousness, a regal destiny beyond compare. This is a truly extraordinary fate, one that cannot be found even after traversing thousands of miles. Such a destiny would bestow blessings upon those around it. How could it possibly bring harm to others? Xiao Yin trembled all over. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Jiang Yunxi in disbelief. Throughout his life, everyone had labeled him a disaster, a celestial calamity destined to bring ruin to all his kin. This was the first time he had heard someone claim that his fate was auspicious. It was inconceivable. Zhao's mother let out a cold chuckle. How could Xiao Yin, not the child of misfortune, be responsible for his mother's demise? If he were truly endowed with the countenance of an emperor, how could he have caused his grandfather to lose a kidney? Everyone was taken aback. The elder Xiao had lost a kidney?
How could that be?
Xiao Yin, too, looked at the elder in disbelief, only to be met with a frigid glare that resembled the hatred one would reserve for an enemy, utterly devoid of paternal warmth. Chapter 58. To accuse without cause is to invite retribution. Zhao's mother advanced with a sneer, her keen eyes fixated on Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, when you were born, your grandfather was attacked and gravely injured, leading to the loss of a kidney. Is this not your doing? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin's face tightened, his hands instinctively clenching into fists at his sides. The assistant could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with righteous indignation. Madam, your words are somewhat biased. What relation does the elder's attack have to an infant just born? This is clearly an attempt to accuse without justification. He could not stand idly by while his employer was slandered.
Slap.
Zhao's mother raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the assistant's face. What business do you have speaking here, you mere servant? The assistant's cheek quickly reddened, and he covered his face, filled with indignation.
Get out.
Zhao's mother barked, paying no heed to the assistant's plight. Let alone the assistant, after today, the entire Xiao estate would be handed over to Linger. By then, Xiao Yin would be rendered powerless, no longer worthy of her consideration. What was there for her to fear? Xiao Yin's gaze turned icy in an instant. He stepped forward, shielding the assistant behind him, his fathomless black eyes glinting with danger. Is this spectacle merely to pave the way for Xiaoling to inherit the Xiao estate? Even if I were to hand over the Xiao family to Xiaoling, can he truly manage it? Given his track record of incurring 3 million in losses on a single project? Or his reckless lifestyle, indulging in debauchery? Or perhaps his drunken altercation with a client's son, nearly jeopardizing a multi-million-dollar deal? Each of these outrageous acts has reverberated throughout Haiqing's elite circles. Who does not know that the Xiao family's heir is but a hopeless wastrel? As Xiao Yin publicly enumerated these transgressions, the faces of Zhao's father and mother flushed with humiliation, as though they had been struck repeatedly. The elder Zhao's expression darkened to an extreme. Yet, he merely snorted in disdain. There are no ill-bred children in the Xiao family. Once the Xiao group is entrusted to Linger, with my support behind him, he will undoubtedly manage the company well. The elder Xiao slowly rose, his murky eyes filled with icy resolve. Xiao Yin, you are no longer a child. It is time to accept your fate and return the Xiao estate to Xiaoling. He is the true child of fortune, destined to lead the Xiao family to greater heights. Indeed, surrender the position of president. You are unworthy of sitting in that seat. Zhao's father and mother immediately echoed, while others nodded in agreement, demanding Xiao Yin relinquish his power. The atmosphere in the living room became charged with tension. The chill in Xiao Yin's eyes was nearly palpable. Just as he was about to speak, the previously silent Taoist Wu Wei suddenly stepped forward. He approached Xiao Yin, his penetrating gaze seemingly able to see through everything. After a long moment, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of compassion. Your fate indeed bears the mark of calamity. No amount of cleansing will be of any use. Let go of worldly attachments. You and I are fated. It would be better for you to accompany me back to the mountains for purification, to absolve yourself of this burden. Jiang Yunxi nearly laughed in exasperation at his words. Xiao Yin had done nothing wrong, yet this insufferable Taoist immediately labeled him a sinner, which was utterly ridiculous. She stepped forward, her face alight with mirth as she addressed Wu Wei. Master, I am quite curious. How did you deduce that Xiao Yin is a child of misfortune, and that he bears the weight of sin? Wu Wei clasped his hands together, adopting a sorrowful demeanor, yet his words struck with chilling precision. The practitioner is born with an aura of calamity. His fate is undeniably harsh, bringing misfortune to loved ones. Those who approach him will not have favorable outcomes. He was born to bring harm to his mother and has repeatedly placed the elder Xiao in peril throughout his growth. Thus, he is indeed laden with sin. Wu Wei spoke with an air of authority, as if he had witnessed it all firsthand. As for the label of a child of calamity, it was derived from his birth chart. Such was the decree of destiny, unalterable by human means. Jiang Yunxi burst into laughter, a sound that rang clear yet carried an edge of chilling disdain. If that is the case, then I implore Master Wu Wei to demonstrate his calculations right here and now. Let us mere mortals witness the extent of your mastery. Since Miss Jiang wishes to see, I shall oblige. Wu Wei readily agreed. Zhao's mother and Xiao Ling both displayed smug expressions, eager to see Jiang Yunxi's reaction when Wu Wei publicly revealed Xiao Yin's disastrous fate. Wu Wei settled himself in the center of the living room, crossing his legs in meditation. He closed his eyes and began to calculate rapidly. The moment he started, the previously clear skies suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Outside the villa, flocks of crows screeched mournfully, circling ominously, casting a shadow that sent shivers down spines. The light in the living room dimmed instantaneously, a sense of inexplicable oppression enveloping everyone present. Wu Wei's heart jolted. This was an omen of grave misfortune. An unsettling premonition surged within him, yet he did not cease his calculations, continuing with fervor. However, the deeper he went, the more furrowed his brow became, and the color drained from his face at an alarming rate. How could this be? When Xiao Yin was born, he had been entrusted by the main branch of the Xiao family to set up a fortune-stealing array. He had siphoned all of Xiao Yin's fortune for Xiao Ling, which was why Xiao Ling had enjoyed unmitigated success over the years, winning the elder Zhao's favor. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin had long been afflicted by the backlash of the array, which had corroded his body and fate. Logically, Xiao Yin should have been a mere shell of misfortune, his life expectancy diminished, surrounded by an inescapable aura of death. Yet, the fate he calculated for Xiao Yin was nothing of the sort. This was not a child of calamity at all. It was unmistakably the manifestation of the Ziwei star, a countenance of imperial grandeur, priceless beyond measure. His fortunes had reached an apex, unstoppable and unrivaled. The fortune-stealing array had been shattered. Who possessed such extraordinary power to break the formation he had set? Wu Wei's face contorted in disbelief. He abruptly opened his eyes, locking onto Jiang Yunxi, who remained composed. His gaze filled with shock. Could it be her?
Impossible.
How could someone of her age wield such celestial prowess? He forcefully suppressed his astonishment, gradually retracting his hands. Master, have you arrived at a conclusion? Zhao's mother inquired impatiently. All eyes were fixed on Wu Wei, who, confronted with their expectant gazes and glancing at the impassive Xiao Yin and the smiling Jiang Yunxi, steeled himself. He absolutely could not admit that Xiao Yin was not a child of misfortune. Moreover, he could never acknowledge that Xiao Yin was of imperial stature. He feigned calmness as he spoke. It had been calculated. Xiao Yin was indeed the fated child of misfortune, a rare harbinger of calamity that occurs but once in a century. Chapter 59, A Lie Struck by Heavenly Thunder.
Boom.
No sooner had he uttered these words than a blinding bolt of lightning cleaved the sky. A violet thunderbolt as thick as a bowl pierced through the villa's ceiling, striking with uncanny precision upon Wu Wei's head.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed. Wu Wei was violently slammed to the ground. His body convulsed, his hair standing on end, wisps of smoke emanating from him, giving off a charred odor. In the next moment, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. In the expansive living room, one could hear a pin drop. No one anticipated that the Grand Master, who had just moments ago exuded an air of ethereal wisdom, would be struck down by lightning in an instant. Zhao's mother was the first to react. She let out a shriek and rushed forward, crying out, "Master!"
What has happened to you?
She reached to check Wu Wei's breath, but recoiled in shock at his scorching temperature. Wu Wei was charred black. His once white robe now tattered and burnt, exuding the scent of roasted flesh, completely unconscious. Zhao's mother turned pale, glancing back at old Master Xiao, her voice trembling. "Father, what do we do?" Old Master Xiao wore a grim expression, speechless.
How could this be?
He had witnessed Wu Wei's prowess firsthand. How could he be struck by lightning for no reason, especially indoors? It defied all logic. An inexplicable chill surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. Jiang Yunxi stepped forward, standing before him. A faint smile graced her face, yet her bright eyes were devoid of warmth. "Old Master, Will you still believe in a Taoist priest who can be struck by heavenly thunder? Old Master Zhao's brow furrowed tightly, his piercing gaze fixed on her, as if trying to see through her. What on earth was happening? Jiang Yunxi shrugged, her expression innocent and nonchalant. What else could it be? Master Wu Wei has reversed right and wrong, falsely accusing Xiao Yin of being a child of misfortune, when in truth, he possesses the fate of an emperor. Heaven could no longer tolerate his deceit, hence the lightning struck the charlatan. Old Master Xiao remained unconvinced. This girl was spouting nonsense. What emperor's fate? What child of fortune? It was utterly absurd. Yet, the scene of Wu Wei being struck by lightning unfolded vividly before his eyes. Rationality and the bizarre spectacle he had witnessed clashed violently in his mind, causing him to waver for the first time in his steadfast beliefs. Jiang Yunxi seemed to sense his turmoil and nodded knowingly. It is only natural that you do not believe. Why not test it? Just utter once more that Xiao Yin is a child of misfortune, and see if heaven strikes you as well. Old Master Zhao's complexion turned ashen. How could the head of the Xiao family be led by the nose by a mere young girl? Yet, recalling Wu Wei's tragic fate, the words that hung on his lips refused to emerge. Zhao's mother grew frantic. After much effort, she had finally persuaded the old master to come to the Jiang family to pressure Xiao Yin. Just as success seemed within reach, how could they abandon their cause now? You witch! Spreading your confounding words. Zhao's mother sprang to her feet, resolutely declaring, Xiao Yin is indeed a child of misfortune. He is a disaster incarnate. I refuse to believe that heaven will truly strike me. No sooner had she spoken than, boom, a bolt of thunder, even thicker than before, tore through the darkened sky. Under the horrified gazes of all present, the thunderbolt precisely struck Zhao's mother. Zhao's mother emitted a scream more harrowing than Wu Wei's, her body arching sharply before she fell straight backward. She convulsed twice, her eyes rolling back, and she too succumbed to unconsciousness. Mother!
Wife!
Xiao Ling and Zhao's father exclaimed in unison, scrambling toward her. The living room descended into chaos.
Quick!
Call an ambulance. Zhao's father, cradling his smoking wife, was frantic, shouting at the surrounding servants. Xiao Ling stood stunned, trembling as he fumbled for his phone, but in his panic, it slipped from his hands and clattered to the floor. Jiang Boya and Zhao Mei had already cowered in a corner, their faces pale as sheets, trembling uncontrollably. The surreal scene before them had completely shattered their comprehension. Before long, Zhao's father and Xiao Ling were hastily carrying the unconscious Zhao's mother, alongside the similarly unconscious Master Wu Wei, fleeing the Jiang residence in a state of alarm. Those who had once been so assertive now scattered like leaves in the wind. Jiang Yunxi approached old Master Xiao with an air of calm composure. She tilted her head, maintaining her innocent demeanor. Now, do you believe? Xiao Yin is not a child of misfortune. Old Master Zhao's body stiffened. He gazed at the smiling girl before him, feeling a chill rise from his spine, as though plunged into an icy abyss. The wrinkled visage of his aged face had lost all color. Having lived for so long, he had faced numerous storms, yet never had he felt such profound fear as he did today. The two bolts of violet lightning that had descended from the heavens had struck those who proclaimed Xiao Yin a disaster. Once could be dismissed as coincidence. Yet twice? That was no mere chance. He did not wish to perish. He certainly did not want to meet the same fate as Master Wu Wei and his daughter-in-law. Charred and unconscious. Jiang Yunxi observed the tumult of emotions playing across his face, her smile deepening. She took a step closer, her voice light as air. Old Master, I ask you one last time. Is Xiao Yin truly a child of misfortune? Old Master Zhao's lips trembled, and after a long pause, he rasped out two hoarse words.
No. He is.
Excellent. Jiang Yunxi nodded in satisfaction. She turned away, her gaze sweeping across the silent crowd in the living room, and announced loudly. Everyone has heard and witnessed this. The so-called Master Wu Wei, spouting lies and reversing right and wrong, attempted to alter Xiao Yin's fate, and thus brought down heavenly retribution. This is divine punishment for his deceit. It also serves to vindicate Xiao Yin. He is not a child of misfortune. He is, in fact, the fated child of destiny. Born under auspicious signs. Everyone present had witnessed the legendary lightning strike and believed Jiang Yunxi's words wholeheartedly. Indeed, what Miss Jiang says is true. Mr. Xiao is destined for greatness and shall enjoy longevity. Fortuitously, Miss Jiang has cleared Mr. Zhao's name. Otherwise, he would have been wrongfully accused for an eternity. Who could be orchestrating such a scheme against Mr. Xiao through a master like Wu Wei? Chapter 60. Secrets of the Aristocracy. The battle between the true and false children of destiny in the Xiao family. Many speculated and whispered among themselves. These discussions reached old Master Zhao's ears, leaving him in discomfort. Yet he could not refute them. After all, the evidence was irrefutable. If he continued to defend Wu Wei and his daughter-in-law, he would be tarnishing his own reputation and that of the Xiao family. A few audacious individuals discreetly took out their phones to embellish and post the events that had just transpired online. Shocking. The living Yama is actually the chosen one. The deceitful Tao is struck by lightning on the spot. Secrets of the Aristocracy. The battle between the true and false children of destiny in the Xiao family. In but a few fleeting minutes, 2 entries bearing chilling headlines silently climbed to the tail end of trending topics. Xiao Yin stood rooted in place, his gaze transitioning from a menacing gloom to a glimmer of starlight. For over 20 years, he had borne the title of the child of misfortune, believing he would have to carry that burden to his grave. Yet today, Jiang Yunxi had liberated him from that ominous label. From henceforth, he would no longer be the child of misfortune. Jiang Yunxi had truly delivered on her promise. He had once thought her declarations were mere bravado, a pretext to secure a marriage with him, never anticipating that reality would unfold as she claimed. Such a revelation left him, typically composed and aloof, feeling a surge of excitement that rendered him momentarily disoriented. Despite his efforts to maintain an air of calm, the trembling of his hand betrayed his emotions. Old Master Xiao, observing the situation before him, understood all too well. Today, he had met his match. This Jiang Yunxi was indeed formidable, and he could no longer afford to oppose her. Taking a deep breath, the terror on his face swiftly gave way to a profound sense of regret. He approached Xiao Yin with trembling steps, grasping his hand with tears streaming down his face. "My child, I have wronged you. All these years I allowed my biases to cloud my judgment, misled by your sister-in-law. And as a result, you have suffered greatly." Xiao Yin, his gaze cast downward, remained impassive as he allowed his father to clutch his hand. The display of anguish and remorse from his father was a performance worthy of an actor, so convincing that even he nearly succumbed to belief. Alas, he was no longer the child yearning for paternal affection, easily swayed by a few kind words. Years of deep-seated prejudice and disdain could not simply dissipate with a couple of thunderclaps. This theatrical display of remorse was merely a manifestation of fear. Maintaining his composure, Xiao Yin replied softly, "Father, it is all in the past." Seeing his son soften, old Master Xiao felt a weight lift from his chest. He patted Xiao Yin's hand with satisfaction, his face transforming into a more benevolent smile. "This is all your sister-in-law's fault. She filled my ears with nonsense, leading me astray and nearly ruining your betrothal." He deftly shifted all blame away from himself, then turned his attention to Jiang Yunxi. "As a token of my apology to you, I shall gift you the hot spring villa on the outskirts of the city, as a present from your father-in-law to his daughter-in-law." The villa, his favorite retreat, was of considerable worth. By offering it, he not only placated this enigmatic young woman but also showcased his generosity, achieving 2 objectives in one stroke. Jiang Yunxi's eyes sparkled at the mention of the hot spring villa. Such a location, typically nestled within mountains abundant in spiritual energy, would undoubtedly serve as an excellent site for cultivation. This old man had a surprising knack for understanding her desires. She immediately donned a demure and sweet smile, her voice soft and melodic. "Thank you, father." Old Master Xiao nodded with satisfaction, exchanged a few polite remarks, and then hurriedly departed with the remaining guests from the Jiang household. The living room gradually regained its tranquility. Jiang Boyer and Zhao Mei remained huddled in the corner of the sofa, resembling 2 startled quails. After a considerable pause, Jiang Boyer finally mustered the courage to rise. He gently tugged at Jiang Yunxi's sleeve, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yunxi, did you really summon those 2 bolts of lightning just now?" Jiang Yunxi turned her head, casting him a knowing glance before nodding with certainty. "Of course." Jiang Boyer's pupils dilated in shock, nearly causing him to collapse onto the floor. "Heavens above! What sort of creature is my daughter to draw down heavenly wrath?" He had previously contemplated disregarding her, even suppressing her. He must have been courting disaster. From this moment forward, no, from this very instant, he would revere her as if she were a deity, ensuring that he never displayed even a hint of disrespect. A strained smile, more akin to a grimace, twisted across Jiang Boyer's face as the muscles quivered. "The betrothal has been completed. I see you and Mr. Xiao are both weary. Would you care to retire upstairs for a moment? His mind was a tumult, and his heart raced. He needed time to compose himself. Xiao Yin, perceiving his discomfort, nodded lightly. Very well. Yet, Jiang Yunxi shook her head, reaching for Xiao Yin's arm and pulling him towards the exit. I have matters to discuss with you outside. Without waiting for Jiang Boya or Zhao Mei to react, she strode out of the Jiang family villa, Xiao Yin in tow. Once they had departed, Zhao Mei's senses returned to her. Grabbing Jiang Boya's arm, her voice trembled with urgency. Old Jiang. Old Master Xiao has gifted Yunxi a hot spring villa. She now possesses everything. What shall we do about Meower? Jiang Boya was taken aback by her words, glancing back at Zhao Mei with a look of incredulity. Do you still wish to covet Yunxi's possessions? Are you inviting another bolt of lightning upon yourself? This foolish woman, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, was beyond belief. Yunxi could summon heavenly thunder. That was divine retribution. Who would dare provoke her now, risking their own life? Zhao Mei, stunned by his outburst, quickly stammered, I never said Mr. Xiao was the child of misfortune. Master Wu Wei and Lady Xiao brought this upon themselves, having offended Mr. Xiao with their reckless words. In her mind, all of this was connected to Xiao Yin's fate. As long as she didn't cross certain boundaries, she would remain unscathed. Yet, the loss of wealth was something she could not bear to accept. Jiang Boya looked at her, disappointment threatening to spill over. He shook his head in resignation. You would do well to invest less energy in Meower and more in your own flesh and blood. He could only hope that Zhao Mei would refrain from causing any further troubles that could drag the entire Jiang family into her quagmire. With that, Jiang Boya stood and ascended the stairs. Before leaving, he turned to the still-stunned butler and commanded coldly, ensure that everything in the living room is sent to the young lady's room. Nothing must be left behind. Yes, the butler replied, hastily signaling the still-dazed servants to carefully transport the valuable betrothal gifts. Zhao Mei stood frozen, helplessly watching as the jewels, antiques, and documents were systematically removed from her sight. Chapter 61. Am I impressive? Jiang Yunxi led Xiao Yin out of the Jiang family gate and into the adjacent greenery. Upon arrival, she spotted Xianqing and Lu Xian busily collecting the used talismans scattered on the ground. Upon noticing Jiang Yunxi, they immediately stood up, grinning foolishly. Ancestor, how did we fare? Jiang Yunxi nodded in satisfaction. Quite well. I shall draw a few new talismans for you shortly. Be sure to practice them diligently. Xiao Yin finally connected the dots. He looked at the two disciples, uncertainty creeping into his voice. You too summoned the thunder, didn't you? Xianqing puffed out his chest, pride radiating from his face. Of course. Last time, when the ancestor visited our Tian Shan sect, you taught us to draw various talismans, including the thunder summoning talisman. We hid here, waiting for the opportune moment to call down the lightning, striking precisely at that deceitful priest and that malicious woman. With that, their lies were effectively shattered. Jiang Yunxi lifted her chin, casting a triumphant glance at Xiao Yin, akin to a small fox seeking praise. Am I impressive or what? I had already sent them a message, asking them to come and assist in salvaging the situation. Now, your biased father will no longer be able to wield the excuse of being the child of misfortune against you. As Xiao Yin observed her triumphant little demeanor, his heart trembled suddenly. For so many years, he had become accustomed to bearing the stigma of being a calamity, used to the cold disdain and aversion from his father. He had thought he would spend his entire life shrouded in this shadow, until the end. Yet, she had so effortlessly torn apart the suffocating clouds that enveloped him. It turned out that being protected and cherished felt like this. Xiao Yin's Adam's apple bobbed, and unable to contain himself any longer, he stepped forward and enveloped her tightly in his embrace. Resting his chin upon her head, his voice emerged hoarsely. Thank you. Jiang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback by his embrace. His warmth enveloped her, accompanied by a faint, delightful fragrance. However, merely saying thank you seemed insufficient. To express her gratitude, perhaps something more tangible was in order. For instance, a kiss to absorb more of that auspicious energy. As this thought flitted through her mind, the man holding her abruptly released her. Before Jiang Yunxi could feel disappointment, Xiao Yin cradled her face in his hands. In the next moment, a cool kiss gently graced her lips. Jiang Yunxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Instantly, a wave of rich and pure purple energy surged into her body. More potent than any previous encounters. She felt an overwhelming comfort, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she unabashedly began to absorb it. Xiao Yin remained oblivious to her inner musings. He simply desired to kiss her. Not far away, Xianqing and Lu Xian exchanged knowing smiles and tactfully turned away, pretending to admire the scenery. After a long while, the two finally separated. Xiao Yin, still cradling her face, spoke in a hoarse voice. I must return. Today's events were too sudden. The Xiao family must be in disarray. There are many matters that need my immediate attention. Jiang Yunxi nodded. All right, you go ahead. Xiao Yin cast her a lingering glance before turning and hastily departing in his vehicle. Xianqing and Lu Xian soon approached, their faces adorned with goofy grins. Master. Jiang Yunxi retrieved several pre-drawn talismans from her pocket and handed them to Xianqing. Take these and follow the drawings. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. Xianqing, trembling with excitement, carefully accepted them. These talismans were long-lost arcane arts, and if he could master even one or two, the Tian Shan sect would surely gain recognition at next month's Xianmen Exchange Conference. Master, with these, our Tian Shan sect will certainly astonish everyone at the conference. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Xianmen Exchange Conference? Lu Xian hastily elaborated. It's an annual gathering of existing Xuanxue sects, where they share cultivation experiences. However, in recent years, Cheng Shengwen has dominated the event. The sect leader, Sun Wei, along with the recently struck-down Wu Wei, are viewed as the pinnacle of the Xuanxue community. A glimmer of interest flashed in Jiang Yunxi's eyes. I would like to attend this year's conference. Xuanqing's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at her. That's wonderful. With you there, those people won't know what hit them. Lu Xian's excitement bubbled over. His cheeks flushed. I can finally hold my head high. I've always been bullied by the disciples of Cheng Shengwen, but this year, I can't wait to see their astonished faces. Jiang Yunxi nodded. You both should focus on your cultivation. I, too, must take this time to enhance my abilities to ensure victory at the exchange. Xianqing and Lu Xian nodded vigorously, treating the talismans as treasures as they left with exhilaration. Jiang Yunxi watched their retreating figures before turning back towards the Jiang family home. Shortly after Wu Wei departed from the Jiang household, he regained consciousness in the car. It had been many years since he had felt such humiliation. That Jiang Yunxi was indeed formidable. Stop the car, he commanded, his expression stern. The driver promptly pulled over, allowing him to exit. Zhao's father quickly followed suit, hastening to catch up. Master, where are you going? Can we still pursue the matter regarding Xiao Yin? Wu Wei was his greatest leverage against Xiao Yin and could not simply be dismissed. Wu Wei's lips curled into a cold smirk.
Of course we can.
Next month marks the annual Xianmen Exchange Conference. At that time, all prominent figures in Xianmen will be present, including Minister Zhao from the National Special Department. I will orchestrate matters beforehand, as long as everyone in Xianmen proclaims Xiao Yin to be the child of misfortune, who would dare to question it. Once all authorities deem Xiao Yin a calamity, then he shall be. As for that Jiang Yunxi, in the face of the entire Xuanmen's power, she would be utterly insignificant. Hearing this, Zhao's father finally felt relieved, a smile returning to his face. That's good. I won't delay you any longer, master. Safe travels. Wu Wei turned and hailed a cab, heading straight back to Cheng Shengwen. Chapter 62. You must avenge me. At Cheng Shengwen, Wu Wei stepped out of the car, his appearance charred and disheveled. The disciples within the temple were struck dumb by his condition, not daring to lift their heads. Was this truly their ethereal master? How had he come to resemble someone struck by lightning? Ignoring the gazes of the disciples, Wu Wei strode directly to find Sun Wei. At that moment, Sun Wei was pacing anxiously in his chamber, fuming. Hearing the commotion, he turned impatiently, only to see Wu Wei enter. Master, what has happened to you? Wu Wei's face was a picture of severity. Have you been falling flat on your face down the mountain because of that Jiang Yunxi? Upon hearing Jiang Yunxi's name, Sun Wei exploded. It was her. Master, you have no idea how sinister she is. She has repeatedly thwarted my plans, leaving me utterly humiliated. You must help me reclaim my honor. Wu Wei's expression grew graver. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Do you know that Jiang Yunxi can summon lightning? He asked sternly. Sun Wei shot up, his eyes wide in disbelief.
What?
That yellow-haired girl can summon lightning? How is that possible? Wu Wei nodded, succinctly recounting the events that transpired at the Jiang household that day. He still vividly recalled the sensation of the purple heavenly lightning striking him. The pressure from the heavenly law had left him rattled. He suspected that Jiang Yunxi must have the ability to draw lightning talismans. However, Such talismans had been lost for centuries, and not even Chang Shengwen had retained any records of them. How could a girl in her early 20s have learned such techniques? It was utterly uncanny. Sun Wei, upon hearing Wu Wei's account, was equally astounded. No wonder he had suffered such defeats against her. Her mastery had evidently reached such heights. This woman could not be allowed to remain. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Sun Wei's eyes. If she was already this formidable now, allowing her to continue growing would spell disaster for our entire Xianmen. Wu Wei nodded in agreement. He had come to discuss this very matter with Sun Wei. You must keep a close watch on the affairs within the temple. From this day forth, I shall retreat into seclusion to prepare for next month's Xianmen Exchange Conference. Sun Wei immediately nodded solemnly, his face a picture of gravity. Rest assured, senior brother, I will manage everything in the temple. Without uttering another word, Wu Wei turned and departed the room, making his way towards the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Jiang Yunxi returned to her chamber, which had once been spacious, but was now overflowing with the betrothal gifts sent by Xiao Yin. Jiang Boya had obediently delivered everything to her room. Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. With these treasures, she could convert them into wealth to procure numerous precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In due course, her cultivation would surely progress by leaps and bounds. The prospect of reconstructing her celestial bones and ascending once more was just around the corner. She twirled around her room, unable to suppress the smile that danced upon her lips. This investment was undeniably advantageous. Not only could she absorb the purple chi daily, but the returns were also extraordinarily generous. Just as she reveled in her bright future, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her reverie. The knocking was urgent and heavy, imbued with an uncontainable fury. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow and approached the door to open it. Standing outside was Jiang Miaojiao, who had just returned. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hair disheveled, and her usually pitiful expression was now twisted with a fierce hatred. Her gaze pierced through Jiang Yunxi. Fixated on the towering pile of betrothal gifts in the room, the malice in her eyes almost palpable. These should have all belonged to her. Jiang Yunxi, what sorcery have you employed to harm my mother-in-law? She is still lying unconscious in the ICU at the hospital. Jiang Miaojiao spat, her voice seething with animosity. Jiang Yunxi nearly laughed at the accusation. Mother-in-law? The matriarch of the Xiao family was struck by lightning. That was her own foolishness, and she brought it upon herself. Besides, I am not even wed to Xiaoling yet, and you are already so impatient as to call her mother-in-law? She leaned languidly against the doorframe, a smirk playing on her lips. You really are worth so little, aren't you? The words struck Jiang Miaojiao like a dagger to the heart. What nonsense are you spouting? She seized Jiang Yunxi's wrist, raising her other hand to deliver a stinging slap. Yet, her hand hung in the air, as if weighed down by lead, immovable despite her efforts. What was happening? Why couldn't she move her hand? A flicker of terror crossed Jiang Miaojiao's face. It must be her. This wretched Jiang Yunxi must be behind this. What have you done? Jiang Yunxi regarded her like a jester, relishing the sight of her face turning a deep shade of crimson. What do you intend to do? The airy tone dripped with disdain and mockery, igniting Jiang Miaojiao's fury. Unable to strike, she resorted to verbal assault. You vile creature, Jiang Yunxi. You are nothing but a piece of trash from the countryside. A madwoman. A discarded shoe. Do you think Xiao Yin truly cares for you? You are merely a source of amusement for him. A seductress. Her words echoed with an intensity that twisted her features, stripping away any semblance of her usual gentle demeanor. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air from behind her. Miaojiao, what exactly are you saying? Jiang Miaojiao's tirade abruptly halted. She froze, her expression solidifying. That voice belonged to her brother? Mechanically, she turned to face him. Jiang Cheng stood at the staircase, his expression dark enough to cast shadows. His sharp gaze bore into her, filled with a shock and disappointment she had never encountered before. When had he returned? What had he overheard? No. She must not allow him to think of her as a foul-mouthed shrew. The perfect image she had cultivated over the years could not be shattered so easily. Tears welled up in Jiang Miaojiao's eyes, spilling over as she released Jiang Yunxi's wrist and ran pitifully towards Jiang Cheng. Brother, you've finally returned. She has been holding onto my hand, and now my wrist is bruised. She flung herself into Jiang Cheng's embrace, sobbing as though her heart were breaking. She said that the Xiao family bestowed upon her so many betrothal gifts while I received nothing, that I am not even worth a toenail of hers. Brother, I am so heartbroken. Why must she humiliate me so? Her performance was so convincing that Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but feel it was a shame she wasn't on stage. The art of twisting truth and playing the victim was truly remarkable. Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed deeply. He had just heard Jiang Miaojiao's vile curses from the staircase, and the contrast between this and the gentle sister he once knew was stark. Yet now, Jiang Miaojiao cowered in his arms, trembling and appearing utterly helpless and aggrieved. Gently, Jiang Cheng pushed Jiang Miaojiao away, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yunxi with an inquiring look. Is what she said true? Why slander your sister in such a manner? Jiang Yunxi barely lifted her eyelids, rolling them instead. This so-called brother had not been foolish enough to leap to conclusions without seeking clarification. Thus, she saw no harm in allowing him to witness firsthand the true nature of the precious sister he adored. She lifted her chin, pointing towards the corner of the corridor. The surveillance camera is there. Won't you check it yourself? Jiang Miaojiao's expression froze, her tears and anguish abruptly vanishing. How could she have forgotten about the surveillance? Jiang Cheng, ever astute, immediately noticed the flicker of panic that crossed Jiang Miaojiao's face. He retrieved his phone and called up the footage from the corridor. The clear images, complete with sound, unfolded before him without reservation. He saw Jiang Miaojia storming to the door, seizing Jiang Yunxi's wrist with aggression. He witnessed her raise her hand, intent on delivering a vicious slap. Then came the very curses he had heard just moments ago. The truth was laid bare. Every word Jiang Miaojia had uttered was a fabrication. She had inverted the narrative, presenting herself as the victim. Jiang Cheng's expression darkened, a storm brewing within him. He raised his gaze sharply, and the eyes that once brimmed with affection now reflected only icy disappointment. Why would you malign your sister so? Jiang Miaojia shuddered under his frigid gaze, panic seizing her heart. She could not admit to her wrongdoing. Once again, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she clutched Jiang Cheng's arm with all her might, her voice hoarse as she cried out, "Brother, I was wrong. I truly was. I was simply momentarily blinded by jealousy. I saw her with so many betrothal gifts while I had nothing, and I was to be cast out of the Jiang family. I felt so unbalanced. I didn't mean it. Jealousy clouded my judgment. Sister, please forgive me." Jiang Yunxi watched her masterful act with a mix of amusement and disbelief. The logic was absurdly twisted. Even when exposed, she wielded jealousy as a shield to elicit sympathy. Unfortunately, Jiang Boya and Zhao Mei were not present. They had never fallen for such deceit. Slowly, Jiang Yunxi stepped forward, halting before Jiang Miaojiao, who was now wide-eyed with terror. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap across Jiang Miaojiao's face. Jiang Miaojiao clutched her stinging cheek, utterly stunned. She gazed at Jiang Yunxi in disbelief, her mind blank. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi's lips curled into a smile, radiating a sweetness that belied the tempest beneath. She mimicked Jiang Miaojiao's earlier tone, sounding both sweet and soft. "Sister, I am truly sorry. I was just so overwhelmed with joy after receiving so many betrothal gifts today that I momentarily felt as though it were unreal. Which is why I struck you, seeking confirmation. You, being so kind and magnanimous, surely wouldn't mind, would you?" Jiang Miaojiao's lips trembled as she opened her mouth. Yet no words of rebuttal emerged. She could only cover her face, allowing the tears of humiliation and fury to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. Jiang Sheng stood to the side, witnessing the entire scene unfold. He ought to be furious. His younger sister, whom he had protected since childhood, was being struck in front of him. Yet, strangely, he felt not a flicker of anger but rather an unusual sense of admiration rising within him. Decisive, swift, and utterly devoid of hesitation. With your logic, slap your own face. This was precisely how his sister should be. Excellent. As Jiang Miaojiao observed Jiang Sheng's prolonged silence, she turned to him, tears streaming down her face, seeking her last refuge. "Brother, look at her." Jiang Sheng finally snapped back to reality. Clearing his throat to mask his emotions, his gaze falling upon Jiang Miaojiao's rapidly swelling cheek. "Your face is already so swollen, you ought to apply some ice immediately." His tone was calm, betraying no emotion. "Or perhaps we should simply head to the hospital." While saying this, he grasped Jiang Miaojiao's arm, gently pulling her away from Jiang Yunxi's door. He led her a few steps away before turning to kindly shut the door behind Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the closed door, letting out a soft hum of satisfaction. At least this lad displayed some discernment and refrained from further foolishness. In the future, should he have matters to attend to, perhaps he could lend a hand. She approached the bed, sitting cross-legged as she swiftly entered a meditative state. For her, nothing surpassed the importance of enhancing her cultivation. After Jiang Yunxi escorted Jiang Mir downstairs, she broke free from his grasp. Hesitating for a moment, she chose not to go to the hospital, instead looking down, her voice choked with emotion. "Brother, I can just apply ice myself. It's better not to go to the hospital." Jiang Yunxi nodded. "Then take care of yourself." With that, he turned and returned to his room. Jiang Mir glared at his retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. Throughout her life, her brother had always cared for her above all, fulfilling her every wish. Yet now, he had abandoned her for that rural girl. A passing servant, upon seeing her swollen face, gasped in shock. "Second miss, your face." Jiang Mir's pent-up fury erupted at that moment. She retaliated with a slap, striking the servant harshly. Smack! The servant stumbled and fell, clutching her face. Too frightened to even cry out, Jiang Mir looked down at her, her eyes filled with malice. "If you dare utter a word of today's events, I will make you regret it." The servant trembled in fear, nodding vigorously. Satisfied, Jiang Mir turned and headed towards Xiao Mei's room. At that moment, Xiao Mei was seated on the sofa in her room, brooding in silence. Hearing a knock on the door, she lifted her head impatiently. However, upon seeing Jiang Mir enter, her anger instantly transformed into a smile. "Mir, what brings you here?" Just as she attempted to rise, she caught sight of the distinct five-finger mark on Jiang Mir's face. Xiao Mei's expression changed in an instant, as she pulled Jiang Mir close, her voice filled with concern. "What happened to your face? Who struck you?" Tears streamed down Jiang Mir's cheeks like pearls from a broken string. "Mother, it was my sister who hit me." She exaggeratedly recounted the earlier incident, distorting the truth. She said the Xiao family gave her so many betrothal gifts, while I received nothing, claiming I am worth less than even a toenail of hers. I couldn't bear it, and argued with her, and then she struck me. Even my brother saw it, and didn't help me. He just kept siding with her. Xiao Mei's anger flared, trembling with rage. How dare Jiang Yunxi to strike her own sister in our home and utter such vile words? Does she have no upbringing? Chapter 64. I will tear her apart. The following morning, after completing her meditation, Jiang Yunxi slowly opened her eyes. A night of cultivation left her feeling invigorated, with her internal energy surging. She rose to stretch, then picked up her phone to search for information regarding the Xianmen Exchange Conference. The online official resources were scant, merely summarizing the origins, time, and location of the event. Attached were brief details about several Xianmen families, with the Chongqing Temple receiving the most extensive mention. Hailed as the pinnacle of Xianmen, Jiang Yunxi scrolled for quite some time, but didn't even see the name Tian Shan sect. How could these people neglect to provide any information about the Tian Shan sect? She was so furious that she nearly crushed her phone in her grasp, a fiery wrath swelling in her chest. This upcoming Xianmen Exchange Conference was not only an event she intended to attend, but she also aimed to ensure the name of the Tian Shan sect echoed throughout the realm of metaphysics. To stand out, absolute power was imperative. Her current cultivation level sufficed for dealing with minor opponents, but it might not be enough to establish her authority within the entire Xianmen. She recalled the medicinal herbs growing in the back mountains of the Tian Shan sect, which were beneficial for cultivation. She needed to hurry back to inspect them. Resolute, she changed her attire and descended the stairs. However, as she reached the staircase, she heard a woman's shrill voice laced with vitriol from the living room. "Bring that little wretch Jiang Yunxi to me. She is the one who caused my husband to want a divorce. I will tear her apart." The woman's insults were exceedingly harsh, and her voice grating. Xiao Mei stood nearby, anxiously attempting to restrain her, but to no avail. "Madame Lan, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding." Jiang Yunxi, standing at the top of the stairs, furrowed her brow in irritation. At that moment, the woman in the living room caught sight of her, immediately breaking free from Xiao Mei's grasp and storming towards the staircase, her gaze filled with disdain and contempt. "So, you are Jiang Yunxi?" Jiang Yunxi coldly regarded her, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips.
Madame Lan.
"Your husband wishes to divorce you because you were unfaithful and bore an illegitimate child. Do you think such matters can be concealed?" Madame Lan's face turned pale instantly, then flushed a deep shade of crimson. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she screeched, "You are spouting nonsense. You little wretch. I will tear your mouth apart today." She lunged towards Jiang Yunxi, her twisted face appearing grotesque. Jiang Yunxi narrowed her eyes dangerously. Just as Madame Lan's hand was about to reach her, Jiang Yunxi deftly moved her fingers, placing a yellow talisman on Madame Lan's back. Madame Lan's body froze in place, maintaining her forward lunge, her expression frozen in that menacing moment, resembling a statue caught in time, immobile.
What have you done to me?
You witch! Let me go. If not, I will have my husband kill you. She struggled desperately, but her efforts were in vain. She remained rooted to the spot, only her mouth and eyes able to move. Thus, she unleashed a torrent of curses mercilessly. Jiang Yunxi, seeming annoyed by the noise, casually rubbed her ears, not even glancing at her, and walked past her to take a seat on the living room sofa. Xiao Mei, startled by the bizarre scene before her, quickly regained her composure. She hurried to Jiang Yunxi, her face filled with reproach. Yunxi, what on earth have you done? You must release Madame Lan. Jiang Yunxi feigned innocence as she looked up. Release her? So she can hit me? Mother, your favoritism towards Jiang Mirror is one thing, but now you seem to prioritize even an outsider over me? If this news were to spread, I fear it would invite scandal upon you, Xiao Mei exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. She was acutely aware of Jiang Yunxi's reckless demeanor. Should she truly provoke her, there would be no hesitation in her retaliation. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Xiao Mei realized she could not summon Jiang Yunxi, so she would have to call upon old Jiang to address the matter at hand. Discreetly, she sent a message to Jiang Boyu, urging him to return immediately to rectify this predicament. Approaching Madame Lan, she donned a facade of concern and urgency.
Madame Lan.
Please do not fret. I shall summon old Jiang to speak with Yunxi, and then you shall be free. However, Madame Lan, consumed by her fury, dismissed Xiao Mei's words with a torrent of invective.
Xiao Mei.
What manner of creature have you birthed? So utterly devoid of decorum. Is this how the Jiang family raises their daughters? A den of vipers, devoid of virtue. Xiao Mei's smile froze in place, utterly taken aback that the flames of anger would engulf her as well. Jiang Yunxi leisurely lifted a cup of water from the table, sipping it before letting out a soft chuckle. Mother, are you truly inclined to assist such a woman? Xiao Mei's complexion shifted from pale to flushed with embarrassment. Drawing a deep breath, she suppressed her humiliation and redirected her ire towards Jiang Yunxi. Were it not for your reckless words, stirring discord between couples, would she be so agitated? To her, the root of all turmoil was Jiang Yunxi. Had she not meddled, she would not be publicly shamed in such a manner. Jiang Yunxi found amusement in Xiao Mei's twisted logic. Nodding, her expression a blend of mockery and amusement, she replied, Very well, you are entirely correct. Let her hurl her insults. After all, you relish being scorned. Xiao Mei was left speechless, her face turning a deep shade of crimson, frozen in her place.
Madame Lan,
similarly immobilized, began to sense the shift in the atmosphere. Struggling with all her might, she discovered that her body felt ensnared by countless invisible ropes, rendering her utterly motionless. A chill coursed from her feet to the crown of her head. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? Jiang Yunxi cast her a fleeting glance, her tone devoid of warmth. You have committed countless misdeeds. Now, it is the souls of those you have wronged who have come to seek you. Madame Lan's pupils constricted in terror, her complexion draining of color. How could she know?
Impossible.
She had orchestrated her schemes flawlessly. No one could possibly be aware. This wretched girl must be weaving tales to intimidate her. A flicker of fear crossed Madame Lan's eyes, soon overshadowed by a torrent of rage. You are lying. I do not believe your ghostly fabrications. Jiang Yunxi smiled, a grin that, to Madame Lan, was more fearsome than that of a devil. Look, she stands behind you, clad in a crimson dress, her tongue lolling. Blood streaming from her 7 orifices, she gazes at you with malevolence. Madame Lan's body bristled with terror. Instinctively, she turned to look in the direction Jiang Yunxi indicated, only to find nothing but emptiness behind her. A wave of relief washed over her, convincing her that Jiang Yunxi was merely deceiving her, emboldening her to curse again. Wretched girl, you dare to toy with me? Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yunxi waved her hand with an air of nonchalance. A barely perceptible golden light penetrated Madame Lan's forehead, bestowing upon her the sight of the ethereal realm. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted from Madame Lan.
Ah!
She beheld the horrifying specter, grinning menacingly at her. Please spare me. The apparition extended her arms, lunging towards her. Madame Lan, paralyzed with fear, could only watch as that ghastly visage loomed ever larger. The overwhelming dread shattered her mental defenses, and she broke down in tears, incoherently confessing, Stay away. Do not seek me. It was not I who harmed you. I should never have seduced your husband, nor orchestrated that fatal accident to be with him. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please have mercy on me." As Madame Lan wept uncontrollably, a chilling, resonant voice echoed from the villa entrance. "You claim Xiner is the driver's daughter?" Her cries halted abruptly, fear gripping her heart as she realized she could not move. Noticing that Mr. Lan had arrived, Jiang Yunxi retracted her immobilizing spell, allowing Madame Lan to regain her faculties. Turning stiffly, she found her husband standing at the door, flanked by the driver. His face a mask of fury, clearly having overheard her earlier words. The driver trembled, his pallor reminiscent of death, scarcely able to remain upright. Madame Lan was rendered speechless. "Husband, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise I shall never dare again. For the sake of our years together, spare me this once." Suddenly regaining her senses, she implored Mr. Lan, tears streaming down her face. Yet his once gentle countenance was now marred by a tempest of rage. He approached her deliberately, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face. The force of it sent her sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "This marriage is over." He looked down upon her, devoid of any warmth, only contempt remaining in his gaze. Madame Lan clutched her face, utterly bewildered. Crawling towards him, she attempted to grasp his leg, only to be violently kicked away. "Husband, I was wrong.
You cannot divorce me.
Where will I go?"
Mr. Lanskop?
A cold, mirthless laugh escaping his lips. "Where will you go? Rest assured, I will find you a fitting place." With that, he produced his phone and dialed the authorities. "Hello, police? I wish to report a murder." The police arrived promptly. As the cold handcuffs clasped around Madame Lan and the driver's wrists, they both crumbled, their faces ashen. Madame Lan was escorted outside by the police, trembling as she passed by Jiang Yunxi. "Devil. You are a devil. A rational person could not possibly orchestrate such inexplicable events." Jiang Yunxi was indeed a demon. The leading officer frowned, irritated, as he hurried her away. He happened to be the same officer who had dealt with the case involving the construction site. Spotting Jiang Yunxi seated calmly on the sofa, a flicker of complexity crossed his gaze. "Miss Jiang, why is it that such extraordinary events seem to perpetually surround you?" He approached her, curiosity evident in his tone. Jiang Yunxi chuckled softly, meeting his gaze with a twinkle of amusement. There was no way around it. The trouble had sought her out, and she had done nothing at all. "Officer, are you not familiar with the saying a pot falls from the sky while one sits idly at home?" The officer was momentarily taken aback by her words, and upon reflection, he realized she had a point. Furrowing his brow, he decided to let the matter rest. "By the way, there has been a new development concerning the person in charge. I will inform your father once we have a conclusion." Jiang Yunxi nodded and politely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work." The officer said nothing further, merely nodded at her before departing with his companions. In the living room, only Jiang Yunxi, Xiao Mei, and a visibly shaken Mr. Lan remained. Mr. Lan wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried to stand before Jiang Yunxi, bowing respectfully. "Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight that allowed that madwoman to trouble you. This is entirely my fault." Jiang Yunxi waved her hand dismissively, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "A mad dog cannot be tethered. This matter is not your concern." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lan's anxieties subsided significantly. He let out a long breath, and his expression grew increasingly deferential. "It is indeed my fortune that Miss Jiang possesses such magnanimity and does not hold this against me." Jiang Yunxi, uninterested in further discourse, rose from her seat. "Enough. I have matters to attend to and must step out. You may take your leave." Yes, Mr. Lan hastily nodded, trailing closely behind her as they exited the Jiang residence, his demeanor akin to that of a devoted attendant. Xiao Mei stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. How could Mrs. Zhao have suddenly gone mad, publicly confessing to her infidelity and implicating her lover's wife in death? Was she out of her mind to reveal such disgraceful secrets? Or perhaps, was all of this somehow connected to Jiang Yunxi? The moment that thought flickered in her mind, Xiao Mei's heart seized with a sudden chill, an indescribable dread racing up her spine. Weak all over, she collapsed onto the cold floor. Jiang Yunxi and Mr. Lan exited the Jiang estate in succession. She deftly retrieved her phone, preparing to summon a taxi. Mr. Lan's heart sank at the sight. How could someone of Miss Jiang's stature be forced to hail a cab? Was the Jiang family truly so blind as to not provide her with a vehicle? This was an extraordinary opportunity, a perfect chance for him to showcase his worth. He hurried forward, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, and respectfully inquired, "Miss Jiang, where are you headed? If you do not mind, please allow me to drive you." Chapter 66. Seeking the Elixir. Jiang Yunxi cast him a faint glance. She was still unaccustomed to driving the luxurious vehicles gifted by the Xiao family, and hailing a taxi was indeed more convenient. Mr. Lan, perceptive to her unspoken cues, nodded in agreement. "Very well." Upon receiving her consent, Mr. Lan beamed with delight and waved to his assistant nearby. "Li, bring the car over at once." A sleek black Bentley soon came to a halt before them.
Li.
The assistant exited the vehicle and promptly rushed over to open the rear door for Jiang Yunxi. Mr. Lan personally escorted her into the car before turning to his assistant with instructions. "From now on, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Your sole responsibility is to serve Miss Jiang as her driver. Wherever she wishes to go, you shall follow and ensure her comfort. Is that understood?"
Li nodded vigorously.
"Yes."
Mr. Lan.
As Jiang Yunxi settled into the car, she lowered the window and addressed Mr. Lan, who still stood outside. "I will be visiting the project in the South City District tomorrow to assist you. Ensure that all personnel on site are withdrawn today. Not a single one is to remain." The joy radiating from Mr. Lan's face was almost overwhelming. The project that had caused him such distress was finally salvaged. He was so elated that he stumbled over his words, nodding fervently. "Yes, yes. I will take care of it immediately. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I am immensely grateful." Jiang Yunxi raised the window, and the car glided smoothly away from the Jiang villa. As they sped along, Li followed her directions and soon arrived at the entrance of Tian Shan Gate. Xianxing and his disciple, Lu Xian, had been awaiting their arrival. As soon as the car came to a stop, they hurried over. Lu Xian was the first to act, eagerly opening the door for Jiang Yunxi with a wide grin. "Ancestor, you have arrived." Xianxing followed closely behind, bowing deeply. "Ancestor, have you come with instructions?" Jiang Yunxi stepped out of the car and nodded. "I need to gather some medicinal herbs from the back mountain." She turned to Li, who was still in the driver's seat. "Please ensure this young man is taken care of and let him rest in our temple." She paused and added, "By the way, he has some kidney issues. Please treat him and give him one of the pills I previously provided to you." Li, who had been curiously observing the two individuals who appeared to be Taoists, was entirely taken aback by her sudden remark. How could Miss Jiang possibly know of his secret ailment? This was a matter he had kept hidden, a source of ridicule that had led him to consult countless doctors and try numerous remedies without success. How could she discern this with just a glance? And she even offered to help him? This was beyond comprehension. Ignoring his astonishment, Jiang Yunxi beckoned to Lu Xian. "You come with me to the back mountain." "Of course." Lu Xian exclaimed, eagerly following her, his face alight with excitement. To accompany the ancestor in collecting herbs was an immense blessing. Perhaps he would even learn a thing or two. As Xianxing observed the pair moving away, he turned his attention to the now utterly bewildered Li. "Sir, our ancestor has instructed you to rest in our temple for the time being." Li mechanically turned to face the elder Taoist, his mind still blank. "All right." Xianxing led him back to the grand hall of Tianshan Gate. He retrieved a small porcelain vial and presented a fragrant pill to Li. Li gazed at the pill, hesitating. "What is this? Is it safe to consume?" Yet, recalling Mr. Lan's respectful demeanor before Miss Jiang, he felt his concerns were unfounded. A man as astute as Mr. Lan would never misjudge her. This Miss Jiang was undoubtedly a person of true capability. Whatever she offered could not be inferior. Resolute, he closed his eyes and swallowed the pill. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, sending a warm current surging from his throat into his abdomen, rapidly radiating throughout his limbs. Soon, his body began to heat uncontrollably, an exhilarating sensation coursing through him, rekindling desires long dormant. Li's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is..." He trembled with excitement, grasping Xuanqing's hand in a flurry of gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist. I have always struggled with a lack of desire, but after taking this pill, I feel invigorated." Xianqing nodded sagely, retracting his hand slowly. "It is your good fortune to have gained our ancestors' favor, resulting in this special gift. Such elixirs are worth their weight in gold, rare and priceless." Li had no doubt about the elder's words. The effects were beyond comparison. Not even a fortune could procure something so miraculous. He deeply bowed to Xianqing, his tone filled with conviction. Rest assured, Taoist. As long as I am by Miss Zhang's side, I will serve her with utmost dedication. Xianqing contentedly stroked his beard. This lad, surprisingly astute, assistantly chuckled, his joy evident and uncontainable. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi had already led Lu Xian deep into the back mountain. The two circumvented several massive boulders and soon found themselves before a cascading waterfall. The sound of rushing water thundered, and the spray refracted in the sunlight, creating a delicate rainbow. Jiang Yunxi halted, speaking softly. You must pass through here. There's a hidden cave behind. In the southwest corner of the cave, you will find a cluster of dark red mushrooms. Gather them for me. Yes, ancestor. Without hesitation, Lu Xian plunged into the pool, swiftly swimming toward the waterfall. Indeed, behind the waterfall, he discovered a dark, foreboding entrance. He cautiously navigated inside and, following Jiang Yunxi's instructions, spotted a thriving cluster of dark red mushrooms on the southwestern wall. However, just as he was about to reach for them, a hissing sound suddenly erupted from the side. A massive venomous snake, as thick as a bowl, coiled beside the mushrooms, its head held high, tongue flickering crimson and cold, slitted pupils fixated on him. This mushroom was guarded by a beast. Rather than being startled, Lu Xian felt exhilarated. He promptly drew out a talisman he had crafted himself, a fire talisman. This was the perfect opportunity to test his learning. He silently recited the incantation and hurled it at the snake with great force.
Boom!
A blaze of searing flames instantly engulfed the serpent. The snake emitted a wretched shriek, thrashing on the ground for a brief moment before falling silent. Lu Xian didn't spare a glance at the snake's corpse. Excitement bubbled within him as he prepared to collect the mushrooms. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi's cool voice echoed in his mind. Extract the snake's gallbladder and consume it. Lu Xian trembled all over. Was this a transmission over 1,000 miles? Chapter 67. Refining Spiritual Medicine. This was a divine ability possessed only by those of profound mastery. His reverence for the ancestor deepened. Yes, ancestor. He dared not delay. Obediently slicing open the snake's belly and extracting the still warm gallbladder, swallowing it whole. In the next instant, an overwhelmingly potent heat surged from his dantian, swiftly opening his meridians. He felt as if he had become weightless. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Lu Xian. Once the heat began to subside, he cautiously harvested the cluster of dark red mushrooms, wrapped them in his clothing, and reverently presented them to Jiang Yunxi upon exiting the cave. Jiang Yunxi accepted the mushrooms, a faint smile gracing her lips. You've worked hard, Lu Xian. Lu Xian scratched his head, grinning broadly, unable to conceal his elation. It was no trouble at all. I even consumed a snake's gallbladder. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. Even his footsteps felt lighter. Jiang Yunxi nodded. The gallbladder's effects were potent and required dilution with water. Tonight, after dark, immerse yourself in this stream. Remain submerged for 3 hours before leaving. Ensure you fulfill the time requirement, remember. Lu Xian immediately nodded vigorously. Yes, ancestor. I will soak for the full 3 hours, not a second less. The ancestor's words were his absolute command, and he would adhere to them without fail. With their task completed, they soon returned to the main hall of Tian Shan sect. As they approached the entrance, Assistant Li dashed out, bowing respectfully to Jiang Yunxi. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for the medicine. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I would gladly risk my life. This was truly miraculous medicine. He felt as if he had been reborn. Jiang Yunxi waved her hand, her expression calm. There's no need for such formality. I merely needed you to drive me up today. Assistant Li straightened, his expression sincere. It was no trouble at all. Not at all. It is my honor to drive for someone as esteemed as Miss Jiang. Jiang Yunxi nodded. Then take a moment to rest. I will handle some matters and join you shortly. Assistant Li promptly agreed.
All right.
Jiang Yunxi turned to Xianqing. He stepped forward respectfully, bowing. What are your instructions, ancestor? Jiang Yunxi gestured for him to follow her to the back courtyard. Xianqing dared not lag behind, and quickly followed. In the back courtyard of Tian Shan sect, a massive bronze medicinal cauldron stood, ancient and substantial, intricately engraved with elaborate runes, indicating it was no ordinary item. This cauldron was one of the few treasures of Tian Shan sect that had not been seized by other sects, primarily due to its immense size and the powerful seals that bound it, making it impossible for anyone to open, let alone move. Jiang Yunxi paused before the cauldron for a moment, Where do you store the medicinal herbs you gather? Xianqing promptly pointed to a large wooden rack in the corner. Reporting to the ancestor, they are all stored there. The rack displayed a variety of dried herbs, meticulously organized, all harvested through the hard work of him and Lu Xian. Jiang Yunxi approached, her gaze scanning the shelves. She selected several herbs of sufficient age and then walked to the enormous cauldron. Extending her hand, her delicate fingers lightly brushed against the cauldron's surface. Just as Xianqing was about to warn her about the seals, he was left astounded as Jiang Yunxi effortlessly employed a sliver of spiritual power. The heavy lid, which even his master could not budge, emitted a soft sound and slowly opened. Jiang Yunxi tossed the herbs in her hand, along with the recently gathered dark red mushrooms, into the cauldron. Then, she pulled out several fire talismans from her pocket, flicking her fingers. The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into several blazing flames that instantly plunged into the cauldron's bottom.
Boom!
A roaring fire erupted from the base of the cauldron, commencing the refining of the herbs within. Xianqing stood by, his eyes filled with admiration, sparkling with awe. Was this the legendary alchemy of Tian Shan sect? He was witnessing the revival of a long-lost art in his lifetime. Ancestor, you can actually refine medicine. Jiang Yunxi cast him a sidelong glance, her tone tinged with disappointment. Once, Tian Shan sect was renowned for its alchemy, commanding respect throughout the realm. And yet, your generation seems to have forgotten it entirely. Xuanqing's face flushed crimson, his gaze dropping in shame. It was their generation's failure for not mastering the teachings left by their ancestors, leading to the current decline of Tian Shan sect. Guilt filled his heart. He wished to find a crevice to hide in. Jiang Yunxi furrowed her brow and, while the herbs were refining, turned her head to Xianqing. How did Tian Shan sect fall from grace to such a state? Xianqing sighed heavily, his murky eyes reflecting sorrow. He recounted the dusty past according to the sect's ancient texts. After you went missing, the numerous disciples under your command were all extraordinary talents. Under their leadership, Tian Shan sect thrived for over a century. However, 150 years ago, Chongqing Temple suddenly emerged. Their methods were despicable. They not only covertly seized our spiritual veins and medicinal mountains, but also schemed to eliminate several exceptionally gifted disciples from our sect. From that point onward, Tian Shan sect began its gradual decline, and now, only the two of us remain. Lu Xian, that child, was merely an orphan I picked up from the foot of the mountain. Had it not been for him, Tian Shan sect would have long since lost its lineage. As the conversation reached its conclusion, Xuanqing's voice was laced with an uncontainable quaver. Jiang Yunxi's brows knitted even tighter. The sudden emergence of Chongqing Pavilion was indeed suspicious. Moreover, having observed the divination techniques employed by Wu Wei, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet could not recall where she had encountered it before. Suppressing her rising doubts, she nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the medicinal cauldron emitted a low hum, and a brilliant beam of spiritual light surged skyward, illuminating the entire courtyard. Jiang Yunxi hurried forward and lifted the cauldron lid. A rich and intense fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Within the cauldron lay a dozen or so round, plump elixirs, shimmering with vibrant colors. Xianqing leaned closer, gasping in astonishment, rooted to the spot. Five-tiered spiritual medicine. His eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Such a thing existed only in legends. To witness 5-tiered spiritual medicine in his lifetime was beyond his wildest dreams. Chapter 68. Xiao Yin actually possesses spiritual power. Jiang Yunxi, however, frowned in disdain. Her current spiritual power was still insufficient. Slight miscalculations during the refining process had resulted in only 5-tiered elixirs being produced. In the past, with these materials, she could have at least concocted 3-tiered spiritual medicine, regardless of any mishaps. Nonetheless, having something was better than nothing. She casually picked up 2 elixirs and tossed them into her mouth, the pills dissolving instantly, transforming into pure spiritual power that nourished her entire being. She retrieved 2 more and extended them toward Xianqing. Startled, he instinctively retreated, waving his hands in protest. Ancestor, this is far too precious. For an old bone like mine, it would be a waste. Jiang Yunxi's expression darkened. You are a disciple of the Tian Shan sect. How could it be considered wasteful? Ignoring his protests, she pressed the elixirs into his hands and produced 2 more. These were for Lu Xian. However, since he had consumed a snake gall today and hadn't fully absorbed its medicinal properties, she would wait until tomorrow to give them to him. Otherwise, his frail body would not withstand it. Xianqing, overcome with emotion, fell to his knees, trembling as he held the 4 elixirs capable of inciting tumult in the realm of metaphysics, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you for bestowing the medicine, ancestor." "Thank you." Jiang Yunxi waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor calm. "Enough, there will be even better things for you in the future. Just ensure you cultivate diligently, and do not bring shame to the Tian Shan sect." Xianqing bowed deeply, his voice solemn. "Rest assured, ancestor. Lu Xian and I will devote ourselves to our training, and will not disappoint your expectations." Satisfied, Jiang Yunxi nodded and turned to exit the courtyard. Assistant Li was waiting outside. Upon seeing her, he hurried over. "Miss Jiang." She acknowledged him with a nod and departed the Tian Shan sect alongside him. "Where are we headed now, Miss Jiang?" Once seated in the car, Jiang Yunxi coolly replied, "The Xiao family's old residence." The black Bentley smoothly made its way towards the city center. After an hour, the vehicle gradually came to a stop outside the side gate of the Xiao family's old residence. Jiang Yunxi opened the car door and entered the premises directly. "You may return. I have no further need for the car at this moment." "Understood." Assistant Li drove away, returning to the Lan family. In the small courtyard, Xiao Yin was reclining on a chair, engrossed in a book. Hearing footsteps, he instinctively looked up. Upon recognizing Jiang Yunxi, a flicker of joy danced in his typically placid eyes. "What brings you here?" "I've come to deliver something to you." Jiang Yunxi approached him, retrieving a small porcelain vial from her pocket, from which she dispensed 2 radiant elixirs, presenting them to his lips. "Open your mouth and consume these." Without inquiring about the nature of the elixirs, Xiao Yin obediently complied, parting his lips. Jiang Yunxi placed the elixirs into his mouth. As they dissolved instantly, an overwhelming surge of heat surged through him, causing his blood to boil as if it were attempting to burst through his veins. In the next moment, warm blood streamed from his nostrils. Xiao Yin's vision blurred, and he lost consciousness, collapsing into her arms. Jiang Yunxi swiftly caught him, calling out, "Little Song." Assistant Song rushed out of the study almost immediately. Upon seeing his boss unconscious and bloodied in Jiang Yunxi's embrace, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Miss Jiang, what has happened to Mr. Xiao?" Flustered, he fumbled for his phone, intent on calling for emergency assistance. "Should we summon a doctor?" Jiang Yunxi firmly grasped his hand, her tone calm. "No need. He simply cannot tolerate the excess. A good rest will suffice. Come, help me get him onto the bed." Looking into her composed eyes, Assistant Song found his own panic miraculously subsiding. He couldn't quite understand why, but he felt assured that as long as this woman was present, Mr. Xiao would be fine. He quickly pocketed his phone and assisted Jiang Yunxi in carrying Xiao Yin back to the bedroom. Once there, Assistant Song regarded the still unconscious Xiao Yin with concern. "Miss Jiang, there are numerous matters at the company awaiting Mr. Zhao's attention. What do you suggest?" Jiang Yunxi cast him a cool glance. "You will handle all affairs at the company today. Ensure no one disturbs him." Assistant Song nodded earnestly, his expression grave. "Rest assured, I will see to it." He respectfully exited, closing the door behind them with consideration. Jiang Yunxi settled beside the bed, sitting cross-legged. She extended her hand, continuously channeling her spiritual power into Xiao Yin. The potency of the medicine within him was too aggressive. Without guidance, it could easily lead to a backlash, risking his very life. She had no desire to see the fated child she had painstakingly discovered meet such an untimely end. As her spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, it meticulously unraveled the chaotic medicinal force, guiding it gradually into his dantian. Xiao Yin, long plagued by the burdens of borrowed fate and curses of misfortune, had already suffered significant depletion of his vitality. Now, with the nourishment of the 5-tiered elixirs, his damaged meridians and organs began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi sensed something amiss. Deep within Xiao Yin's dantian, alongside the pure purple aura of fate, a trace of feeble spiritual power emerged. He could actually cultivate. This revelation caused even the usually composed Jiang Yunxi to gasp in astonishment. This was an extraordinary stroke of luck. A child of fate capable of cultivation would only refine his aura further, becoming increasingly potent. To her, he was akin to a living, breathing treasure. This investment was undeniably profitable. Suppressing her elation, Jiang Yunxi carefully guided the nascent spiritual energy as it traversed his meridians, completing a full circuit before gradually withdrawing her hand. After accomplishing this, she felt utterly exhausted. She gazed at the man sleeping soundly on the bed and unceremoniously laid herself upon him, burying her face in his warm chest. It was time to collect today's interest. The pure purple aura of fate was drawn into her body, replenishing her somewhat depleted spiritual power. The sensation was indescribably blissful. Jiang Yunxi closed her eyes in contentment, resembling a satiated cat, and drifted into a deep slumber atop him. The following morning, Xiao Yin awoke. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Previously, he had always been frail and sickly, struggling to catch his breath even after a few steps.
But now,
he felt as if he could single-handedly fell a bull. A warm current still lingered within him, providing a sense of security despite being beyond his control. Chapter 69. Addressing the issues of the Southern New District. Xiao Yin shifted his body, only to discover that Jiang Yunxi was resting soundly upon him. Startled, a smile flickered in his typically cold and distant eyes. He raised his hand, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. The person in his embrace stirred, awakened by his movement, and slowly opened her eyes. Upon meeting his profound gaze, she inquired, "You're awake? How do you feel?" Instantly, she sat upright, reaching for his wrist to examine him meticulously. After a brief moment, she exhaled in relief and nodded with satisfaction. "Your health is excellent now. Far superior to that of an ordinary mortal." Xiao Yin nodded in acknowledgement. He could distinctly sense the monumental transformation within his body, all of which was due to her intervention. This debt of gratitude weighed heavily upon him, too burdensome to repay, leaving him to bury his appreciation deep within his heart. Once they had completed their morning routines, they descended the stairs together. The housekeeper had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast, while Assistant Song paced anxiously beside the dining table. Upon seeing them, he rushed forward, his gaze darting over Xiao Yin's face, his tone laced with uncontainable concern. "Mr. Xiao." "Your health," Xiao Yin responded with a calm nod. "I'm fine now." The weight that had hung over Assistant Song's heart throughout the night finally lifted. "That's wonderful. The boss is fine." "Xiao Yin, come eat quickly. I still need to resolve the issues with the Southern New District project today." Jiang Yunxi settled herself at the dining table, grabbed a sandwich, and began speaking with her mouth full. "Is everything at the construction site all right? Can we proceed with the project?" Jiang Yunxi shook her head. "This project can only be handled by President Lan. The ancient tomb cluster is his family's ancestral grave. No one else is permitted to disturb it. Anyone who does will face dire consequences." Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yin, and he nodded in comprehension. "I'll join you later." Jiang Yunxi glanced at him and acquiesced. "All right." She swiftly took out her phone and sent a message to President Lan, instructing him to come to the Xiao family residence to pick her up. Her phone vibrated almost immediately with a reply from President Lan. "Received. Miss Jiang. I'll be there shortly." After breakfast, President Lan's vehicle arrived punctually at the Xiao family residence. He personally came to escort them, displaying an utmost respectful demeanor. When he saw Xiao Yin intended to accompany them, his excitement caused his features to tremble. This was the ruler of the Xiao family. Establishing a connection with him could elevate his business ventures immensely. President Lan rubbed his hands together eagerly and spoke with obsequiousness. "Shall we set off together?" Xiao Yin regarded him with a cool glance. "Lead the way, President Lan. We will follow." Jiang Yunxi nodded in agreement and stepped into Xiao Yin's car. President Lan complied without hesitation, dutifully guiding the way. The group soon departed from the Xiao family residence. Just as they left, Xiao Ling emerged from the front entrance. Watching the two cars fade into the distance, he squinted slightly. He turned to his assistant, asking, "Whose vehicle is that?" The assistant promptly replied, "That belongs to the Lan group, President Lan's car." A glimmer of confusion flickered in Xiao Ling's eyes. When did Xiao Yin become involved with someone like President Lan? Hadn't he always despised such social engagements and interpersonal dealings? Something about this situation felt amiss. Did these two harbor some undisclosed secret? With a cold snort, Xiao Ling climbed into his own car. "Let us follow them." The assistant dared not question further and quickly started the engine, trailing behind at a distance. 20 minutes later, Xiao Yin's car came to a halt at the construction site in the Southern New District. Jiang Yunxi alighted and surveyed her surroundings before turning to President Lan. "Prepare the incense table and various offerings. I've sent you the list." Upon hearing this, President Lan immediately took out his phone and began making arrangements. Yes. We need the finest fruits, the strongest liquor, and the 3 offerings." His efficiency was remarkable. Within mere minutes, everything was delivered. Jiang Yunxi directed the placement of the incense table at the center of the construction site. She turned to President Lan, her tone steady. You will personally light the incense and pray for blessings, requesting your ancestors to bless your endeavors with success, free from disaster, and abundant fortune. President Lon, not daring to be negligent, stepped forward, lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed 3 times with utmost reverence. Kneeling before the incense table, he muttered prayers, his expression one of unprecedented sincerity. Just then, the previously clear skies suddenly darkened. Thick clouds surged from all directions, enveloping the sun. A chilling wind arose, whipping up dust and debris and striking directly at President Lon's face, accompanied by a visible, ominous black mist. Pale with fear, President Lon instinctively tried to retreat, feeling his legs weaken and his mind consumed by a singular thought. It's over. I'm going to die. At that moment, a slender hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. The grip, though gentle, bore the weight of 1,000 forces, instantly stabilizing him. Jiang Yunxi stepped before him, shielding him from the oncoming black mist. Do not move. President Lon's eyes widened in terror, gazing at the frail figure before him, his heart racing. He could only remain frozen in place, too scared to move. Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze to confront the swirling black mist above. He is a descendant of your lineage. If you harm him, you jeopardize your own descendants' foundation. In the future, no one will offer you incense, and your existence below will be fraught with hardship. The black wind seemed to comprehend her words, hesitating in midair, no longer advancing. Although terrified, President Lon's mind raced. He immediately grasped Jiang Yunxi's intent and, disregarding his fear, knelt on the ground, bowing deeply towards the swirling black mist. Ancestors, as long as you bless me with a smooth commencement of work, I vow never to disturb your spirits. I shall transform this ancient tomb cluster into a park, allowing you to eternally enjoy the incense and reverence of future generations. His voice trembled, yet it resonated with sincerity. The black mist circled in the air, seemingly contemplating his words. After a moment, it appeared to reach a decision, gently nodding in President Lon's direction. In the next instant, the black mist dissipated, merging into the earth. The oppressive clouds that loomed overhead gradually dispersed. Chapter 70. Are you concerned for me? Jiang Yunxi turned to face President Lon, who remained kneeling on the ground. Do not linger. Continue. 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Complete the incense offering. President Lon snapped back to reality, quickly following her instructions, completing the remaining rituals with utmost devotion. As he finished his final bow and stood, he felt the suffocating atmosphere lift entirely, and even the sunlight turned warm. He exhaled deeply, hastening to Jiang Yunxi and bowing deeply. Thank you, Miss Jiang. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. Jiang Yunxi accepted his bow with an unfazed expression. Once you return home, set up a shrine for your ancestors. On the 1st and 15th of each month, offer incense and worship with sincerity. Do not forget. President Lon nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, miss, for your guidance. I will certainly keep it in mind. Jiang Yunxi responded with a slight hum. We can commence work tomorrow. Henceforth, everything will proceed smoothly. The anxiety that had been hanging over President Lan's heart finally dissipated entirely. His face broke into a broad smile as he rubbed his hands together and tentatively asked, So, once the construction site is completed, might I have the honor of inviting Miss Jiang to assist in assessing the feng shui? Payment will be provided, of course. Jiang Yunxi cast this remark aside and made her way toward Xiao Yin. He had been observing from a short distance. With the newfound spiritual energy coursing through him, he had also perceived that ominous black wind from earlier, realizing just how perilous the situation had been. As she approached, Xiao Yin stepped forward and grasped her hand. Lowering his gaze to meet hers, his voice deep and contemplative. Are you engaging in these matters for profit, or for the sake of virtue? If it's for money, you are already quite wealthy and need not endure such hardship and danger. If it is for virtue, then wherever you go, take me with you. My inherent imperial aura should possess some power to avert misfortune and attract good fortune. Jiang Yunxi halted her steps, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Are you concerned for me? Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had never so openly cared for another. Jiang Yunxi was the first. Yet, as his future wife, it was only natural for him to be concerned. He met her gaze earnestly and nodded. Yes, I care for you. A warm sensation surged within Jiang Yunxi's heart. After being here for so long, he was the first to show her such care and support. Suddenly, she rose onto her toes and quickly pressed a kiss to his lips. Xiao Yin, you are truly wonderful. The corners of Xiao Yin's mouth involuntarily deepened into a smile as he placed his hand on her waist, drawing her closer, his gaze softening with warmth. President Lan, observing nearby, wore an amused smile. It was only when the two separated that he leaned in. Mr. Xiao and Miss Jiang share a truly splendid bond. I initially thought your marriage was merely a familial alliance, but it appears to be genuine love without question. Jiang Yunxi was about to clarify, but before she could speak, Xiao Yin merely acknowledged President Lan's words with a casual Without a moment's hesitation, he affirmed, "When we marry, we will certainly invite President Lan to witness the occasion." President Lan was instantly elated, his face lighting up with joy. "Absolutely. At that time, I will ensure to present both of you with a generous gift." Xiao Yin nodded slightly, taking Jiang Yunxi's hand as they proceeded toward his car. As they settled into the back seat, Jiang Yunxi's phone vibrated. Upon checking, she found a substantial sum transferred from President Lan. A smile crept upon her lips. Xiao Yin glanced at her with a teasing tone. "Your ability to earn money surpasses even mine." Jiang Yunxi proudly lifted her chin. "Of course, once we are married, I can contribute to the household too." At her words, Xiao Yin could no longer contain his smile. The thought of this woman wishing to support him was utterly charming. He was already strikingly handsome, often appearing aloof and distant, but when he smiled, it was as if the ice melted away, revealing a captivating allure. Jiang Yunxi found herself momentarily entranced, her heart fluttering as if gently tickled. Suddenly, she yearned to kiss him again. The moment this thought surfaced, she forced herself to avert her gaze, her cheeks warming with an uncharacteristic shyness. Xiao Yin, sensing the fleeting embarrassment on her face, felt an unexpected surge of delight, his smile deepening even further. The assistant, catching sight of his boss's unusually tender smile in the rearview mirror, nearly mistook the accelerator for the brake. After years of working alongside him, this was the first time he had witnessed such genuine happiness. Clearly, Miss Jiang held a unique significance for his boss. The black Bentley glided smoothly away from the construction site. Not far off, Xiao Ling observed the entire scene with a furrowed brow. From his earlier distance, he couldn't discern Jiang Yunxi's actions, but he had distinctly noted President Lan, the CEO of the Lan Group, exhibiting an almost servile respect before her. What had she done to command such reverence from someone of his stature? Turning to his assistant, Xiao Ling coldly commanded, "Investigate what transpired between Jiang Yunxi and President Lan." The assistant promptly bowed his head in compliance. "Yes, sir." Xiao Ling offered no further words, re-entering his vehicle. To the hospital. At the hospital, Xiao Ling disembarked and strode purposefully into the ward, ascending to the top-level VIP room. The door was slightly ajar, and as he approached, he spotted Jiang Mirror, delicately feeding her mother water, with great care. Her gentle demeanor softened his heart. Pushing the door open, he moved directly to her side and took the cup from her hands. "Mirror, let me handle this. You've worked hard these past few days, caring for my mother in the hospital." Jiang Mirror looked up at him, her face instantly brightening with a warm smile. "It's no trouble at all, Ling. Auntie is my future mother-in-law, and it's only right that I care for her." She felt compelled to present her best self before the Xiao family. Zhao's mother leaned against the headboard, her complexion still pale. Though treated, the marks from the lightning strike remained, lending her an air of comicality. She cast a glance at Jiang Mirror, her tone slightly displeased. "Mirror, your sister has received a mountain of betrothal gifts from the Xiao family. What about you? How much do you want?" Chapter 71. Then there will be no betrothal gifts. Jiang Mirror's heart tightened. This was a subtle warning. Auntie was undoubtedly harboring resentment over Jiang Yunxi's betrothal gifts. She could not afford to show any sign of greed at this moment. Lowering her gaze, she allowed a perfectly measured shyness to adorn her fair face. "Auntie, I only wish to marry Ling. The betrothal gifts are of no importance. Whatever you and uncle give is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother inquired further. "What if there are none?" Jiang Mirror froze, her head snapping up. Zhao's mother bore no trace of jest on her face.
"No betrothal gifts?"
Marrying into the Xiao family without a single penny in dowry? How could she face the world after that? But could she refuse?
No.
All her hopes rested upon Xiao Ling. She could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. She must endure. Jiang Mirror's nails dug deeply into her palms, yet she was compelled to force a strained smile. "Of course, that's acceptable. As long as I can marry a Ling, I care about nothing else." Zhao's mother nodded in satisfaction. She regarded Jiang Mirror with a faint smile. "Mirror, I'm a bit hungry. Could you go out, and fetch me something to eat? Of course, Auntie. What would you like? Anything. Zhao's mother waved her hand dismissively, and Jiang Yunxi swiftly exited the room. The instant the door closed behind her, her gentle expression morphed into one of seething resentment. Damn Jiang Yunxi. It's all because of her. Had it not been for the substantial dowry she received, how could she possibly endure such humiliation? Just wait. The grievances she has suffered today will one day be repaid to Jiang Yunxi 100-fold. In the hospital room, as soon as the person left, Xiao Mu immediately grasped Xiao Ling's hand, her expression transforming into one of earnest concern. Ailing, the matter of the dowry is settled. We need not give anything to the Jiang family. After all, whatever we offer will pale in comparison to that little wretch Xiao Yin. It would only serve as fodder for mockery. It's better to give nothing at all. Xiao Ling hesitated momentarily. This was, after all, a matter of the Xiao family's reputation. Saying they would offer not a single penny in dowry would indeed sound rather unseemly. Mother, is that really appropriate? People will surely gossip. Xiao Mu smirked coldly, a glint of calculation in her eyes. Rest assured, I will manage this matter well. I won't allow you to be ridiculed. Rather, it is the ostentatious Xiao Yin who will be the true subject of ridicule.
Fine.
Xiao Ling readily agreed. The next day, the internet exploded with news of the extravagant dowry Xiao Yin had bestowed upon Jiang Yunxi. The lengthy list, featuring rare jewels, globally limited luxury cars, and several prime real estate properties, was so extravagant that it eclipsed the weddings of certain small nation royals. In an instant, all the envious souls online were stirred into a frenzy, with everyone fervently admiring Jiang Yunxi, claiming she must have saved the galaxy in a past life. However, before this fervor could subside, another shocking revelation emerged online. Jiang Yunxi's sister, Jiang Yaoyao, announced she would marry Xiao Ling, the young master of the Xiao family, without demanding a single penny in dowry. Upon this revelation, public opinion erupted in astonishment, with netizens expressing their confusion over how both daughters of the Jiang family, marrying into the Xiao family, could receive such vastly different treatment. The intensity of this new topic exceeded even the earlier envy surrounding the dowry, and all discussions centered around the two sisters. At that moment, Xiao Mu found herself cornered by reporters at a charity gala. With a poised and elegant smile, she publicly declared, "Our Miao Yao is marrying for love. She naturally understands nothing of materialism. It is only those who enter into marriages bound by familial interests, blind and loveless unions, that would demand exorbitant dowries to flaunt their worth. Such marriages are destined for unhappiness." Xiao Mu concluded with heartfelt advice to the youth, urging them to sharpen their vision in choosing partners and not to be blinded by material wealth. This speech resonated with countless individuals, shifting the online narrative to one that praised Jiang Miaoyao while disparaging Jiang Yunxi. Madame Xiao speaks the absolute truth. This is the true essence of a noble family. Jiang Miaoyao embodies the essence of marrying for love, while that Jiang Yunxi appears utterly unseemly, akin to a charity case. Laughable. What use is a hefty dowry when a loveless marriage is a grave? Go cry in your Maserati. I find myself pitying Mr. Xiao. Marrying such a materialistic woman will only bring him trouble. A deluge of ridicule and mockery ensued, and the news inevitably reached Xiao Yin's ears. Assistant Song stood before the desk, cautiously reporting on the online public sentiment. Xiao Yin listened, his expression inscrutable, a faint, cold smile tracing his lips. He saw through his sister-in-law's petty schemes, attempting to diminish Jiang Yunxi in order to elevate Jiang Miaoyao and Xiao Ling, all while crafting an image of refined superiority untainted by materialism. Unfortunately for her, she had targeted the wrong person. Xiao Yin lifted his gaze, his eyes darkening. "Notify the old residents. We shall gather for dinner tonight." Assistant Song immediately bowed his head. Yes, Mr. Xiao. He recognized that his boss was preparing to take action, and it seemed the Xiao family's old residence was in for quite the spectacle that evening. Turning on his heel, Assistant Song hurried to inform Elder Xiao. Leaving Xiao Yin alone in the study, he picked up his phone and personally called Jiang Yunxi. The call was swiftly answered. "Would you like to witness a show?" Xiao Yin's voice was low and inviting. "Absolutely," Jiang Yunxi replied with a slight smile. After hanging up, she quickly changed her attire and took a taxi directly to the Xiao family's old residence. Xiao Yin awaited her at the side entrance, his tall frame exuding a chill yet commanding presence. Soon, a yellow-green taxi pulled up nearby, and as the door opened, Jiang Yunxi emerged. Xiao Yin's brow furrowed as he observed her disembark from the dilapidated taxi. Had the Jiang family not permitted her to learn how to drive? The Xiao family had gifted so many cars. Could they not even provide her with a driver? A surge of unnameable anger ignited within him. As Jiang Yunxi approached, he inquired, "Yunxi, don't you know how to drive?" With a calm smile, she replied, "I'm just not accustomed to it." After all, she had always soared through the skies, not confined within a metal box. Xiao Yin misinterpreted her meaning, assuming that the Jiang family had intentionally targeted her, rendering her incapable of even driving. His expression grew colder. Nodding, he refrained from further questioning and instead took her hand as they walked towards his courtyard. "Do you have anyone reliable nearby? Someone who can serve as your driver?" Chapter 72. How far must favoritism go? In that instant, Jiang Yunxi's mind flashed to the naive face of Lu Xian. That young man spent all his time on the mountain, lacking in experience. He would be better off by her side. This arrangement would not only facilitate her movements, but also allow her to guide his cultivation at any time. Truly a win-win situation. "I have a little disciple named Lu Xian. Just summon him." Xiao Yi nodded at this. Having her own person close at hand would undoubtedly provide him with greater peace of mind than any bodyguard. "All right, I will make the arrangements. From now on, he will be your dedicated driver. Wherever you wish to go, he will accompany you." Jiang Yunxi affirmed, understood. The two entered the courtyard, taking their seats on the sofa in the main house. Jiang Yunxi turned to the man beside her and asked, "So, what show are we watching tonight?" A flicker of amusement danced in Xiao Yin's eyes. "You will find out tonight." Intrigued, Jiang Yunxi's fair fingers subtly calculated on her knee. "So." Xiao Yin was aiming at Xiao Mu. A cold smile graced her lips. This woman had wrought too many evils over the years. And it was high time she tasted the bitter fruit of her misdeeds. It was time to settle the score. She had committed numerous wrongs over the years. Xiao Yin, curious, probed, what exactly has she done? The events of the past were too distant, lacking concrete evidence to condemn her. A hint of mystery danced in Jiang Yunxi's smile. Yet, to ruin her reputation is not a difficult task. "Just watch me tonight. Trust in my abilities." Xiao Yin gazed into her confident eyes, inexplicably reassured. He was unaware of her intentions or methods, but he believed that if she claimed she could accomplish it, then she surely could. He nodded, choosing not to pry further. Soon, night fell. Assistant Song entered respectfully bowing. "Mr. Xiao, Miss Jiang. Dinner has been prepared at the old residence. Please proceed." Xiao Yin stood, leaning on his cane, and together with Jiang Yunxi, they made their way toward the main building. Upon their arrival, the dining room was already filled with family members. Xiao Ling and Zhang Miao sat beside Xiao father and Xiao mother, while the prominent position was occupied by elder Xiao. The family dynamics were unequivocally clear. Upon spotting their entrance, Zhang Miao immediately donned a gentle and compliant smile, sweetly addressing them, "Sister, little uncle." Jiang Yunxi couldn't even muster the energy to lift her eyelids, blatantly ignoring her, and took her seat beside Xiao Yin at the left hand of the old master Xiao. The old master furrowed his brow deeply, directing a scrutinizing gaze at Xiao Yin. His voice laced with inquiry. Yin, have you seen what has been circulating online? Everyone is discussing the matter between you and Yunxi, and it has garnered significant attention. You must suppress this issue." "All right, I shall explain it to you now." Xiao Yin cast a nonchalant glance at Assistant Song. Understanding immediately, Assistant Song stepped forward, respectfully presenting the leather document bag he had held in his hands to the old master. The old master took the bag, extracting the contents. After only a brief glance, his expression stiffened, ultimately darkening into a somber frown. Xiao Mu craned her neck, desperately trying to discern the contents of the paper, but found it impossible to see. A wave of inexplicable panic washed over her, yet she feigned nonchalance. "Dad, what good thing has Yin shown you? Is it true that there are now unspeakable secrets within our family?" The old master lifted his gaze, his murky eyes ablaze with fury. With a scowl, he hurled the document at Xiao Mu's face. "Look at the havoc you've wreaked." Xiao Mu was momentarily dazed by the impact, her face stinging with pain. Hastily, she picked up the documents and scanned them, her complexion turning ashen. The evidence clearly outlined her communications with the online trolling company, spreading rumors, with even the transaction records meticulously printed. How could Xiao Yin have acted so swiftly? An overwhelming fear gripped her, but she quickly forced herself to regain composure. She absolutely could not admit to anything. Raising her head, her eyes reddened with indignation, she feigned innocence. "Dad, this isn't my doing. Yin must have misunderstood. How could I possibly engage in actions that tarnish the family's reputation?" Someone must be framing me. The old master, observing her fervent denial, surprisingly entertained her words and turned his attention to Xiao Yin. Yin, could there be some misunderstanding here? I know your sister-in-law well. She is not one to lack decorum. Are you truly wronging her? Xiao Yin's countenance darkened immediately, with evidence laid bare before them. How could his father still pose such questions? In his heart, he felt as if he carried no weight as a son. Very well. If they were to act so unreasonably, he would not hold back his wrath. Just as Xiao Yin opened his mouth to speak, a delicate hand suddenly pressed down on his beneath the table. Jiang Yunxi subtly shook her head at him. Then, she abruptly burst into laughter, her voice tinkling yet tinged with derision. Old master, how much further will you extend your bias? Have you forgotten what transpired at the Jiang residence so quickly? Or do you believe that black can be painted white in your eyes? The old master's face darkened instantly, and he slammed his palm onto the table. Impudent, Yunxi. Even if you marry into the Xiao family, you must learn to speak and act properly. How could a junior address their elder in such a manner? Moreover, your sister-in-law was merely speaking normally. How does that equate to black being painted white? Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but laugh aloud. Your sister-in-law claims she would never do anything to harm the Xiao family's reputation. Is that not the height of absurdity? Xiao Mu's complexion drained of color. Her hands clenched into fists beneath the table. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she implored, Dad, look at her. Will I have any place left in this family? Jiang Yunxi, uninterested in her theatrics, interrupted her. I possess evidence that proves the good deeds you've done. Do you dare to look?
Xiao Mu subsist abruptly.
A chilling sense of dread creeping into her heart. Seeing the atmosphere thicken, Xiao Fu hastily intervened. Yunxi, your sister-in-law has just come from a hospital. Her mind may still be clouded. Let us not hold her to account. We are all family. Can't we discuss this amicably? Yet Jiang Yunxi maintained her smile, directing her inquiry back to the old master. Old master, what do you propose we do about this matter? The old master shot a disappointed glare at Xiao Mu. A veritable blunder. However, when his gaze fell upon the silent Xiaoling, his heart softened. He sighed heavily, weariness etched across his face. Enough. This entire family. Bickering like this. Do you not fear the mockery of outsiders? Everyone, eat your food and cease this discussion. Jiang Yunxi smiled, though her mirth did not reach her eyes. Initially, I had no intention of presenting this evidence. However, your relentless bullying has led you to believe that Xiao Yin is malleable clay to be shaped at your whim.
Today,
I shall ensure you witness who among you possesses the most malicious heart. Chapter 73, 20-some years of misunderstanding. She retrieved a USB drive from her pocket, handing it directly to Assistant Song. Project it onto the television. Assistant Song promptly accepted it, hastily making his way to the large LCD screen in the living room. Inserting the USB, all eyes were drawn to the screen. The moment the image illuminated, Xiao Mu sprang up from her chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her sudden movement knocked over the soup bowl in front of her with a loud crash, the sound of the porcelain shattering piercingly loud. The footage revealed the hospital surveillance from over 20 years ago, during her childbirth. How could this be? She had ensured its destruction long ago. How could it still exist? The video began to play, showcasing a delivery room. The footage vividly captured the birth of Xiaoling, amidst dark clouds and thunderous storms. While Xiao Yin's arrival was heralded by auspicious signs and radiant light, a stark contrast to the events of that day. The old master's expression turned ominously dark, his wrinkled face taut with tension. Yet, the video was not finished. It continued to unfold. The footage depicted Xiao Mu, weak from childbirth, still scheming to bribe the doctor into revealing that Xiao Yin was a child of misfortune to Xiao Yin's mother. The doctor complied, resulting in Xiao Yin's mother becoming emotionally distraught, suffering a fatal hemorrhage with no one to assist her, dying painfully on the delivery bed. Xiao Yin's mother was not cursed to death. Rather, she was killed by Xiao Mu. As the video concluded, the dining room fell silent, the tension palpable. Xiao Mu trembled uncontrollably, a horrific fear overwhelming her as she stumbled back. No, this isn't real. This is fake. You are slandering me, she screamed, her face devoid of color.
How could this be?
She had spent a fortune to ensure the destruction of that hospital surveillance footage, leaving no backups. Where had that little wretch Jiang Yunxi procured it? No, she could not concede. Absolutely must not concede. If she did, both she and Xiaoling were doomed. Jiang Yunxi scoffed, her laughter devoid of warmth. This is the original surveillance footage from the hospital. Whether it is fabricated can be verified with an examination. She surveyed the varied expressions of the crowd in the dining room, each word crystal clear. The reputation of the child of misfortune, which Xiao Yin has borne for so many years, suffering countless hardships, is all due to your doing. And your son, Xiao Ling, is the true child of misfortune. He has usurped Xiao Yin's identity, stolen his fortune, and caused him suffering for so long. Now tell me, how shall we settle this account? Old Master Xiao slammed the table with a sudden force, his face, etched with deep wrinkles, contorted with anger. He was utterly unconvinced. Previously, at the Jiang family gathering, he had feigned belief in Jiang Yunxi merely to maintain a superficial peace amidst the crowd. However, within the confines of his own home, he would not permit an outsider to behave so audaciously. Silence. He barked, his murky eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yunxi. Yet, she deigned him no glance. Rising instead to approach Xiao Ling had already been rendered speechless by the content of the video, his entire being frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. Was he truly the son of misfortune? It was inconceivable. As he observed Jiang Yunxi stride towards him, her cold, piercing gaze felt as though it scrutinized a mere inanimate object. An inexplicable dread surged from the depths of his heart. Instinctively he rose, his voice trembling yet fierce. What do you intend to do? In a flash, Jiang Yunxi's hand darted out, swiftly snatching the pendant that hung around his neck. It was an intricately woven hollow sphere of golden threads, appearing exceedingly exquisite. You dare! Zhao's mother shrieked, lunging forward in a frenzy, reaching for the pendant. Jiang Yunxi sidestepped effortlessly, clutching the pendant tightly in her palm. She regarded the deranged Xiao mother with a bemused expression. What has you so agitated? Xiao mother's heart raced, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Jiang Yunxi's. This pendant had been meticulously sought from a master for Xiao Ling, intended to suppress his misfortune and siphon Xiao Ying's fortune. It absolutely must not be revealed. Should its contents be exposed, she and Xiao Ling would face utter ruin. Overcome with guilt, Xiao mother forced herself to utter, That is a birth gift I bestowed upon Ling. It holds immense significance. Please return it to me. Jiang Yunxi's smile was chilling, a frosty mirth. Immense significance? I believe it serves as irrefutable evidence. This is your fine grandson Xiao Ling. The proof of his usurpation of Xiao Ying's fortune while suppressing his own misfortune over the years. Xiao mother's mind reeled. In a fit of madness, she lunged forward, attempting to seize it back, her voice shrill with accusation. You speak nonsense. You wild girl. How dare you slander my son? As she pushed Jiang Yunxi, a flash of cold light ignited in Jiang Yunxi's eyes, ready to retaliate. Yet, a towering figure intervened, moving swifter than she. Xiao Ying abruptly stood, seizing Xiao mother's wrist with a fierce grip, casting her aside. His aura was frigid and formidable, his voice laced with a palpable threat. If you dare to touch Yunxi again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The pent-up resentment and agony of years erupted in that moment. This woman had caused his mother's demise, burdened him with a lifetime of disgrace, and now dared to harm those he cherished in his presence. Xiao father hurried forward to steady the staggering Xiao mother, glaring furiously at Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying, how can you lay hands on your aunt? A family gathering has turned to chaos because of you. What do you intend to achieve? Jiang Miaoyao immediately rose, her expression a mix of concern and reproach. Sister, how can you behave this way? This is the Xiao family, not ours, where you can act with such impunity. Please cease this commotion and apologize to aunt. Jiang Yunxi's cold laughter echoed. These individuals performed their roles with such finesse, yet today, she would not let them off so easily. Clenching her fist, she heard a slight crack as the exquisite golden sphere was crushed in her grasp. She opened her palm, revealing an ancient talisman, slightly yellowed with age. Old master, if you doubt me, consult someone reliable to inquire what this truly is. Jiang Yunxi extended the talisman toward old Master Xiao, who received it with a face full of skepticism. A mere talisman, what could it possibly signify? Before he could finish his thought, a sudden cacophony of flapping wings erupted from outside the dining room window. The harsh cawing of crows grew louder, and in an instant, a swarm of ominous black crows flew through the open window. They circled overhead, ultimately converging upon Xiao Ling, spiraling around him as they emitted mournful cries. The scene mirrored the ominous phenomenon witnessed on the day of Xiao Ling's birth. Inside the dining room, all present were rendered pale by this bizarre spectacle.
Now,
Will you still claim that I fabricated the video to frame your son? Even now, you refuse to acknowledge that you have harmed Xiao and caused his mother's death? Xiao mother's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Gazing at the foreboding crows and her ashen-faced son, her final psychological defenses shattered. She shook her head in a frenzy, her voice a piercing wail. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Jiang Yunxi is framing us. Just because Xiaoling won't marry her, she seeks to ruin him. She is the one behind this. Even at this juncture, she refused to accept responsibility, desperately attempting to cast all blame upon Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yaoyao, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to support Xiao mother and cried out, "Sister, awaken. I beg you, do not harm Xiaoling any further. This path will not lead to your happiness." Jiang Yunxi's laughter turned scornful, her derision almost palpable. The fortune that had been stolen would never belong to a thief. I shall ensure you witness firsthand the futility of your 20-plus years of scheming, ultimately yielding nothing. As her words fell, she swiftly formed a series of intricate seals. Her movements, so rapid they left only a blur in their wake. In the next moment, she surged forward, delivering a powerful palm strike to Xiaoling's chest. A visibly dense purple aura erupted from him, as if it had found its rightful owner, wildly surging toward Xiaoling. The purple energy traced a dazzling arc in the air, continuously extracting from Xiaoling and pouring into Xiaoling's body. The entire process lasted over 20 seconds. Old Master Xiao witnessed the scene, which shattered his lifelong understanding, his body swaying violently before he collapsed into his chair. How can this be? The master had clearly stated. At the moment the fortune returned, Xiaoling appeared to be drained of vitality. His once handsome visage visibly aged at an alarming rate. Fine wrinkles appearing at the corners of his eyes, strands of gray intermingling in his hair. His aura shifted dramatically, becoming ominously dark, exuding a palpable chill. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Xiaoling felt a sudden lightness envelop him as the fortune returned. The long-standing chill that had dwelled within him was instantly dispelled by a warm, commanding force. His aura transformed dramatically. If he had previously been a legendary sword sheathed in its scabbard, its edge restrained yet unmistakably cold, he was now an emperor reigning supreme, surrounded by an overwhelming purple energy that demanded reverence. He was indeed the true child of destiny, the heir of fortune. Xiao father and Xiao mother, upon witnessing their son's transformation, were struck with sheer terror. Xiao mother, in a frenzy, rushed to embrace Xiao Ling.
What has happened to you?
Please do not frighten your mother. It was over. Her once proud son had transformed into this. All of it was Jiang Yunxi's doing. Xiaoling abruptly pushed her away, his crimson eyes filled with resentment and madness. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have transpired. It is all this woman's doing. She is the one who convinced herself that she is the destined child of fate. She has stolen everything that rightfully belonged to Xiao Yin, and now, the consequences have all befallen him. Zhao's mother was pushed and staggered, her forehead striking heavily against the sharp edge of the dining table. She barely managed to emit a muffled groan before her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. How could you push your own mother? Zhao's father was both astonished and furious, rushing forward in an attempt to steady his wife. Yet, as he took a step, he was unexpectedly tripped by something on the floor, losing his balance and collapsing, succumbing to unconsciousness as well. Xiao Ling stood there in shock, watching his parents sprawled on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He muttered to himself, I am the child of destiny, not the child of misfortune. How could everything change so suddenly? Why has he caused his parents to suffer misfortune one after another? No, this must be mere coincidence. It has to be coincidence. Yes. There is also grandfather. Grandfather dotes on him the most. Surely he'll have a solution. Xiao Ling staggered towards the old Master Xiao. Grandfather. The old Master Xiao looked at his pallid and withered face, at the ominous aura surrounding him that seemed impossible to dispel, and was struck with fear. His hair standing on end. Stop. Stand right there. Yet, Xiao Ling appeared oblivious, continuing to advance step by step. Just as he reached the old Master Xiao, before he could utter a word, the magnificent, enormous crystal chandelier overhead plummeted down. It struck the old Master Xiao squarely. He didn't even have time to grunt before he was knocked unconscious. Xiao Ling was utterly paralyzed with fear. He stood frozen, gazing at his grandfather lying in a pool of blood, at his parents who were unresponsive, his mind a blank. Could it be that he truly is the child of misfortune? Everything that Xiao Yin endured over the years would now befall him? Jiang Yunxi looked at him with a cold smile playing on her lips. Do you see the reality now? Xiao Ling trembled, suddenly jolted back to awareness. Over the years, Xiao Yin had been shunned by everyone, ostracized by the family, needing a cane, even to walk. No, he would not endure such a life. He did not want to die. Xiao Ling's mental defenses shattered completely as he gazed at Jiang Yunxi in a daze. Everything that transpired today was orchestrated by her. If she could return the fortune to Xiao Yin, surely she could help him too. He fell to his knees before Jiang Yunxi, clutching her leg, tears streaming down his face. Save me, Jiang Yunxi. If you save me, I will marry you right away. I don't want Jiang Mieter anymore. I will marry you. Haven't you always wanted to marry me? I will ensure your dream comes true. He believed that Jiang Yunxi had done all this to seek revenge for his broken engagement, to secure her own marriage to him. Now that he was willing to marry her, she must be overjoyed. Jiang Yunxi couldn't help but laugh at his words. How could there be such a foolish person in this world? She mercilessly kicked him away. The most pressing matter now is to get your parents and grandfather to the hospital. Otherwise, if they die, it will all be on you. At that point, you will truly be left utterly helpless. Xiao Ling suddenly realized, the color draining from his face. Yes, he could not let them die. If they died, he would have nothing left. Chapter 75 Now, the one who should be worried is not me. He scrambled to his feet, shouting hoarsely and desperately. Call an ambulance. Hurry. The servants in the dining hall, who had been paralyzed with shock, finally snapped back to reality, fumbling to pull out their phones and dial emergency services. Soon, the ambulance arrived with a wail, and the three of them were swiftly loaded onto the vehicle and whisked away to the hospital. It was only after the ambulance had completely vanished into the night that Jiang Yunxi turned to the man beside her. Aren't you going to the hospital to check on them? Aren't you worried? Xiao Yin smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. The one who should be concerned is not me. Jiang Yunxi chuckled in response. He was right, retribution had only just begun. The two departed without lingering, turning away from the main building and returning to Xiao Yin's small courtyard. Upon entering, Xiao Yin instructed the servants to prepare dinner anew. Earlier in the main building, Jiang Yunxi hadn't even had time to eat a warm meal, as she was preoccupied with revealing the truth. She must be hungry now. Jiang Yunxi sat at the dining table without reservation, relishing her meal. As she ate, she glanced at Xiao Yin. Was what I did today a bit excessive? Xiao Yin shook his head, his tone cold yet resolute. They were the ones who acted wrongly. Why should you feel it was excessive? He had never thought her actions were excessive. She would tear apart all injustices for him, laying them bare in the light of day. This unwavering support warmed his heart, which had been frozen for over 20 years. Jiang Yunxi smiled wider, her joy deepening. That is true. As Xiao Yin gazed at her radiant smile, a softness enveloped his heart. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he cautioned, following today as events. My elder brother and sister-in-law may find it difficult to accept such a drastic change. A cornered dog will leap over the wall. They might act recklessly. Jiang Yunxi put down her chopsticks and shook her head. I've calculated. Your elder brother lacks conviction and won't be able to do much. He doesn't even realize that your fates with Xiao Ling have been switched. You need to keep a close eye on your sister-in-law. That woman is both ruthless and cunning, and her life force is remarkably resilient. She will certainly not let this go easily. Xiao Yin nodded, promptly retrieving his phone and calling Assistant Song. Have someone monitor my sister-in-law at the hospital, 24 hours a day. Report any movements immediately. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Assistant Song promptly set to work. After hanging up, Jiang Yunxi spoke again. You should personally go to the hospital tonight to watch over the old master. Let him see you properly, and let him truly realize the reality of the situation. Xiao Yin instinctively furrowed his brows. He had no desire to go. Yet. Jiang Yunxi winked at him mysteriously. Go, and there will be a surprise. As Xiao Yin gazed into her sly eyes, his reluctance evaporated in an instant. He was unsure of what she had in mind, but he was willing to trust her.
He nodded, all right.
Xiao Yin arranged for his assistant to drive Jiang Yunxi home, while he himself headed to the hospital. When he arrived, the VIP ward on the top floor was eerily silent. The old Master Xiao lay weakly in the hospital bed. Although his eyes were open, he appeared drained of vitality, aged by several years. Upon seeing Xiao Yin enter, a flicker of complexity crossed his murky eyes. His voice hoarse and fatigued. Why are you here? Xiao Yin remained silent, merely pulling out a chair and sitting down with an impassive expression. The old master Xiao studied his son's cold profile, feeling a tightening in his chest. He understood that this son harbored resentment and bitterness towards him. So much so that he wouldn't even speak a word. I know you resent me. The matter concerning your mother was orchestrated by your sister-in-law behind the scenes. I, too, was deceived by her. The old master Xiao's wrinkled face was filled with regret. He truly regretted it now. Had he known that Xiao Yin was the true child of destiny, he would never have allowed his elder daughter-in-law to commit such foolish acts.
Now,
the true heir to the Xiao family's fortune had turned his back on him, while his most cherished grandson had become a child of misfortune, plagued by dark omens. Now I realize my mistakes. In the future, I will treat you well. Forget the unhappy things of the past. Can we reconcile? Xiao Yin gazed at him with an icy indifference, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips. He vividly recalled the harrowing incident from when he was 7, locked in a closet by the newly appointed nanny. In that dark and confined space, fear gripped him, causing him to tremble as he cried out for his father. Yet, no one came to his rescue until he fainted from hunger and awoke alone. From that moment on, he understood that he was without a father. With just a few words, all responsibility was cast aside. What of the suffering and torment I endured during those years? The elder Zhao's face paled at his inquiry, and he hastily replied, Whatever you need, I am willing to compensate. Xiao Yin chuckled softly. He now held the very lifeblood of the Xiao Corporation in his grasp, and his own company had gone public, valued at hundreds of billions. What could this so-called father offer him as compensation? The entire Xiao family is under my control now. Do you truly think I need your compensation? The elder Zhao's face turned a deep shade of purple, his anger bubbling over into a tremulous laugh. Do not forget, I still hold 20% of the shares in the Xiao Corporation. Unless I consent, you shall never possess them. This was his final bargaining chip, and he could hardly believe that Xiao Yin would be unaffected by such immense wealth capable of shaking the entire business world. Yet, Xiao Yin dismissively shook his head. I do not require it. Even without the Xiao family, I can provide for Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi. At the mention of her name, the elder Zhao's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. He recognized what Jiang Yunxi desperately lacked: identity, the acknowledgement of the Xiao family, and the acceptance of the entire upper class. If you are willing to forgive me, I shall ensure that everyone knows Jiang Yunxi is the only matriarch recognized by our family. I will personally orchestrate the grandest wedding, allowing everyone to witness her splendid marriage. Xiao Yin's brow furrowed minutely. He himself cared little for such superficial accolades, but what of Yunxi? Though she was extraordinarily capable, she was still a young woman in her early 20s. In this world, status and reputation often held greater importance than wealth. If it could allow her to rightfully assume her role as the mistress of the Xiao family and silence all detractors, it might indeed prove beneficial for her. Seeing that he had not immediately refused, the elder Xiao hastily added, I am serious. The moment you agree, I shall have my assistant arrange everything. Chapter 76. This is your final opportunity. Xiao Yin did not decline this time. He rose to his feet. Looking down upon the frail and aged man in the hospital bed, his voice devoid of warmth. This is your last chance. I hope you seize it wisely. With that, he cast one last glance before turning and stepping into the restroom. The elder Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, his body relaxing. He slowly closed his eyes, ready to rest, when he caught a glimpse of the hospital room door being forcefully pushed open. Xiao Ling entered with a dark scowl, enveloped in an unsettling aura. His eyes dull and lifeless, sending chills down the spine. The elder Zhao's heart raced, an ominous premonition washing over him. What are you doing here? Get out at once. Xiao Ling did not retreat. Instead, he approached the bedside step by step. Grandfather, you no longer want me either, do you? He stood over the bed, his gaze menacing, as if he were a predator ready to pounce. I must be the child of misfortune. Your favoritism over the years was solely because I bore Xiao Yin's identity, wasn't it? The elder Xiao felt a chill race through him, sensing the danger as he struggled to rise from the bed. What do you intend to do? Xiao Ling suddenly broke into a malicious grin, his laughter reminiscent of a demon rising from the depths of hell. My true identity has been exposed. There's no need for pretense any longer. He leisurely seated himself in the chair beside the bed, looking down at the horrified elder Xiao. The Xiao family has always been under your control, hasn't it? Whoever you favor becomes the favored child of fortune, correct? The elder Xiao felt the blood drain from his face. He had never witnessed such a transformation in Xiaoling, as if he had been possessed by something unclean. This was not the obedient and sensible grandson he once knew. Yet Xiao Ling grasped his throat, his visage contorted with rage. Why didn't you hand over the Xiao Corporation to me sooner? If you had given it to me earlier, I could have lived without worry. Instead of being treated like a stray dog by Xiao Yin. All of this was your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this miserable state. He had lost everything, and everyone regarded him as a pariah, avoiding him at all costs. Why should Xiao Yin take everything from him, leaving him in such a pitiful condition? If only this old man were to die, he could shift the blame onto Xiao Yin. Then he could claim that Xiao Yin was responsible for his father's demise, and no one would ever know that he was the true child of misfortune. The madness in Xiao Ling's eyes intensified, his grip tightening. Help! Help me! The elder Zhao's face turned purple as he gasped for breath, summoning all his strength to shout toward the restroom. However, Xiaoling was too consumed by rage to notice the detail. He was oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yin had also come to the hospital and that he was currently in this very room. All he wanted was for this old man to die. His grip grew increasingly forceful, and the elder Xiao seemed on the verge of suffocation, his pupils beginning to dull. Just then, the restroom door was kicked open with a resounding crash.
Bang!
Xiao Yin emerged, unaccompanied by his ever-present cane. Startled by the commotion, Xiaoling spun around to find Xiao Yin approaching him with an air of nonchalance. Panic overtook him, and he threatened, "Stay back. You, a cripple, could never overpower me. I will kill him first, then you." Xiao Yin's strides remained steady and deliberate. "Take a good look. Am I truly a cripple?" Xiaoling's pupils constricted in shock. The cane that had accompanied him for so many years was nowhere to be found. He was walking like a normal person. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Xiao Yin had already reached him. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick directly to Xiao Ling's chest. Xiao Ling flew backward as if a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the floor. Spitting blood, he looked up, his eyes filled with frenzy and confusion.
Why?
How is your leg healed? Xiao Yin loomed over him, his deep-set eyes glimmering with rare pride. Because my wife healed me. Xiao Ling's expression froze in disbelief. It was Jiang Yunxi. How could she possibly possess the ability to heal Xiao Yin's leg? This was inconceivable. Xiao Yin paid him no further mind, instead turning his attention to the elder Zhao's condition. The elder Xiao, face still bruised and gasping for air, clutched Xiao Yin's hand with all his remaining strength, managing to utter 2 words, "Save me." Upon uttering those words, he rolled his eyes and lost consciousness entirely. Xiao Yin's countenance darkened, and he promptly pressed the call button beside the bed. Shortly thereafter, doctors and nurses rushed in, taken aback by the scene that lay before them. They quickly wheeled the elderly Mr. Xiao away to the emergency room, leaving the ward steeped in an eerie silence. Only then did Xiao Yin turn his gaze toward Xiao Ling, who remained sprawled on the floor. Xiao Ling's eyes were vacant, resembling a marionette drained of its soul, lying still and motionless. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though his life had lost all meaning. Xiao Yin approached him slowly. Xiao Ling, in a disheveled state, lifted his head to look at him and suddenly smiled, a smile more grotesque than tears. "Have you long awaited this day? In the past, you lay there like a dog, watching me bask in joy. Now that you can finally rise, you must be feeling immensely proud, aren't you?" Realizing he was at Xiao Yin's mercy and that his fate was sealed, he chose to abandon all hope. "Just kill me. Grant me a quick end." Xiao Yin scoffed. "To allow you to die? That would be far too merciful. You must live, to witness how everything you so desperately sought is being stripped away from you, piece by piece. Death is but a release. I could never let you off so easily. I shall ensure that your existence becomes a living hell." Fear finally flickered in Xiao Ling's eyes. He grasped the hem of Xiao Yin's trousers, exclaiming, "You cannot treat me this way. I assure you, I will never submit to your humiliation, not even in death." Chapter 77. Then you may choose to end your own life. Xiao Yin coldly regarded him, his gaze akin to that of a predator observing a lowly insect. "You may indeed take your own life. However, I cannot guarantee what will happen to your parents. That is for you to ponder." With that, Xiao Yin turned and left the ward without casting him another glance. Xiao Ling lay on the floor, motionless for what felt like an eternity, the world around him enveloped in a haunting silence, save for his own labored breaths. After an indeterminate time, He finally emitted a sound of profound despair, which grew louder and more uncontrollable until it erupted into a heart-wrenching wail. How had his life transformed overnight? Why had this happened? He had been the favored scion of the Xiao family, a paragon of privilege. Now he had become a pariah, reviled by all. It seemed that everything had begun to unravel since that woman, Jiang Yunxi, had returned from the psychiatric hospital. Everything had changed. How could an unsophisticated country bumpkin wield such power? The sobs gradually subsided. Xiao Ling struggled to rise, leaning against the wall, his body trembling from excruciating pain and uncontrollable fury. Dark veins of malice crept into his gaze. Xiao Yin spared his life to revel in his humiliation, to degrade him further. If that was the case, then he still had a chance. As long as he lived, there remained a possibility for redemption. He would never concede defeat. He would not allow Xiao Yin to triumph. One day, he would make Xiao Yin pay dearly for the decision made today. Stumbling out of the ward, the stark, pale corridor lights elongated his shadow, rendering him a grotesque specter risen from the depths of hell. News of Xiao Ling's responsibility for both his parents and grandfather being hospitalized spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of society overnight. Previously, he had abused his favored status, ruthlessly oppressing countless individuals. Now, with his downfall, those who had once remained silent in his presence emerged with unrelenting vengeance, seizing the opportunity to strike. Various mockeries and jests circulated in private gatherings and group chats, igniting a fervor. Online discussions erupted with fervent intensity. At this juncture, Xiao Yin's long-dormant social media account unexpectedly posted an update. The substantial bride price I offered Yunxi was because she deserves it. She is the wife I intend to cherish for a lifetime. What is wrong with treating her with kindness and respect? Love is never merely spoken. All emotions are manifested through actions. Those who profess love yet are unwilling to sacrifice anything are the most malevolent. This statement garnered widespread approval, causing public sentiment to shift at an astonishing pace. Those who had previously derided Jiang Yunxi as materialistic began to envy her for having discovered true love. Naturally, many questioned the rumors regarding Xiao Ling not being the favored son of fortune but rather a harbinger of misfortune. Xiao Yin merely replied in the comment section, "The truth will reveal itself." This ambiguous remark stirred even greater waves of speculation. Netizens quickly connected the unfortunate incident of the Xiao family being hospitalized to Xiao Ling's actions, finally grasping that the once exalted heir of the Xiao family was indeed plummeting from grace. Shortly thereafter, an even more sensational rumor emerged. It was said that Xiao Ling, unable to accept reality, had attempted to murder his grandfather within the hospital. This tale spread with an air of credibility, yet remained unverified. Jiang Miaojiao caught wind of this rumor while in her room, observing the deluge of discussions on her phone, her complexion turning pale with dread. Initially, she had believed Xiao Ling to be the destined favored son. However, the scene she witnessed the previous night replayed in her mind. That dark cloud of crows encircling Xiao Ling, their mournful cries still vivid, sent chills down her spine. She could not help but question whether continuing to associate with Xiao Ling would lead to her own downfall. Would her life, her future, be tethered to this worthless wretch? Jiang Miaojiao's expression grew resentful. Why had Zhao's mother resorted to such duplicitous schemes? Now, not only had she harmed Xiao Ling, but she had also brought ruin upon herself. Her dream of marrying into a prestigious family was now transformed into a grand farce. All of this was the fault of that old woman. When Zhao Mei visited the villa to see Jiang Miaojiao, she immediately noticed the unmasked resentment on her face. Startled, she hurried over and gently inquired, "Miaojia, what troubles you?
Who has wronged you?"
Jiang Miaojiao turned around, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. She collapsed into Zhao Mei's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Mom, what should I do? A Ling is in trouble." As she cried, she recounted the events that had transpired in the Xiao family the previous day, embellishing the tale. Sister somehow obtained a fake video, insisting that a Ling is the true harbinger of misfortune, claiming he has usurped Uncle's fortune. This has led to Uncle and Aunt being hospitalized, and now Grandpa believes that a Ling is the one cursed with misfortune. The Xiao family is in chaos. Zhao Mei listened, her mouth agape in disbelief. How had it come to this? Jiang Miaojiao sobbed, breathless, her voice laden with indignation and helplessness. "Mom, do you think Sister still harbors resentment towards me? Is that why she would intentionally create such a situation, causing a Ling and me to suffer together? Since her return, the Xiao and Jiang families have been in disarray. Could she not be the true harbinger of misfortune?" Realizing what she had just said, she suddenly covered her mouth in fear. I'm sorry, Mom. I was just speaking out of anger. I didn't mean it.
Yet.
Xiao Mei had taken her words to heart. After Jiang Yunxi's return, she has been unmanageable, continuously causing her mother concern, and has never shown her any respect. What purpose does such a daughter serve when brought back home? If it weren't for her, how could Miao Yuan have endured such grievances? And how did Aling end up in such dire straits? The more Xiao Mei pondered, the more infuriated she became. She seized Jiang Miao Yuan's arm and stood up abruptly.
Come.
We're going home. A flicker of triumph flashed in Jiang Miao Yuan's eyes. She lifted her head, wearing a pitiful expression. But Mom, Dad won't let me go back. Xiao Mei sneered. I said you're going back, so you will. Jiang Miao Yuan nodded reluctantly, sobbing as she followed Xiao Mei back to the Jiang family's ancestral home. As soon as the car came to a halt at the entrance, Xiao Mei, with a darkened expression, strode into the living room.
Go. Call the young lady down.
I have something very important to discuss with her. The servant, not daring to delay, hurried upstairs. Soon, Jiang Yunxi descended the staircase. Just as she reached the bottom, she heard Jiang Miao Yuan's soft cries from the living room. She frowned in annoyance. Crying, you're crying away your blessings. Jiang Miao Yuan's sobs halted momentarily before escalating into louder wails. Xiao Mei abruptly rose from the sofa, glaring at Jiang Yunxi. Have you grown wings? Do you truly think you run this household? Jiang Yunxi shrugged nonchalantly, her expression devoid of interest. I have no interest in this family's trivial matters. Even if you beg me to take charge, I would refuse to concern myself with it. Xiao Mei's face turned ashen with rage at her indifferent demeanor, her body trembling with fury. Since you despise this family so much, then get out. At these words, Jiang Yunxi's expression turned cold. Jiang Miao Yuan, feeling triumphant, feigned concern and grasped Xiao Mei's arm. Mom, please don't be like this. Sister didn't mean it. Please don't be angry. When Dad and brother come home, they'll blame you for not taking care of Sister. Her words, ostensibly comforting, were in fact pouring oil on the flames.
Indeed.
At the mention of Jiang Boyu and Jiang Sheng, Xiao Mei's anger flared even higher. With her husband and son now siding with that harbinger of misfortune, her status within the household was perilously fragile. She pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yunxi, her voice sharp and shrill. Let me make myself clear. You will leave this house at once. This family is in disarray because of you. Jiang Yunxi finally reacted, giving a nonchalant nod before turning to ascend the stairs to pack her belongings. She had long wished to leave and had no desire to linger any longer in this place. Witnessing her unconcerned attitude nearly choked Xiao Mei with rage. Just then, a male voice resonated from the entrance.
Idare neon.
Jiang Boyu and Jiang Sheng returned, their expressions grim. Jiang Sheng quickly strode to Jiang Yunxi's side, shielding her protectively. Mom, please don't say things in anger. Xiao Mei, upon seeing their return, grew even more agitated. I'm not speaking out of anger. Just look. Since her return, has this family known a moment of peace? Shouldn't we hold her accountable? Jiang Yunxi leaned out from behind Jiang Sheng, a mocking smile gracing her lips. All you see and care about is Jiang Miao Yuan. One might think she is your biological daughter, given your regard for her. Xiao Mei's gaze flickered with a hint of panic, but she quickly forced herself to regain composure. She could not afford to reveal any cracks in her facade at this moment. The secret she shared with Miao Yuan must remain hidden. Swiftly, she shifted the conversation back to Jiang Yunxi. Stop spouting nonsense. You have not only harmed our Jiang family, but also the Xiao family. The young master, the matriarch, and even the elder of the Xiao family are all in the hospital. When they come to hold us accountable, can you bear that responsibility? Jiang Yunxi narrowed her eyes, her voice turning grave. Who told you I harmed the Xiao family?
Xiao Mei snorted derisively.
Afraid to own up to your actions? Have the courage to admit it. Jiang Miao Yuan, standing aside, averted her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Yunxi's eyes. This small gesture did not escape Jiang Yunxi's notice. So it was this little green tea who had snitched. Jiang Yunxi descended the stairs step by step, her formidable aura suffocating those present. She approached Jiang Miao Yuan, halting before her and coldly demanded, what exactly happened at the Xiao family yesterday? Are you brave enough to speak about it in front of everyone? Jiang Miao Yuan felt a chill run down her spine under Jiang Yunxi's piercing gaze, which seemed capable of penetrating her very soul and uncovering all her sordid secrets. She involuntarily took a step back, then another. Suddenly, her foot caught on something, sending her sprawling to the ground.
Ah!
She shrieked, pointing at Jiang Yunxi, her voice trembling. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Zhao Mei, filled with maternal instinct, rushed forward and forcefully shoved Jiang Yunxi aside. She lifted her beloved daughter and held her tightly in her embrace. Jiang Yunxi, do you intend to harm Miao Yuan before my very eyes? Jiang Yunxi stood rooted in place, unperturbed. Slowly, she closed her eyes and, when she opened them again, only mockery remained in her gaze. If I wished for Jiang Miao Yuan's demise, she would have long since crumbled to dust. I keep her around solely because she still holds some value. With a resolute tone, she continued, since you insist on demanding clarity today, I shall reveal to you what transpired last night. Jiang Yunxi produced her phone and dialed Xiao Yin's number. Send me the surveillance footage from the main building's dining room last night. Moments later, a video was transmitted. Jiang Yunxi connected her phone to the large television in the living room and pressed play. Soon, everything that occurred in the Xiao family's dining room the previous night was vividly displayed for all to see. The video showed how Xiao Ling became gloomy and despondent after his luck was usurped. The ominous crows circled above his head, refusing to disperse. It depicted how he brought misfortune upon his parents and grandfather, resulting in them being hospitalized one after another. Throughout it all, Jiang Miao Yuan steadfastly aligned herself with Xiao Mu, accusing Jiang Yunxi in a flurry of words, twisting the truth and casting all blame upon her. As the video concluded, silence enveloped the living room.
Zhao Mei was frozen,
unable to comprehend the shocking revelation before her.
How could this be?
Jiang Miao Yuan trembled violently, urgently grasping Zhao Mei's arm, crying out in defense. Mom, it's not like that. I was so scared at the time. I truly couldn't see what was happening. I thought it was sister who did it. Jiang Sheng, standing nearby, furrowed his brows deeply. His mother had been deceived and failed to perceive the truth, but that did not mean he was blind. He had always believed Miao Yuan to be gentle, considerate, and in need of protection. Thus he had defended her at every turn, while his recently returned sister had irked him. Now, it appeared beneath Miao Yuan's sweet facade lay a heart capable of such vile deception. He glanced at his father, whose expression had soured to an extreme. Zhang Boya had previously chosen to overlook Miao Yuan's misdeeds, often turning a blind eye, all for the sake of Xiao Ling. After all, he had once been the undisputed heir of the Xiao family, a potential pillar for the Jiang family's future. Yet now, Xiao Ling had become a mere clay idol, struggling for his own survival. The relationship with Jiang Miao Yuan was irrevocably severed. Jiang Mia's worth was not only non-existent, rather, her foolishness and maliciousness nearly dragged the entire Jiang family into ruin. This realization brought his disappointment in her to an apex. Silence. Jiang Boyu finally could bear it no longer and scolded her sharply. Jiang Mia's sobs abruptly ceased, and Zhao Mei, frightened, fell silent. Jiang Boyu sneered, his gaze fixed on the still trembling Jiang Mia. Did you think everyone is as blind as you, unable to see through your sordid intentions? Jiang Mia felt a chill run down her spine under his scrutinizing gaze, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. No, father, I didn't. You must believe me. I am truly innocent. Seeing this, Zhao Mei quickly shielded her daughter in her embrace, forcing herself to interject. Boyu, you mustn't speak to the child like that. Mia is merely frightened. Besides, she is pregnant. It's entirely possible her mind isn't clear. Are you trying to drive her to death with such exaggerated accusations? Jiang Boyu was both amused and infuriated by her words. For the first time, he regarded his wife with a discerning, unfamiliar gaze. You were never like this. Your unyielding defense of Mia makes me question whether she is truly your flesh and blood. At this remark, Zhao Mei's complexion changed drastically. Her body stiffened uncontrollably, and a flicker of profound panic crossed her eyes.
How could he say such a thing?
Did he uncover something? No, that was impossible. She had guarded this secret for so many years. Even she was close to forgetting it. He could not possibly know. He must be speaking out of anger. She absolutely could not reveal any sign of weakness at this moment. Forcing herself to calm down, Zhao Mei took a deep breath and sternly reprimanded. Jiang Boyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Mia, do not panic. Your father will certainly give you an explanation for today's events. Lowering her head, she tightly embraced the shivering Jiang Mia, her voice laced with reassurance. Jiang Boyu, observing her obstinate demeanor, felt the last remnants of warmth in his heart fade away. He shook his head and remained silent for several seconds. After a long pause, he finally made a decision. Since Mia feels she cannot remain in this family and believes my biological daughter is an eyesore, then she may leave the Jiang family. The moment those words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Even Jiang Yunxi, who had been watching dispassionately, could not help but glance at him again. Jiang Mirror, as if struck by lightning, abruptly lifted her head, clutching Jiang Boyo's sleeve in disbelief, and cried, "Father, what do you mean?" Jiang Boyo expressionlessly pulled her hand away. "You were merely our adopted daughter. Now you pose a threat to my biological daughter, so you must leave. The Jiang family will announce to the public that, effective immediately, you have no further ties to us." Jiang Mirror's face twisted into a grotesque mask of rage.
No.
"I refuse to accept this. How can I leave the Jiang family? Without it, I am nothing. All my wealth, connections, and status are built upon my identity as the Jiang family's daughter. Without that, how can I survive?" Xiao Mei was utterly utterly distraught. She quickly shielded Jiang Mirror behind her. "Jiang Boyo, are you insane? We have raised Mirror for so many years. She is our own daughter. How can you just cast her aside? If you dare to drive Mirror away, then you might as well expel me too." She was certain that Jiang Boyo would not dare. His greatest concern was his reputation. If word got out that he had expelled his own wife from their home, how could he maintain his standing in society? However, this time, she was mistaken. Jiang Boyo merely cast a cold glance at her. "If you wish to leave, then leave together." Xiao Mei's expression froze instantly. All her calculations and certainties turned to folly in that moment. "As for Yunxi, you will remain here. This is your home. No one dares to force you to leave." Jiang Boyo turned away and instructed Jiang Sheng, who stood nearby. In a low voice, "Contact the media and issue a statement immediately." Jiang Sheng nodded, responding succinctly, "Yes, father." He promptly took out his phone and dialed the number of the public relations department head. Jiang Mirror felt all her strength drain away. Her body weakened, and she collapsed onto the floor. How had things spiraled to this point? This was entirely different from her plans. Xiao Mei, too, stood there in shock. She watched Jiang Boyo's unyielding figure as he turned to leave, and all she felt, aside from anger, was confusion. What could they do outside the Jiang family? As a woman over 50 without a job, how would she survive after leaving this wealthy household? Jiang Mirror burst into tears, clinging to Xiao Mei's leg. "Mom, what will I do?" Xiao Mei held her, gently patting her back in a futile attempt to comfort her. If they left the Jiang family, they would truly have nothing. This was absolutely unacceptable. No, Mirror still had Xiao Ling and the Xiao family. As long as Mirror could marry into the Xiao family smoothly, she would become the young mistress of the Xiao family. At that point, Jiang Boyo would have no power over her. Although the elder Xiao was angry now, his favorite grandson was still Xiao Ling. Once his anger subsided, he would surely protect Mirror for Xiao Ling's sake. Xiao Mei supported Jiang Mirror, casting an annoyed glance at Jiang Yunxi. "Do not think that just because old Jiang is backing you, you can act without fear. One day, they will see your true colors." With that, she helped the still sobbing Jiang Mirror upstairs, as if genuinely preparing to pack their things and leave. The living room fell silent in an instant. Jiang Yunxi sighed innocently. "I haven't done anything. Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Her aggrieved expression caused Jiang Sheng to chuckle. This sister of his was rather amusing, completely unlike Jiang Mirror's feigned fragility. There was a wildness and fierceness about her that somehow made her endearing. Jiang Yunxi shot him a sidelong glance. "What are you laughing at?" Her gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds before she suddenly asked, "Has the pathology report come out?" The smile on Jiang Sheng's face instantly froze. He had secretly picked up the report from the hospital that morning, and the situation was even more serious than he had anticipated. He had originally planned to arrange matters with the company and at home before quietly undergoing treatment. There was no need to burden his family with this news. It would only increase their worries. "It's nothing." Jiang Sheng forced a smile, tugging at his lips. Jiang Yunxi scrutinized him for a few more moments, sensing the strain in his smile. The dark aura surrounding him thickened, a sign of his serious illness. But since he did not speak of it, it was his own matter. She had no obligation to interfere. Jiang Yunxi chuckled softly, refraining from probing further, and turned to return to her room. Chapter 80. A Turbulent Storm. Soon, the public statement released by the Jiang Group triggered a massive uproar online. No one expected that Jiang Mirror, who had always presented herself as a refined socialite, was merely an adopted daughter. Moreover, this revelation came at the critical moment when she was about to marry into the Xiao family, leading to the Jiang family's public severance of ties with her. Netizens were utterly bewildered by this turn of events, and various speculations ran rampant. Quickly, some pointed fingers at Jiang Yunxi, who had recently returned to the Jiang family. It must be that true daughter from the countryside stirring up trouble. She returned and immediately eliminated her rival, driving the adopted daughter away. I've always said that Jiang Yunxi is not a good person. Previously, she demanded so much in terms of betrothal gifts, and now she cannot tolerate her own sister. Her heart is too cruel. Jiang Miaoyao is truly pitiable. After spending 20 years in the Jiang family, she was so easily cast aside. The cruelty of the aristocracy knows no bounds. My heart aches for Miaoyao. I earnestly hope she can find solace with Xiao Ling and not be swayed by that venomous sister of hers. The public is expressing sympathy for Jiang Miaoyao's plight while condemning Jiang Yunxi's malice. In the office of the president of the Lan Group, Mr. Lan gazes at the fervent discussions on his phone, nearly laughing in exasperation. The direction of this media frenzy is clearly orchestrated with malicious intent. How dare they tarnish a person of such stature? He promptly picks up his phone and calls his assistant, instructing them to investigate the online trolls disparaging Miss Jiang. The assistant's efficiency is commendable. Within mere minutes, the investigation results arrive. The puppet master behind it all is none other than Jiang Miaoyao herself. Mr. Lan's expression darkens instantly. This Jiang Miaoyao possesses a heart of unfathomable cruelty. After all the struggles, a person of such caliber has finally returned to her biological parents. Yet she fails to cherish this sisterly bond and instead seeks to sabotage it at every turn. She must not be allowed to continue her arrogant machinations. He must rectify the misconceptions surrounding the esteemed Jiang. Without hesitation, Mr. Lan activates his verified account and embarks on a live broadcast. As a titan of the business world, his influence is formidable. The moment the stream begins, hundreds of thousands of viewers flock in. Greetings, everyone. I am Mr. Lan of the Lan Group. I am here to clarify certain matters, he begins. You have likely seen the rumors circulating online. Many have been quick to condemn Miss Jiang Yunxi, labeling her as vicious and intolerant of her sister. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Miss Jiang is an incredibly kind-hearted individual. She not only resolved a significant crisis regarding the development project in the Southern District, but also saved my life. It would be no exaggeration to say she is my benefactor. The viewers are taken aback. Who would have thought that such a prominent figure would personally conduct a live broadcast to defend Jiang Yunxi? Is Jiang Yunxi truly that remarkable?
Mr. Lan pause.
Then reveals an even more explosive piece of information. Moreover, Miss Jiang immediately discerned that the daughter I raised for many years is not my biological child. I am now divorced. A woman of such intelligence and wisdom could never harm her sister. I implore everyone to approach this situation with rationality and not allow malicious individuals to manipulate you into attacking a genuinely good person. The chat room erupts in astonishment.
What?
Mr. Lan's daughter isn't his biological child? This is the scoop of a lifetime. Is Jiang Yunxi truly that extraordinary? A master of metaphysics? I knew it. Jiang Yunxi doesn't seem like a villain. She must be the victim of a conspiracy. Of course, there are dissenting voices as well. Accounts that are clearly trolls begin to sow doubt. Is Mr. Lan under some enchantment? Or has he been threatened? Why would he defend a country girl? What capabilities does Jiang Yunxi possess? Surely, she must have used some underhanded means to deceive Mr. Lan. The aristocracy is a treacherous place. Perhaps Mr. Lan has been coerced into exonerating Jiang Yunxi. These comments are evidently orchestrated by Jiang Miaoyao from behind the scenes. Mr. Lan, observing the distorted narratives in the chat, smirks coldly. Since Jiang Miaoyao is so ungrateful, he will not hesitate to show her no mercy. He promptly reveals the evidence sent by his assistant, clearly displaying it on camera. The screen showcases chat logs of Jiang Miaoyao contacting a troll farm, along with screenshots of financial transactions, irrefutable proof that cannot be denied. Take a good look. This is the so-called frail and pitiful Jiang Miaoyao, who has resorted to such despicable acts. She hired trolls to maliciously defame her own sister. The audience is left in shock. The gentle and kind-hearted image of Jiang Miaoyao, which she perpetually presents to the public, is starkly contrasted by her true, malevolent nature. My heavens, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Jiang Miaoyao is exceedingly wicked. I can't believe I once felt sympathy for her. I was blind. How could she possibly harm her sister? She is devoid of humanity. Mr. Lan, witnessing the tide of public opinion turn decisively against Jiang Miaoyao, decides to stoke the flames further. He publicly shares the nefarious deeds of Jiang Miaoyao and Xiao Ling. When Jiang Yunxi was first welcomed back into the family, Jiang Miaoyao had conspired against her, claiming she was mentally unstable and had her committed to a psychiatric hospital. Later, when the Jiang family had to retrieve her, they orchestrated an accident on the road, seeking to end Jiang Yunxi's life. Each of these actions was sinister beyond belief, unthinkable for any rational individual. This revelation ignites the fury of netizens. The entire internet is now condemning Jiang Miaoyao. Meanwhile, she sits in her room, fixated on her phone screen, watching the chaos unfold in the live broadcast, overwhelmed by the torrent of vitriol directed at her. She feels as if she has been plunged into a frigid abyss, her body chilled to the bone. What is happening lately? Why does misfortune seem to befall her increasingly? Did her father not say she was blessed with abundant fortune and luck? Why does it feel as if it has all vanished? The head of the troll farm is in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot stove. He bombards Jiang Miaoyao with messages, desperate to ascertain their next course of action. Yet, Jiang Miaoyao remains unresponsive, as if she has vanished into thin air. What he does not realize is that, in her state of sheer panic and terror, Jiang Miaoyao has inadvertently dropped her phone, causing it to black out. With no directives forthcoming, the head of the troll farm, witnessing the increasingly unfavorable direction of the live broadcast, can only concede defeat and withdraw from Mr. Land's stream. However, the audience drawn in by the spectacle continues to swell. Countless curious onlookers flock to Mr. Land's live stream, eager to witness the unfolding drama. As the trolls retreat, the chat becomes harmonious. More viewers express curiosity about Jiang Yunxi, the enigmatic figure whom Mr. Lan has extolled so highly. Mr. Lan, sensing the burgeoning interest, clears his throat and begins a new round of praise. Let me tell you, Miss Jiang is truly formidable. Whether it be fortune-telling or feng shui, she excels in all. She is capable of anything. This seemingly mindless flattery does not elicit disdain. Rather, it amplifies curiosity and attention towards Jiang Yunxi. She has yet to establish her own account or host a live stream, yet mysteriously, she gains a multitude of intrigued followers. Countless individuals flood the comments on Mr. Land's Weibo, urging him to encourage Jiang Yunxi to create her own account so they can witness the legendary Miss Jiang's prowess firsthand. Mr. Lan, satisfied, concludes the broadcast and promptly calls Jiang Yunxi to report on the events of the live stream in detail. He cautiously inquires, Miss Jiang, would you like to establish a Weibo account? You could host a live stream to gather followers, and if anyone dares to malign you online again, your followers could help maintain the narrative, ensuring you aren't left without a voice as before. Jiang Yunxi had not anticipated the formidable power of the modern internet. While ordinary individuals may lack personal strength, the collective belief and attention they can muster are formidable forces. If she could harness such energies, a nascent, albeit unrefined idea begins to take shape in her mind. May I promote my sect or recruit disciples on this platform? Upon hearing this, President Lan immediately became exhilarated. Of course, not only can you do that, but you can also sell various talismans for peace, love, and fortune. Whatever Miss Jiang wishes to pursue, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. In that moment, President Lan's entrepreneurial mind raced with possibilities. Items from a master are treasures, and they would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Jiang Yunxi readily agreed. Then I shall take a look and register an account. President Lan eagerly encouraged her to ask him any questions, assuring her he would assist with all her inquiries. After hanging up, Jiang Yunxi stared at her phone, fiddling for quite some time before finally downloading the software and registering her account. Once online, she contemplated for a moment and posted her first Weibo message, celebrating a new account, offering 3 free divinations on a first-come, first-served basis. As soon as the post was published, President Lan discovered her new account, followed her, and quickly claimed the first free divination. This was the Master's inaugural public endeavor, and he had to secure the lead. He swiftly retweeted and seized the first comment. Lan Group V, Master, I want a first divination. The moment this officially verified big account commented, it propelled Jiang Yunxi's post into the spotlight. Countless netizens flocked to her account, eager to witness the spectacle. What the heck? President Lan is personally involved. Who exactly is this Jiang half-immortal? Celebrating a new account, offering 3 free divinations? This is quite audacious. Regardless of her boldness, President Lan has certified her. She must possess real skills. I'll follow her first. The commotion online quickly reached Xiao Yinsheng's ears. Assistant Song handed him the phone, wearing a hint of a smile. Mr. Xiao, look, it seems the madam's career is about to flourish. Xiao Yin took the phone and observed the newly registered account, whose follower count was skyrocketing at an astonishing pace. He never interfered with her pursuits. but he would always be her staunchest supporter. He logged into his personal account and followed her. This single action carried more weight than President Lan's retweet. If President Lan was a titan of commerce, Xiao Yin was the pinnacle of the pyramid. His follow was tantamount to a declaration to the world that Jiang Yunxi was under his protection. From this moment forth, her identity was irrevocably established. What am I seeing? The Xiao family scion has followed her too. This scoop is too big for me to handle. So, the rumors are true? This Miss Jiang is truly the future mistress of the Xiao family? Enough talk, hurry, and claim a divination. Only 2 slots remain. The netizens were in an absolute frenzy, with comments flooding in by the hundreds every second. Soon, 2 quick-fingered netizens claimed the remaining free slots. President Lan, disregarding his identity as chairman, commented like an eager fan. Lan Group V Master, please help me find out where my true love is. The audience erupted with even more excitement. A billionaire president seeking love online. What a surreal sight. Jiang Yunxi glanced at the comment and replied directly. Jiang Yunxi V. At noon today, at the entrance of the Southern District Development Project. Your true love will appear to save your life. President Lan, seeing the reply, nearly leapt from his chair in excitement. Lan Group V. Thank you for your guidance. Master. I'll head to the project department to await my true love. I will keep everyone updated on the outcome. With that, he grabbed his car keys and dashed off to the Southern District Project Department. Many onlookers, as well as astute reporters, picked up on the buzz and hurried to the project department, eager to witness this historic moment. They were curious to see whether Miss Jiang's divination would prove accurate. As noon approached, President Lan paced anxiously at the project department's entrance, his eyes scanning the crowd, yet he saw no one remarkable. The onlookers began to grow impatient. What time is it? Where is this true love? There's not a soul in sight. I think this is just a scam. President Lan has been fooled. Let us disperse. There's nothing to see here. Just as the crowd began to speculate on Jiang Yunxi's accuracy, a commotion erupted at the street corner. Accompanied by screams. A man brandishing a gleaming knife was being pursued by several police officers, frantically crashing into the crowd. Spotting President Lan, who looked affluent in his attire, he rushed over without a second thought and took him hostage, pressing the blade against Lan's neck. Stay back. All of you, get away. President Lan was utterly bewildered. How had he become a hostage? The assailant was agitated, retreating with President Lan while demanding a vehicle and money from the police. The atmosphere grew tense to the extreme. At that moment, a relatively slender police officer stepped forward, initiating a dialogue with the assailant in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. The assailant's attention was successfully diverted. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the officer acted. With lightning speed, she kicked the weapon from the assailant's grasp, following up with a swift shoulder throw that pinned him firmly to the ground. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, leaving spectators in awe. Thunderous applause erupted, with everyone marveling at the officer's bravery and skill. President Lan, still in shock, sat on the ground for several seconds before regaining his composure. He scrambled to his feet and rushed to the officer, stammering his gratitude. Thank you, officer. You saved my life. In the chaos, the officer's hat was accidentally knocked off, revealing a cascade of lustrous black hair. It was a female officer. President Lan's heart raced. The time, location, and even the detail of being saved were all spot on. This was indeed his destined partner. Chapter 82. This is not merely fortune-telling. This is nothing short of prophetic insight. The onlookers finally pieced it together.
Wow.
Miss Jiang's predictions are astonishingly accurate. This is not fortune-telling. This is prophetic insight. Incredible. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch this live stream. I want to have my fortune told too. I'll pay any price. The video of President Lan's rescue, along with Jiang Yunxi's prophetic Weibo post, surged to the top of trending topics within minutes. The comments section was utterly overwhelmed, with everyone losing their composure. Is this fortune-telling? This is a spoiler for life. I declare, from this day forth, Miss Jiang is my one and only sister. Anyone who dares to slander her will face my wrath. The one above, she is my one and only sister. Don't steal her. The excitement escalated rapidly as more and more people flocked to Jiang Yunxi's Weibo. The comments began to take a peculiar turn. Sister, since you're so amazing, do you have any talismans for peace or fortune to sell? I'll pay 10 times the price. Yes. Please list them. I've been incredibly unlucky lately and urgently need a fortune change. Master, look at me. I'm willing to risk everything for talisman. Jiang Yunxi observed the comments, filled with desperate pleas, a faint smile gracing her lips. She had not anticipated that the mortals of this world possessed such an indomitable power of belief. Perhaps, in her endeavor to reshape her celestial bones, this would yield unexpected assistance. She replied in the comment section, Jiang Yunxi v. Yes. This single word instantly ignited the fervor of all who read it.
Ah.
She replied to me. She truly does have it. Sister, hurry and publish. My wallet is ready. If it's not enough, I'll borrow more. Where's the link? Quickly, provide the link. Observing the barrage of eager comments, Jiang Yunxi sent another reply. Please allow me some time to prepare. I appreciate your patience. The enthusiasm of the netizens was finally assuaged, albeit temporarily. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from President Lan. A celestial being. I have truly encountered my destined connection. The moment I laid eyes upon her, my heart raced and my cheeks flushed. It has been years since I felt such youthful exuberance. Jiang Yunxi could not help but chuckle. How amusing. President Lan chuckled foolishly, completely unperturbed by her teasing. In a buoyant mood, Jiang Yunxi resolved to extend him a personal favor. You look after my business, and I shall provide you with a piece of information free of charge. The parents of your destined one are in poor health and are currently troubled over hospital bed availability for a surgical procedure. If you could assist them, it would surely bolster your rapport. President Lan instantly grasped the implication. This was akin to a pillow being offered to one who had just awakened from slumber. This was not merely a message, it was a direct handover of a strategy. He was so thrilled he stumbled over his words, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, celestial being. Thank you for your guidance. I will attend to it immediately. Jiang Yunxi acknowledged with a sound and ended the call. President Lan wasted no time and immediately leveraged his connections to investigate the hospital where the parents of the policewomen were located. In a room on the second floor of the villa, Zhang Sheng held a pathology report, his expression tinged with melancholy. The doctor had stated that his condition necessitated an urgent surgical procedure to excise the malignant tissue and prevent further spread, after which his recovery would dictate further treatment plans. He was merely 25 years old. His future loomed ahead, almost alarmingly finite. He would be ensnared in the hospital, trapped in an unending cycle of treatment. Weary, he rubbed his temples and tossed the report into a drawer. At that moment, his secretary called. Young Master Jiang, have you seen the young Mrs. Weibo? Jiang Sheng furrowed his brow. He had never paid attention to such entertainment gossip. If there is something to convey, just say it. The secretary's voice, filled with excitement, nearly broke. Today, President Lan personally hosted a live stream to vindicate the young miss, who has even opened a Weibo account to offer free fortune-telling to netizens. She astonishingly pinpointed where President Lan's destined one is located, even detailing when she would appear and what would transpire. The young miss had become an overnight sensation, and many were eager to seek her fortune-telling services. Jiang Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He hung up and promptly opened Weibo. At the top of the trending searches appeared Jiang Yunxi's name in glaring prominence. He clicked in and watched the replay of President Lan's live stream, along with the widely shared prophetic post. A stirring realization washed over him. His sister truly possessed remarkable abilities. If she could foretell others' fortunes, could she not also divine his remaining time? Or perhaps, could she even aid in his healing? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shen left his room and approached Jiang Yunxi's door, rapping gently. The door opened swiftly from within. Jiang Yunxi regarded him with an inscrutable expression. Are you here to seek my assistance with your illness? The words Jiang Sheng had meticulously prepared were suddenly lodged in his throat. She could even foresee this? Was it feasible? He lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse. I wish to live a few more years. After all, my parents are not getting any younger, and it would be improbable for them to have another child. If I were to pass, who would care for them in their twilight years? Jiang Yunxi let out a derisive laugh. Why not rely on Jiang Mi'er? Do not jest, Yunxi. Jiang Sheng replied, his tone tinged with resignation. The greatest regret he harbored was having once regarded Jiang Mi'er as a treasure. Seeing his expression, which seemed genuinely repentant, Jiang Yunxi's mood brightened slightly. Very well, come in. I shall examine you. Jiang Sheng's eyes sparkled with hope. He followed Jiang Yunxi into the room, settling onto the sofa. Jiang Yunxi extended her hand, resting it upon his wrist. Closing her eyes, she meticulously checked his pulse and, utilizing her spiritual energy, explored within his body. Jiang Sheng held his breath, fearing he might disturb her concentration. After a considerable moment, Jiang Yunxi finally opened her eyes, withdrew her hand, and calmly uttered 2 words. Can treat. Jiang Sheng's excitement surged as he grasped her wrist. Yunxi, you're not deceiving me, are you? The doctor said that this condition could only be addressed through surgery. Do you trust them or trust me? Jiang Yunxi retorted disdainfully, pulling her hand away with a scoff. Without hesitation. I trust you, Jiang Sheng declared resolutely. Seeing his unwavering conviction, a smile finally graced Jiang Yunxi's lips. As long as you trust me, Jiang Sheng, you must heed my words. Whatever I instruct, you shall follow without question, understood? Understood. Jiang Sheng nodded earnestly. Jiang Yunxi glanced at the time. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and there was ample time to drive to Tian Shan Gate. Thus, she instructed Jiang Sheng. Take this medicine and then stay at Tian Shan Gate for half a month. Meditate and train under Xianqing, and upon your return, your ailment will be cured. She produced a spiritual herb and directly placed it into Jiang Sheng's mouth. Once you arrive, have Lu Xian come down to find me. Understood. Jiang Sheng wasted no time, swiftly packing his belongings and setting off for Tian Shan Gate as per Jiang Yunxi's directions. Chapter 83. Allowing young Master Jiang to fully experience the life of asceticism. After Jiang Sheng departed, Jiang Yunxi took out her phone and called Xianqing. My brother has gone to the mountain to find you. From today onward, he is to undertake all the menial and laborious tasks. Do not feel pity for him, nor should you cater to him excessively. On the other end, Xianqing, though curious, readily agreed. Whatever the ancestor says goes. I will ensure that young Master Jiang fully experiences the life of asceticism. Jiang Yunxi nodded and hung up. To heal, one must first cleanse the sinews and marrow. His body harbored too much stagnant energy. Laboring on the mountain would serve him well. The following morning, Jiang Yunxi rose early and descended from the upper floor, where a servant promptly approached her. Young miss, there is someone outside looking for you. Jiang Yunxi surmised it was likely Lu Xian, so she nodded, permitting them entry. The servant swiftly fetched him. Before long, a lively figure was ushered in. It was indeed Lu Xian. Upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled as he hurriedly approached her. Ancestor, do you have tasks for me? Jiang Yunxi appraised him with a glance. His spiritual power had evidently advanced a notch. He appeared to be quite talented. She nodded. From today onwards, you shall be responsible for driving me. By the way, do you possess a driver's license? In this world, every endeavor must adhere to protocol. Unlike in the Tianyuan continent, where she could soar freely on her sword to any destination, convenient and swift. Lu Xian scratched his head, looking utterly perplexed.
No.
Jiang Yunxi face-bombed. How could she have overlooked this detail, given the harsh conditions at Tian Shan Gate and Lu Xian's recent coming of age? He had never had the opportunity to learn to drive, which posed a bit of a dilemma. I'll consult Xiao Yin and arrange for you to get some lessons. I'm not very familiar with these matters. Lu Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you, ancestor. Jiang Yunxi took out her phone and messaged Xiao Yin. How does one obtain a driver's license? Xiao Yin replied almost instantly. Has Lu Xian come down from the mountain? I'll have Assistant Song teach him. Jiang Yunxi smiled and replied with an affirmative. The matter was resolved. She set her phone down and instructed a nearby servant. Prepare 2 breakfasts. Lu Xian had descended from the mountain and, arriving so early, surely had no time to eat. Come with me, Jiang Yunxi said, making her way toward the dining room. Lu Xian immediately followed her, his steps eager. Barely seated, Zhang Boya descended from upstairs. Upon spotting the unfamiliar youth sitting opposite Jiang Yunxi, he paused momentarily, inquiring, Who is this? Without lifting her gaze, Jiang Yunxi introduced, This is the driver introduced to me by Xiao Yin, who will be accompanying me from today onward. By mentioning Xiao Yin's name, she ensured that Zhang Boya would not doubt Lu Xian's identity, thus facilitating Lu Xian's future tasks. Indeed, Zhang Boya nodded. If he was Xiao Yin's associate, he was undoubtedly trustworthy. Yet, observing Lu Xian's youthful visage, imbued with a hint of boyish charm, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Are you of age? Zhang Boyu asked. Lu Xian promptly straightened his posture and declared, I am 18 this year. Just come of age. A youth so young. How had he garnered Mr. Zhao's favor to be specifically assigned to Jiang Yunxi's side? Jiang Boya's curiosity surged, yet he refrained from probing further, simply nodding. Well then, do your best while accompanying Yunxi. He took a seat at the dining table, ready to eat, when his phone rang. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was from the police station. Mr. Jiang, concerning the case of your construction site manager, we have concluded our investigation. The manager acted under instructions from another party. According to his confession, the individual behind this is the secretary of Vice President Li from your company. Jiang Boya's expression darkened immediately. He had never anticipated that this matter would implicate the upper echelons of the company. I understand. Thank you for your efforts. And I hope the police can swiftly apprehend the perpetrator. The officer on the other end readily agreed. After hanging up, Jiang Boya sighed, tossing his phone onto the table. He felt overwhelmed. A mere secretary had dared to commit such a grave error. Jiang Yunxi leisurely sipped her porridge, a mocking sound escaping her lips. The true puppet master is not merely a secretary.
Jiang Boya frôned, instinctively retorting, impossible.
Vice President Li has stood by me for over 30 years. From the company's humble beginnings to its current stature. He would never betray the group or me. Years of camaraderie and trust made it unfathomable for him to believe that his old companion could act in such a manner. A deeper smile formed on Jiang Yunxi's face. Why not investigate how many companies are under that vice president's name? Jiang Boya's movements froze, gazing into his daughter's seemingly all-seeing eyes. The steadfast trust he held began to waver. Recent events had proven her capabilities. He dialed his secretary. Immediately investigate all company assets under Vice President Li's name. Send all information to my email within 10 minutes. The secretary, sensing the urgency, did not hesitate. In less than 10 minutes, an email arrived, and the information contained within turned Jiang Boya's complexion a shade of ashen gray. Vice President Li had ownership of 7 or 8 companies. 3 or 4 of them operated in identical sectors as the subsidiaries of Jiang's group. Furthermore, the secretary had discovered that several significant projects, inexplicably lost by the group, had ultimately been transferred to these obscure companies. The evidence was irrefutable. It was evident that Vice President Li had been orchestrating this behind the scenes, exploiting his position for personal gain and depleting the company's assets. Jiang Boya trembled with rage. I have treated him well. Why would he do this? Jiang Yunxi set her utensils down, a cold smirk gracing her features. If you wish to know why, simply ask him. Jiang Boya abruptly stood. Let us go to the company now. He intended to confront that old rascal and demand an explanation for his betrayal. Jiang Yunxi nodded, summoning Lu Xian to join them as they exited. The trio climbed into the car and sped toward Jiang's group. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Jiang Boya exited first, his face darkened as if clouds had gathered overhead. Jiang Yunxi and Lu Xian followed closely behind, entering the lobby of Jiang's group. Employees bustling about paused to greet Jiang Boya respectfully. Good day, Chairman. Jiang Boya remained stoic, marching forward in silence. At that moment, a man clad in an expensive suit, with slicked-back hair and a pronounced belly, emerged from a nearby corridor. It was none other than Vice President Li. Upon seeing Jiang Boya, a genial smile spread across his face. Old Jiang, what brings you here so early today? This is? The man inquired, his gaze landing curiously on Jiang Yunxi. He had heard rumors of the Jiang family reclaiming their biological daughter, but had yet to see her in person, as the company had kept it under wraps. Jiang Boya replied coldly, Li Vice President, this is my biological daughter, Jiang Yunxi. The man, referred to as Vice President Li, instantly adopted a patronizing demeanor, scrutinizing Jiang Yunxi from head to toe. Old Jiang, I heard this child returned from the countryside. She certainly appears rather unsophisticated. But how could you cast Miao Er out of the house for her? I watched Miao Er grow up. She is well-mannered, obedient, and renowned as a lady of high society in Haicheng. You are rather biased. This remark overtly accused Jiang Boya of partiality, while subtly ridiculing him for forsaking a refined socialite like Jiang Miao Er in favor of a rustic girl. Employees around them strained to listen, holding their breath. Jiang Boya's expression soured, his chest heaving with indignation. Just as he was about to retort, Jiang Yunxi raised her hand to halt him. Stepping forward, she wore a smile that hinted at something more profound. Uncle, I notice an ominous aura surrounding you. Misfortune is imminent, and today, you shall face imprisonment. Vice President Li erupted into laughter, mocking her without restraint. I didn't realize that Miss Jiang possessed such skills in fortune-telling. Jiang Yunxi maintained her serene smile. Whether it is true or not, you shall soon discover. However, what you need to clarify to everyone is why you have allowed the site manager to cut corners on the construction site and prepare documentation to report Jiang's group. At this, the entire lobby fell silent. Shock and disbelief washed over the faces of those present. Jiang Boya's pupils dilated as he turned incredulously to Vice President Li. Old Li, is there any truth to this? Vice President Li's heart raced, yet he quickly regained his composure. How could Jiang Yunxi possibly know of this? She must be fabricating lies to deceive him. He forced a facade of sorrowful indignation as he gazed at Jiang Boyu. This is all nonsense. Old Jiang, you must teach your daughter properly. Otherwise, she will become the subject of ridicule for her reckless words. Jiang Yunxi cast a fleeting glance at Lu Xian.
Go.
Retrieve the report materials from his briefcase. Lu Xian promptly strode toward Vice President Li. The latter's complexion paled, instinctively attempting to resist. Yet, as a man accustomed to luxury, he was no match for Lu Xian's prowess. In a single move, Lu Xian subdued him effortlessly, seizing his briefcase. He rummaged through it, extracting a thick stack of documents and turning to present them to Jiang Boyu. Jiang Boyu trembled as he flipped through the pages, his complexion growing increasingly pale, until finally, he was shaking with rage. The documents clearly outlined the flaws in the Jiang Group's projects, as well as various lingering issues, all of which were the result of Vice President Li's own machinations. Unable to secure the project for himself, he sought to sabotage it. What a malicious intent! Jiang Boyu felt as if the world were spinning around him. He could hardly fathom that his old comrade of over 30 years would betray him in such a manner. Vice President Li, realizing the situation had unraveled, was utterly panicked. He grasped Jiang Boyu's hand desperately, pleading for understanding. Old Jiang, let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Jiang Boyu violently shook off his hand, disappointment and fury evident in his eyes. Go explain that to the police. No sooner had he spoken than several uniformed officers entered from outside. They had originally come to take away Li's secretary for questioning. However, Jiang Boyu pointed directly at Li, his voice hoarse, and declared, "Officer, the issues with the construction project were all orchestrated by him." The leading officer nodded curtly, his expression impassive as he gestured for them to take Li and his secretary away for further investigation. Two officers immediately advanced, one on either side, to escort the limp vice president. Li's face turned ashen as he was dragged past Jiang Yunxi. She looked at him with a hint of a smile and asked in a calm tone, "Do you now believe you are headed for prison?" Vice President Li shuddered violently, raising his head suddenly. He stared at Jiang Yunxi's composed face, a tempest of emotions surging within him. How could she possibly know that he had prepared materials to report him? Was she capable of seeing through him? It was utterly terrifying. The police swiftly led the two away. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Jiang Yunxi, excitement radiating from him. Old ancestor, you are truly remarkable. I want to be just as formidable as you in the future. Jiang Yunxi gently patted his shoulder. If you train diligently, that day will come. Jiang Boyu stood to the side, perplexed by their exchange, filled with questions. What did old ancestor mean? What was this talk of training? This child, could he have been ensnared by something unclean? Yet, upon reflection, how could Yunxi, being so capable, possibly be entangled? He nodded, affirming his thoughts. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he turned to a nearby employee and asked, "Where is Jiang Sheng?" The employee quickly replied, "Young Master Jiang did not come to work today." Jiang Boyu furrowed his brow and took out his phone, preparing to call Jiang Sheng. But Jiang Yunxi interjected. "Elder brother has gone to the mountains for treatment." Jiang Boyu halted, casting a puzzled glance her way. What illness requires a trip to the mountains? Jiang Yunxi's expression remained calm, her voice flat. Liver cancer. Jiang Boyu froze in place, the phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. How could his son, so young, possibly have liver cancer? Jiang Yunxi merely gave him a fleeting glance, offering no further explanation. "I have handled your matters. If you have a conscience, remember to transfer some funds to me." With that, she turned and walked towards the elevator. Jiang Boyu snapped back to reality, watching his daughter's retreating figure, and suddenly recalled why she had insisted on reporting the project manager. It turned out she had already deduced that someone was backing the manager. He cast a deep look at Jiang Yunxi's silhouette before turning to follow her into the elevator. This daughter was not only extraordinarily capable, but also possessed the composure and strategic acumen that surpassed even his carefully nurtured Jiang Sheng. If she were not a girl, he might have considered entrusting the entire Jiang group to her. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. He needed to ascertain the truth about Jiang Sheng's liver cancer as soon as possible. Jiang Boyu quickly entered the elevator to verify the matter. Chapter 85. How could she be so formidable? The employees behind him, having regained their composure from the shock, were abuzz with excitement. A young woman covered her mouth in astonishment. This the Miss Jiang mentioned in President Lan's live stream yesterday? Turns out she truly possesses extraordinary abilities. Even knowing the sordid deeds of Vice President Li, how could she be so powerful? Someone else recalled something, their eyes suddenly brightening. Will the Miss Jiang come to the company again? Do you think we, as internal staff, could get a discount if we ask her for fortune-telling or feng shui advice? The staff continued to marvel at Jiang Yunxi's prowess. After leaving Jiang Group, Jiang Yunxi found Assistant Song's car waiting at the entrance. He promptly drove her to the Xiao family's old residence. Then, he took the excited Lu Xian to the driving school to report. As Jiang Yunxi entered the main house, Xiao Yin was in the living room reviewing documents. Upon seeing her, he set his papers aside and naturally took her hand. I heard you went to Jiang Group? Jiang Yunxi nodded. We exposed the parasite that is Vice President Li, Xiao Yin smiled, handing her a document. I also uncovered some information. Let's submit it to the police together. Jiang Yunxi accepted it. The materials revealed that the companies under Vice President Li's name were not only evading taxes, but also involved in various clandestine operations, commercial bribery, and kickbacks. The charges were numerous enough to imprison him for life. Jiang Yunxi accepted the documents with gratitude. Thank you. Xiao Yin's gaze softened, and he gently ruffled Jiang Yunxi's hair. Speaking softly, I'm glad I could help. Jiang Yunxi replied with a hum and shifted the topic. How is the elder and the Xiao Ling family? Xiao Yin's expression darkened. They are all in the hospital. The elder nearly lost his life at the hands of Xiao Ling. Did you foresee this calamity, prompting you to send me to the hospital? A faint smile crept onto Jiang Yunxi's lips. Of course, I never engage in battles without certainty. Xiao Yin took her hand, leaning in to place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. A wave of pure, rich energy surged into her being. Jiang Yunxi eagerly absorbed this power, feeling elated. It was an exquisite sensation. After a while, she suppressed her sigh and looked up at the man before her. May I stay with you for a few days? Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow. Every time an opportunity arose, Jiang Yunxi devised ways to draw closer to him. Yet he didn't seem to mind. He nodded subtly. All right. Wonderful. As long as she could remain by his side, she would continuously absorb the abundant energy, enhancing her strength before the upcoming exchange conference of the Xian men. She would then possess greater confidence. Thus, Jiang Yunxi settled into the Xiao family residence. During dinner, it was Lu Xian's first time dining with them at the same table, and he appeared somewhat reserved. He poked at his rice, occasionally stealing glances at Xiao Yin across the table. This was old ancestor's man? His aura was so powerful. He seemed truly impressive. After dinner, Assistant Song took Lu Xian to settle into the guest room. Jiang Yunxi looked at Xiao Yin with eager anticipation in her bright eyes. She hesitated, inching closer to him, stopping directly in front of him. Tonight, may I sleep with you? Xiao Yin paused, looking up to meet her sparkling gaze. His brow faintly furrowing. No, that is not permissible before marriage. Jiang Yunxi was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy. She had anticipated this outcome. This man was as rigid as an ancient relic. Now that dawn had arrived, must they not share the same bed? Xiao Yin resolutely rejected her. No. He rose and walked towards his bedroom, leaving her with a cold, unyielding silhouette. Return to your guest room, retire early, and do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Jiang Yunxi stood rooted to the spot, staring at the firmly closed door, feeling increasingly frustrated. How could it be that the embodiment of ethereal energy was merely next door, while she could only gaze upon it without partaking? This was an utter waste. No, this simply would not do. Reluctantly, she returned to her own room, her mind already concocting a different plan. If she could not approach him openly, then she would seize the opportunity while he slept, stealthily absorbing his energy for a while. As long as she acted swiftly, he would surely remain oblivious. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Yunxi seated herself cross-legged on her bed, beginning her meditation while keeping track of time. The night deepened. Xiao Yin must have succumbed to slumber by now, and only then did she open her eyes. Tiptoeing to his bedroom door. The door was unlocked. With a gentle push, she slipped inside. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, she could clearly see the man peacefully sleeping on the bed. She approached the bedside. The closer she got, the more intoxicating the pure energy became, almost irresistible. Cautiously pausing at the edge of the bed, she leaned down. The temptation was so near that she could no longer contain herself. She leaned in and kissed his lips, fervently drawing upon his power. Just as she was indulging in this ecstasy, the man, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His deep-set gaze held no trace of sleep, only a profound sense of resignation. Jiang Yunxi, what are you doing? He pushed her away. Jiang Yunxi snapped back to reality, her entire being frozen in shock. Caught in the act. However, she was not the type to feel guilty. I wasn't doing it on purpose. She looked at him defiantly. You were just too alluring. Xiao Yin gazed at her with an expression of exasperation, letting out a resigned sigh. What could he do with her? Throw her out? He feared she would merely sneak back in again. After a few seconds of silence, he ultimately relented, patting the space beside him.
Come here.
Jiang Yunxi's eyes instantly lit up, and she swiftly climbed onto the bed, wrapping herself around him like an octopus, resting her head on his shoulder and nuzzling against him. Absorbing the ethereal energy, Xiao Yin was amused by her peculiar behavior, chuckling softly. Get some proper sleep. He reached out and gently patted her head. Jiang Yunxi mumbled in response, but as soon as he was distracted, she stealthily took another hearty sip of energy. Xiao Yin sensed her subtle movements, but chose to feign ignorance. Finally content, Jiang Yunxi found a comfortable position and drifted off to sleep in his embrace. Listening to the gradually deepening rhythm of her breaths, Xiao Yin's initial resignation transformed into a tender affection. He too slowly closed his eyes. Once both were in deep slumber, the ethereal energy emanating from Xiao Yin seemed to find a home, gently pouring forth from him and enveloping Jiang Yunxi, nurturing her throughout the night. Chapter 86, Mr. Xiao. Abandoned after the initial indulgence. The following morning, Jiang Yunxi awoke amidst a warm, soothing aura. As she opened her eyes, she felt a sense of blissful vitality coursing through her limbs. Quickly, she turned her attention inward, pleasantly surprised to discover that her spiritual energy had reached its peak. Fervently pressing against the barriers of the Lingxi realm, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. A gleam of excitement sparked in her eyes. Initially, she had thought she would need years, perhaps even decades, of cultivation to transcend this realm. Who could have anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly? All thanks to Xiao Yin. Cautiously, she glanced at the man still lost in slumber beside her and quietly slipped out of bed. Indeed, sharing a bed with Xiao Yin had expedited her cultivation immensely. She tiptoed back to her guest room, swiftly closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the carpet. Closing her eyes, she formed hand seals, guiding the energy within her. The spiritual energy circulated through her meridians, repeating the cycle. Soon, that power coalesced into a torrent, breaking through the barriers of the Lingxi realm. A surge of energy, purer than before, coursed throughout her body. Jiang Yunxi opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. She had finally broken through, ascending to the Lingxi realm. What a delightful sensation! Stretching her body, she felt invigorated. In a splendid mood, she pulled open the door, ready to head downstairs. However, as soon as she opened the door, she found Xiao Yin standing at her threshold, his expression somewhat grim. Jiang Yunxi's smile faltered. Why the long face? Upon awakening that morning, Xiao Yin had found his side of the bed empty. Only a lingering warmth remaining. He reached out to touch the cold sheets, an inexplicable surge of frustration rising within him. When had she left? He had been completely unaware. Last night, he had compromised, allowing her to stay, and yet she had simply slipped away without so much as a word. An overwhelming sense of having been abandoned washed over him. What did this woman consider him? Merely a tool to be used and discarded. The more he pondered, the more discontented he felt. He sat at the edge of the bed for a long while but ultimately could not resist the impulse to approach her. Yet, confronted with her unapologetic demeanor, the questions he had wanted to voice remained lodged in his throat. Why had she departed in the middle of the night? To voice such a query would only make him seem petty and diminished. After a few moments of internal deliberation, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Breakfast is ready.
Come eat.
Jiang Yunxi responded with a nonchalanto, not giving it much thought, and cheerfully stepped forward. Then let's go. The two made their way downstairs, one following the other. As they neared the staircase, Xiao Yin, who was leading the way, suddenly halted, turning around with a slight furrow in his brow. Jiang Yunxi nearly bumped into him, looking up in confusion. Xiao Yin's gaze fixed upon her, scrutinizing her as if to confirm something. Your scent seems to have changed. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback. Really? She lifted her wrist to her nose, sniffing. It smelled the same as always, nothing particularly distinctive. Yet Xiao Yin was adamant. Indeed. It used to have a faint fragrance, but today there's an inexplicable floral note. He paused, seemingly straining to identify. He could not pinpoint what flower it resembled. But the scent was familiar, a crisp yet rich aroma, unlike any he had encountered before, yet it evoked a sense of comfort and familiarity. Jiang Yunxi leaned down to sniff her clothes again. "I don't smell anything." Xiao Yin observed her bewildered expression, then leaned closer to her, inhaling around her. The fragrance was indeed present, faint yet persistent. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. He ultimately shook his head, withdrawing his gaze. Maybe I misperceived it. They descended the stairs, where Assistant Song and Lu Xian were already awaiting them in the living room. Upon seeing the pair, Assistant Song promptly approached with respect. "Sir, Miss Jiang, Lu Xian has learned to drive." Assistant Song was astonished. The boy named Lu Xian appeared slender and youthful, akin to an adolescent. Yet his capacity to learn was astonishingly rapid. He had only observed for a moment and had memorized all the essentials. In just an hour, he had mastered driving with remarkable speed and stability, adhering to all regulations flawlessly. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Through discreet arrangements, Lu Xian had swiftly obtained his driver's license. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi cast an admiring glance at Lu Xian. "Well done." Lu Xian, slightly embarrassed by the praise, chuckled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. The four of them shared breakfast together before Jiang Yunxi took Lu Xian and prepared to set out. "Master, what shall we do today?" As he adeptly started the car, Lu Xian inquired with curiosity. Leaning against the back seat with her eyes closed, Jiang Yunxi replied, "We are heading to the antique market to hunt for treasures. I intend to sell some talismans, along with protective wooden hairpins and bracelets on Weibo." Lu Xian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Is that really possible?" Jiang Yunxi affirmed, "Of course, I already have 500,000 followers. If I earn more, I can help the Tian Shan sect flourish sooner." The mere mention of the Tian Shan sect ignited a fierce determination within Lu Xian. He nodded vigorously, brimming with confidence. "Master will surely succeed." Before long, they arrived at the antique market. Just as Jiang Yunxi and Lu Xian stepped inside, they were confronted by a group of people. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a gray Taoist robe, sporting a goatee. Upon spotting Lu Xian, a sinister grin crept across his face. He approached, blocking their path, and disdainfully scrutinized Lu Xian from head to toe. "Little chick, didn't I tell you this is my territory? You are forbidden from stepping foot here again. Understand? Now, get lost." The man pointed a finger at Lu Xian's nose, his demeanor utterly arrogant. Lu Xian's face paled, and his body instinctively recoiled. Growing up in the mountains, though he had learned some superficial skills from his master, he lacked any real combat ability. Each time he descended the mountain, he would be bullied by these individuals. Unable to fight back or argue, he could only swallow his pride. Just as he prepared to pull Jiang Yunxi away, she, standing before him, advanced instead. With a swift motion, she delivered a punch to the middle-aged Taoist's face. So quick it left only a blur in its wake. A dull thud echoed as the once arrogant man was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground. Unable to rise for quite some time, the surrounding Taoists, who had been jeering, were momentarily stunned. What was happening? A seemingly frail young girl had just sent their leader flying with a single punch? Chapter 87. Otherwise, I will strike you each time I see you. They stared at the man groaning on the ground, clutching his face in pain, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, the group of over a dozen quickly regained their composure, their faces contorted with rage. "You're asking for death. How dare you touch our leader? Brothers, charge at her. Show her our might." A horde of them clamored as they charged toward Jiang Yunxi. Lu Xian, terrified, turned pale and instinctively attempted to shield Jiang Yunxi. However, before he could move, Jiang Yunxi had already taken action. Her movements were not even particularly swift. She merely lifted her foot and waved her hand nonchalantly. The foremost attackers collided with an invisible wall and were instantly toppled to the ground. In a flash, the once menacing group lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain and unable to rise. The onlookers, merchants and passers-by alike, stood gaping in astonishment, unable to close their mouths for quite some time. Jiang Yunxi dusted off her hands and strolled over to the fallen group. Towering over them, her gaze was icy. "You are all no match for me. From this day forth, you are forbidden from stepping foot in this market again. Otherwise, I will strike you each time I see you. Let us see whether your lives are more significant or my fists are harder." The group, struggling to rise, fled in disarray, not daring to utter a single threat as they escaped. Lu Xian watched their pitiful retreat, excitement flushing his cheeks. He rushed to Jiang Yunxi, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Master, you are truly amazing. Jiang Yunxi merely cast him a cold glance, her tone laced with disdain. If you ever dare to retreat a single step again, do not consider yourself one of my disciples. Lu Xian's face turned crimson, and he lowered his head in shame. Master, I was wrong. I promise that in the future, no matter what happens, I will not retreat an inch. I will never bring shame to our sect. Observing the determination in his eyes, Jiang Yunxi's expression softened slightly. This child is teachable. She nodded and turned to walk deeper into the market.
Keep up.
Lu Xian quickly composed himself and hurried after her. They entered the antique market, where Jiang Yunxi had a clear objective, heading straight for the stalls selling raw materials. She made her purchases liberally, not even haggling over the prices, simply waving her hand. This one, and this one, I'll take them all. Shopkeeper, how much peach wood do you have? I'll take it all. These jade stones are of good quality. Pack them up for me. She swept through the market, leaving Lu Xian in a daze and trembling with apprehension. Soon, several workers followed them to assist with the deliveries. Unable to contain himself, Lu Xian quietly asked, Master, isn't this a bit too much? Will we even use all these things? And how much will this cost? Jiang Yunxi maintained a calm demeanor. Of course. It's best to stock up all at once, otherwise, it's not cost-effective. After the payment was settled, Lu Xian was astounded to see the amount charged, 780,000. Just like that, a fortune had been spent in no time at all. He had never seen so much money in his life. His worldview was utterly shattered. He looked at Jiang Yunxi, stammering, Master, how are you so wealthy? Jiang Yunxi glanced at him, puzzled. It's not much, just a few million. Xiao Yin even gave me a card. I'm not sure how much is on it, but I can guarantee that whatever he can offer is certainly not ordinary. Lu Xian was left utterly speechless. A few million, and she considered it not much? And a card from Mr. Xiao? Was this the world of the affluent? He felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Before long, they returned to the Jiang family villa. Jiang Yunxi instructed the delivery workers to move everything into the underground warehouse. Looking at the fully stocked warehouse, she contentedly directed a nearby servant, from now on, do not store anything else here. I need this space. The servant respectfully acknowledged her and departed. In good spirits, Jiang Yunxi thought that with these items, she could quickly produce a batch of consecrated talismans to sell online, bringing the revival of the Tian Shan sect within reach. Just then, the sound of brakes echoed from outside the villa. Zhao Mei entered, having stayed outside with Jiang Mia for a few days. She had anticipated that Jiang Boyo would consider their marital bond and provide a way for them to return, but to her dismay, there had been no sign of movement from him. Unable to sit still any longer, she drove back herself. Upon entering, she immediately saw Jiang Yunxi directing the servants to move items out of the underground warehouse.
Zhao Mei's anger flared instantly.
Jiang Yunxi, what on earth are you trying to do? Do you intend to ruin this family before you are satisfied? She strode over, her voice sharp with accusation. Jiang Yunxi turned her head, casting a dismissive glance her way. I'm merely using a warehouse. What is wrong with that? Are you out of your mind? This woman was truly inexplicable. Using her own family's warehouse was somehow an affront to her? Zhao Mei trembled with rage at Jiang Yunxi's nonchalant attitude. During her absence, Jiang Yunxi had become increasingly unruly. How dare you speak to her like that? Zhao Mei inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury that simmered within her, and donned an expression of profound sorrow. Do you even realize that Miaoer has attempted to take her own life because of you? She is currently hospitalized. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, calculating her response.
Suicide?
Merely a theatrical ploy to elicit sympathy from Jiang Boyu. She intended to manipulate him into allowing her to return to the Jiang family. How utterly ludicrous. Dead? Do you wish for me to perform a ritual for her? My time is precious. I cannot squander it on her. My apologies. With that, she dismissed Zhao Mei with a disinterested glance and turned to leave. Zhao Mei was beside herself with rage. She pointed at the items that had been moved to the warehouse and shouted at a nearby servant, "Throw all of this away." The servants exchanged wary glances, none daring to budge. Jiang Yunxi finally halted, her icy gaze fixed on Zhao Mei. What did you say? Zhao Mei trembled under the weight of her chilling stare, an inexplicable fear surging from the depths of her being. Forcing herself to look away, she refused to meet Jiang Yunxi's eyes again, yet her tone remained defiant. I am your mother. You must heed my words. Jiang Yunxi scoffed lightly. Very well. She turned to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, take the items away, We shall go to the hot spring villa. That villa is vacant and will serve perfectly for storage. Chapter 88. I merely intended to reprimand her, and she is already threatening the heavens. With that, she strode towards the door. Lu Xian instantly responded with respect, "Yes, ancestor." He approached the delivery workers who had yet to leave and promptly transferred a sum of money to them. "I kindly ask you to make another trip and deliver these items to the hot spring villa." The workers, having received the payment, were more than willing and swiftly reloaded the items onto the vehicle. Xiao Mei stood rooted in place, watching the orderly scene unfold, her vision blurring with rage. Her words seemed like a mere joke in Jiang Yunxi's presence. She was utterly unconcerned. In fact, she had the hot spring villa, generously provided by old Master Xiao. At her disposal, Xiao Mei felt her body sway, nearly fainting from the shock. After Jiang Yunxi left the house, Zhang Boyo received the news and hurried back. Upon entering, he was met with Xiao Mei's face, contorted by fury, as the living room lay in disarray. "What have you done? Why is Yunxi moving to the hot spring villa?" Seeing him return only fueled Xiao Mei's anger, and she immediately began to vent her frustrations. "I merely wanted to teach her a lesson, and she has gone overboard. As an elder, do I not even have the right to admonish her?" Jiang Boyo's temples throbbed with irritation. This woman had no grasp of the gravity of the situation. "With all this idle time, you should be more concerned about our son. He has been diagnosed with liver cancer, and you are here squabbling over a warehouse?" Xiao Mei's expression froze for a moment before being overtaken by outrage. "Jiang Boyo, are you cursing your own son for Jiang Yunxi?" Jiang Boyo, witnessing her obstinate demeanor, felt his face darken with anger. "Who is truly your flesh and blood? Is Jiang Miao so significant to you that you would forsake your own son?" He flung a document from his briefcase, landing it squarely on Xiao Mei's face. "The hospital's pathology report has arrived. You can see for yourself." With that, he turned away, unwilling to exchange another glance with her, and ascended the stairs. Trembling, Xiao Mei picked up the report from the ground, scrutinizing each word. Upon reading the phrase liver cell carcinoma, her world spun black, and everything around her seemed to twist. How could her pride and joy, her son, be afflicted with such a disease? He was merely in his 20s, his life was just beginning. Trembling, Xiao Mei dialed Jiang Sheng's number. But all she received was a cold automated message. "The number you've dialed is not in service." Her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Where could he be? Would he do something rash? Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. "Shenger, my dear Shenger, you must not come to harm." Jiang Boyo returned to his room, a headache pounding at his temples. He called Jiang Yunxi, forcing a smile onto his face. "Yunxi, you needn't heed your mother's words. She is simply temperamental. Use the warehouse as you please, and come home soon." On the other end, Jiang Yunxi's voice bore no discernible emotion. "I have already arrived at the hot spring villa. I plan to transform this place into a Taoist retreat for tranquility. It conveniently offers ample space for storage. So there is no need for the family warehouse. Oh, I will reside here from now on. I likely won to return for anything." Jiang Boyo's heart tightened. This daughter was not only capable, but possessed a keen business acumen. If she could successfully develop the hot spring villa, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. "Then pursue it freely. I will invest in you." Jiang Yunxi calmly declined, "No need. I have sufficient funds." With that, she hung up the phone. Jiang Boyo listened to the dial tone, fatigue settling heavily upon him as he slumped onto the sofa. Here he had a daughter of remarkable talent, yet he felt entirely disconnected from her success. It was all Xiao Mei's fault, that foolish woman who had made matters so tense. He now understood that for the family to thrive, they must rely on Yunxi. Yet, as her father, he held no authority in her eyes. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, unable to comprehend how things had unraveled so drastically. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the hot spring villa, Jiang Yunxi busied herself with Lu Xian. "These sandalwoods and peachwoods will be fashioned into hairpins. I will later consecrate them to bring good fortune to the buyer. These materials will be used to create talismans, peace charms, fortune charms, wealth charms, and various other talismans. The Nan bamboo will be crafted into bracelets, and these jade materials can be made into assorted jewelry." Lu Xian nodded eagerly, diligently recording all her requests. The two immersed themselves in their work. Lu Xian was in charge of crafting, while Jiang Yunxi focused on consecrating the items. For an entire week, they scarcely left the premises, finally producing everything they had envisioned. Surveying the warehouse brimming with finished products, Jiang Yunxi nodded in satisfaction. She took out her phone and called Mr. Lan.
Mr. Lan.
I have a matter that requires your assistance. On the other end, Mr. Lan responded enthusiastically, Master, please command me. I have created the items that the fans desire. How can I sell them? Jiang Yunxi expressed her frustration as she was entirely unfamiliar with the process and the original owner had no experience to draw from, leading her to seek Mr. Lan's help. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lan's business instincts kicked in. Items from a master are priceless. Selling them will be no challenge at all. Please wait. I will come over immediately to handle it. Jiang Yunxi provided him with the address. In less than half an hour, Mr. Lan arrived with a professional e-commerce team in tow. The team leader, a sharp-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously examined the items and reviewed Jiang Yunxi's social media data before swiftly proposing a plan. Miss Jiang, I recommend that we sell the items via a live stream. Remember, you promised to offer free fortune readings on Weibo? There are still 2 slots available. We can conduct the readings while selling the products to maximize exposure. Jiang Yunxi found the idea appealing and agreed. The team promptly began managing all the necessary arrangements. With Mr. Lan's connections, within an hour, Jiang Yunxi's live streaming channel was officially launched. Lu Xian, please reach out to the 2 well-known netizens with available slots and inquire if they have time for a connection. Everyone else should focus on their respective tasks, ensuring that the products are flawless and that we achieve absolute perfection. Manager Lan, you should host the live stream alongside Miss Jiang, as it will help solidify her popularity. There are currently rumors online that you are her chief supporter, which should attract quite a number of viewers. The manager issued clear and organized instructions, and soon everything was prepared. Jiang Yunxi and Manager Lan sat before the live stream camera, ready to begin broadcasting. Chapter 89. A remarkable individual. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the live stream commenced punctually. The meticulously prepared product links were promptly displayed. Hairpins, bracelets, and various talismans, all at a considerable price. The moment the live stream opened, countless eager netizens flooded in. Here they come. Finally, Miss Jiang is live. My wallet is itching with anticipation. No one better dare compete with me today. Manager Lan is here too. What a dream collaboration. The barrage of comments surged rapidly, the excitement escalating. Of course, there were numerous voices of skepticism as well. A user with the ID, Old Song Not Air Force, directly challenged on the public screen. If you're so remarkable, why sell things to make money? Why not just draw a lottery number instead of taking the long route? This comment instantly garnered a wave of agreement. Exactly. If you truly had skills,
Would you need to sell anything?
I see nothing but a scammer, teaming up with Manager Lan to fleece us. Manager Lan's expression soured upon seeing these comments, ready to defend their position. However, Jiang Yunxi gestured for him to refrain. She gazed into the camera, her demeanor calm as she recited the ID. Old Song Not Air Force, you and your friends are always in the air. Be wise and keep your distance, and you shall experience the joy of catching a meter-long fish. Old Song, who was night fishing with friends by their reservoir, was momentarily stunned. How did she know he was fishing? And that he was always in the air? Surely, she must be guessing. He stubbornly refused to believe in such coincidence and scoffed at his phone screen. Today, he was determined to sit with his fishing buddy. He was eager to see just how extraordinary this so-called Miss Jiang truly was. However, as he set his phone down, his friend scooted away disdainfully. Old Song, keep your distance. You're too unlucky. I can't catch anything while sitting with you. Reluctantly, Old Song moved to a new fishing spot several meters away and cast his line again. Nearly 2 minutes passed before the bobber suddenly plunged deep, the fishing rod bending dramatically, almost pulling him into the water. Old Song's expression shifted instantly as he gripped the rod, contending with the massive creature beneath. His friend, noticing the commotion, hurried over to assist. Together, they exerted tremendous effort, finally hauling the large fish onto the shore. To their astonishment, it measured over a meter in length. Old Song stared at the lively fish thrashing on the ground, excitement making his hands tremble. This was the first substantial catch he had made in a long time. Flustered, he pulled out his phone, entered the live stream, and frantically showered it with gifts. Old Song Not Air Force, great one. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Thank you for your guidance. I really caught a fish, a meter-long one. Image, The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter upon seeing the barrage. After expressing his gratitude, Old Song clicked on the product link, purchasing a protective talisman and a blessed Nan bamboo bracelet. Old Song Not Air Force, I must support the Great One's merchandise. I also want to buy one for my wife, so she can share in the fortune. Jiang Yunxi observed the screen, her expression unwavering. You can wear it yourself. There's no need for your wife to wear it. It's not suitable for her to wear these items while pregnant. A safety talisman will suffice. Old Song froze. How could his wife possibly be pregnant without telling him? As he pondered this, his phone rang. It was his wife calling. Honey, I have something to tell you. I went to the hospital for a checkup today. And I'm pregnant. Oh my goodness, great one. My wife is really pregnant. She just called to share the news. I must go back to accompany her. The entire live stream fell silent for a few seconds before the comments exploded. What? Did I just hear that right? She's really pregnant. This is not fortune-telling. It's like she has a divine eye. Incredible. Truly incredible. With Old Song as a living example, the atmosphere in the live stream ignited fervently. Everyone frantically placed orders, fearing they would miss out. In just a matter of minutes, the manager backstage signaled, indicating that all products had sold out. Lu Xian stood behind, astonished at the rapidly depleting inventory. Had they truly sold out of 700,000 or 800,000 worth of goods in such a short time? This was astonishing. The Great One was truly remarkable. Jiang Yunxi observed the comments still frantically requesting restocks, equally surprised by the consumer's formidable purchasing power. She cleared her throat and gently advised the viewers. If you need more, please don't engage in reckless spending. Her counsel, however, fell on deaf ears among the viewers already caught up in the excitement. We know our limits. You don't need to worry, sister. I want one of every talisman, just in case I need it in the future. Better safe than sorry. Exactly. Hurry and restock. If we don't buy now, what will we do if the prices go up later? We're not foolish. Manager Lan, observing the fervent scene, could hardly contain his laughter. He leaned closer to Jiang Yunxi and whispered an explanation. Miss, this is quite normal. Your items are treasures. If they don't grab them, they disappear, so they must seize the opportunity. Jiang Yunxi nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, the backstage manager signaled once more, informing her that the second netizen who secured a spot was ready and could connect at any time. Jiang Yunxi agreed, and soon the live stream screen split in two. A chubby teenager appeared on camera, sitting on a lawn, radiating cheerful energy. Wow, this little chubby boy looks so bright and sunny. The scenery behind him is lovely. Where is this? I'd love to visit someday. Please share the address. I want to check it out. The cheerful boy greeted the camera with a smile. He appeared to be around 17 or 18, with round features and 2 shallow dimples when he grinned, making him particularly endearing. Hello everyone, I'm the second participant. Behind him, the shimmering surface of the water sparkled in the setting sun, creating a picturesque backdrop. The chubby boy responded to questions in the comments. This is a reservoir near the second ring road. The scenery is exceptional, perfect for camping and barbecuing. If anyone needs directions, I'll post the details on my page later. Thank you, young man. You're so kind. You're adorable when you smile like a little sun. The barrage of comments was harmonious, everyone praising him. However, Jiang Yunxi's brows furrowed. She looked at the screen, observing the boy's radiant smile, and spoke in a cool tone. You clearly aren't happy at all. Why do you force yourself to smile? It's not good to push yourself like this. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream fell into silence. The once rapidly scrolling comments came to a halt, and everyone was taken aback. This chubby boy, exuding an aura of sunshine and cheer. How could he possibly be unhappy? Chapter 90. Did the young miss miscalculate? The smile on the chubby boy's face faltered momentarily. But he quickly regained his composure. He chuckled lightly, maintaining a nonchalant tone. Sister, I'm quite happy, so you need not worry about me. He even politely bowed slightly, exuding a demeanor filled with humility. The purpose of today's connection isn't to seek fortune. Rather, I wish to ask you for a favor. I have a friend who... He left this world unwillingly. I hope you can perform a ritual for him if possible? Jiang Yunxi shook her head resolutely.
No.
The live chat exploded with reactions. Why not? The young man is so polite. It's merely a ritual. Exactly. Why is she being so unyielding? It's rather inhumane. How could I have just purchased your merchandise? I demand a refund. What a sham of a master. Angry netizens began to criticize Jiang Yunxi, accusing her of being unreasonable. The light in the chubby boy's eyes dimmed noticeably, his expression clouded with disappointment. Nevertheless, he nodded, still maintaining his courtesy. Thank you, I understand. Let us consider this connection as if I've had my fortune told. He waved at the camera, seemingly ready to end the call. Just then, Jiang Yunxi suddenly called out to him.
Chubby boy.
If I agree to perform the ritual for your friend, are you planning to jump into that reservoir and end your life? Everyone was taken aback by her words. End his life?
How could that be?
He appeared so bright and cheerful. How could he possibly entertain such thoughts? As disbelief hung in the air, a comment scrolled by. I've been to that reservoir. The spot the chubby boy is sitting in seems to be a restricted area. It's not a place for free movement. Jumping in from there leads to the deepest part of the reservoir, where the water is several dozen meters deep. Anyone who can't swim will surely perish. A wave of anxiety swept through the audience. The comments began to frantically scroll again, this time filled with panic and pleas. Please, young man, don't do anything reckless. Is there nothing that can be discussed calmly? You're so young.
Quick.
Does anyone know the address? Call the police. The sunshine and cheerfulness on the chubby boy's face seemed to disperse like clouds blown away by the wind, revealing a somber sky beneath. My best friend died because he was pressured by his mother to jump from a building due to poor grades. Ever since then, I've dreamt of him every night. In my dreams, he repeatedly questions me. Why don't you accompany me? Aren't we best friends? Why did you abandon me? I had a huge argument with my parents today and then ran here all alone. The comments in the live stream went wild. It became evident to everyone that this young man truly wished to end his life. Jiang Yunxi's calculations were indeed astute. Jiang Yunxi observed the hollow-eyed boy on the screen and discreetly sent a message to Mr. Lan. Have your destined partner go save him at the second ring reservoir. Mr. Lan nodded and immediately grabbed his phone, quietly stepping aside to make a call. Jiang Yunxi set her phone down and turned back to the camera. Would you like to see your friend once more? To ask him directly why he chose to jump? The chubby boy abruptly lifted his head, his dim eyes flashing with astonishment and disbelief. Really, can I? I can help you without charge, Jiang Yunxi replied, continuing if you wish. Afterward, you may follow me to cultivate and join my sect. The boy's expression oscillated between longing and despair, wrestling with his emotions for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, he shook his head. No need to trouble you, I'll ask him myself. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears before standing up and resolutely walking towards the reservoir behind him. The live stream erupted in a chorus of screams. At that critical moment, Jiang Yunxi's gaze sharpened, and her hands swiftly formed a seal. Freeze. The chubby boy's body suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed, rendering him immobile. He struggled desperately, his face contorted with terror and rage. What have you done to me? Jiang Yunxi looked at him coldly. I am saving your life. Your friend does not truly care for you. He played with you only because no one else would. He had no other choice. He spoke ill of you in front of your parents, wrongfully accused you of stealing, and even claimed you were peeping at girls in the restroom. He caused you to be disliked and isolated by everyone, and now that he is gone, he wishes to drag you down with him into hell. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your life for such a person? Every word from Jiang Yunxi pierced the chubby boy's heart like daggers. He suddenly became agitated, trembling violently. You're talking nonsense. P.S. Not like that. P.S. My best friend. Let me go. I need to find him. Let me go. The audience was left speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Who could have imagined that the seemingly sunny and cheerful chubby boy had been living in such pain and deception? And Jiang Yunxi, from behind the screen, managed to immobilize someone intent on jumping into the water. What kind of divine skill was this? This was no longer fortune-telling. This was the work of a true master of metaphysics, a living deity. Yet, Jiang Yunxi's expression was not as relaxed as it appeared. She had just broken through to the spirit connection realm. Although her spiritual energy was significantly purer than before, it remained limited. Casting a freezing spell from such a distance had nearly drained her of half her spiritual energy. She could feel that she could hold on for at most another 20 minutes. If Mr. Lan's destined partner did not arrive promptly, the chubby boy would leap into the reservoir and drown before the eyes of tens of thousands in the live stream. Jiang Yunxi's expression grew exceedingly serious. She ceased speaking and immersed herself fully in controlling her spiritual energy. The chubby boy, as if driven mad, wept and screamed, his face smeared with tears and snot. P.S. Not like that. You're all deceiving me. Time ticked by relentlessly. The audience in the live stream had their hearts in their throats, scarcely daring to breathe. All eyes were glued to the screen, anxiously waiting. 19.5 minutes passed. Finally, the police arrived, pulling the chubby boy back from the brink of death. Seeing the young man safely rescued, Jiang Yunxi's expression softened slightly, and she released the spell. After a brief silence, the live stream erupted with comments.
Ah.
He has been saved. How wonderful. Young Miss Jiang is incredible. A true miracle.
I am literally kneeling.
What kind of deity is this? Mom, I think I've seen a god. The comments were flooded with praise for Jiang Yunxi. The fervor surrounding this event spread across the internet at a terrifying pace, drawing countless viewers into the live stream. Chapter 91. Rescuing the chubby boy. Jiang Yunxi exhaled slowly, rising from her chair. Let us conclude today's live stream here. I will leave the rest to Mr. Lan. With that, she turned to leave the streaming room, accompanied by Lu Xian. Once in the car, Lu Xian's face flushed with excitement, his gaze toward Jiang Yunxi filled with unparalleled admiration. Ancestor, you're truly amazing. Jiang Yunxi merely responded with a faint closing her eyes to begin recuperating the spiritual energy she had just expended. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the police station in the jurisdiction of the female officer. As the two entered, they immediately spotted the chubby boy who had been rescued. He was huddled in the corner on a chair, his complexion ghastly pale. The previous sunshine and cheerfulness had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by an oppressive, lifeless numbness. His eyes were vacant, his entire being seemingly devoid of spirit, staring blankly at a point in the void, utterly motionless. The surrounding police officers were whispering among themselves, presuming he was merely frightened, which accounted for his current state. However, Jiang Yunxi halted her steps, narrowing her cold gaze slightly. She perceived the situation with crystal clarity. A vengeful spirit, brimming with resentment, was clinging to his back, greedily siphoning away his life force like a leech. For it to manifest in broad daylight and exhibit such fury, this deceased child indeed posed a significant dilemma. Jiang Yunxi poured a cup of water and casually drew a piece of yellow talisman paper from her sleeve, pinching it between her fingers. The talisman spontaneously ignited without a flame, a spectral blue fire dancing before it quickly turned to ash. She dissolved the ashes into the water and approached the chubby boy. His parents, anxiously hovering nearby, had been weeping incessantly. Upon witnessing her peculiar actions, they instinctively moved to intervene. What are you planning to give my son to drink?
Stop.
Just then, the previously silent female officer extended her hand to halt them. If it weren't for this young lady, your son would already be dead. Allow her to assist him. The couple's movements froze. Ultimately, their instinct for survival overcame their skepticism as they watched anxiously, refraining from uttering a word. Jiang Yunxi expressionlessly pried open the chubby boy's mouth and poured the talisman-infused water down his throat. The moment the liquid hit his throat, the boy jolted as a nearly invisible mass of black energy surged forth from the crown of his head, dissipating into the air. His complexion visibly regained a hint of color. Moments later, his long eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings, confusion etched across his face. Dad? Mom? Why am I here? Seeing their son finally awaken, the parents could no longer contain themselves and rushed to embrace him, sobbing uncontrollably. You scared your mother to death. Why did you jump into the reservoir? The chubby boy was utterly perplexed, his face a picture of shock. Jump into the reservoir? I don't remember anything. Jiang Yunxi's frosty voice rang out. You were entangled by something unclean. It's entirely normal for you to have no recollection. The boy instinctively turned to her, timidly asking what? What unclean thing? Your friend who died from jumping off a building. The faces of the boy and his parents turned ashen in an instant. His mother, terrified, clutched him tightly, as if fearing he might be taken away. Son, I hesitated to tell you the truth because I saw how heartbroken you were. In reality, your friend often spoke ill of you in our presence. He claimed you stole things, bullied classmates, and even said you frequently hit him. The chubby boy's eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding his expression as he gazed at his mother. How could he have done such things? How could his best friend malign him behind his back? No way. I would never do that. Jiang Yunxi let out a cold laugh. He deliberately framed you. Just as he did this time, he sought to bring you down to hell. The boy felt an icy chill enveloping him, a wave of dread rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. It dawned on him that the friendship he had cherished so dearly was nothing but a complete farce. He had been foolish to consider him a friend. I will never pity him again. Seeing their son finally grasp the truth, the couple breathed a sigh of relief, though worry crept back into their hearts. Would that entity return to torment their son again? The father, increasingly anxious, turned and knelt before Jiang Yunxi. He had come to recognize that this young girl before him was an extraordinary figure. Master, I implore you, save my son. Jiang Yunxi calmly accepted his bow. Very well. You already possess a request quota with me. It is only fitting that I assist you in dispelling this calamity. Please prepare some items, and I will come by tonight to resolve the matter thoroughly. Upon hearing this, the family was filled with joy, expressing their gratitude profusely before hastily departing the police station with their son. Once they had left, the female officer approached Jiang Yunxi, her gaze scrutinizing and sharp. So, you are the one who told Mr. Lan that I am his true match? You also urged him to help my parents find a hospital bed? Jiang Yunxi nodded. The officer's expression bore a hint of curiosity. I am Xiaomin. Though I am a staunch materialist, I am quite intrigued about your metaphysics. Would you be willing to exchange contact information so we might discuss this further? Jiang Yunxi regarded the skepticism and scrutiny in her eyes, a smile breaking across her face. Her demeanor softened, carrying a hint of playfulness and confidence. If you wish to debunk me, feel free to say so. I welcome it at any time. Xiaomin was momentarily taken aback by her forthrightness, but soon joined in her laughter, finding no embarrassment in the exchange. She retrieved her phone, and the two exchanged contact details. Once Jiang Yunxi had tucked her phone away, she turned to leave the police station with Lu Xian. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi's live broadcast had gone viral, capturing the public's attention entirely. Originally, the entertainment industry was buzzing with a sensational scandal involving a popular actress embroiled in a sordid affair. Such news would typically dominate the headlines for days, stirring significant uproar. However, today it was overshadowed by Jiang Yunxi's revelations, quickly disappearing from trending searches. Everyone was astonished, questioning whether metaphysics truly existed in this world. Of course, many remained skeptical, believing Jiang Yunxi was merely performing, that it was all a prearranged script. Yet, those who had purchased her items soon emerged to share their personal experiences, decisively dismantling the doubts of the naysayers. I bought a fortune talisman, and the next day at work, my usually cantankerous boss suddenly became amicable. A project that had been stalled for months was finally signed off today after the client called out of the blue. Me too. The project funds that had been stuck for ages finally came through today. It felt like a festival, with good fortune pouring in. I bought a love talisman, and the crush I had been pining for actually confessed to me. We are now happily together. I was a driver with a safety talisman, and I encountered a severe multi-car pileup. The cars around me were wrecked, yet mine remained unscathed, narrowly avoiding disaster. Others who had bought hairpins and bracelets also reported feeling significantly better, rejuvenated both physically and mentally. These first-hand accounts flooded the internet, compelling even the most doubtful individuals to reconsider their beliefs. Chapter 92. Taking on a disciple that evening, Jiang Yunxi arrived punctually at the chubby boy's home with Lu Xian. The door was opened by the boy's father, who, upon seeing Jiang Yunxi, appeared as if he had found a savior, ushering her inside with urgency. In the living room, the chubby boy had organized all the gifts from his friends, neatly arranged in a cardboard box. He sat on the sofa, his mood still subdued, yet the lifelessness in his eyes had dissipated. Jiang Yunxi approached and casually rifled through the box, discovering an assortment of ordinary toy models and a few comic books. Her fingertips suddenly paused as she unearthed a triangular piece of yellow talisman paper from beneath the clutter. Upon it, in a dark crimson hue, was inscribed a peculiar and contorted rune, emanating a chilling aura. This was a blood talisman, the most malevolent of objects, notorious for attracting resentment. How had that deceased child come to possess such a thing, and with what audacity had they entrusted it to their closest friend? Jiang Yunxi discreetly tucked the blood talisman into her sleeve. As for the remaining items, they should all be burned. The chubby boy nodded, clutching the box as he made his way outside. Jiang Yunxi then took her position at the center of the living room. She instructed the boy's parents to set up a square table draped in yellow paper, serving as an impromptu altar. Incense burner, candles, 3 types of fruit, and a bowl of clear water were arranged meticulously. Once prepared, Jiang Yunxi's entire demeanor shifted. She lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed 3 times towards the east, murmuring incantations softly, yet her voice resonated as if in harmony with the universe. Supreme star of the platform, ever-changing and unceasing. Exorcise evil and bind spirits, safeguarding life and body. As she recited the purification incantation, the air within the room seemed to invigorate, freshening perceptibly. She grasped the peachwood sword, dipped it in cinnabar, and traced a purification symbol in the air. The sigil lingered momentarily before transforming into a golden light, instantly permeating the entire room. After completing the ritual, she stowed the peachwood sword away, her aura returning to its previous tranquil state. The chubby boy's parents stood by, breathless, their faces etched with reverence and gratitude. When the chubby boy returned after burning the items, his father spoke with a furrowed brow. "Master, we took our child to see a psychologist today, and the doctor said he suffers from depression and needs to be hospitalized." The boy's mother chimed in, tears brimming in her eyes. "What are we to do?" Jiang Yunxi shook her head. "No need for hospitalization." She turned to the still somewhat bewildered youth. "Would you be willing to become my disciple and train under me? I assure you, within 6 months, I will return you to your parents as a healthy, optimistic son." The couple was momentarily taken aback. Then their faces lit up with sheer joy. This was nothing short of a miraculous fortune. To have their son study under such a remarkable master was a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. "Of course we agree," the boy's father exclaimed excitedly, pulling his son forward to bow to Jiang Yunxi. The chubby boy, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, had not yet processed it when his parents pressed him to kneel. That very evening, he hastily packed a backpack and left home with Jiang Yunxi. Once in the car, Lu Xian turned from the passenger seat, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "What is your name?" The boy hesitated for a moment before softly responding, "I am Shurjiao." Jiang Yunxi's hand paused slightly. Shurjiao, such a melodious name. She had once owned a pet with the same name, a stunning peacock whose feathers shimmered like flowing emeralds. Proud yet affectionate. Unfortunately, after her failed ascension, she had ended up here, and she wondered what had become of that little peacock. Perhaps due to this association. Her gaze towards Shurjiao softened imperceptibly. She brought him back to the hot spring villa, assigning him to the room next to Lu Xian. "Lu Xian, he will be your junior disciple from now on. You are responsible for introducing him to the basics of our practice." Lu Xian straightened his posture, his expression serious as he accepted the task. "Yes, ancestor." From the very next day, Shurjiao was thrust into a grueling routine. Before dawn, Lu Xian would drag him out of bed to practice martial arts on the back mountain. Mornings were spent cleaning the villa, chopping wood, fetching water, and doing various chores. Evenings were dedicated to learning talisman drawing and memorizing complex scriptures. Exhausted, he would collapse into bed each night, with scarcely a moment to lament his circumstances. Yet, within a mere fortnight, his transformation was evident. Not only could he devour 3 hefty bowls of food at every meal, but his once flabby physique had also begun to solidify, and he appeared to have grown taller. Jiang Yunxi observed these changes with satisfaction. Only after everyone had retired for the night did she return to her room, retrieving the blood talisman. The talisman was dark yellow and coarse in texture. She pondered why. In a world where the sects had withered and many orthodox spells had been lost to time, this sinister blood talisman had persisted. This object was crafted by her former nemesis, the infamous demon lord Mo Cha. Mo Cha, who practiced dark arts, relished using such blood talismans to attract vengeful spirits, capturing them to ultimately devour, converting them into his own power. A memory flashed in Jiang Yunxi's mind of the malevolent spirit she had vanquished at the construction site in the southern city. With a thought, she released that spirit from her artifact. As the spirit emerged, it immediately lunged to attack, only to cower in fear from the pressure emanating from Jiang Yunxi. She unsealed part of its bindings and coldly inquired, "Who transformed you into this?" The spirit floated aimlessly, its hollow eyes devoid of any spark, clearly bereft of consciousness and memories. Unable to elicit a response, Jiang Yunxi had no choice but to reseal it. It seemed she would need to delve deeper into the blood talisman. She produced the causal spirit realm, its mirror surface smooth as water, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple, and placed the blood talisman upon it. Instantly, concentric ripples spread across the surface, and scenes began to flash rapidly before her eyes. Finally, the image settled upon a bustling Taoist temple, Changsheng Temple. A figure clad in Taoist robes handed the blood talisman to a young boy. And that figure was none other than Wu Wei. Once again it was him. Clearly, to unravel this mystery, she would need to confront Wu Wei once more. Fortunately, that encounter was imminent. In 3 days, the Shuangguan Exchange Conference would take place, and she would naturally have the opportunity to meet him. Jiang Yunxi gathered her belongings and settled into a meditative position on her bed, closing her eyes. The next morning, Xianxing descended from Tian Shan mountain early and arrived at the villa. Accompanying him was Jiang Yunxi. During his time at the mountain, Jiang Yunxi had been obedient, complying with Xuanqing's every instruction. Now, upon descending, he appeared considerably revitalized. Chapter 93, Liver Cancer Cured. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi, a smile broke across his face as he greeted her warmly. Yunxi. During his time on the mountain, he had subsisted on meager wild vegetables in a drafty, dilapidated hut, engaging in strenuous labor daily. This young master, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never endured such hardship. Initially, he viewed it as torment, but gradually, the sense of despair that had once threatened to consume him faded, allowing him to truly appreciate the immense opportunity his sister had bestowed upon him. Jiang Yunxi nodded, moving closer to take his pulse. His health had indeed improved considerably. The cancer cells had nearly vanished, though he would need further consolidation. She produced the spiritual herbs she had found on the back mountain and administered two to Jiang Yunxi. From today onward, you may return home and resume your normal work. You are free now. Jiang Yunxi's eyes widened in astonishment.
I am cured.
Really? Jiang Yunxi shot him a sidelong glance, her tone nonchalant. If you're unsure, just go for a checkup at the hospital. Jiang Yunxi nodded vigorously. I'll go right away. He required a modern medical report to substantiate the miraculous transformation he had undergone. He hurried to the hospital, and after a thorough examination, he was astonished to discover that the cancer cells within him had indeed vanished entirely. There was not a single ailment left on his liver. The doctor, holding two vastly different reports, wore an expression of disbelief, even questioning whether the previous diagnosis of liver cancer was a significant error on the hospital's part. However, Jiang Yunxi was certain that there had been no mistake, as he had sought verification from two authoritative institutions, both yielding identical results. And now he was truly healed. His sister was nothing short of miraculous. Elated, Jiang Yunxi clutched the health report and promptly called Jiang Boyu. Dad, I'm back. On the other end of the line, Jiang Boyu's voice was laced with concern. Where have you been all this time? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunxi endeavored to steady his voice. I went to my sister's sect for treatment, and I'm all better now. Jiang Boyu was about to insist that he return to the hospital for treatment, no matter the cost, when he heard Jiang Yunxi declare his recovery. Stunned, he asked, how did you get better? A hint of reverence crept into Jiang Yunxi's voice. My sister healed me. Jiang Boyu was momentarily dumbfounded. Could Jiang Yunxi truly cure cancer? Was that not utterly absurd? This daughter had continually shattered his understanding since her return divination, feng shui, exorcisms, and now she could even mend terminal illnesses. This was no mere display of talent. It was divine intervention. Regaining his composure, he instructed Jiang Yunxi to return home. Jiang Yunxi complied and hurried back. After hanging up, Jiang Boyu pondered for a moment before calling Jiang Yunxi. Yunxi, come home for dinner tonight. I've asked Annie to prepare your favorite dishes. On the other end, Jiang Yunxi's tone betrayed no emotion. I don't have time. You all eat without me. She attempted to end the call, but Jiang Boyu stopped her. Yunxi, you should come back. Your wedding with Mr. Xiao is approaching, and we need to discuss some details. If possible, please invite Mr. Xiao to join us for dinner. Hearing this, Jiang Yunxi finally acquiesced.
All right.
After hanging up, she sent a message to Xiao Yin. Are you free tonight? Let's go to the Jiang family for dinner. Xiao Yin replied almost instantly. I am. I'll come pick you up shortly. Jiang Yunxi smiled at the response. At 6 o'clock, a black Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance of the hot spring villa. Jiang Yunxi emerged from the house, with Lu Xian and Sergio trailing behind her like devoted attendants. As she entered the car and lowered the window, she playfully admonished, You two keep watch. Remember not to fight. Both Lu Xian and Sergio nodded obediently. Understood, ancestor. The vehicle glided away. On the return journey, Xiao Yin turned his head to observe her slightly fatigued profile. Have you been under a lot of stress these past few days? Jiang Yunxi remained silent, naturally leaning against him, allowing herself to melt into his embrace. Yes, it has been exhausting. Between saving lives, drawing talismans, and instructing two utterly clueless novices, she felt utterly drained. All she wanted now was to snuggle with this human power bank and recharge. Adjusting to a comfortable position, she nuzzled her head against him. I just want to hug and kiss you. A pure stream of purple energy surged from their point of contact into her body. Jiang Yunxi sighed in contentment, eagerly absorbing this power. Xiao Yin noticed her subtle movements. He was well aware of her little schemes, always finding various excuses to take advantage of his affection. Watching her nestle against him like a lazy cat, he felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Xiao Yin tightened his hold on her, allowing her to take what she desired. Jiang Yunxi successfully absorbed energy all the way. Soon, they arrived at the Jiang family villa. The couple exited the vehicle and entered the villa one after the other. The dining room was brightly lit.
Zheng Boyu, Xiao Mei,
And Jiang Sheng had long been waiting by the dining table. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi enter, Xiao Mei's expression instantly hardened, her lips pressing into a thin line. Refraining from greeting her, Jiang Yunxi ignored her entirely, firmly grasping Xiao Yin's hand as they approached the dining table, as if Xiao Mei did not exist. Xiao Mei's hands clenched tightly beneath the table. How increasingly disrespectful she had become. The moment Jiang Sheng spotted Jiang Yunxi, he immediately stood, pulling out a chair for her. "Sister, please sit." His eager demeanor resembled that of a devoted fan rather than that of a brother. Xiao Mei glared at him, her displeasure evident. "Jiang Sheng, sit down." She, as the younger sister, doesn't he even greet the elders and you indulge her? Jiang Sheng's smile faded as he turned to Xiao Mei, his tone more serious than ever. "Mom, my sister cured my liver cancer. Don't speak of indulgence. From now on, I will give her whatever she desires." Xiao Mei was left speechless, staring incredulously at Jiang Sheng and then at the composed Jiang Yunxi beside him. Cured liver cancer? This must be a lie. She could hardly believe it and was about to protest further when Jiang Boya shot her a cold glare, silencing her. Xiao Mei's heart trembled. Her words caught in her throat. Bowing her head in resentment, she dared not utter another syllable. Chapter 94. This woman, no one can control. Jiang Boya then redirected his attention, his face instantly lighting up with warm smiles as he welcomed Xiao Yin. "Mr. Xiao, please take a seat." At last, the family settled down to eat. Jiang Boya frequently served Xiao Yin dishes, seemingly innocently inquiring about the Xiao family's affairs. "How is the old master? And your elder brother and sister-in-law? Are they well?" Xiao Yin replied in a calm tone. "The old master has been discharged. And my elder brother and sister-in-law are recuperating at another residence." Recuperating? Jiang Boya's mind was clear as day. With Xiao Ling and Jiang Mir's wedding imminent, how could Xiao Ling's parents possibly be away recuperating? This was clearly a cover-up for a wrongdoing, sent away by the old master. Jiang Boyu's smile deepened. "In the future, when Yunxi visits the Xiao family, I hope, Mr. Xiao, you'll take good care of her. If she behaves inappropriately, please let us know. We'll handle it." Xiao Yin nodded but remained silent. "Handle it? You think you are worthy?" He glanced at Jiang Yunxi, who was solely focused on her meal, and a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. This woman, no one could control. Jiang Yunxi appeared oblivious to their conversation, wholeheartedly enjoying her meal. After dinner, Xiao Yin accompanied Jiang Boya to the study to discuss wedding details. He had initially intended to include Jiang Yunxi, but Xiao Yin insisted she was too busy and could simply consult with him. Glad to discuss matters with Xiao Yin, Jiang Boya complied. The moment they left, Jiang Yunxi stood up, preparing to head upstairs. Xiao Mei, having suppressed her anger for an entire evening, finally found an outlet and called out to her. "Stop right there." Jiang Yunxi did not pause, dismissing her with a glance, and continued toward the staircase. Just then, a servant hurried in from outside. "Madam, Miss Mia has returned." Xiao Mei's eyes brightened instantly. "Quick, let her in." Jiang Yunxi halted her steps, turning back to the sofa to sit leisurely, eager to watch the unfolding drama. Observing this, Jiang Sheng promptly sat beside her, determined to ensure his sister faced no further grievances. Soon, Jiang Mir was led in by the maid. She appeared utterly haggard, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Upon entering, her gaze fell upon Jiang Yunxi, who sat calmly on the sofa, and her eyes filled with resentment. She shot Jiang Yunxi a glare before staggering toward Xiao Mei, exclaiming, "Mom." Embracing Xiao Mei, she wept aloud. "Mom, I'm so miserable. The Xiao family looks down on me, and Xiao Ling doesn't care about me. Everyone thinks I am a discarded person. I truly can't go on like this." Xiao Mei's heart broke at her daughter's tears, and she hurriedly embraced her, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. "Nonsense, my Mia is so wonderful. Who would dare to look down on you? Stop crying, your wedding is approaching. If you cry too much, your eyes will swell, and you won't look beautiful." After sobbing for what felt like an eternity, Jiang Mia finally lifted her tear-streaked face and revealed her true intention. "Mom, I'm about to get married. Could you please give me the dowry that the Jiang family prepared for me?" Jiang Yunxi, reclining on the sofa, let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. You are no longer a member of the Jiang family. What right do you have to claim Jiang family possessions? Jiang Mi'er flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Those were prepared for me by my parents before I made my public debut. Of course they are mine. Why shouldn't I take them? As she spoke, she cast a pointed look at Jiang Yunxi, her tone rife with accusation. I know my sister dislikes me, but you cannot just take what belongs to me. Those things are mine, and I will never give them to you.
Xiao Mei,
Upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming wave of sympathy for her daughter. This girl, who had always been kind-hearted, was now being bullied to such an extent. She immediately stood up, looking resolutely at Jiang Mi'er. Mi'er, rest assured, what is meant for you will forever be yours. No one can take it away. I will go upstairs right now and fetch everything for you. Having said this, Xiao Mei turned and strode upstairs without a backward glance. Jiang Mi'er shot Jiang Yunxi a cold glance before turning to Jiang Sheng, her face instantly adopting a pitiful expression. Brother, you wouldn't also be swayed by sister's manipulation into thinking I did this on purpose, would you? Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, as if they might spill over at any moment. Jiang Sheng regarded her with an unyielding gaze, devoid of any warmth, only cold disdain. He had been blind to think this woman was gentle and kind. Stop the charade. Jiang Sheng's voice was as frigid as ice. I can see right through you. This was all intentional. Although I do not understand why Mom protects you so fiercely, I have seen your true nature. Jiang Mia's expression froze in shock. She had never anticipated that her brother, who had always doted on her, would utter such words. A wave of embarrassment surged within her, but she quickly composed herself, forcing a pained smile. Brother, you must believe I'm fine. One day, you will realize who your true best sister is. Jiang Sheng scoffed, mercilessly exposing her facade. Yunxi is that person. Though I have treated her poorly in the past, doubting and criticizing her, she healed my liver cancer, without holding a grudge. From now on, my life belongs to her. Jiang Mi'er's face drained of color, her expression contorted with jealousy. That's impossible. Jiang Yunxi can heal? Are you still dreaming? What does it matter to you whether it's true or not? Jiang Sheng replied coldly, his tone biting. Do you think everyone in this world is like you? Simply prone to deceit? Jiang Mi'er was left speechless, her face paling in anger, her body trembling slightly. Observing her flustered demeanor, Jiang Yunxi finally spoke slowly, a mocking smile gracing her lips. What's the matter? Can you not accept that others might surpass you? Such is fate. After all, your destiny is unfortunate, and you cannot compare to others. She paused, her gaze turning icy. I have yet to settle the score with you regarding your hired smear campaign against me. And here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter. Let me make it clear. Today, you will take nothing away. Jiang Mi'er shot to her feet, about to retort, when Xiao Mei descended the stairs, and the study door swung open, revealing Jiang Boyo and Xiao Yin emerging one after the other. Instantly, Jiang Mi'er's demeanor shifted. She ran to Xiao Mei, clinging to her hand while lamenting, Sister wants to drive me away, claiming I'm not a member of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Boyo's expression darkened immediately. You are not a member of the Jiang family anymore. Chapter 95. How much longer can this woman continue to act? Jiang Mia's expression stiffened. Jiang Yunxi lounged on the sofa, a cold smile gracing her lips as she watched the unfolding drama with great interest. She was eager to see how long this woman could maintain her act. Jiang Mia's mind raced. She couldn't let it end like this. How could she allow herself to fail because of that vile Jiang Yunxi? Her expression swiftly transformed into her most practiced, fragile demeanor. She stumbled toward Jiang Boyo, crying out in despair, Dad, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. If you don't pity me, I truly cannot carry on. Jiang Boyo regarded her feigned display with revulsion. He withdrew his hand without a hint of sympathy, his face unmoved. The announcement has already been made. There's no turning back now. Xiao Mei felt her heart shatter. She pulled Jiang Mi'er into her embrace, soothing her with heartfelt tenderness. Here are the jewelry and the property deed that Mom prepared for you, along with over 10 million in the bank. Take it. Jiang Mi'er's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she grasped the box, clinging to it like a lifeline. However, before she could conceal her prize, Jiang Boyo snatched the box back with a dark, forbidding expression. These items belong to the Jiang family and have nothing to do with you. Jiang Mi'er was left dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Jiang Boyo, her voice trembling. Dad, you can't treat me this way. Jiang Boyo looked at her coldly. This woman still failed to grasp the reality of her situation. When the Jiang family favors you, you are the young lady. When the Jiang family no longer wants you, you are nothing. Do you truly believe your petty schemes go unnoticed? He paused, his tone laced with warning. Do not harbor any thoughts of harming Yunxi. You are unworthy. With that, he gestured to a nearby servant. Take her out. Jiang Miao panicked completely, throwing herself at Jiang Boyo's leg and weeping fervently. Dad, I beg you. Don't throw me out. Seeing this, Xiao Mei rushed forward, crying out to Jiang Boyo, after raising mirror for all these years. How can you simply say you don't want her? Don't you have any heart? Jiang Yunxi finally spoke up, laughing derisively. Is it truly just about raising her for so many years? Mom, do you still have something to tell Dad? Xiao Mei whirled around, glaring at Jiang Yunxi. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Inciting conflict between us? You truly are an ungrateful wretch, even willing to harm your own parents. Jiang Yunxi smiled. You were the one who acted recklessly outside, resulting in a one-night stand that produced Jiang Miao. Now you blame me for inciting discord? She is not merely an adopted daughter. She is your biological child. The revelation silenced the entire living room. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Jiang Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between Jiang Miao and his mother, his mind a blank slate. Jiang Boyu seemed struck by lightning, his body paralyzed in place.
How do you know all of this?
How could you possibly know? Xiao Mei's entire body was rigid. Disbelief etched across her features as she stared at Jiang Yunxi, her lips trembling as she stammered a question. This secret, which she had guarded for over 20 years, was known only to her. How did she find out? Jiang Yunxi regarded Xiao Mei's contorted face, a smirk slowly curling at the corners of her lips. I have always stated my abilities. Why do you persist in doubting me? Do you believe now? I initially intended to grant you a chance. If you refrained from provoking me, I would keep your sordid affairs concealed. Yet now, you insist on presenting yourself at my doorstep, obstinately unyielding, leaving me no choice but to reveal the truth. All strength seemed to drain from Xiao Mei, and she collapsed to the ground, shaking her head frantically, her voice a desperate denial. No, that is not true. You're lying. Jiang Boya's expression shifted from initial shock to a terrifying pallor. He finally comprehended why Xiao Mei's favoritism towards Jiang Miaojiao bordered on the pathological. Why from the moment Yunxi returned, she had harbored such animosity and disdain. He realized he had been a fool for over 20 years, raising another man's daughter, while assisting in the torment of his own flesh and blood. With a piercing gaze fixed on Xiao Mei, he ground out his words through clenched teeth. Is what Yunxi said true? Xiao Mei crawled to his feet, clinging desperately to his legs. Boyu, you mustn't believe her. She seeks to destroy our family. After all these years of marriage, do you not understand me? Jiang Miaojiao, too, had come to her senses, collapsing to the floor in tears. Dad, please believe Mom. Sister is deceiving you. She harbors hatred for me, hence her fabrication of such slander. As he observed the two women before him, weeping inconsolably, a flicker of uncertainty ignited within Jiang Boyu. What if Yunxi truly had erred? After all, such matters seemed utterly implausible. Jiang Yunxi perceived his hesitation and spoke coolly. If you wish to ascertain the truth of parentage, a paternity test will suffice. Whether she is adopted or the product of a fleeting liaison can be determined in an instant. Yes, a test. He required proof. An irrefutable confirmation to extinguish any lingering doubts. Jiang Boyu wrenched his leg from Xiao Mei's grasp, and without allowing her a moment to react, swiftly gathered strands of hair from both Xiao Mei and Jiang Miaojiao alongside his own, and handed them to Jiang Sheng. Conduct a DNA test. Expedited. I demand to see the results in 2 hours. Jiang Sheng's lips moved as if to speak, but upon meeting his father's bloodshot gaze, he remained silent and quickly departed the villa. The world of Xiao Mei and Jiang Miaojiao crumbled entirely. Jiang Miaojiao trembled like a leaf caught in a tempest, grasping Xiao Mei's arm, her voice laced with panic. Mom, what should we do? Yet Xiao Mei seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on Jiang Boyu, her eyes brimming with malice and resentment. Jiang Boyu, after more than 20 years of marriage, you truly do not trust me? You choose to heed that little wretch's words and publicly humiliate me? Jiang Boyu regarded her frantic state, the last remnants of his affection evaporating. He looked down at her with a frigid detachment. I simply cannot fathom why, from the moment Yunxi returned, you have treated her with such disdain and hostility. Having remained silent until now, Jiang Yunxi also turned her attention towards the unfolding drama, eager for answers. Chapter 96. Why should I not be forgiven? Xiao Mei glared at her, her eyes blazing with hatred, as though they were daggers poised to pierce her. Because you are my nemesis. From the moment you were born, all my good fortune has been stripped away. Nothing goes right for me. Every venture ends in loss. Even Boya's affections have waned. If it weren't for you, how could I have succumbed to despair and sought solace in drink? How could such calamities have befallen me? She seemed to find an outlet for her pent-up resentment, attributing all her misfortunes to Jiang Yunxi. It's all your fault. Everyone was stunned into silence by her twisted accusations. Jiang Yunxi blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. Truly, this was unprecedented. The woman managed to audaciously blame her own failures on her newborn daughter. This woman was not only malevolent, but utterly irredeemable. Jiang Boyu trembled, not from anger, but from absurdity. He stared at the woman before him, deranged and grotesque in her despair, feeling a profound sense of estrangement. Is this truly the woman with whom he had shared his life for over 2 decades? A lunatic who could lay the blame of her infidelity and indulgence squarely on her daughter? Enraged, he felt the world around him dim, as if a great weight pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at Xiao Mei, unable to utter a single word. Yet Xiao Mei continued to wail, oblivious to her impending doom, her teeth clenched in defiance, refusing to acknowledge her wrongdoings. I merely made a mistake. Why should I not be forgiven? Miao Jiao is also my daughter. What is wrong with favoring her? Jiang Yunxi is a calamity. Ever since her return, this family has known no peace. Jiang Sheng could no longer endure the chaos. He rushed forward, seizing Xiao Mei's arm, disappointment flooding his eyes.
Mom.
Please wake up. You are the one at fault. Xiao Mei, still lost in her delusions, struggled against him, even more agitated. I am not at fault. She is the one to blame. Xiao Yin observed the unfolding farce with a cold gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. He approached Jiang Yunxi, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, wishing to shield her from the torrent of vile words. Jiang Yunxi leaned against him, her expression inscrutable, though a trace of coldness flickered in her eyes. 2 hours stretched like a century. Finally, the report emerged. Jiang Sheng retrieved it personally, yet returned with a pallor that rivaled that of a ghost. He approached Jiang Boyu, presenting the report with a hoarse, dry voice. Dad, the results. Jiang Boyu's trembling hands accepted the document, unfolding it with bated breath. The report clearly stated, Xiao Mei is confirmed as Jiang Miaojiao's biological mother, while Jiang Boyu is excluded as her biological father. The final thread of Jiang Boyu's composure snapped. He hurled the report to the ground in a fit of rage, his eyes ablaze with fury.
Xiao Mei.
Xiao Mei lay crumpled on the floor, staring at the scattered report, her spirit seemingly siphoned away, her complexion ashen. Yet, Jiang Miaojiao's eyes flickered with a sudden determination. She shot her head up, gazing unwaveringly at Jiang Boyu. Dad, this report must have been tampered with. Jiang Yunxi must have fabricated evidence to wrongfully accuse Mom. As her words resonated, a porcelain teacup soared through the air, hurtling towards her face.
Ah!
The teacup struck her forehead with a brutal force, drawing blood and eliciting a piercing scream. Warm liquid trickled down her brow, plastering her visage. She trembled in agony, no longer daring to utter another word. After flinging the teacup, Jiang Boyu's chest heaved violently as he glared at Xiao Mei, advancing towards her step by step.
Speak.
Who is that man? Have you maintained contact with him all these years? Xiao Mei, terrified by his murderous demeanor, could only shake her head vigorously, her lips quivering. Unable to utter a single word, seeing her obstinacy, Jiang Boyu erupted with a chilling laughter, his voice dripping with iciness.
Fine.
You refuse to speak? Very well. I will have someone investigate. Once the truth is revealed, we will divorce. Xiao Mei's head snapped up, disbelief etched across her features. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across her face, as if a thought had struck her. Divorce? Jiang Boyu. Do not forget that Jiang Sheng and Jiang Yunxi are both my flesh and blood. Even if you disregard your own interests, you must consider Sheng. Do you wish to see him grow up without a mother? Are you willing to let the scandal of the Jiang family become common knowledge? Jiang Boyu's body froze. In affluent families, reputation is of utmost importance. Should this matter be exposed, not only would the Jiang family become the subject of ridicule among high society, but even the stock value of Jiang Group would suffer a significant blow. This consequence was one he could not afford to bear. Xiao Mei, observing his rigid expression, knew she had wagered correctly. He was too cautious to confront her directly. Her confidence surged anew. Indeed, Jiang Miaojiao is my biological daughter, but her true father has long since passed away. You need not cling to my past mistakes. Let this matter be forgotten. Her tone unexpectedly took on an air of righteous indignation. Jiang Miaojiao immediately grasped the situation, scrambling to Jiang Boya's feet, clinging to his legs and pleading, "Father, please forgive mother this once. She has toiled tirelessly for the Jiang family over the years. Can you truly bear to watch her leave the Jiang family like this?" How could they utter such words? Jiang Boyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly choking on his fury as he turned away in a fit. At that moment, a cool hand steadied his arm. It was Jiang Yunxi, who gently placed a fragrant pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, a wave of refreshing energy coursing through his body. The oppressive feeling in Jiang Boya's chest miraculously vanished. He slowly exhaled a breath of pent-up air, his complexion regaining some color. The soothing sensation calmed his furious nerves, restoring clarity to his muddled mind. He lifted his foot and mercilessly kicked Jiang Miaojiao away. Jiang Boyu turned to Zhao Mei, his voice devoid of warmth. "From this day forth, you shall move out of this house and cease to appear before me. Take this illegitimate child and leave." Zhao Mei was taken aback by the resoluteness in his eyes, momentarily at a loss. How could this be? He was truly willing to forsake their home for the sake of his own reputation. Jiang Miaojiao, upon hearing Jiang Boyu refer to her as an illegitimate child, felt her nails dig into her palms in fury, yet she dared not unleash her anger. She tugged at the still-dazed Zhao Mei while attempting to reclaim the boxes held by the maid. Those were her belongings.